Yunshi gently dipped her fingertip into the fine salt and held it near Shiyu's mouth. Try it and see if the taste is better? Shiyu smiled and naturally took Yunshi's finger into his mouth, gently licking it to taste the fine salt. Finally, he nodded softly and sincerely said, "Yes, this fine salt tastes much better. Yunshi, can I tell my father about this method? That way, everyone in the clan can enjoy better salt. You can decide for yourself. I have no opinion. But you should find a good reason, or people might get suspicious. You're a young female from the Beast King city, so you must be quite knowledgeable." Shiyu had already prepared his words. The young female from the Beast King city wouldn't be ordinary, and it's reasonable that she knows some impressive skills. Seems like that's true. The young female from the Beast King city must be impressive. Yunshi smiled and pointed at the remaining coarse salt. "I won't bother with the coarse salt. You and Fengheng can filter it together." After saying that, Yunshi wiped the sweat from her forehead. Although she was just giving instructions from the side, the weather was so hot that even sitting still made her sweat profusely. She missed her big husband and her good gentleman. "In the future, I still need to keep a cool beast husband at home. When it's hot, he can act as a human-shaped air conditioner." Yunshi carefully used a charcoal pencil she made herself and returned to the cave. Although living in a cave long-term isn't good for health, it's warm in winter and cool in summer, which is very comfortable. Yunshi chose another animal hide, already imagining the shape of a wooden house in her mind. But since Shiyu hadn't come back yet, she temporarily put this plan aside. Sunlight filtered through the cracks in the cave, casting dappled light. Yunshi focused completely on drawing the plans for the small wooden house at the stone table. Minji, who had just returned from hunting at night, was deeply captivated by the focused look of the young female. The small charcoal pencil moved skillfully between her fingers. She frowned slightly, sometimes pausing to think, sometimes putting down her pencil, fully immersed in her creative world. Minji slowed down and quietly walked behind Yunshi. His gaze fell on the animal hide covered with lines, showing how much effort she put into her work. Noticing the movement behind her, Yunshi turned around and saw her husband had returned. Her eyes immediately lit up. "Minji, you're back. Come see the small wooden house I designed. What do you think?" Minji leaned slightly, carefully examining the patterns on the hide. It was the first time he saw someone draw like this, and he couldn't deny he was impressed. How many more surprises does this young female have for him? Yunshi took Minji's hand and pointed to the patterns on the hide. "This is my room. I want to design a big balcony with a rocking chair. At night, we can lie on it and watch the stars. The nights here are much more beautiful than back home. This is the kitchen, and over here is our living room. When there's nothing to do, our family can sit together and chat. And these are your rooms. That way, everyone has their own private space." Minji listened quietly to Yunshi's explanation, nodding from time to time. Seeing the sparkle in her eyes, a gentle smile appeared on his face. This young female always brought him one surprise after another. As her beast husband, he felt so lucky. Shiyu and the others were also drawn in. Seeing everyone gathered, Yunshi began explaining how to build the small wooden house again. This is their shared home, and everyone needs to work together. She only offers ideas. The actual building still depends on her beast companions. Finally, Shiryu stored Yunshi's animal hide drawing into her space and said with a smile, "Leave this to me. I think I know how to build this wooden house." Yunshi quickly nodded. She trusts Shiryu. "Once the sun isn't so strong, let's go around and look for a good place to build the house. Qinghe wants to live with me, so we need to choose carefully. Also, I prefer a place with a nice view. Don't come with us to look around just yet. Wait until we've found a good spot, then you can decide. If it's not suitable, we can choose another," Qingling suggested nearby. Thinking about it, choosing a location isn't a quick task. Although the Beichuan tribe isn't big, it still takes time to explore. Plus, there are many mountain paths and Yunshi is pregnant, so she shouldn't be traveling much. "Alright, I'll leave this to my clever fox. When the tribe helps build the house, we should prepare more food." Shiryu affectionately patted Yunshi's head and said with a smile, "You don't need to worry about these things. A few of us will handle it. Good, I trust you guys.
Qingling, I'm hungry.
Can I have some beef noodles for lunch? Yunqi asked Qingling nearby. She couldn't help it. His cooking is the most to her taste. I'll make it for you now. Be good and wait. It'll be ready soon, Qingling said, then immediately took the ground flour from the corner to start cooking. He needed to hurry. He couldn't let Yunqi go hungry. Yunqi, are your hands sore? Want me to massage them? Feng Heng said as he took Yunqi's small hand and led her into the cave, without waiting for her reply. He was trying to please her, giving her a back massage and shoulder kneading. Yunqi was a bit confused by Feng Heng's enthusiastic attitude. Tell me, what's your real purpose? Flattering without reason usually means bad intentions. This guy, so servile, must have some goal. Seeing Yunqi catch on to his little scheme at a glance, Feng Heng awkwardly scratched his head and continued to flatter her. I just saw you look tired, so. Yunqi, when the new house is finished, can I be the first to choose my room? I don't want to be too far from your room. I promise I won't eavesdrop anymore. Feng Heng still remembered what Yunqi said last time, that he should stay in the farthest room. Eavesdropping? There's nothing left to listen to now. Since Yunqi had her little one, all the beast husbands have been very obedient. Even Shiyu, who just returned, is well behaved. He hasn't acted like a fox spirit for many days. If you behave well, I might let you choose first. Yunqi smirked secretly. Only Feng Heng was so simple-minded. Such a small request, and she would definitely agree. Moreover, whether he lives close or far doesn't seem to matter much to the other three. From now on, I'll give you shoulder massages and back rubs every day. I can also go to the forest daily to pick fresh fruits for you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I only listen to you. Just want to be closer to me. Want me to teach you a trick? Do you want to hear it? A sly glint appeared in Yunqi's eyes. It was quite fun to tease Feng Heng now and then. Hurry up and tell me. Feng Heng kept moving his hands, squeezing more vigorously. Yunqi's eyes flashed with a mischievous smile. She leaned close to Feng Heng's ear and whispered, You can secretly come to my room at night. I definitely won't chase you away. As for whether others will chase you away, I don't care. Hearing this, Feng Heng thought this was a good idea. As long as Yunqi doesn't chase him, the others probably won't dare to. Feng Heng, go to the small river and bring back some wild scallions. Qingling's voice came from outside the cave. Yunqi, Qingling only calls me. Why doesn't he call Minji or Shiyu? Feng Heng muttered as he stood up. He finally had a moment alone with Yunqi, but it was interrupted again. Yunqi stood up and took Feng Heng's hand. I'll go with you and check how the potatoes are growing. Feng Heng was quickly comforted by Yunqi. The two followed the mountain trail downhill and soon reached the small river. Feng Heng went to find the wild scallions, while Yunqi stayed nearby to check on the potatoes. To her surprise, the potato seedlings were growing well. Maybe they could harvest some potatoes before winter. Now, the tribe's people are learning to make food like Yunqi's family. Wild scallions are almost becoming a hot commodity. Feng Heng looked by the small river for a long time before finding a few wild onions. He squatted by the river, cleaning the wild onions. Yunqi, once the little fox comes out, let's hatch a small phoenix bird. That's up to fate. Hatching definitely means creating one. However, she had already decided that her next pregnancy would be with Mingyi. For now, she had to temporarily accept Feng Heng and Qingling. I knew it, Yunqi. You're the best. Let's go back. Qingling must have prepared the food. Feng Heng held the wild onions in one hand and naturally held Yunqi's hand with the other. The two of them followed the mountain path back to the cave. After their figures disappeared, Lansu emerged from the small river. That little female, it was indeed Yunqi. Sure he had actually been tricked. Why did she deceive him? Back at the cave, Qingling had indeed prepared the beef noodle soup. Yunqi happily finished a big bowl of beef noodles, rubbing her belly contentedly. Qingling, if I keep eating like this, I'll probably become like I was before. Growing a bit more flesh is good. I liked your chubby look before, Mingyi said with a smile. Yunqi sighed helplessly, pinching the flesh around her waist. If I keep gaining weight like this, the dresses Feng Heng and you made for me won't fit anymore. They're already a little tight now. I'll make you 2 new ones later. After saying that, Mingyi added some fierce beast meat to Yunxi's plate and continued persuading her. For the baby, you need to eat a bit more. Yunxi sighed. All for the baby. In the afternoon, Shiryu went to his father to discuss the salt business. Feng Heng and Qingling went to find a suitable place to build a wooden house. As for Mingyi, he naturally stayed with Yunxi for a nap. He was the coolest, and Yunxi liked to hold him while sleeping. Maybe because she ate too much at noon, Yunxi rarely felt sleepy today. Now, she was like a koala, clinging to the man with her hands and feet. Yunxi thought it was fine. Mingyi was cool, and she just felt comfortable like this. But poor Mingyi. He was already sensitive to the little female's touch, struggling internally every day, trying to endure. Now, the little female was acting so restless, clearly testing his patience. Quickly close your eyes and go to sleep. Mingyi tried to make his voice sound serious, hoping the little female would sleep peacefully. I can't sleep, Mingyi. Are you and the snake beast going to hibernate? Yunxi was not feeling sleepy at all. As she spoke, she kept rubbing against Mingyi's body. His cold skin felt very comfortable to her. Mingyi calmly moved Yunxi's restless hand away and sighed, saying, Well, there are 2 months until the cold season. I think I can hold on longer. When I wake up, we'll have our baby. Yes, yes, the next one will be yours, Yunxi whispered, her hand again sneaking toward Mingyi's 6-pack abs. Mingyi grabbed Yunxi's mischievous hand and said half-heartedly and with a warning, It seems you really don't want to sleep. How about we do something else? It's not impossible, Yunxi murmured softly. After being alone for so long, she actually had some thoughts. Now that the baby was stable, some things could be considered. Mingyi looked at Yunxi intently, as if trying to confirm if she was telling the truth. Yunxi looked back at him, their eyes meeting. Neither of them knew who spoke first, but by the time they regained their senses, they were already kissing passionately. After the kiss, Mingyi's eyes were full of desire. He looked directly at Yunxi, silently asking, Is it okay? Yunxi didn't answer. Instead, her hands had already moved to his strong waist. This invitation was so obvious it didn't need to be said. Mingyi's lips curled into a slight smile, and he said nothing. But the desire in his eyes reignited, and a new wave of passion swept over them. Soon, faint sounds of their intimacy drifted from the cave. When Shiryu returned to the cave, Yunxi was still sleeping. Her small face was tinged with a faint blush, and a hint of doubt flickered in Shiryu's eyes. Then his gaze shifted to Mingyi beside her. Seeing Mingyi's satisfied expression, Shiryu understood everything. This guy, taking advantage of their absence, was with the little female. No wonder she was still sleeping at this hour. Shiyu specifically came back to inform Yunxi about the event. Previously, Yunxi had been dieting and didn't attend the tribe's bonfire party much. Now, they had ordered her to stay in the cave to rest and nurture the baby, which made her look bored and unhappy. Today, Shiyu just learned from his father that there would be a bonfire tonight, so he came back early to tell Yunxi. But now he was feeling quite upset. Suddenly, he felt a bit jealous of Mingyi. Seeing Yunxi sleeping soundly, Shiyu didn't want to wake her, so he reminded Mingyi to bring Yunxi later and go to the square to have fun. Shiyu then went to help his father prepare for the evening's bonfire. Mingyi took out a snake shed and started making new clothes for the little female. By the time Yunxi woke up, Mingyi's new clothes were already finished. Yunxi lazily yawned, her eyes slightly squinting. Her little hand instinctively rested in her favorite spot, on Mingyi's abs. Yunxi planned to take a short nap again. She had just been playing with Mingyi, which was quite tiring. Now, she still felt a bit exhausted. Shiyu just said there's a bonfire tonight. Do you want to go? When she heard about the bonfire, Yunxi's sleepiness immediately disappeared. Yes, of course I want to go. Actually, I've never been to a bonfire party before. Then why don't you take your hand away? Are you trying to me again? Mingyi looked a bit amused and helpless. The little female was really not honest at all. If it weren't for considering the baby in her belly, he wouldn't want her to leave the cave today. Yunxi shyly pulled her hand back, deciding not to touch him anymore. She was also distracted by the snake shed beside Mingyi. Is this the new dress you made for me? Minji nodded and placed the finished dress in front of Yunshi. In the afternoon, you complained that your clothes were tight.
Try it on now.
Husband helped me change. Minji smiled and pulled Yunshi up from the bed. The little female was always testing his patience. But he couldn't help it. She was his little female, and he had to indulge her. During the dress change, Minji took every chance to ask for small favors from himself. He felt that once she relaxed a bit, his body would start constantly thinking about her. The two of them slowly packed up their things. When they finished and stepped out of the cave, the sunset glow shone at the entrance. Qingling and Fengheng were no longer in the cave. They probably went to the tribe square. Minji carried Yunshi on his shoulder. The two of them followed the mountain path toward the tribe square. Before they reached the square, Yunshi heard the lively noise from afar. She didn't expect the bonfire party to be so lively. As Yunshi approached the square, she heard a familiar voice. Yunshi, Yunshi, over here. Come quickly. Her sister Qinghe was more excited than she was. Suddenly, Yunshi became the center of attention in the tribe. Sigh, she just wanted to find a quiet corner to rest. Fengheng somehow appeared out of nowhere. Before Yunshi reached them, he had already laid out the animal skins. Yunshi, come quickly. I've laid out the animal skins, he called. Yunshi sat down, and Qinghe came over with a mischievous smile. Yunshi, you got a new dress again. That black long dress looks so nice. Your beast husband is really talented. Why don't you have brothers? I'm so jealous. Today, Minji made a long dress that looked really good on Yunshi. It perfectly showed off her figure. Plus, her skillfully braided hairstyle made her look especially charming. When she entered the square just now, she attracted most of the beastmen's attention. But she was standing next to an 8th-rank snake beast husband who looked very unhappy, so no one dared to approach her. The bonfire party hadn't officially started yet. At this moment, the tribe square was filled with small groups of young females chatting happily with familiar tribe members. Some young males who weren't paired yet gathered in an open space, creating a fighting area. This not only made the scene more lively, but also gave the males a chance to show their strength to the females. If they caught a female's eye, they might finally escape being single. So, the young single males were all trying their best to show off. Of course, some brave and bold single males actively approached the females they liked. For example, right now, a flying beast man stood in front of Qinghe and shouted, Qinghe, I like you. Can I be your beast husband? Cloud Yushi, the leader of the gossipers, was excited to hear her friend's news for the first time. She almost shouted, say yes. Say yes. He was also not shy. She knew the flying beast man, who had previously given her red fruit. She nodded immediately and agreed. Everyone around, especially the single beastmen, looked at her with envy. Yushi wanted to congratulate Qinghe, but suddenly a loud voice shouted at her, startling her in place. Yushi, little female, I like you. Can I be your beast husband? Yushi, I like you too. Can you give me a chance? The loud voice made Yushi feel dizzy and overwhelmed.
Who am I?
Who is Yushi? It's definitely not me. No, I refuse. Please don't like me, Yushi quickly said. Fengheng and Qingling sighed in relief. When a male pursues a female, they can't interfere as beast husbands. Fortunately, Yushi refused without hesitation. The two single beast men still wanted to try, but Mingyi didn't care if it scared the little female. He immediately transformed his tail into a snake's tail and swung it over. The two single beast men were knocked flying. He doesn't care about rules. Competing for the little female with him? They must be crazy. The three before couldn't do it, and now he definitely wouldn't let other males get close to his little female. Seeing the two knocked away, other males who still wanted to try quickly gave up. They forgot that Yushi's new beast husband was an 8th-rank wandering beast man. They couldn't fight him, and they couldn't afford to offend him. All the beast men watched quietly, curious whether this arrogant snake beast man would be scolded by his wife. No male had ever been so reckless in front of his wife. But everyone was stunned when they saw that the snake beast man wasn't scolded. Instead, his wife was holding his face and kissing him. Wow, they envied that snake beast. He had such a good wife, no wonder he was so arrogant. The single beast men started to feel a little restless again. What if they succeeded? Ching, he came over again. Yushi quickly congratulated her on getting a new beast husband. Ching, he praised Yushi a lot, mainly saying that Mingyi was too domineering and expressing some regret that he didn't have brothers. As the young orcs finished their competitions, a few lucky ones immediately found their mates. For example, Chingha's new mate, the eagle orc Lingyu. As night fell, the large bonfire in the center of the square was lit. The leader stood on a high platform and gave an inspiring speech. He talked about the tribe successfully retrieving salt crystals and gaining many new members this year. Then, the shaman slowly walked to the center of the square. He clasped his hands together and muttered words softly. Yunshi couldn't hear clearly from afar, but seeing the excited feelings of the orcs around, it seemed to be a good thing. As soon as the shaman finished speaking, one by one, small female orcs stood up and walked toward the platform. Chingha's younger sisters, including Chingha herself, looked excited and pulled Yunshi along as they joined the others heading to the platform. Yunshi was a bit confused, and Chingha didn't explain. She felt nervous and instinctively looked back to find her mate. Just then, Xiu came over, smiling, and gently took Yunshi's other hand. His soft voice whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid, it's just a blessing ceremony. The shaman is blessing you and the little ones." Yunshi understood now, and her nervousness eased a little. Yunshi imitated Chingha, walking around the bonfire a few times, then sincerely received the blessing from the shaman. After that, she and Chingha returned to their original spots, a bit confused. She realized this was a bonfire party, and it was quite fun. The green glow from the shaman made her feel warm. The rest of the evening was spent sitting together, eating and drinking. Some lively males pulled their female partners around the roaring fire, dancing happily. The whole square was filled with laughter and joy. Yunshi was also infected by this happiness, feeling very cheerful. On the way back, Yunshi sat on Xiu's beast form, with Qingling and Fengheng walking on either side of her. Her husband silently followed behind. Tonight was so fun. I didn't expect the bonfire party to be so enjoyable. I found that the tribe's people are really interesting, and everyone seems very happy. Xiu gently patted Yunshi's head with his tail and smiled, saying, "If you like it, we can come here often to play. I think Xingha's idea is pretty good. Let's choose a place near the square to build our house, so it will be more fun later." After discussing building a house with Chingha, Chingha suggested choosing a spot near the square so the two sisters could enjoy watching the crowd. Yunshi thought Chingha's idea was quite good. Today, Fengheng and I picked a few places. Two of them are very close to the square. Maybe tomorrow I can take you to see them. If one is suitable, we can build our house there, Qingling said. Yes. Once we choose the location, we can ask a few more tribe members to help us finish the house sooner. I plan to build 2 heated beds on the first floor so I won't worry about the cold when winter comes. Okay, I will arrange everything. Just tell me what to do, she replied. Yunshi touched Xiu's fox ears and said, "All right, I trust you." The family continued walking toward the cave. Thinking about what happened at the bonfire tonight, Yunshi felt happy and started humming a song softly, without realizing it. On this mountain path, only their family was walking, so Yunshi wasn't worried about being overheard. She was just in a good mood and wanted to sing. "Yunshi, are you singing?" "You sound so nice," Fengheng praised. Yunshi's voice was already beautiful, and she didn't expect her to sing so well. "Yes, I learned this song in my dreams. Sing a little more." "I want to hear it," Fengheng said. Yunshi didn't reply, only smiled, and her singing resumed. Everyone silently enjoyed the music as they returned to the cave. Time passed quickly, and half a month went by. The new wooden house was built on an open space not far from the tribe square. To move in before winter, Xiu asked the tribe members to help build the small house 3 days after the bonfire. Now, the family had 4 beast husbands. Qingling mainly took care of Yunshi's daily meals. Xiu was in charge of building the house, and Minji and Fengheng were responsible for the food. Besides food for the family, they also prepared meals for the tribe members helping out. Minji and Fengheng had been very busy during this time. I'm not sure if it's because the little one has too many tails, but Yunqi's belly is at least one size bigger than Qinghe's. And Qinghe is almost about to give birth. Shuri said that foxes have a pregnancy of about 3 months. Based on the time, the baby should be born before the cold season arrives. I wonder what the little fox looks like. Yunqi, I'm back. I went to the market and bought lots of rice and wheat. Come out and see. Fengheng didn't go hunting in the forest with Mingyi today. He had something more important to do. The males at home are very energetic, and they finished all the wheat. Yunqi also craves all kinds of noodles. Today, the market is open. Early in the morning, Fengheng took a bunch of beast crystals and went shopping at the market. Because he's the only one with free time at home, and he's fast at flying. Yunqi came outside the cave, where several bags made of beast skins were laid out on the ground. They were all Fengheng's harvest today. It really is hard work for her little beast husband. Fengheng doesn't have space abilities, but luckily, his beast form is big enough to carry a lot each time. Yunqi wiped the sweat from Fengheng's forehead and handed him some sweet water. Drink some sweet water. I added honey and ice cubes. Good job, my little phoenix. It's not tiring. I fly very fast. Fengheng happily took the sweet water and drank it all in one gulp. There's no hardship in shopping at the market. At home, he's the most relaxed. Every time he goes hunting in the forest, he's mainly just looking for prey. Mingyi is quick and fierce when he strikes, so Fengheng doesn't really get to show his skills. When it comes to cooking at home, Qingling handles everything alone. At most, Fengheng goes to find wild vegetables in the fields. Yunqi, today I found a strange big fruit at the market. I'll show it to you, Fengheng said excitedly, rummaging through the beast skin bags. Soon, he pulled out a big green ball from one of the bags. Yunqi looked closely. With its shape, skin, and size, isn't it a watermelon? In this hot weather, biting into a cold watermelon would feel so wonderful. Yunqi was even more excited than Fengheng. Qingling, quickly bring me a bucket of ice water. I want to eat cold watermelon. Seeing Yunqi so happy, Fengheng realized that this thing called watermelon must be a favorite food of the little female. Looks like he bought the right thing by accident. Qingling carried a large bucket of ice water and said, "What watermelon?" "Let me see." Yunqi pointed at Fengheng's watermelon and smiled. "This one is perfect for cooling down and beating the heat. It's a must-have in summer." Fengheng, put in the bucket. "When Minji and Xiu come back, we can eat it together. I won't eat it. You can have it all." Qingling didn't want to eat the food that little females liked. Of course, she wanted to save everything for Yunqi. "I can't eat that much. Next year, we will grow our own. When we eat later, we can collect the seeds." While they were talking, Minji and Xiu just arrived at the same time. The food lovers are back. Qingling shook her head and turned to prepare food for later. Now, none of them liked eating raw meat. If they didn't like it, that was fine. The main problem was they didn't know how to cook it. If they didn't know how, that was okay too. They even asked him to help cook sometimes. He learned cooking to make delicious food for little females, not to cook for the beasts. Only little females are not biased. All the beasts at home can get Yunqi's care, so everyone gets along happily. If it were another biased little female, they would probably fight every day. Forget fighting. Minji alone could beat them all. "Xiu, how is the small cabin coming along?" This was Yunqi's most concerned question lately. She wanted to move in before winter, so she could sleep on a heated bed and not worry about waking up cold in the middle of the night. Everyone has heard about this heated bed. It can transfer heat during winter, so everyone wants to make one for their little female. Many tribe members come to help every day, learning how to build it while helping out. Now, the small cabin has already reached the second floor, Xiu answered while patting Yunqi's belly, trying to strengthen their father-son bond. The cubs are almost 2 months old. Maybe it was the fierce beast meat Minji prepared that made a difference. Now both cubs have their own awareness. Sometimes they even greet their parents. This shows that teamwork is powerful. Looks like we can move in before winter. Yunqi was very happy and then looked at Minji. "Minji, did you catch many prey today? Let's make some cured meat. This way, We won't have to work hard to hunt during the cold season. Mingyi nodded. When they set out in the morning, the little female specifically asked to prepare more prey. He naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Today, they caught many more prey than usual. Earlier, when they had free time, Yunxi made some dried meat, which everyone found very tasty. Yunxi also took the opportunity to teach Qingling. Now her belly was getting bigger, and several beast husbands wouldn't let her do any work. Yunxi wouldn't try to do too much herself. She just shared her ideas. Her beast husbands would work together on their own. While Qingling was preparing food, Yunxi followed Mingyi to wash the prey by the small river. Mingyi took today's prey out of his space and immediately rolled up his sleeves to start cleaning it. Yunxi stood nearby, watching Mingyi's focused and serious face, and couldn't help teasing him. Mingyi, you look so handsome when you're working seriously. Before you came to find me, did you ever think about having to work every day? Mingyi paused his actions. Work? Since he could remember, he had never done any work. In the past 30 years, I haven't done any work at all. Before I came to find you, I never thought about working every day. I just wanted to keep you in my cave and have you give me a bunch of snake babies. But now, the babies are here and they aren't even mine. Hearing this, Yunxi felt very sad. She immediately gave him a kiss and a hug. You're making my big snake sad. I'll have another batch of babies for you, okay? Mingya's long fingers brushed his lips, feeling a bit wronged but mostly a little unwilling. He truly didn't expect that the little female had 5 beast husbands. But this feeling of dissatisfaction quickly disappeared. Now he was willing and without any complaints. Because his little female was worth it. No matter how much he did for her, he did it gladly. Yes, after I wake up from hibernation, we'll have another batch of babies. Go play nearby. The blood smell here is strong, and some people will complain about feeling sick soon. Yunxi obediently moved a little farther away. At this moment, she saw fresh wild vegetables growing by the small river not far away, looking quite tender. Mingyi, I'll go pick some wild vegetables up front. I'll be right back. Be careful, don't go to damp places, and watch out for slipping. Knight knew that the small female liked to eat these green wild vegetables. Since they were not far apart, he let her explore alone. Yunxi finished picking all the wild vegetables she saw, and also found some wild scallions growing near a stone ahead. Since she was there, she decided to gather them all and take them with her. However, she was so focused that she didn't notice the damp soil near the stone. As expected, something unexpected happened. Yunxi slipped and fell toward the stone. She instinctively protected her belly. Oh no, my baby! Frightened, Yunxi closed her eyes, expecting pain, but it didn't come. She could feel someone catching her. She quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Her big husband was indeed reliable. Knight, thank goodness you caught me. Yunxi slowly opened her eyes, but instead of her big husband, she saw a male she didn't recognize. Her husband was a little behind, his hands still hanging in the air. That male was none other than Lance. Since he discovered that this small female was Yunxi, he had returned to the seaside after being angry. But after returning, he felt a bit restless. So he secretly returned to the Beichuan tribe. Knight didn't rush to take Yunxi away immediately, because he wasn't sure if she was hurt. He was afraid that rough handling might cause her more harm. Once Yunxi was steady, Knight quickly stepped forward and took her from Lanz's hands, his tone full of concern and blame. Yunxi, are you okay? Didn't I tell you to be more careful? I wasn't paying attention just now. Luckily, this person saved me. Yunxi had long forgotten what Lanz looked like. When she received the original owner's memories, she didn't remember much about the two who left. Months had passed, so it was normal that she couldn't recognize Lanz. As for Knight, he didn't recognize Lanz either. Knight examined the male in front of him, feeling unfamiliar. He had never seen him in the tribe, so he was clearly not a tribe member. Knight took out a 7th-rank beast crystal from his space and handed it to Lanz. Thank you for saving my partner. This is a gift. Lanz didn't immediately accept the beast crystal. He just stared blankly at Yunxi, looking a bit lost. The young female actually didn't recognize him. Before he left, she had often come to his place. He didn't expect that after just a few months apart, she wouldn't recognize him at all. Had she really forgotten him so quickly? Seeing that Lance hadn't taken the beast crystal, Mingyi frowned, his eyes showing a hint of anger. Why was this male staring at Yunxi so boldly? If it weren't for the fact that he had just saved her, Mingyi would have already taught him a lesson. How dare he stare at his little female for so long right in front of him? Could you stop staring at me? My big snake will get angry. Yunxi also noticed Mingyi's growing displeasure. If it had been any other rude beast man, she wouldn't have cared if Mingyi had hit him. But this one had just helped her, and it would be awkward if he got hurt because of that. Lance looked away, feeling a mix of emotions. The young female before him was completely different from the one he used to know. If it weren't for the familiar people around her, he might not have believed that the person in front of him was really Yunxi. Lance finally accepted the 7th-level beast crystal that Mingyi handed him. He didn't really want it, but the snake beast's sharp gaze made him feel as if he might be attacked at any moment. He was only at the 7th level now and no match for the snake beast. After Lance took the crystal, Mingyi said nothing. He turned to Yunxi and asked, "Are you feeling okay? From now on, don't leave my side. I just saw some wild onions and thought Qingling might need them for cooking later. I wasn't paying attention. Next time, I'll be more careful." Yunxi spoke with lingering fear. Thinking about it now still made her nervous. Thankfully, nothing bad happened. She really needed to be more careful in the future. Seeing Lan still standing there, Mingyi frowned deeply. He wondered where this male had come from so suddenly. It was strange how fast he had appeared. "Why are you still here? Do you want trouble?" Mingya's voice was cold and sharp. He was losing patience. If this male kept acting clueless, he wouldn't care that he had just saved Yunxi. "Don't be so fierce. He did just help me, after all." Yunxi tugged at Minji's sleeve, trying to calm his displeasure. Then she turned to Lance and said, "Thank you, you should go now." After saying that, Yunxi stopped looking at Lance. She was afraid that if she looked too long, her big husband might really get angry. Minji, held by Yunxi, felt his anger ease a little. He took Yunxi back to their previous spot, told her to stay there, and then continued cleaning the prey. Lance watched their figures turn and walk away, his fingers unconsciously clenched. When did this bad female become so gentle? And she actually looks so pretty now. No wonder Shiyu and the others changed their minds. No wonder they wanted to deceive him. Were they afraid he would change his mind? Or afraid they couldn't compete with him? After all, the little female always liked to climb into his bed. If they are so worried, then if I don't do as they want, wouldn't that waste their effort? Lance left. Yunxi and Minji didn't pay attention to where he went, since he was just an unimportant person. After cleaning the prey, Minji stored everything in his space. Then he picked up Yunxi and placed her on his shoulder. He didn't dare let her walk alone now. They returned to the cave, where Qingling had prepared the food. Yunxi handed the wild vegetables she just picked to Qingling. "Qingling, I want to eat some of these today. Wait a moment, I'll make it for you," Qingling said, taking the vegetables and starting to prepare them quickly. "Why did you go so far?" Shiyu asked from beside them. Yunxi went to pick wild vegetables, and almost fell. "It took a little time," Minji said casually. When Shiyu heard Yunxi almost fell, he became worried and hurried over to check on her. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a little startled. Luckily, someone helped me just now, or I wouldn't know how to face you. I'll be more careful in the future. Do you know who it was?" "I want to thank him. I don't know him. His hair is purple, and he came out of the water. I haven't seen him before." Yunxi remembered that person with long purple hair, even more beautiful than a female. But she didn't dare look closely, mainly because she was afraid Minji would get jealous. Her husband's possessiveness is very strong. Shiryu frowned slightly. "Purple hair? Their tribe doesn't seem to have any orcs with purple hair. However, in his memory, he does know an orc with purple hair, Bran. But Bran is in the ocean. How could he possibly be here? Moreover, Yunxi isn't unfamiliar with Bran. It probably isn't a coincidence." Mingyi looked at Shiryu's furrowed brow and asked coldly, "Is that person suspicious? He really didn't like the way that person looked at Yunxi. I'm not sure. I'll go check now. I'll tell you when I return. Sure, you didn't hesitate. He transformed into a nine-tailed fox and jumped down from the hillside, rushing toward the small river. If that person really is Bran, what is he secretly doing back in the tribe? When Shiryu reached the riverbank, Bran was already gone. Although Shiryu didn't see him, he could still feel a strange aura in the air. It didn't seem like Bran's, but it definitely had the scent of a mermaid. Shiryu felt uneasy and followed the trail along the river toward where the aura disappeared. He wanted to catch up and see who that person really was. On the other side of the cave, Yunxi had filled her stomach, but Shiryu still hadn't appeared. Why hasn't Shiryu come back yet? If he doesn't return soon, Feng Hung will eat all the good food. Yunxi looked a bit confused. It was almost mealtime, and Shiryu had gone out just then. Now, he still hadn't come back. She wondered if something had happened. He probably has something to do. He's such a big beast. Do you still worry about him going hungry? Mingyi said, glancing unconsciously toward the foot of the mountain. It seemed that the person just now was probably suspicious. Otherwise, how could Shiryu not have returned? Purple-haired male, do you two know each other? Mingyi looked at Feng Hung and Qingling, thinking that Shiryu might know that person, so maybe they do too. Feng Hung was gobbling down his food. Without hesitation, he blurted out, Bran. Bran has purple hair. He's a mermaid, but he's already gone back to the sea. Mingyi looked at Yunxi with a hint of curiosity. Is he your beast husband too? Yunxi tried hard to recall her memories of Bran. No matter how hard she tried, she could only remember that he was a merman. She truly couldn't recall anything else. Well, I've already forgotten him. Didn't he leave? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Mingye's mouth, and his tone carried a hint of bitterness. And your other beast husband? Yunxi's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself, oh no, is my husband jealous? But she couldn't blame herself. These were the original owner's beast husbands, not hers. She hadn't intentionally attracted other males. There's also a guy named by something, but I can't remember him. Yunxi felt helpless and close to tears. Her husband looked so fierce. His name is Bai Yi. He's from the White Tiger clan. He's gone back to the Beast King City, Qingling said from beside her. Yes, he grew up with you. You used to like him, Feng Hung added, chiming in. Yunxi couldn't help but glare at Feng Hung, silently begging him to stop talking.
Can't you see?
Mingyi already looks pretty upset. 5 beast husbands, but not a single one is missing, Mingyi said coldly. Although the little female had no feelings for those two, he still felt a bit uncomfortable inside. If he had known earlier, he really should have taken the little female away on their first day. I don't remember what either of those two look like. I don't want them. I can only handle you guys, Yunxi said, feeling overwhelmed. If that person really was Lan's, why did he come back? Was he just checking if she was still here? Just then, Shiryu returned. Mingyi asked directly, is that the mermaid? Shiryu shook his head, looking serious. Not sure. The aura doesn't quite match Lan's. Maybe he just passed by. When I went to the seaside last time, I didn't notice anything unusual about him. Yunxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it wasn't him. If it really was that mermaid, she thought her head might explode. For now, this matter was settled. In the afternoon, except for Shiryu, who went to supervise the construction of the new house, all the other beast husbands stayed at home to help make cured meat. Even Yunxi didn't take a nap today. She stood to the side, calmly directing Feng Hung and Mingyi. Qingling didn't need her to worry, but he only had 2 hands and couldn't finish all the work alone. Yunxi watched Minji cut the meat and couldn't help but remind him, Minji, you should cut the meat more evenly. That way, it will absorb the marinade better. Minji looked down at the strips of meat, which were fairly uniform in size, and fell silent. Is that all? The little female is still worried about the size. In his view, he could swallow a piece in one bite. Feng Hung, don't get the spices all over the place. There might not be enough later, Yunxi also reminded Feng Hung. Yunxi had spent a whole day in the forest gathering these spices, searching for a long time to find everything. She couldn't afford to waste any. Soon, With everyone's help, all the meat was coated with seasoning and neatly placed in a large wooden basin. Yunshi clapped her hands happily and nodded. Next, let the meat marinate for a few days, then dry and smoke it. Properly made, this cured meat can last a whole year. Qingling carried the marinated meat back to the cave, muttering, "Don't worry about the rest. The little fox will come out in a month." "No one worries about things more than you do." Yunshi followed Qingling, smiling, and explained, "I know. I just don't want the meat to go to waste. You see, I often go hungry in my dreams, so I cherish food even more. I won't let you go hungry in the future." Qingling didn't know exactly what Yunshi experienced in her dreams, but from her words, he could tell it was probably tough. Yes, I know you all are capable. Hurry up and come out. Let's go eat watermelon." Yunshi remembered the watermelon still in the wooden tub, which should be chilled enough now. Feng Hung quickly moved the watermelon out of the tub. "Yunshi, come quickly, let's eat watermelon." Xiu would only return when the sun set, so Yunshi had set aside a big piece for him. Good things should be shared with everyone. The watermelon was cold and refreshing. Yunshi couldn't help but eat another piece. If it weren't for her concern about the baby in her belly, she would have loved to have 2 more slices. The black seeds of the watermelon were carefully collected by Qingling. Next year, after winter ends, he planned to plant a whole field of watermelons for Yunshi. While the watermelon is still cold and refreshing, Yunshi plans to deliver it to Xiu and also check on how their new house is coming along. Yunshi sits on Qingling's back, and the two head toward the new house. From afar, Yunshi sees the tall figure beside the new wooden house. At this moment, Xiu is working with the tribe members to build the house. Yunshi calls out happily to that figure, "Xiu." Hearing the familiar voice, Xiu looks up and sees Yunshi's smiling eyes. Xiu quickly jumps down from the small wooden house and walks over to Yunshi. "Yunshi, why are you here?" He gently lifts Yunshi down from Qingling's back. Qingling also turns back into a human form and smiles, saying, "She brought you watermelon." Yunshi smiles and hands the basket to Xiu. "It's still cold. Eat it quickly. I want to see how the new house is coming along." Xiu puts the watermelon Yunshi brought into his mouth. It's cool and sweet, and of course, even sweeter because it was given by his beloved. Seeing his wife personally bringing him food, the tribe members around look at him with envy. It's not just envy of the watermelon, but of how lucky Xiu is to have such a good wife. Currently, Yunshi is the most popular person in the Beichuan tribe. Forget about her past. Now Yunshi is known as a kind and good young woman. She is beautiful, has a good temper, and treats her beast husband very well. They've heard that Yunshi's beast husband never fights. Even that wandering tribesman is very obedient under Yunshi's care. "Yunshi, that's a mistake. I am the one who is well managed." Yunshi looks at the unfinished small wooden house, her eyes full of surprise. She didn't expect Xiu to really build the house according to the plans. "Xiu, you've worked hard these days. The small house looks great. I really like it." Yunshi turns around, smiling happily at Xiu, full of admiration and gratitude. "I'm glad you like it. Be careful, these parts still need some finishing." Xiu reminds her from behind. Seeing Yunshi's happy expression, he feels a deep sense of achievement.
Got it.
"I'll just take a look. You all keep working. I won't disturb you." It's not that Yunshi doesn't want to watch, but she only looked for a short while before all the tribe members stopped what they were doing and stared at her. "Well, go find Qinghe to play. I'll call you when I'm done." Yunshi nodded and got back on Qingling's beast form. The two headed toward the tribe square. Her friend Qinghe is about to have a baby, so she has been behaving well lately and hasn't gone out to play. Yunshi took this chance to visit her, to prevent her from feeling bored. When they arrived at the tribe square, Yunshi saw Luiying scolding her beast husband nearby. The beast husband didn't dare to say a word. Luiying saw Yunshi and Qingling together and felt upset. She started scolding her beast husband again. People around couldn't help but shake their heads. Although Yunshi loves to watch gossip, she doesn't like Luiying's gossip. Recently, everyone in the tribe has been comparing her to Luiying. Plus, Luiying is very obsessed with Qingling. Neither of them likes each other much. Yunshi isn't interested in their fuss at all. But her friend, Chingha, didn't care. As long as there was gossip to watch, she would be the first to join. Sure enough, she was pregnant and watching happily from the side. Luochi and her other two beast husbands were busy nearby, worried that the little one might get hurt while watching. Chingha saw Yunshi arrive and quickly called her over to join the gossip. At first, Yunshi wasn't very interested, but Chingha's lively energy was contagious, and she became a bit interested. "What are you watching? You look so excited." Chingha invited Yunshi to sit down and eagerly explained, "It's Lu Ying. I don't know what's wrong with her lately. She keeps scolding her beast husband. Just now, she was upset because he picked a sour fruit, and she started yelling at him in the square." Chingha shook her head as she spoke. Yunshi found it hard to believe and said, "I remember she wasn't so fierce before. That was before. Now she's getting even fiercer." Chingha shrugged and continued, "Her beast husband doesn't dare to say anything and just endures it." Yunshi asked, "What if he doesn't want to endure anymore?" Mystery shrouded, Chingha quietly approached Yunshi and whispered, "If you can't bear it, Lu Ying will let other mates teach him a lesson. I heard that just a few days ago, several mates teamed up to discipline him." Yunshi didn't speak, as this was a result of the society's hierarchy where females are considered superior. Most families are like this. If a wife is disrespected, it might lead to a beating or even loss of life. Seeing Yunshi's lack of interest, Chingha lost her curiosity too. She took Yunshi's hand and headed toward the cave. "Yunshi, don't you think we're living backwards now? Look at Lu Ying, then at me and you. Even Luochi is learning from your mate." Yunshi teased, "I can't see what makes you unhappy." "Maybe so." "Yunshi, are your family members really not fighting?" Chingha couldn't help but gossip about her friends. "Why would they fight?" Yunshi asked, a bit confused. Her family members get along very well. Chingha was momentarily speechless. Every family has some disagreements. "You're so impressive, Yunshi. Everyone envies your mate. I've never seen such harmony among males." Yunshi shyly scratched her head. "It wasn't just her doing. Everyone just respects each other. As long as you treat everyone fairly, they won't compete or fight. That can avoid many problems." Chingha believed deeply in Yunshi's words. "So I learned from you too. They don't have conflicts. Even Luochi and others try to learn from your mates, always wanting to control me. When I have cubs, I want to show them who the head of the family really is." Yunshi secretly smiled, knowing that she and Chingha were both tightly controlled by their mates. But compared to other young females, their family atmosphere was truly good. Other males in the tribe often came to learn from their mates. Yunshi and Chingha exchanged smiles. Being managed by someone else was actually another form of love. Both of them liked this way of life. Truly, they were good friends. They were just alike. Yunshi and Chingha chatted for a while longer. When the sunset faded, Shiyu arrived at the tribe square. The three of them followed the last rays of the sunset back to the cave. Windhung and Mingyi are busy by the stove. Although their cooking skills are not as good as Qingling's, they have learned enough to make some edible food. "I'm back. Dinner will be ready soon," Mingyi says, glancing at Yunshi, then continues working hard. After so long, this is the first time Mingyi has taken the initiative to prepare food. Usually, Qingling handles this, so others rarely get a chance. Mingyi is making meat porridge and Windhung is cooking gugu beast with mushrooms. Seeing their confident expressions, it seems their dishes should taste pretty good. But as expected, the results are a bit off. Mingye's meat porridge is a little salty, clearly too much salt. Windhung's gugu beast with mushrooms is too bland. Can't you just average the flavors? But since both beast husbands are working so hard, Yunshi still kindly accepts their efforts and finishes the meal to encourage them. Ever since Mingyi tasted success and was noticed by Shiryu has started to act again. Whenever he gets a chance, he tries to flirt with Yunshi in different ways, and Yunshi can't resist. However, they keep things moderate and don't cause any big trouble, just a little taste. It seems Windhung and Qingling overheard something from the corner, so these days, Qingling and Windhung have also started to flirt with Yunshi. To keep things fair, Yunshi can only satisfy them one by one. Tonight, it's Windhung's turn again. Maybe because the weather is so hot and stuffy, Yunxi surprisingly has trouble sleeping. Tossing and turning, Wind Hung beside her feels a bit unnecessary, and Yunxi starts to find him a little annoying. He's hot and sticky, like a clingy little beast, constantly sticking to her. Wind Hung, please stay away from me. You're too hot, Yunxi says, gently pushing him. Wind Hung obediently moves his hand away from her waist, looking a little sad. Should I go get some ice to bring in? Yunxi hesitates and replies, forget it. Qingling is probably already asleep. Don't bother him. Then I won't get close to you. You should sleep quickly. Although Wind Hung no longer presses against her, his eyes are still fixed on Yunxi, looking longing. Wind Hung, poor baby is sad, but won't say anything. Yunxi feels a bit helpless. She doesn't want to upset Wind Hung, but it's really too hot. Anyway, I can't sleep now, so let's change the subject and chat. Feng Hung, can you still collect your feather silk from your bird tribe? When Yunxi asked about the feather silk, Feng Hung successfully changed the subject. Usually, feather silk isn't used for trading. But if you want, Yunxi, I can find some time to go back to my tribe. My father still has some. Are your bird tribe far from here? Do you miss home? Yunxi was curious. He had never heard Feng Hung talk about his family. Not too far. Maybe 4 or 5 days round trip. I haven't tried going yet. Yunxi, this place is my home. I don't miss my family at all. Feng Hung shrugged and said, clearly not wanting to go back. Yunxi couldn't help but smile and teased. I remember you used to have a fight with your family. If you go back now, do you think you'll get scolded? Feng Hung sighed softly, looking a bit lonely, and said gloomily, actually, at first, the tribe chose someone else, my older brother. But he didn't want to go, so the tribe sent me instead. I was just a grown-up. I felt really resistant back then. My brother was more suitable, but they made me go. Feng Hung didn't understand back then why their high priest agreed to the old Beast King's request. Their bird tribe didn't rely on the Beast King city, but the high priest insisted on agreeing to the old Beast King's demands. He had no other choice at the time and had to accept it. That's why he was so resistant when he first arrived at the Beast King's palace. Didn't you try to resist? Yunxi asked. Of course I did. But resistance was useless. No one argued with the high priest. Feng Hung smiled suddenly and said, luckily, resisting didn't work, or I wouldn't have met you, Yunxi. After saying that, Feng Hung couldn't help but lean closer to Yunxi. Why are you coming closer again? It's so hot. Yunxi pushed Feng Hung away because he was really hot. Yunxi, I want to say something. Feng Hung looked at Yunxi with a sad expression, full of longing. Yunxi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. His little phoenix was also good at changing the subject. See how quickly the topic shifted. Looking at Feng Hung's expression, Yunxi finally softened his heart. Who else makes her little phoenix bird so good at acting spoiled? She can easily melt her heart and have a good night's sleep. During this time, Yunxi's family was busy preparing various cured meats for the winter season. Outside the cave, strips of smoked meat were neatly hung up. The strong aroma attracted passing tribe members, who couldn't help but stop and ask about it. When everyone learned that these cured meats could last a whole year, their excitement grew. They hurried to the leader's residence, asking the leader to come out and teach them how Yunxi's family made the cured meat. After hearing this, Yunxi arranged Qingling and Feng Hung to go to the tribe's square and give a live demonstration. Once the teaching was over, the entire Beichuan tribe became lively. People formed groups to hunt wild animals in the forest, and every household started storing meat to make more cured meat. Everyone understood that these cured meats were essential for the winter. With them, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of meat during the cold season. They felt more confident they could safely get through the long winter. Meanwhile, the small cabin was almost finished, and Feng Hung started making and polishing furniture according to Yunxi's instructions. During this time, Yunxi's friend Xinghe successfully gave birth to a pair of little wolf pups. The tiny creatures were covered in soft black fur, curled up together, looking adorable. Yunxi couldn't help but find them very cute. She was also looking forward to the 2 little ones growing inside her. As a gentle rain began to fall, the intense heat of summer finally started to fade. Yunchi realized that the world was divided into roughly 4 seasons: the rainy season, summer, the light rain season, and finally winter. With the first rain after summer, the light rain season officially began. It was short, lasting about 20 days, then gradually transitioned into winter. When snow started to fall, winter was truly here. Yunchi looked at the light rain outside the cave and sighed again. It had been raining for 2 days straight. She was ordered to stay inside the cave and hadn't gone out during this entire time. Xiyu, Fengheng, Qingling, and others went to the small cabin to finish the last preparations. Minji stayed in the cave to take care of Yunchi. As for why Minji stayed behind, it was because only he could truly control the little female. Yunchi boredly watched the rain outside the cave, then turned to Minji and asked, "Minji, how long will this rain last?" Minji knew that the little female was bored, but since the rain made the road slippery and she was about to give birth, he didn't dare let her go out. "It won't be long. After the rain stops, the temperature will gradually drop. When the snow begins to fall, it will officially be winter." "I see," Yunchi nodded thoughtfully. Then she asked, "Are you going to hibernate during winter?" "I will hold on a bit longer. When the time comes, I will go to the first mountain cave we found to hibernate. When winter ends, I will come back." Although Minji didn't want to leave Yunchi, he had no choice. As winter approached and temperatures dropped, his body functions would be greatly affected, making it hard to stay fully alert like usual. If he forced himself to stay awake, his energy would run out quickly. To keep his energy balanced, he had to go into hibernation. "Besides the water pool, where else can I enter that mountain cave? I will tell Xiyu the location. If there's something he can't handle, I will ask him to wake me up. Don't worry, I will stay until after you give birth and your body recovers before I leave." Yunchi felt warm inside and buried her whole head into Minji's chest, softly saying, "Husband, I will miss you." Minji gently wrapped his arms around Yunchi's waist and pretended to be jealous, saying, "You will miss me? Maybe you'll be happy inside." Finally free from anyone's control, Yunchi playfully stuck out her tongue and grinned. "You found out." Actually, Yunchi liked being cared for. It wasn't that she lacked opinions, but since she was young, no one had looked after her. She was used to relying on herself. Now that she finally felt like she had a family here, even though she was being watched over, it was because everyone cared about her. She was happy to accept it. "Then I will ask Xiyu to watch over you. Winter is too cold, food is hard to find, and it's easy to get sick. If the cubs and females aren't careful, they could lose their lives during winter." Is it really that cold? Yunchi couldn't help but shiver inside. She was most afraid of the cold. "Definitely.
Just stay at home then."
"They probably won't let you freeze." Knight said this and suddenly became unhappy. All 3 of them had thick fur. During the hot season, they were not popular, but in the cold season, furry monsters were the most loved. Those 3 monsters got a good deal. Especially the wolf monster, who had the advantage in both hot and cold seasons. "Qingling, I haven't seen Yanji win against you either." Yunchi couldn't help but laugh and gently rubbed Minji's handsome face. She said, "Are you jealous too? What do you think?" "I need your comfort." Minji raised an eyebrow, looking at Yunchi with anticipation. Since it was almost the cold season, he needed to find more chances to get some benefits. Otherwise, how would he get through the long cold season? Yunchi shook her head helplessly. "How can I comfort you? The baby is about to be born. You can't be naughty now." Minji gently bit Yunchi's corner of her mouth. "Then I'll owe you for now." All right, I get it. Owe me if you want. Anyway, the more debts, the less worried he would be." The 2 of them lingered in the cave for a while until the other 3 came back. "Yunchi, I'm back. We've decorated the small cabin, and we can move in once the weather clears." Someone's loud voice first reached the cave before they arrived. Yunchi heard the approaching footsteps and hurriedly broke free from Minji's embrace. If they saw her with Minji now, she would have to comfort them one by one. Minji was a bit unhappy. He reached out and pulled the female back into his arms, gently biting her collarbone to leave his scent before finally releasing Yunchi. Yunchi rolled her eyes helplessly. Minji's possessiveness really left her speechless. Xiyu was the first to come in, carrying a small basket filled with rain-dampened fruits. "I just saw some fruits picked by the tribe. I traded a few with them. Want to try some? Shiyu's face still wore a gentle smile. He automatically blocked Minji from Yunxi's side, picked a fruit carefully, wiped it clean, and then personally offered it to Yunxi's mouth. Then, he naturally squatted down, reached out to touch Yunxi's belly, and interacted with the two little ones inside. This had become his daily routine. Are the little ones naughty today? Fortunately, I am okay, but my belly has grown larger, and I feel a bit tired. When Qinghe was born, my belly was not as big as it is now, and the two little wolf cubs were still small. The little fox inside my belly might be getting too fat from your care, and it might be hard to give birth later. She feels a little worried. In this world, there are no advanced tools to check on the baby inside her, so she doesn't know how things are going. She thinks maybe she has been eating too well lately, and the baby has gotten too big from the extra nutrition. Shiryu looks at Yunxi's belly, which is indeed bigger than that of other pregnant females. He can't help but feel a little worried too. I will go see the healer later to ask for advice, so we can prepare in advance. Yunxi, don't be afraid, Shiryu says while holding her hand, trying to comfort her. It's impossible for her not to be afraid. This is her first time giving birth. She never thought she would have a little fox, especially a nine-tailed fox. Seeing the two beast husbands look worried, Yunxi remembers a classic question and can't help but tease them. By the way, I have a question for you. If there's a crisis, would you save the bigger or the smaller one? What do you mean, save the big or the small? You are the most important, Shiryu answers without hesitation. Mingyi taps Yunxi's head, scolding her gently. He's always lost in wild thoughts. No one can compare to you, not even the baby. Tomorrow, I will go to the Sunset Forest to gather some 8th rank beast crystals, just in case. Yunxi, don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to you, Mingyi says sincerely. Yunxi looks at Mingyi with gratitude, feeling warm inside. This is the full sense of security her big husband gives her. Shiryu also feels touched inside. People say snake beasts are cold-blooded, but Mingyi's care for the two babies is just as much as that of a real father beast. Mingyi, thank you, Shiryu says sincerely. I'm only doing this for Yunxi. Don't get the wrong idea, Mingyi snorts. I know. So, thank you anyway, Shiryu replies with a smile. After being with Mingyi for a long time, he understands that Mingyi only seems cold on the surface. The reason everyone can live peacefully together is because of mutual respect and understanding. Of course, Yunxi's contribution is the greatest. Just then, Feng Heng's voice comes in again. Yunxi, I'm back again. It turns out that just after Feng Heng finished speaking and hadn't yet come in to see Yunxi, he was sent by Qingling to pick some wild scallions by the small river. Now he's just returned. Yunxi, when I passed by the small river earlier, I saw that the potatoes in the field are about the size of a quail egg. Are they about to be ready? Feng Heng had just gone to look for wild scallions by the river and happened to see a potato plant with small potatoes beginning to peek out from the soil. As soon as Feng Heng returned, he couldn't wait to share this good news with Yunxi. These potatoes were planted together by them. Feng Heng carefully observes the growth of the potato plants every day because Yunxi likes potatoes so much. He puts in a lot of effort. Really? I want to go see. Yunxi was drawn in by Feng Heng's excitement. She cares just as much about the potatoes, sweet potatoes, and peppers she planted as Feng Heng and Qingling do. Yunxi eagerly looks at Mingyi. Since her husband hasn't spoken, no one else dares to take her to see. Mingyi nods helplessly and says, when the weather clears, I'll take you. But right now it's raining, so don't even think about it. Exactly. You're pregnant now, so you can't be careless, Feng Heng said seriously for once. All right, Yunxi agrees, looking at the gentle rain outside the hole. She can only accept it. It's exciting, but her baby inside her is more important. Qingling comes in carrying the prepared food, smiling and says, our sweet potatoes are also ripening. Soon, we'll harvest them. And the peppers you planted are starting to bear fruit. Really? Qingling, have you checked? Qingling hands the food to Yunxi. Today's busy, so I made you some green pepper stir-fried pork. The green peppers I just picked from the field, they just started to fruit, so they're still small. They need a few more days. Yunxi's eyes light up as she stares at the bowl of green pepper stir-fry. Her throat moves involuntarily, and she almost starts drooling. I definitely want to try some. As soon as she finishes speaking, Yunxi eagerly picks up a chopstick and puts a bite in her mouth. Sure enough, the vegetables she grew herself taste better. Yunxi feels she can eat another bowl of rice. Next year, I want to plant more crops, including corn, wheat, and rice. I will grow these myself, so we will have plenty of food. Also, the cold season is coming, so our family should prepare more grains. When I have babies, I will cook delicious food for you all, guaranteed to be the best you've ever had. Really? Yunxi, I love your cooking the most. I want to be the first to try it, okay? Feng Heng is no longer a little chatterbox but has become a real foodie. Alright, I'll let you be the first to taste test. I'm not afraid of tasting something bad. Besides, Yunxi, your food can't be poisonous. It's always the most delicious. Humph, you're smart to know that. Yunxi, I like how Feng Heng always praises you. Being young has its advantages. Yunxi, eat quickly. After you finish, I'll give you a massage. Feng Heng is trying to please Yunxi in his own way. Seeing Feng Heng's eager attitude, the other three beast husbands couldn't help but shake their heads. They found it hard to watch how much Feng Heng is now trying to flatter the young lady. They wondered who he learned this from, but none of them could do it. Finally, on the fourth day, the continuous drizzle stopped. The rain cleared, and the sun shone through the thin clouds, casting a golden light. Yunxi was very happy because she could finally go outside the cave to play. The first thing she did was ask Mingyi to take her to the small river. She wanted to see the potatoes she planted. Just like when she first planted potatoes, the whole family went out together. Yunxi sat securely on Mingyi's shoulder as he carried her. When they reached the potato field, Yunxi immediately saw the potato seedling Feng Heng mentioned. Sure enough, at the base of the plant, a small potato was peeking out of the ground, and it looked quite big. It's grown so big. Yunxi's eyes were full of wonder. The soil here must be very fertile, because the potatoes are growing faster than on Blue Star. Should we dig up a couple to see? As soon as Yunxi finished speaking, Feng Heng eagerly reached out his paw and started digging the soil. In no time, he dug out several potatoes of different sizes. Yunxi's eyes lit up. She didn't expect these potatoes to be as big as her fist. I've decided. Tonight, we'll have potato stew with meat. Feng Heng, dig a few more holes, please, Yunxi cheerfully ordered. Without hesitation, Feng Heng and Qingling immediately started working hard. Even Shiryu joined in digging. The three handsome men bent over, digging with focus. Their serious look was quite attractive. If Yunxi weren't pregnant, she would also join in digging. That evening, they ate all kinds of potatoes, stewed potatoes with meat, shredded potatoes, potato pancakes, all served on the table. Yunxi felt very satisfied again. The next day, Yunxi's family took advantage of the clear weather to move into the small wooden house. Yunxi sat on the big bed, quietly watching the beast husbands pack their belongings. She felt a mix of emotions. She remembered when they first arrived, the cave was very poor. Now, looking around, the corners of the cave were filled with various grains, neatly tied bundles of animal skins, and handmade furniture. Seeing these things, Yunxi felt a sense of having a rich home. Fortunately, Mingyi and Shiryu both had space magic. They packed all the items into their space, so when they arrived at the new home, they could organize everything properly. After living in the cave for a few months, Yunxi couldn't help but feel a little reluctant to leave. But as soon as she thought about moving into the new wooden house, her reluctance disappeared instantly. Once everything was packed, Yunxi sat on Shiryu's back, and the whole family headed toward the new wooden house. When they arrived, Mingyi and Shiryu took out all the necessary items from their space. The small wooden house was suddenly filled with all kinds of belongings. The family quickly got busy tidying and organizing. Qingling took various kitchen tools to the new kitchen. Seeing the brand new stove, stone table, and wooden cabinets, Qingling's eyes were full of joy. The new environment was much better than before. Thinking about cooking delicious food for Yunxi here in the future, Qingling's lips curled into a slight smile. Qingling placed the stone pot on the stove and arranged wooden bowls, chopsticks, and plates into the cabinets. Meanwhile, Shiryu was busy moving food into the cellar. Yunxi said that the cellar's low temperature could better preserve food. It was specially built according to her instructions. The temperature inside is indeed a bit lower than on the ground. Feng Heng led Yunxi to the second floor, looking excited as he took her to the largest room there. This room not only overlooks the tribe square but also connects to a terrace and even has a bathroom. Do you like it? This is the room we prepared for you. I personally polished all the furniture, Feng Heng said proudly. He never thought he could decorate such a beautiful room himself. Yunxi nodded, noticing that the beast husbands put a lot of effort into it. The room is indeed very lovely. I like it. You all did a great job. Yunxi, can I choose my room first later? I want to stay next to you, Feng Heng asked. He's always been particular about choosing his room, worried that Yunxi might let him stay in the farthest one. He's been trying to please her these past few days. If they agree, I have no problem, Yunxi replied, not wanting to favor anyone. She mainly worried that Feng Heng, being the weakest, might be targeted by the other three if she showed favoritism. Oh no, I can't compete with Mingyi and Shiryu, Feng Heng said, looking downcast and sad. Qingling teased, it's like you think you can beat me. Seeing Feng Heng's gloomy face, Yunxi couldn't help but smile. She turned around happily to explore the other rooms. She didn't understand what Feng Heng was worried about. No matter which room he stayed in, she would treat everyone fairly. After the tour on the second floor of the small wooden house, there are 4 rooms and 3 on the first floor. She needed to think carefully about how to arrange the rooms. Once everyone was settled, Qingling prepared dinner for the night. The family sat around the long table, beginning their first dinner in the new home. Thank you all for your hard work today. From now on, this will be our home, Yunxi said happily. She then gave Shiryu a piece of meat and continued, this house is so beautiful, and it wouldn't be possible without Shiryu's help. Thank you, my big fox. It's not a problem. As long as you like it, I'm happy. I've been busy building the new house and haven't helped much with other things at home. Sorry for the trouble, everyone, Shiryu said with a smile. This small wooden house wasn't built by him alone. Cloud, she smiled happily and also took a piece of meat, placing it into Feng Heng's bowl. Thanks to my little phoenix bird, our home has such beautiful furniture. You also played a big part. Feng Heng's eyes lit up immediately, and he asked eagerly, can I be the first to choose a room later? As soon as he finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes looked sharply at Feng Heng, making him feel nervous and lose some confidence. Seeing this, Yunxi quickly looked at Qingling, also ready to reward him. Recently, my big tail wolf has been working hard too. Not only does he take care of the 3 meals a day at home, but he also sometimes prepares delicious food for the helping tribes. He's really been busy. Qingling's lips curled slightly, and a sly look flashed in his eyes. Can I also choose a room first later? Yunxi didn't answer, only chuckled awkwardly. Finally, Yunxi placed a fresh, juicy piece of meat into Mingya's bowl. Thanks for your hard work, Big Snake. You go on forest adventures every day, and having so much food at home is all thanks to you. Mingyi snorted coldly, and this little female's bowl was really balanced. After praising everyone's efforts, Yunxi cleared her throat and prepared to talk about the main event tonight, the room assignments. I just looked upstairs. There are 4 rooms and 3 rooms downstairs. The room connected to the balcony belongs to me. Is that okay? All the beasts agreed. Of course, no problem. The best room should be yours. Seeing everyone agree, Yunxi continued, as for the room next to mine. She deliberately stretched her voice and paused, with all 4 pairs of eyes fixed on her, eager to know how she, as the wife, would assign the rooms. Yunxi saw this and slowly said, I've decided to leave that room empty. You all have no objections, right? The beasts, actually we do have objections this time. Yunxi, I want to stay in that room, Feng Heng said sadly. Yunxi didn't dare to agree outright, since the others were also watching her. She had to keep things fair. Feng Heng, be good. We won't stay in that room. It's left empty, and no one will stay there. Yunxi had already planned who would get that room. The wooden house's soundproofing was worse than a cave. She didn't want to do anything that the neighboring beast husband might overhear, as that could cause trouble later. Her room is below the living room. If the neighboring room is unoccupied, it can help block some noise. Then I'll stay in the room next to yours. Feng Heng saw that the other nearby room was no longer an option, so he looked at the next one over, which was still closest to Yunqi. If no one else has objections, I don't either. Maybe you should ask everyone. She left the question to Feng Heng so she wouldn't have to worry about unfair distribution. Feng Heng didn't dare ask, afraid everyone would want to hit him. In the end, Yunqi used a fair method, drawing lots, to decide. Fortunately, Feng Heng had good luck and drew the room he wanted. He was so happy he immediately jumped up, but then received cold looks from the other 3 beast husbands. He shivered in fear and quickly calmed down. Mingyi also drew a room on the 2nd floor, while Shiryu and Qingling got rooms on the 1st floor. Everyone outwardly agreed with the result. However, Yunqi noticed that the slight smile on Shiryu and Mingye's faces seemed a bit strange. After a busy day, Yunqi was a little tired and urged everyone to rest early. Shiryu naturally accompanied Yunqi back to her room, claiming it was for bedtime interaction with the little one, but in reality, he was just seeking comfort from Yunqi. He was unlucky to have drawn the room farthest from Yunqi, so he naturally wanted to get some comfort from her. Yunqi, can I stay here tonight? Shiryu gently rubbed against Yunqi's ear, even showing off his beautiful tail, all just to get onto Yunqi's bed tonight. Although the little female had a rest day, with a baby about to be born, the beast husbands couldn't let her sleep alone for her safety. As for who would stay, it all depended on who was quickest to act. Before Yunqi could agree, Qingling pushed open the door. Qingling had just finished washing and still had some water on her. Although the weather wasn't as hot as before, the sun had been out today, so it was still a little warm. Yunqi, I feel cool now. Qingling openly showed her purpose. Yunqi was actually a bit tempted. Although Shiryu was charming, she couldn't do anything now and needed to prioritize comfortable sleep. But she didn't dare choose anyone yet, as everyone was watching her closely. Soon after, Mingyi also strolled in slowly. His clothes hung loosely on his body, perfectly revealing his 8-pack abs. He glanced sideways at Qingling and Shiryu and said coldly, "Go downstairs and sleep. Do you want to break the rules on the first day?" Rules? What rules? Today isn't a work day. Shiryu didn't move, and Qingling naturally didn't either. Mingyi wouldn't move either. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Maybe you should play rock, paper, scissors, Yunqi whispered. No, I don't want to play. I'm not lucky. Mingyi refused immediately. Before, everyone played this game to decide who would wash the dishes. Mingyi kept losing for some reason. Maybe, as he said, his good luck was all used up on meeting Yunqi, so he kept losing at this game. Luckily, washing dishes was a small matter. He had beast crystals in his hand, and the other 3, seeing the crystals, were happy to help him. But now, since it involved benefits, even more crystals probably wouldn't help, so he refused to play. This plan was rejected, and Yunqi had no other ideas. He could only stay silent, his gaze flickering among the 3, feeling a bit helpless but also amused. How about a fight? The 2 of you go together, save time. Mingyi raised an eyebrow and looked at Shiryu and Qingling. Shiryu. Isn't this just bullying? They're not fools. If they accept, they won't get to cuddle with a little girl, and they might even get beaten up. Only a fool would agree. Yunqi felt a bit helpless and decided to sleep alone. Maybe you 3 should discuss it. Zai said he's sleepy, so I'll go to bed first, Yunqi yawned. He didn't want to join the fight. Sleeping was better. Discuss what? I want to join too. Feng Heng peeked in from outside the door. He just finished washing up and wondered why no one was around. Turns out they all came to Yunqi. He's also part of the family. How could he be left out? Yunqi felt a headache and quickly pushed the men outside. Take your time discussing. I'll sleep alone tonight. With a slap, Yunqi closed the wooden door. It was peaceful earlier, but now, for some reason, everyone seemed eager to compete. Yunqi lay back on the new, spacious, and comfortable wooden bed. The wooden bed was covered with thick hay, large animal skins, and a handmade animal skin blanket by Yunshi. It was full of the warmth of home. Yunshi comfortably lay on the bed, confident she would sleep well tonight. Half asleep, Yunshi felt herself being gently embraced by strong arms. That familiar cool touch told her without looking that her husband, Mingyi, had come. "Did you win tonight?" Yunshi mumbled sleepily. She instinctively moved closer to Mingyi's chest, enjoying the coolness of his body as she liked to sleep close to him. "I snuck in. They don't know," he whispered.
Oh, I see.
"Then I won't know either. Husband, hold me and let's sleep." Yunshi playfully snuggled further into Mingyi's arms. Usually, she only called him husband when they were alone. Mingyi enjoyed hearing her call him that. Her soft voice made his heart feel warm and gentle. "Sleep now. I'll go back when morning comes," he said softly. Yunshi responded with a gentle mm, and then relaxed into his embrace, falling asleep comfortably. Sure enough, early the next morning, Mingyi returned to his room. When Shiryu came in as usual, he immediately sensed Mingyi's presence and felt a bit wronged. Yesterday, Mingyi acted like the top beast husband, telling everyone to go back to sleep, but secretly sneaked into Yunshi's room. He still got the closest room, even though he was supposed to be the farthest away. Shiryu suddenly remembered that tonight might be Mingyi's turn again, and he couldn't help but get a little jealous, demanding several kisses from Yunshi. Before Shiryu could finish, Qingling and Fengheng also arrived, copying Shiryu and asking for their share of affection. When the troublemaker Mingyi finally appeared, everyone quickly made excuses and hurried away. After they left, Mingyi pointed to his lips and said, "I want some too." Yunshi looked at him a bit speechlessly. Didn't he already kiss her when he left this morning? Was he still not satisfied? Though she thought this, Yunshi still went along with Mingyi's request. "He's handsome. What's wrong with a few more kisses?" After packing up, the two of them went downstairs together. Qingling and she were in the kitchen preparing food, while Fengheng went back to the cave, saying he was moving the grapes and strawberries to a new spot. A new day began, and everyone was busy with their own tasks. Minji took Shiyu to the Sunset Forest. Although Shiyu was not yet at level 8, he was a top level 7. When they worked together, they could collect more beast crystals of level 8. Last time, Minji worked alone all day and only managed to gather 2 level 8 beast crystals, which was quite difficult. With Shiyu helping, they could do better. Meanwhile, Yunshi took advantage of the clear weather to instruct Qingling and Fengheng to harvest the potatoes from the field. They didn't want the orcs from the tribe to see and get jealous. If Yunshi's family didn't worry about the level 8 beast in their home, they might have taken many potatoes already. Qinghe also came along with her newly born little wolf pup. Seeing the big potatoes being dug out of the ground, Qinghe was even more excited than Yunshi. "Yunshi, next year I want to plant potatoes too. Can you save some seeds for me? I'll trade you some beast meat." "Sure, next year we'll plant together. I was just trying it out this year, and it looks successful. Next year I want to grow more." "Okay. I'll ask your beast husband to teach Roki and the others." "Yunshi, your wooden house is so pretty. When the snow melts next year, I'll build a wooden house next to yours." Qinghe looked dreamily at her, finally getting closer to Yunshi's home. Soon, she could eat melons with her friends. Thinking about eating melons, Qinghe quickly moved closer to Yunshi, glanced around and whispered, "Yunshi, have you heard? The beast husband we saw at the square, the one with the firefly, was found dead in the forest a few days ago." Yunshi looked surprised. She hadn't heard about this. It had been rainy these days, and she hadn't left the cave. Her beast husband wasn't the type to enjoy gossip. "What happened? Tell me more." Yunshi's curiosity was piqued. "I heard that the firefly destroyed the male beast's mark." Qinghe frowned, with a hint of regret on her face, and continued, "That male was hit by a backlash from his beast mark and dropped to level 2. He was also chased out of the cave by the firefly. Later, somehow, he was found dead in the forest the next day. It's so sad. He originally had 5th level strength. If his beast mark hadn't been destroyed, he probably wouldn't have died in the forest. Why did she destroy the beast mark?" Yunshi still remembers Lu Ying and didn't see her as such a cruel little female. Who knows? No one heard of the male doing anything wrong. Anyway, from now on, we shouldn't play with her. She's a bad female. I already didn't play with her. I didn't expect that destroying the beast mark would cause such a backlash, making his strength drop so much. Going into the forest would be like sending himself to danger. Yes, now that they are mates, if you don't like him anymore, just pretend he doesn't exist. Destroying the beast mark is like killing him. I heard that the male goes to the forest every day to hunt the freshest food for Luing. But he gets nothing and ends up losing his life. He became more and more excited, feeling angry about what happened to the male. He didn't do anything wrong. Why does Luing treat him like that? The two young women argued happily about it. Meanwhile, some males working nearby stayed silent. They had heard a little about this. They felt sorry for the male, but secretly they also felt lucky that their own wives were such good females. Especially he's 3 mates. Because of Yunxi, their little female was different from others, no unruly or unreasonable behavior. In their home, they held a certain status. He was very respectful to them. Their family was also admired by the tribe, just like Yunxi's family. On the way back, Yunxi sat on Qingling's back and asked, "Qingling, is it really that dangerous when the beast mark is destroyed?" Yes, it affects males greatly. So, once a male mates, he usually listens to his wife's commands. Besides wanting to have his own children, the beast mark also keeps him in check. Yunxi pondered and asked further. If someone else destroys the beast mark, will there be backlash too? No. Only if the wife herself destroys it is it considered betrayal. Others' actions don't count. The beast god has his own judgment. Yunxi, if I do something wrong, you can tell me. I will change. Please, don't destroy my beast mark, Feng Heng suddenly said. Yunxi rolled her eyes at him. What was this silly kid thinking? What are you daydreaming about? I just wanted to understand. Don't worry, as long as you don't betray me, I won't destroy the beast mark. Hee. How could I betray you? I'm not that foolish. You're such a good wife. Everyone envies me. But Feng Heng isn't just flattering. Right now, everyone in the tribe admires him, and some even come to learn from him. When he got home, Feng Heng put all the potatoes into the cellar. Qingling went to prepare food for Yunxi. She's truly a good partner. No wonder Mingyi trusts her to take care of Yunxi. Qingling really has no flaws in this regard. Yunxi stayed in the kitchen with Qingling to prepare food. Today, Mingyi and Shiyu wouldn't be back, so Qingling didn't need to prepare as much. Still, he made several dishes that Yunxi liked. Qingling, you made so much. I can't eat it all. Just this much. Where's too much? Yunxi looked at the big bowl of fish soup, the simmered meat, pan-fried pork, and the potatoes with green onions and scrambled eggs. Is this not enough? Qingling, are you raising me like a pig? Since Mingyi isn't here today, let's eat a little less. My belly looks too big and I need to control it, or it might be hard during childbirth. Yunxi wasn't worried about gaining weight again. She was mainly thinking about the delivery. The baby was almost due. Okay, but eat until you're full. The rest of the food I and Feng Heng will finish. We won't waste it. Qingling agreed without hesitation, his eyes full of affection. Hearing this, Yunxi felt a warm feeling in her heart. Truly, he's her good partner. Yunxi smiled happily and gently kissed Qingling on the cheek. Her good partner is so obedient. He definitely deserves a reward. Just then, outside the house, Feng Heng's surprised shout came. Lans, you're back? Yunxi's heart suddenly tightened. She exchanged a look with Qingling. What's going on? Why is Lans back at this time? They had been gone for several months, and she didn't know why he was returning now. Especially since Mingyi and Shiyu weren't home today. Was Lan's timing too perfect? Qingling put down the wooden scoop and signaled Yunxi not to worry. He went outside to check the situation first. I'll go with you. Since Lans can find our new home, he must have asked around in the tribe. It can't be hidden. Avoiding the problem won't solve it. To fix the issue, we need to face it directly. Qingling nodded slightly, reached out, and took Yunxi's small hand. The two of them headed outside together. Outside the small wooden house, Feng Heng was spreading his arms, blocking Lans from entering. Seeing Yunxi arrive, Feng Heng looked at Qingling with confusion. Why did Qingling bring Yunqi out? Was it because his voice wasn't loud enough? Feng Heng quickly protected Yunqi behind him, looking at Lans with suspicion. Yunqi looked up and saw the man with purple hair standing in front of him. It was definitely the same beast man they met by the river last time. Yunqi was a bit confused. Last time, he returned to the tribe. Why didn't he come back? Now he's suddenly back. What does he want? Are you Lans? Yunqi's voice was uncertain. His impression of Lans wasn't very clear. Lans frowned slightly, feeling a little disappointed inside. So, the young female really didn't recognize him last time. He thought it was just a new trick of hers. But thinking about the purpose of this trip, he quickly calmed down. It's me. We meet again. Lans stared at Yunqi tightly, feeling mixed emotions. It was hard to believe that at this moment, they could speak so calmly. The last time, she was chasing after someone, and it turned out to be you. You came back then, so why didn't you return to the mountain cave? And now you're back. What are you here for? Feng Heng looked at Lans nervously. His actions seemed suspicious. Why are you all so tense? Xiu told me that Our Lady was taken by wandering beasts. Her life and death are unknown. I came back to see what was happening. And instead, you all gave me a big surprise. Lans's tone was full of sarcasm, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It is true that she was taken by wandering beasts. But later, the wandering beasts returned Yunqi to us, Qingling said calmly from the side. Mingyi was also a wandering beast, so what they said wasn't wrong. Before Lansu arrived today, he had already found out everything. He didn't believe Qingling's words at all. Lansu remembered the scene when Xiu came to the seaside. He probably was already paired with Yunqi at that time. He heard his tribe members joking that the wife master they spoke of could only be Yunqi. So, there was no such thing as a stray beast stealing someone away. The little female was living happily in the tribe, with no accidents. As for the stray beast, it was simply someone who came looking for trouble. Thinking of this, Lances sneered and said, Do you think I am as clueless as Feng Heng? I already checked. There are no stray beasts. That stray beast is Yunqi's first mate, right? You guys are quite something, letting a stray beast ride on top. That's our business, and it has nothing to do with you, Qingling said bluntly. Exactly, you've left, so why are you coming back? Feng Heng said, a bit speechless. What's wrong with being clueless? He's now loved and cared for. How is it none of my business? Yunqi is your wife master. Isn't she also my wife master? Say yes, wife master. Lanza looked at Yunqi. Yunqi remained calm, meeting Lance's gaze with a composed expression. This guy was quietly scrutinizing her. That Lansu, since you're back, let's end our relationship. I know. For partners like us, without beast marks, ending the relationship doesn't affect either of us. Lansu's eyes fixed on Yunqi. End the relationship? The little female actually wanted to break up with him? Lanza didn't expect her first thought was to end things with him. He thought she would take advantage of having a beast husband and exercise her rights as wife master. Why end it? Don't you love climbing into my bed? If you want to climb into my bed now, I can let you have your way, Yunqi. Yunqi looked at Lansu with a speechless face. That's not me. I don't like climbing into your bed. Unfortunately, she was just internally complaining. She wouldn't reveal her true feelings in front of Lansu. She and Lansu weren't very familiar. That was in the past. I don't like it anymore. Besides, I now have a beast husband. Why would I climb into your bed? Lan stared intently at Yunqi, trying to see if there was any hint on her face. What kind of game are you playing? Did you trick those three like this? You don't need to worry about that. Once we end our relationship, you can go back to your ocean. We can still be friends when we meet again. Yunqi didn't know what Lans was thinking. Maybe he also believed in their shallow, pretend relationship like Xiu and the others did. But Yunqi definitely didn't agree with that now. Since they chose to leave, it means they have given up on this relationship. And she already has enough beast husbands. In her eyes, they are better than Lans. Yunqi truly has no feelings for Lans. Both of them stayed silent. After a moment, Lans surprisingly remained calm, speaking in a steady tone. All right, if you want to end things, then let's do it. I don't like living on land anyway, so I might as well go back to the sea. Yunshi was taken aback, staring at Lans in surprise for a few seconds. His expression was very calm, seeming serious. Yunshi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least someone was willing to end the relationship. This could save her a lot of trouble. Then let's swear to the beast god now and officially end our relationship. Fine, it's up to you. You're still my wife, after all. I will listen to you, Lans said slowly, but his eyes were fixed on Yunshi, as if trying to find some flaw on her face. Unfortunately, the little female's expression was very calm. He even sensed that she was a bit anxious, probably afraid he might change his mind. Yunshi was naturally a little anxious. She feared Lans was deliberately acting this way. Last time at the river, he recognized her but pretended not to know her. And he had left then, only to come back suddenly now. His actions were too strange, so Yunshi couldn't help but doubt him. But since he was willing to end the relationship, Yunshi didn't want to delay any longer. The sooner she ended it, the sooner she could feel at ease. Thinking that the beast's tribe didn't have a beast god statue, Yunshi knew she couldn't risk returning to the Beast King city just to end things. To end the relationship quickly, Yunshi decided right there to break her bond with him in the sky. Since Lord Beast God is everywhere, he must be able to hear their prayers. After the last words were spoken, Yunshi quietly let out a breath. A big weight in her heart finally lifted, and she felt relieved. Only Bai Yu was left. Qingling and Fengheng also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. They thought Lans would refuse to leave, but he agreed so quickly. Similarly, Lans also slowly relaxed inside. But he couldn't let the little female suspect his true thoughts. What if she changed her mind again? Lans was sure that if she did change her mind, their high priest would quickly tie him up and send him to her. Now that our relationship is over, I've come all this way from the sea. It's not too much to stay for a meal, right? You said we could be friends. Yunshi wanted to refuse. Being friends was just a polite excuse she used. Strangers are the proper relationship for them now. But seeing how cooperative Lans was today, Yunshi found it hard to refuse. After all, he had saved her before. Maybe this is the last meal together. All right, Qingling has prepared the food. Come in. Since Yunshi agreed, Qingling and Fengheng didn't stop her. It's just a meal. Their family isn't short of food. Moreover, Yunshi had already ended her relationship with Lans. If he really made things difficult for her, they wouldn't worry about fighting him, and their family harmony wouldn't be affected. Lans followed Yunshi into the small wooden house. Looking at this delicate little house, Lans was full of amazement. Qingling brought out the prepared food from the kitchen. Yunshi invited Lans to sit and eat. After finishing, she wanted to leave quickly. Otherwise, when Minji returned, he might get jealous again. Lans didn't refuse. He sat directly across from Yunshi, while Fengheng and Qingling sat on either side. Qingling stared at Lans carefully, afraid he might do something to hurt Yunshi. Although Lans was a 7th rank expert, this was land, and he couldn't fully use his strength here. Qingling, who was only 6th rank, wasn't afraid of Lans. He was a snow wolf from the Snow Mountain, a brave warrior. Plus, Fengheng was there too. All the food is made by Qingling. Feel free to eat. No need to be polite. Yunshi finished speaking and ignored Lans's reaction. She started eating. Her stomach was already hungry, and the babies inside her were protesting. Qingling was taking care of Yunshi, while also watching Lans. Fengheng, on the other hand, simply refused to eat and kept his eyes fixed on Lans. Do you two really need to act like this? Lans said slowly. You should eat quickly and go back. Otherwise, when Minji returns, he won't be as easy to talk to, Fengheng replied. He wasn't really worried about Lans. He just found Lans very suspicious. Fengheng, you're also part of the Phoenix clan. You're from the most noble bloodline of the Feather tribe. Yet you're being controlled by a snake beast. If you tell others, it might embarrass your tribe. Aren't you afraid the high priest will come after you? Fengheng rolled his eyes at Lans. If Minji wasn't controlling him, it meant Yunshi didn't want him. If Yunshi didn't want him, then maybe the high priest would really come to hold him accountable. That's my business, And it has nothing to do with you, Lan sneered. The Feather Tribe's enemies are snake beasts. You're a flying beast, and you're afraid of a snake beast, Feng retorted bluntly. You're from the ocean, and you're not afraid of the same, Lan shot back without hesitation. Minji is different from ordinary snake beasts. He's much larger. And Minji is truly powerful. Feng didn't care much himself. What did it matter to Lans? Lans shook his head and said nothing. He began to slowly enjoy the food. As soon as he took a bite, his eyes showed a look of amazement. He looked at Qingling with some suspicion. When did this guy start making food? And it's so delicious. Qingling, how come I didn't know before that your cooking is so good? Lans looked at Qingling again. It had only been a few months since he left, but everyone seemed so unfamiliar now. We only spent a short time together, so it's normal you didn't know. Besides, I only cook for my wife. Naturally, you haven't had the chance to taste it, Qingling said calmly. Yunxi had already ended her relationship with Lans. There was no need for Qingling to explain why. Are you two treating me as an enemy? I followed Yunxi's wishes and ended my relationship with her. What are you two worried about? Lans asked, a bit confused. He didn't seem to show any hostility. Windhung and Qingling, are they being a bit too much? They are supposed to be friends who have gone through tough times together. Who knows what you're planning? Windhung muttered nearby. Although he had lived with Lans for a while, he didn't really understand Lans. This guy is very deep in thought. Lans is a guest. You two shouldn't stare at him. Hurry up and eat, or the delicious food will be gone later. Yunxi quickly tried to smooth things over. She had a good impression of Lans. First, because he had saved her before, and second, because today he cooperated very willingly when ending their relationship. Lans looked Yunxi up and down. Compared to the last time they met, her face had gained a little more flesh, making her look softer. But she still looked impressive, completely different from before. Yunxi, you've changed a lot. No wonder Xiyu and the others changed their minds. I'm starting to regret it. Who exactly changed the little female? Was it the snake beast? Or Xiyu and the others? That's just your illusion. I am actually the same as before. Don't regret it. Once you're full, you should leave quickly. You've met Mingyi, right? His temper isn't very good. Yunxi really couldn't figure out Lans. This guy talks without any seriousness, and it's hard to tell what's true or false. Fine. I can't beat that snake beast. Last time, he even wanted to hit me. Lans shrugged, sounding a bit helpless. Since you know that, hurry up and eat. So we won't say we didn't warn you. You said I'm cowardly? If you meet Mingyi, you'll be scared too, Windhung snorted. You're all a bit hostile towards me. I'd better finish eating and leave quickly. After saying that, Lans paused. His face lost the playful look from before and became more serious. Whether you believe it or not, I mean no harm. Lans didn't say anything more. Instead, he started to seriously enjoy his food. Compared to his earlier carefree attitude, he seemed like a different person. Yunxi was momentarily stunned. Is Lans too easy to talk to? She rubbed her head. Her memory of Lans wasn't very deep. She had almost forgotten everything about him. Lans kept his word. Once he was full, he left. He left decisively, without even turning his head once. Not a single unnecessary move. When he was about to leave, that guy earnestly asked Yunxi not to reveal the details of ending their relationship for now. He didn't explain why, only saying he wouldn't bother Yunxi anymore. Yunxi agreed to this small request from Lans. As long as he didn't bother her, everything else was fine. When Lans left, his steps were light and quick, as if he was about to fly. It seemed he was in a good mood. Yunxi, Qingling, and Feng watched him go, all feeling surprised. Did you two notice anything strange? I feel like something isn't quite real. Was he always this easy to talk to before? Yunxi looked at Qingling and Feng, full of doubt. Lans was very cooperative this time, and Yunxi felt like she was dreaming. It made her feel uneasy. I haven't interacted with him much, but I didn't think he was that easy to talk to. I also think he's a bit strange, but I can't quite explain why, Feng said seriously. It seemed Lans was eager to end this vague, but real partnership. Feng continued, From now on, I will stay with you. When Shiyu returns, we can ask him more. He's had more contact with Lance, so he knows more about him. Even Fingheng, who is usually clueless, could see something was off. So, Qingling definitely could too. Don't worry. Although Lance is stronger than us, he can't beat me on land, Qingling said confidently. Since Shiyu and Minji weren't home now, Qingling had to protect Yunqi. He wasn't afraid of Lance. Their tribe could fight across levels. He had fought Shiyu before. He wasn't worried about a guy from the sea. Yunqi nodded slightly. Qingling's sense of safety was reassuring. I think he really wants to end this relationship. Maybe we're overthinking it. This is the tribe's center, with many members coming and going. He probably doesn't have the courage to do anything bold, Qingling said. Hopefully that's true. You're pregnant now, so go rest for a while. Qingling helped Yunqi, since today's surprise visit from Lance kept her from resting properly. Yunqi nodded and turned to go back to the small cabin with Qingling. Standing for a long time made her feel some back pain. Fortunately, Lance's issue was resolved. Now only Bai Yu was left. Yunqi silently prayed in her heart, hoping that this guy wouldn't come back. If he was easy to talk to, it would be fine. But if he was difficult, it would just cause trouble. Since Lance appeared, Qingling and Fingheng have been staying close to Yunqi. They only relaxed when Minji and Shi returned, and then they quietly let out a breath. Qingling told them about Lance's return. When Shiyu and Minji heard this, their faces suddenly looked serious. To stay safe, Minji decided quickly that he wouldn't go hunting outside for now. He would stay at home to protect Yunqi. As for food at home, that was up to Shiyu and the others. Minji took this time before hibernation to spend more time with Yunqi. As time went on, the temperature kept dropping day by day. Yunqi had changed from a long dress to a fur coat made by Qingling. Qingling's skills were truly excellent. If this was on Blue Star, Qingling would be considered a good husband at home. Qingling said, I am also very good at fighting. I just haven't had the chance to show it. One day, as usual, Yunqi and Minji sat on the balcony, watching the people coming and going in the square. Minji, Qinghe is gossiping again in the square. Why don't we go join the fun? Since moving to the new house, Yunqi had been going to the square more often, mainly thanks to her good sister Qinghe. During these gossip moments, she always remembered not to forget or abandon her friends. Whenever there was fresh news, she would be the first to go to the square and try the new gossip. However, these days, Yunqi's movements were a bit limited, so she had to pause this favorite activity. Her belly was too big now. The beastmen at home watched her very closely and didn't allow her to go to the square with Qinghe anymore. With so many people coming and going, what if she bumped into someone? There's not that much gossip to listen to. Just be quiet these days. Minji looked a little helpless. The four of them were so nervous because the female was about to give birth. But she, the female, acted like she was fine, eating, drinking, listening to gossip, and never missing anything. Sighing, Yunqi muttered, well, Shiyu said the due date has passed, but the two babies still haven't come out. Maybe they're just lazy little ones. If they're this lazy, the female might get annoyed with them later. Don't worry, the nine-tailed fox beast men won't have trouble finding a female. Your little one must be the most beautiful nine-tailed fox. Just looking good isn't enough. You also need to be diligent. It seems the two little ones inside are not happy with what I said, and are actually protesting. Little ones, we're not lazy. Feeling the movement in her belly, Yunqi smiled and said, it looks like they don't agree with me and are even protesting. But just after she spoke, she felt a slight pain in her body. It wasn't very obvious. Yunqi didn't pay much attention, thinking it was normal baby movement. The two continued watching the busy people in the square, chatting casually. Unexpectedly, the pain soon started coming in waves, more regularly, and it was clearly more painful than before. Yunqi realized she might be about to give birth. I just said that the little ones are too lazy, and now they are protesting. Don't worry everyone, help me bring over the new pillows I made, so I can lean on something more comfortable. Shiryu quickly placed a pillow behind Yunqi. When they come out, I will teach them a good lesson and make sure they listen to you. Yunqi was about to say something, but suddenly a stronger pain hit her, making her gasp sharply. Is it always this quick when giving birth in this animal world? She feels like her two little ones are rushing to come out, trying to prove they are not lazy. Yunxi, what's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Shiryu held her hand, trembling slightly with worry. Mingya's eyes also showed concern. Giving birth to offspring is not easy, and a small mistake could be dangerous. Yunxi watched their worried faces, gritted her teeth against the pain, and smiled faintly. Don't be afraid. This is normal. I just need a little time to get used to it. Yunxi noticed she was a bit wet underneath, probably her water had broken. This was her first time giving birth, and no one had experience. Luckily, she remembered some important knowledge about childbirth. While enduring the pain, she directed the two beastmen beside her. Help me take off my animal hide skirt, then get a clean piece of animal hide to place underneath. Mingyi took out a pile of prepared animal hides from his space, carefully choosing the softest one to cushion Yunxi. Qingling finished preparing and quietly came upstairs to stay by Yunxi's side. Soon, Feng Heng flew back in a panic, panting heavily. Shiryu, the shaman isn't in the tribe. He's gone out again. What should we do now? Go check the neighboring tribe quickly. See if their shaman is around, Shiryu ordered. Feng Heng's fast flying should get there in time. It's okay, don't worry. We'll handle this ourselves. Just follow my instructions. Remember, I know about this too. Yunxi remained calm, giving commands to the others. Right now, she was probably the most composed, while the four beastmen looked more nervous than ever. As the contractions grew more frequent, Yunxi kept breathing steadily, adjusting her breathing rhythm to stay calm. Qingling brought a bowl of meat soup. Although Yunxi had just eaten a high-level beast crystal, she still felt like having some food. After all, not eating food made Yunxi feel hungry. The preparations were complete, and now she was just waiting for the little ones to start. Maybe the high-level beast crystal helped. Besides some pain, Yunxi didn't feel any other discomfort. She even managed to chat casually with a few beast husbands. It wasn't until nightfall that the two little ones finally started. Most of the earlier fussing was probably about who would be the boss. Yunxi took a deep breath and lay down slowly, gathering strength to begin giving birth. Seeing the young female's face twist slightly from pain, Shiyu's eyes suddenly turned red with worry. Fortunately, the birth went smoothly without any danger. Soon, the first fox cub was born successfully. Yunxi directed Fengheng to cut the umbilical cord with a wind blade, then, following Blue Star's custom, gently patted the cub's bottom. Once it made a sound, she handed it to Qingling for cleaning. Yunxi continued to gather strength, as there was still one more inside her. The second fox cub was a bit impatient, quickly following its brother's lead, and soon arrived in the world. Like its older brother, the younger brother also received a slap on the bottom. This time, Yunxi didn't need to give instructions. Several beast husbands skillfully followed the same steps, taking the little one for cleaning. Just as everyone relaxed and let out a breath, Yunxi's face suddenly changed and she exclaimed, "It seems there's still one inside." The crowd, who had just relaxed, instantly tensed up again, scrambling into a fighting stance. Who would have thought even the shaman doctor could be mistaken sometimes? However, the third little one didn't come as easily as the first two. Yunxi used almost all her strength, struggling for a long time before giving birth to it. This little one really has a slow personality. After giving birth to the third cub, Yunxi felt completely drained, as if all her strength had been taken away. She couldn't even lift her hand. Minji was heartbroken and quickly fed Yunxi a high-level beast crystal again. "Thank you for your hard work. You don't need to do anything else now. Rest well. We will take good care of the little ones." Ain personally cleaned up the little one, looking at the soft, limp bundle with a hint of worry. Compared to the older siblings, this one was much thinner. Qingling carried the older two to Yunxi, looking excited. "Yunxi, look. The little fox is so beautiful. No wonder it's from the fox family." Yunxi lifted her eyelids and looked at the older two. They were small, soft, and adorable. Yunxi carefully counted them and confirmed they had 9 tails. No wonder her belly was much bigger than other females. Besides the hidden little one, it was mostly because they had so many tails, taking up a lot of space. "I'm a bit tired now. Qingling, bring some hot water. Help me wash up first. I want to rest for a while. Qingling turned and headed downstairs, bringing hot water soon after. Carefully, Qingling helped Yunxi clean her body. Seeing the blood-stained water, Qingling looked a little worried. It was the first time she saw Yunxi so weak. Yunxi, tell me what you'd like to eat later. I'll cook for you. Rest well, eat more, and recover your strength. Make some gugu beef soup. I'll eat it after I wake up. I'm not very hungry now. Don't worry, this is normal. I'm fine, just a bit tired, Yunxi said softly, trying to reassure everyone. The beast men looked worried. Although she was exhausted after giving birth, seeing everyone care about her made Yunxi feel very touched. After cleaning up, Yunxi asked Minji to carry her to his room. The smell of blood there was too strong, so she needed to air it out. Once everything was done, Yunxi felt at ease and lay on Minji's big bed, slowly closing her eyes. Finally, she had delivered her babies.
Things would be easier now.
Of course, that was just Yunxi's simple thought. With 3 little ones, there was never really a moment of ease. Yunxi slept until late at night. When she woke up, Minji and Fengheng were sitting by her bed. Fengheng's eyes were red. Yunxi, you're finally awake. How do you feel now? Minji and Fengheng surrounded her on either side. I'm feeling better. What about the babies? They should be hungry. I'll feed them. Yunxi was actually awakened by the soft crying sounds of the little ones. There was no milk powder here, so the babies depended on her to provide food in the early days to survive. Minji carefully helped Yunxi sit up and place some cushions behind her to make her more comfortable. Fengheng went downstairs to hold the babies. The babies were already hungry, and Xiyu and the others worried about disturbing Yunxi, so they took 3 babies downstairs. They stayed downstairs to watch over the babies. Soon, all 3 of them came back upstairs. Xiyu, give me the smallest one, the 3rd baby. He's a bit weaker than the others, so let him eat first. Although Yunxi hadn't yet had a good look at the 3 babies, she clearly remembered that the 3rd one was born more fragile and quieter than the others, probably because he didn't get enough nutrients in the... At first, the healer didn't notice him either. Xiyu, hearing this, handed the 3rd baby to Yunxi. At this moment, Yunxi wasn't shy anymore. She simply unbuttoned her clothes and gently placed the baby on her chest. Soon, the 3rd baby instinctively started to suckle. The rich milk aroma made the older 2 babies nearby whimper and call out softly. Wait a moment, both of you. Everyone will get some. The little brother is weaker, so he eats first to build up his strength. Maybe the 2 babies understood what their mother said because they both closed their mouths at the same time. They stopped making noise and quietly waited for their brother to finish feeding. Watching the little one eat so diligently, Yunxi's eyes were full of tenderness. He was so adorable. Xiyu's genes really didn't go to waste. In the future, they would definitely be beautiful 9-tailed foxes. Thinking of how beautiful their 9-tailed foxes would be, Yunxi's heart was instantly filled with affection. Even though the little 3rd baby was eating very hard, he only ate for a short while before he couldn't eat anymore. Seeing this, Qingling and Fengheng took the other 2 babies and held them. The older 2 finally started to eat, and they didn't fight over food. Each one ate on their own side, vigorously, as if they were serious and determined little eaters. Yunxi, the babies are so cute. Xiyu, you're so lucky. I really envy you. Windheng truly envies that adorable little one. Having just one is already enough for him. He didn't expect that Shiryu actually has 3, and each one is so cute. He can't help but look forward to having his own little phoenix bird with Yunxi. But this year, there probably won't be a chance, so he'll have to wait until next year. Next year, he must work hard to please Yunxi and not be the last anymore. After the 3 little ones have eaten and drunk enough, Yunxi lies back on the bed. Feeding 3 at once is a bit tiring. Qingling, go bring the gugu beef soup for Yunxi. Shiryu, Fengheng, hold the little ones and go downstairs so Yunxi can rest for a while. Mingyi calmly gives orders from beside. Now is the time for him, as the leading beast husband, to show his leadership. The 3 follow Mingya's instructions and each go to do their tasks. Soon, Yunxi has a warm bowl of gugu beef soup. At this moment, Yunxi finally feels like she's really recovered. Although this world doesn't have the tradition of postpartum confinement, Yunxi's body is from the beast world, and her soul is from Blue Star, so a postpartum plan is still necessary. She's still young and doesn't want to suffer from discomforts later when she's older. Yunxi shares her postpartum plan with the 4 beast husbands. They all say they will fully cooperate. They hope Yunxi can rest longer. They support the plan wholeheartedly because they care about her. Even hesitating for a second would mean they don't care enough for their little mate. The day after Yunxi gave birth, he brought gifts to visit the sister and praised the 3 little ones to the skies. Soon, with the sister's enthusiastic promotion, everyone in the Beichuan tribe knew that Yunxi had given birth to 3 very beautiful 9-tailed fox cubs. The males are even more jealous of Yunxi's beast husbands. Such fertility is what every male dreams of in a mate. Sadly, they know they won't have a chance. Shiryu's grandfather and grandmother happily brought several animal skin bags to visit their little grandson, their eyes full of joy. This is the 3rd 9-tailed fox born in the tribe after Shiryu. In the future, Shiryu's lineage will truly be a 9-tailed fox lineage. I heard that when the 3 little ones were inside Yunxi's belly, their energy never stopped. This is something ordinary beast men could never imagine. Fortunately, he didn't have conflicts with Minji back then, which allowed the 3 little ones to start off ahead. It's likely that their talents in the future will be outstanding.
They are the hope of their Beichuan tribe.
Shiyu's father was increasingly happy, his eyes full of hidden joy. After leaving the small wooden house, both of them would praise the 3 little fox cubs whenever they saw a beast. This made others both jealous and envious, as they wanted to criticize or hit, but dared not. The busy and tense postpartum period officially began. Yunxi's only task each day was to feed the 3 cubs. As for everything else, the 4 beast men wouldn't let her lift a finger. Everything was smoothly managed under Minji and Shiyu's joint control. The youngest, little third, also grew stronger each day, despite eating alone. Although still smaller than the older brothers, he no longer looked so weak, and his small body became more solid. Yunxi recovered quickly, mainly thanks to Minji's abundant beast crystals, which he generously shared with her. Yunxi only wanted what she needed. Minji was happy to give her everything. That day, after feeding the 3 cubs, Yunxi looked at the adorable little ones lying in the small bed and felt her heart melt. Shiyu, the youngest, looks a bit different from the oldest and second. His tail tip has a touch of red. When they were born, no one noticed this. As the youngest ate alone every day, the red on his tail changed from light pink to bright red, becoming quite unique. Let's wait until he's a bit older to see. He hasn't opened his eyes yet. When he was born, he was too weak. But I didn't expect him to work so hard. He will grow into a powerful 9-tailed fox someday. Although Shiyu didn't finish his sentence, Yunxi could guess what he meant. In this world, cubs like the youngest who are born weak are usually abandoned. In limited conditions, parents tend to give chances to the stronger cubs. Our little third is working so hard. He will be very impressive in the future. Shiryu, it's time to give the babies their names. Shiryu looked at Yunxi with affection and then at the babies. Although he felt full of fatherly love, he still listened to Yunxi in this moment. As the mother of the babies, you should choose their names. Your choices will surely be beautiful. Then I need to think carefully. I have to come up with 3 names, which is a bit challenging. Yunxi looked at the 3 sleeping babies, feeling overwhelmed with maternal love. After a moment of thought, she gently tapped the eldest's small ear and smiled, saying, "From now on, you'll be called Xingchen. You're the big brother, so you should set a good example." She then touched the second baby's ear. "Among the 3, you're the most lively, always making noise. From now on, you'll be called Xingyi." Finally, Yunxi looked at the quiet, sleeping third baby. "Mom hopes you grow up safe and sound. From now on, you'll be called Xinghui." "Shiryu, what do you think?" Yunxi looked at Shiryu with anticipation, unsure if he liked the name she chose. "Very nice. The names you picked are naturally excellent. Then what if I give them silly names like Dog Egg or something? Do you think those are good too?" Yunxi teased playfully. "That's not impossible. Shiryu felt that he had fatherly love, but in front of Yunxi, that love could be overlooked. At last, the three little ones finally had their own names, no longer called big brother, second little brother, or third little brother by their parents. As the postpartum period went on, the weather grew colder. Mingyi also started to feel a bit sluggish, but he still pushed himself to stay strong, wanting to spend more time with Yunxi. During this time, Shiryu and the others were very considerate, giving all their chances to stay with Yunxi to Mingyi. After all, once he went into hibernation, they wouldn't see him again until the snow melted next year. One day, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and Yunxi's body was almost fully recovered. It had to be said that in this beast world, females' bodies recovered faster than those on Blue Star. Seeing Yunxi's body fully healed, Mingyi carefully wrapped a piece of snake-shed silk around a piece of snake scale he had given Yunxi before, then gently hung it around her neck. After finishing, Mingyi couldn't help but sigh, filled with reluctance and sadness. His body was already at its limit and could no longer stay with the young female. He had to go into hibernation. Tomorrow, I will go to the forest to prepare for hibernation. When I return, I will go straight into the cave to sleep. Yunxi also knew that Minji had been enduring a lot lately. She had advised Minji to rest early, but he always shook his head, saying he could still hold on. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. I will listen to Shiryu and the others. You can go into hibernation without worry. I will wait for you at home. Yes, don't take off your snake scales. If there's danger, remember to call me. No matter where I am or what I am doing, I will come to you. Yunxi softly responded with an then suddenly threw herself into Minji's arms. Her big husband, the best in the world, who never accepted objections. I will keep it on me all the time. You haven't been looking well lately. You must be very tired. Don't worry, Shiryu and the others will take good care of me. Besides, I am right here in the tribe. I won't go anywhere. I will wait here for you to come back. Don't work too hard. Let them do what they should. Don't spoil them. You are the head of the family. Got it, husband? I will miss you very much. Minji's lips curved into a slight smile. He reached out and hugged Yunxi tightly, pressing her close to his chest. I won't leave until tomorrow. Today, I can still spend time with you. If you miss me so much, I need to show you how much. After saying that, he lowered his head and gave the young female a gentle kiss. After all, the next time they meet would be after the cold season ends. Tonight, he had to make sure Yunxi was well comforted. Otherwise, with such a long winter, what if he missed her too much? Of course, this comfort was limited to kisses and hugs. Yunxi's body had just recovered and needed more time to heal. He wouldn't do anything reckless. The next day, Minji entrusted Yunxi's care to Shiryu and the others. After repeatedly reminding them, he left with a lingering look at Yunxi, who watched him with sadness. With the first snow falling, he had to go to the forest to gather more food and store energy for the long winter, which was very lengthy. Yunxi leaned in Shiryu's arms, watching Minji's distant figure, her eyes suddenly turning red. Minji was the first person in this world who didn't dislike her. He has always been working hard to change himself. He is truly a very good beast husband, who says wandering orcs don't care for others. His Mingya is a very caring beast husband. Shiryu, how much longer until the cold season ends? Yunxi's voice was a little choked, and even though they had just parted, she was already starting to miss Mingya. Shiryu looked at the snowflakes falling outside the window, feeling a bit sad inside. The cold season just started, and the young female was already hoping for it to end. It seems that in her heart, Mingya is the most important. Still a few months. It just started snowing now. Once the snow stops, Mingya will come back, Shiryu said, a hint of jealousy in his tone. Although the young female treats all the beast husbands fairly, it's clear she relies more on Mingya. Yunxi, when the snow stops, I'll take you to find Mingya, Feng Heng comforted her. Don't take Yunxi out to play, or Mingya might swat you with his tail, Qingling said irritably. In this cold weather, if Feng Heng dares to take the young female out, Mingya would definitely scold him. Even if he's sleeping, he would wake up and give Feng Heng a good scolding. Yunxi sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off, so she quickly changed the subject. Where's Zai Zai? Is it time to feed him? Qingling just fed them egg custard. They probably aren't very hungry now. The cubs are a month old now and can eat other foods. Then I guess I can be free? Yunxi's eyes lit up, and she looked at Shiryu with anticipation. Shiryu sighed inwardly. She looked like she had a plan. What are you thinking now? Yunxi pointed at the snowflakes falling outside, hopeful. Look, it's snowing outside. Mingye isn't here. Shall we go out and play for a while? None of the three beast husbands responded. All of Yunxi's little thoughts were written on her face, and they understood perfectly. Although the cold season had just begun, the outside temperature was still very low. Yunxi had just recently finished her confinement, and they didn't dare let her go out and cause trouble. Playing in the snow was simply impossible. Moreover, Mingye had warned them last night that if he suddenly came back, it would be very awkward. Mingye wouldn't scold the young female, but the three of them probably would get a tail whipping from him. Seeing the three beast men remain silent, Yunxi realized that her idea was a bit unrealistic. Never mind, they were doing it for her health. It looks like she'll have to wait until the cold season ends to play. Then they won't have any excuses. The snow fell heavier and heavier. In just a few days, the small cabin outside was covered in white. Yunxi looked out the window at the village square. There were no more animals in sight. They all stayed inside their homes to keep warm. The cold season had officially arrived. Watching the snowflakes dance in the air, Yunxi felt like she could only watch and not play. It made her feel restless, like a cat scratching at something. She couldn't help but sigh. I really want to go outside and build a snowman. Maybe when the cold season is about to end, I can let you go out for a bit. Shiryu also looked a little helpless. Snow was never lacking during the season, and he didn't understand why the little female was so eager to play in it. I guess I'll just have to plan like that. If you try to stop me then, I won't let you into my room anymore. Yunxi said that, as a girl from the south, playing in the snow was a kind of obsession. You beast men who see snow all year round wouldn't understand. Shiryu also found it amusing. How much did the little female want to play in the snow? Before Mingyi comes back, we'll take you out to play. Foam Hung has already rearranged the room downstairs. During these snowy days, you should move to the small cabin downstairs. The upstairs is a bit cold. Yunxi nodded. The temperature had dropped sharply in the past 2 days, so it was time to turn on the fire in the downstairs stove. Shiryu wrapped Yunxi in thick beast fur, carried her horizontally, and headed to his room downstairs. His room had a heated stove. Today, Foam Hung had decorated the entire room with beast fur to keep it warm. Qingling also kept the stove burning very warmly. Seeing Yunxi arrive, Foam Hung quickly hugged his cub and hurried over to her. Yunxi, I've arranged the room. You should go and stay there. The living room has cold wind coming in, and it's not warm enough. It's not that cold yet. Are you guys overreacting? I want to go see my little fox first. It is not the coldest time yet, so there is no need to restrict the little female's freedom. The 3 little ones, smelling their mother's milk, staggered toward Yunxi. Their eyes are open now, and they are incredibly beautiful, truly perfect copies of Shiyu's looks. Yunxi gently held Xinghui in her arms. Compared to his 2 brothers, he is noticeably thinner. Even though Yunxi feeds him separately every day, he still grows a little slower than his brothers. Xinghui follows the scent of milk, moving toward Yunxi's chest and making soft sounds, clearly wanting to drink milk. Xinghui only ate a little while ago, so he might still be hungry, Foam Hung explained nearby. The youngest has a much smaller appetite than the older brothers. So, Yunxi usually feeds Xinghui small amounts multiple times a day. Then I'll give him a little more. We can't let our little Xinghui go hungry. Yunxi carries Xinghui and heads straight to Xiyu's room. She gently pushes open the door, and a warm breeze greets her. Sure enough, the temperature inside is a bit higher than in the living room. Her little phoenix bird has covered the entire wall with thick animal skins to keep out the cold wind. It's very thoughtful of him. Foam Hung follows Yunxi inside. Yunxi, my feathers are warm. When you feed Xinghui, I can help block the cold so you won't feel chilly. Thank you, my little phoenix, Yunxi replies with a gentle smile. Feng Heng spreads his bright wings, creating a natural warm barrier. Yunxi is completely sheltered inside, feeling very warm. She slightly tilts her head and gives Feng Heng a sweet smile. Xinghui's little head continues to nudge toward the food storage, making soft, milk-like sounds, as if urging for his meal. "Don't worry, I'll give you some soon," Yunxi says while unfastening her animal skin coat and begins to feed Xinghui. The little one eats happily, loudly and eagerly. Seeing how urgent he is, Yunxi suspects he might not have eaten much earlier. Hearing Xinghui's soft grunts and squeals, Feng Heng unconsciously lowers his gaze and looks at Yunxi. In an instant, he caught a glimpse of Yunxi's fair skin, and his throat involuntarily moved. Feng Heng only felt a faint milky scent lingering in his nose. It was so nice. After a little while, Xiao Xinghui finally felt satisfied. He let out a small burp, snuggled in his mother's arms, found a comfortable spot, and slowly closed his eyes. That little look was so relaxed and happy. He was truly a child who knew how to enjoy life. Yunxi looked at Xinghui, who had fallen asleep instantly, with full affection in her eyes. This little guy really just sleeps after eating. So cute. Yunxi gently placed Xinghui down and whispered, "Feng Heng, go check on Xingchen and Xingya. Do they want to eat a little more?" Before Feng Heng could even fold his wings, Xiu carried the two little ones in. He looked a bit helpless and said, "They saw you holding Xinghui to drink milk and were waiting at the door. As soon as you picked him up, they immediately ran back." Yunxi took the older two in her hands, smiling as she said, "That's because they know once their brother is done, it's their turn." Truly a mother's treasure, so sensible from a young age. Xiu carried Xinghui away, watching Xingchen and Xingya happily eating and Xinghui sleeping soundly. He shook his head helplessly. These three little ones made it seem like they hadn't eaten at all. But they had finished their egg custard completely. After eating, Xingchen and Xingya didn't just fall asleep like Xinghui. Instead, they looked energetic and struggled to get down and play. Yunxi smiled helplessly, placing them on the wooden bed. She let them fuss around. After all, they were at home, so there was no real danger. Yunxi buttoned up her clothes again and, unconsciously, looked up and suddenly met Feng Heng's somewhat subtle gaze. Before she could react, Feng Heng lowered his head. "Yunxi, you smell so good." After saying that, Feng Heng buried his face in Yunxi's neck, took a deep breath, and his warm breath brushed against her skin. "Feng Heng, what are you doing? Recently, I've been with the little ones, or Mingyi. I also want you to spend time with me." Feng Heng looked like a disappointed child, rubbing his face against Yunxi's neck, wanting to get even closer to her. "During this whole cold season, I will stay with you all." Again, "I was with Mingyi, and it was all agreed upon by you. Now I feel wronged. Yes, I am just a little jealous. Since I am the youngest, can I spend tonight with you first?" All right. Tonight, my little phoenix bird will keep me company." Yunxi feels a bit helpless. Since the little phoenix bird is acting spoiled, she must pamper her. Then Yunxi asks, "Can you kiss me, Yunxi?" Yunxi knows she has neglected her three beast husbands recently. When Feng Heng asks for attention, she naturally satisfies him openly. She not only gives him a kiss but also adds two more. They spend some time being affectionate. Finally, Feng Heng reluctantly releases Yunxi, saying they will continue tonight. Yunxi tidies up her clothes before she and Feng Heng go to the living room. Qingling is busy bringing food to the table. When he sees Yunxi come out, he raises an eyebrow and looks at her slightly red and swollen lips. Feng Heng has become a bit more understanding than before. "Yunxi, come quickly and eat." Yunxi quickly walks over to Qingling and sees that the table is full of her favorite foods. She says, "These are my favorites." "Thank you, Qingling. Tomorrow, I will keep you company. Is that okay?" Qingling takes the chance to share his small wish. He and sure you clearly heard what Feng Heng and Yunxi did inside the room. If he doesn't seize this chance now and Shiryu speaks first, he might be the last. Yes, I will keep you company tomorrow. I really neglected you all these days." Shiryu coughs softly beside them and says seriously, "Yunxi, you spoil them too much. Your body isn't fully recovered yet." "I know, I'm not doing much," Yunxi laughs. She's a doctor herself, so she understands these things. Yun-shi's household starts making a new schedule. This time, they follow Feng Heng's opinion. Since he is the youngest, he goes first, then Qingling, then Shiryu. Considering Yun-shi's health isn't fully recovered, the beast husbands keep their thoughts to themselves. Besides kisses and hugs, they don't do much else. Yun-shi doesn't mind. After all, she's not the one feeling uncomfortable.
Time passes day by day.
Outside, the snowstorm grows stronger, blanketing everything in white. The three little ones are getting stronger. Xingchen and Xingyi can now run happily around the house. Although Xinghui is not as strong as the older brothers, he is already about the same size as other children his age. Now, the three little ones no longer drink milk, and Yunshi truly feels free. Almost nothing is left for her to do at home. But outside, it is very cold, so Yunshi mostly stays in her room and rarely goes to the living room. Most of the time, she keeps warm under the fluffy animal forms of the three beast husbands. Indeed, the cold season is best suited for fluffy, comfortable forms. Especially Shiyu's nine-tailed fox form, which is incredibly warm. All three beast husbands are worried about her feeling cold, so they always hold her protectively. But sometimes, holding her too tightly can lead to unintended moments, especially since Yunshi hasn't been intimate with her beast husbands for a long time. Not to mention, the beast husbands are always trying different ways to flirt with her. Even Yunshi herself feels a little tempted. However, this time, she doesn't want to have babies so soon. She specifically asked Shiyu to consult the medicine man about any birth control methods. To her surprise, there really is a fruit that can reduce the chance of pregnancy. This fruit is for males to take and has no effect on females. Eating one fruit can influence pregnancy chances for 3 months, making it very unlikely to conceive during that time. After 3 months, everything returns to normal. Yunshi ignored Shiyu's opinion because he already has his own offspring. She plans to give the chance to the remaining 3. Qingling and Fengheng had no objections, since Yunshi just recently gave birth. It's necessary to take a break. Moreover, both of them are still young and don't have strong expectations for having children right now. Shiyu went to the medicine man and brought back the fruit. Without hesitation, the 3 of them ate it quickly. That night, Yunshi began her shameless, blissful life. Fengheng was the first to reach, so excited he almost annoyed Yunshi. Luckily, he quickly calmed down and stayed affectionate with his favorite female until late at night. As for the other 2, when it was their turn, they didn't hold back and fully enjoyed Yunshi. After months of not being intimate, Yunshi finally recovered completely. With the cold season and everyone having nothing urgent to do, it was the perfect time for such closeness. The 3 beast husbands were all happy and energetic every day. Pity Yunshi leaned on her old waist, lying on the bed with a look of boredom. Is she being too indulgent with them? At this moment, Shiyu's sly tail still curled around her. Yunshi, come into my arms. I'll keep you warm. Yunshi slapped away Shiyu's tail, looked at the wall decorated with animal skins, and saw that even the floor was covered with thick animal pelts. She then glanced at the heated brick bed and her own thick animal skin clothes. She was not cold. Not at all. Yunshi glared at Shiyu, but said nothing. Shiyu, the fox, started trying to flirt with her again. Was she someone without willpower? Shiyu also felt that recently, the 3 of them had been a bit too much. But during this long cold season, the snow outside was already knee-deep. They hadn't gone into the forest to hunt for 10 days. Now, all the food at home was from their previous stock of preserved meats and grains. With so much free time every day, they naturally focused on the young female. They weren't worried about her being bored at home. They just wanted to find something for her to do so she wouldn't feel so lonely. Yunshi, she's not bored. Not at all. In the end, Shiyu gave up the idea. Sometimes, she thought, it was good to let the young female have a break. Yunshi was very pleased with Shiyu's behavior and decided to praise him loudly in front of Qingling and Fengheng tomorrow. So the next evening, Fengheng also calmed down. As for Qingling, he naturally followed everyone's lead. Yunshi finally let out a sigh of relief. To stop the beast men from bothering her all day, Yunshi decided to find some fun for them. Coincidentally, there were 4 of them, so they just made a game. Yunshi directed Xiu and Qingling to go outside in the snowstorm, carrying some smooth, flat stones. Then she drew a rectangular shape on the stones with charcoal, not too big or small. Fengheng used his powers to cut the stones into pieces of the same size as the rectangle. Exactly 108 pieces. Yes, Yunshi was making mahjong tiles. After cutting the stones, Fengheng used his powers again to smooth the 4 corners so they wouldn't scratch the young female's small hands. This was the beginning of what would become mahjong. After everything was ready, Yunshi carefully drew the patterns of mahjong on a stone with charcoal. She sketched the tiles, including the characters, bamboos, and circles. The drawings were simple enough. She only needed to teach once, and everyone could recognize them. In this world, the beastmen still knew how to count. As for the mahjong tiles, Yunshi took extra time to teach the 3 beastmen the numbers from 1 to 9. It took Yunshi 3 days just to make the mahjong tiles and teach them. On the 4th day, Yunshi couldn't wait any longer and gathered the 3 beastmen to start a mahjong game. At first, all 3 looked confused, holding their tiles and not understanding what to do. After about 10 rounds, and with the help of the young female beast's repeated explanations, they gradually started to get the hang of it and found some strategies. That's when the real mahjong competition began. Yunshi finally felt like a true expert. Watching the 3 beginners, Yunshi's winning hand never trembled. Her smile was so wide, she couldn't hide it. Her little tail almost wagged to the sky. Winning felt amazing, so satisfying. But this happy moment only lasted 2 days. On the 3rd day, Xiu used his clever mind to quickly find his rhythm and took the lead steadily. Yunshi comforted herself, thinking, it's okay, there are still 2 beginners. She told herself she probably wouldn't lose. However, on the afternoon of the 4th day, Qingling caught up and played back and forth with Xiu. Yunshi kept telling herself, it's okay, there's still Fengheng, the real beginner. By the 5th day, Fengheng seemed to be blessed by luck. Despite being terrible at mahjong, he was incredibly lucky. This streak of good luck lasted for 3 days. Yunshi lost badly and didn't smile for the rest of those days. Actually, it wasn't entirely Yunshi's fault. She only knew how to play mahjong a little, understanding some basic rules. When it came to skill, she was still a beginner herself. At first, she had the upper hand because the 3 beastmen were playing mahjong for the first time and didn't know anything. Now that everyone had learned, Yunshi's skills weren't enough anymore. After losing for 10 days straight, Yunshi finally couldn't take it anymore. She pushed her tiles aside and declared, mahjong is addictive. I'm not playing anymore. Not just today, I won't play tomorrow or the day after, and I feel no sense of achievement at all. Yu and the 2 others quietly exchanged glances, secretly smiling. There's no choice. These days, the little female has become quite addicted to mahjong, insisting on playing every day, even crying out to win when sleeping. Although mahjong is indeed fun, playing too much isn't good. The little female keeps complaining about back and waist pain. Isn't it all caused by mahjong? For the sake of her health, they all decided that they shouldn't let her get addicted. They needed to discourage her, so she would give up mahjong. That's why the 3 of them didn't show any mercy to Yunshi. Now, Yunshi has lost interest in mahjong. She has started to spend her days competing with the beast husbands, who all understand each other and enjoy it. During the day, she spends time playing with the children and occasionally playing mahjong. They make her feel comfortable and relaxed. At night, she naturally cuddles with the little female in various sweet ways. But this time, everyone has become more restrained. Except when feelings run high, most of the time they just enjoy a light touch. Of course, sometimes the little female can't hold back. Overall, everyone is very happy with their current life. Thus, the happy life of the 3 beast husbands has returned. Days pass and the snow outside the house gets thicker, while the temperature drops further. According to Yu, it's now the coldest part of winter. She hasn't left her bed these days, mostly cuddling in the beast husband's arms to keep warm. It's no wonder the temperature is too low. The heated bed can't handle it alone, so they need double warmth. Seeing how freely the three beast husbands move around inside the house, Yunxi feels very envious. Their fur makes them so resistant to the cold. The three little cubs are also as fluffy as their father. Although they can't move around as freely as their father, they are still better off than their mother. During the coldest times, the three little ones curl up with their tails wrapped around themselves. At this time, Yunxi loves holding them. They are like natural warm hand warmers. One day, Xingchen curled up as usual, but her small body was trembling slightly. Yunxi immediately noticed something was wrong and quickly picked her up. When she touched his body, Yunxi was almost thrown out because he was so cold. Xingchen's body was extremely icy. Could he be frozen? But the room wasn't cold at all. Shiryu, come quickly and see. Xingchen's body is so cold. Maybe he's sick. Hearing this, Shiryu hurriedly put down what he was doing and pushed the door open. Sure enough, Xingchen's body was very cold, even colder than the snow outside. At that moment, Xingchen, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. His eyes sparkled with strange light. Then, the air around Xingchen started to ripple slightly, and a cold aura spread out gradually. This cold came very quickly. In an instant, the whole room's temperature dropped, and even the water in the cup on the bedside table began to form a thin layer of ice. Yunxi couldn't help but shiver. It was so cold. Qingling sensed similar energy fluctuations in the living room, pushed the door open, and looked surprised. Is Xingchen about to awaken his powers? Shiryu nodded, looking serious. It seems so. But he's still young and can't control it yet. His powers are a bit chaotic. It's probably the ice element like yours. After saying that, Shiryu turned to call Fengheng outside the door. Fengheng, come here and take Yunxi to another room. Make sure she stays warm. Qingling and I will watch over Xingchen here. Shiryu understood that the process of awakening powers must be very painful for the 3-month-old Xingchen, and he needed proper guidance. Yunxi didn't try to be brave. The temperature in this room was getting colder, and her body simply couldn't handle it. She couldn't help much, but at least she wouldn't cause trouble. Yunxi and Fengheng took the other 2 children to the next room. That room wasn't decorated with animal skins, so it was a bit colder than Shiryu's room. Yunxi held the 2 children close, while she herself was tightly protected by Fengheng's warm wings. Meanwhile, Xingchen's body trembled even more violently. As the cold grew stronger, the temperature in the room dropped sharply. Even Yunxi in the next room felt the chill. She had to curl up completely in Fengheng's arms. It was really very cold. Qingling is also a user of ice powers. He and Shiryu guided Xingchen step by step to help him control the sudden burst of energy. Although Xingchen is still young, he can understand the techniques his fathers teach him. As Xingchen let out a young but powerful roar, the whole room was covered with thick frost. Then, a gentle blue light surrounded Xingchen's small body. He lifted his eyes, and the light in his eyes gradually softened. He gently wagged his tail, and the surrounding ice seemed to listen to a command, melting away quickly. The room's temperature slowly began to rise again. The glow on Xingchen's body faded little by little. He excitedly made soft sounds, lifting his small head proudly, as if showing off to his fathers that he could now control this power. Shiryu looked at him with pride and happiness. Although he also awakened his powers at a young age, it was rare for a cub to awaken powers before 3 months old, like Xingchen. Moreover, just with some guidance from Qingling and Shiryu, Xingchen understood and used his powers well, quickly gaining control. Xingchen, you really are a big brother. You're great. Your fathers are proud of you. But awakening your powers is just the beginning. You still need a lot of time to get familiar with and master them until you can control them freely. Xingchen nodded as if he understood, then happily called out towards the door, meaning he wanted to share his joy with his beloved mother. Go ahead, tell your mother, said his fathers. Although the cubs haven't taken human form, as foxes and fathers, they naturally understand what their cubs want to say. Xingchen ran to the next room on short legs. He said something, and soon the sound of soft calls filled the air. Xingye and Xinghui were also happy for their big brother. Shiryu, congratulations. Your cub is truly powerful, said Qingling, with obvious envy in his eyes. Shiryu's luck was simply enviable. Don't be jealous of me. In the future, your cubs with Yunxi will also be very strong. Besides, you're also a father to Xingchen and the others. Go check on Yunxi. I'll warm up this room. Once I finish, Yunxi can move back in. Your room is a bit cooler than this one. Qingling nodded and headed to his own room. Shiryu quickly used his special power to carefully warm up the entire room. It was the coldest time now, and Yunxi was most afraid of the cold. He couldn't let Yunxi get even a little cold. When the room's temperature returned to normal, Shiryu went next door to bring Yunxi back. Feng Heng and Qingling also brought back 3 little ones. Feng Heng looked at Shiryu with envy and said, Shiryu, your little ones will definitely be very strong in the future. I wonder what powers Xingyi and Xinghui will awaken. I can't wait to see. Not all beastmen can awaken special powers. Those like Xingchen are very rare. I'm already happy if one of my little ones awakens a power. Shiryu wasn't greedy. In this world, not all male beastmen can awaken powers. Only those blessed by the beast god can. It will happen. Xingyi and Xinghui will definitely awaken powers. Feng Heng was very confident about the remaining 2. Are you more confident than me, your own father? I can't even guarantee they will awaken powers, especially since Xinghui was born quite weak. As long as they grow up safely, I am happy. You believe in me. Feng Heng's expression was serious, not just casual talk. Shiryu also looked serious and asked, Do you have some special power we don't know about? A kind of prophecy? I don't have that many powers. I just thought about what our high priest from the Feather Clan said. If you don't believe me, let's give the little ones more time. They will surely surprise us. Feng Heng finished speaking and looked at Yunxi with anticipation. Suddenly, he regretted eating that fruit. He was very curious about what powers he and Yunxi's little phoenix might awaken. Feng Heng remembered the night he left the Feather Clan to go to the Beast King city and what the high priest said. Maybe this is why their Feather Clan insists on marrying the Beast King. Why are you looking at me like that? Yunxi was confused. Feng Heng's serious expression made her unsure. It was rare for him to be so serious. Yunxi, I'm glad you don't dislike me and have forgiven me. If I missed you, I think the high priest would have punished me severely. Feng Heng said this and moved closer to Yunxi. Yunxi quickly pushed Feng Heng away. This guy was sometimes serious and sometimes not, which completely piqued her curiosity. Shiryu and Qingling also looked at Feng Heng with confusion, wondering how someone could speak halfway and still make sense. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Feng Heng was confused and asked, Wait, you 2 don't know either? Qingling and Shiryu shook their heads at the same time. Then how did you 2 end up at the Beast King Palace? How did you get chosen by the old Beast King to become Yunxi's beast partner? I participated in a contest on Beast King Street and caught the old Beast King's attention. He thought I was pretty good, so he asked if I wanted to be Yunxi's beast partner. I thought about the Beast King's female offspring, who is the most noble, and becoming her beast partner wouldn't be a bad thing. So I followed the old Beast King to the Beast King Palace. Qingling mumbled. Thinking back to the day he first arrived in the Beast King city, he had been impulsive and joined a contest to test his strength, but ended up becoming Yunxi's beast partner by mistake. When Qingling first saw Yunxi, she was a bit different from what he had imagined, but he chose to accept her anyway. However, Yunxi didn't like him. Shiryu was silent for a moment before slowly speaking, because the tribe needed to develop, and I was the most handsome. My father sacrificed me. Why? Your strength is top-notch in the North River tribe, so why did the leader sacrifice you? After all, staying in the tribe could help it grow. Qingling asked, puzzled. Because I am not their child. I knew this secret when I was very young, but they thought I didn't know. Shiryu revealed his secret. Although the leader wasn't his beast father, they raised him, and he felt he should repay them. No wonder I always felt you weren't very close to them. Unlike my father, who always wanted to hit me, Feng Heng sighed nearby. Yunxi didn't expect Shiryu to have such a secret. No wonder he only respected the leader, but didn't feel close to him. So, that's why you didn't want to be my partner back then. Sure, you nodded and held Yunshi's small hand. I'm sorry, Yunshi. I hurt you back then. I was just a bit jealous and wanted to give the opportunity to them, but I didn't expect it to backfire. Yunshi patted Shiryu's hand gently to comfort him. It's okay. Everything that happened is in the past. Jiyu looked at Feng Heng again and asked, What about you? Your feather clan is already the ruler of the skies. There's no need to marry into the Beast King Palace, right? You are from the Fire Phoenix family, a noble clan within the Feather Clan, so marriage isn't necessary. Yes, the High Priest clearly chose my older brother at first. But after he visited the Beast King Palace, he refused to return and ran away from home. The High Priest had no choice but to send me instead. I was only an adult then, and resisted quite a bit, but in the end, I still went to the Beast King Palace. I didn't understand the High Priest's reasons at the time, but now I think I do. I see why he wanted to marry the old Beast King. Why? Yunshi was more excited than anyone else, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Feng Heng. Hurry up and tell me. I really want to know. Not only Yunshi, Qingling, and Jiyu also looked at Feng Heng. This guy seems to know a lot. Feng Heng didn't pause and whispered, Although our feather clan is the ruler of the skies, our fertility has been declining over the years, especially in my line. After me, no more little phoenix birds were born. So, the high priest prayed to the beast god, and I don't know what he said to him. When he came out of the temple, he ordered us to marry the female offspring of the old beast king. My brother ran away, leaving only me. For the sake of the feather clan, I had no choice but to accept. After saying this, Feng Heng looked at Yunshi with lingering fear and continued, Luckily, my brother ran away, or I wouldn't be Yunshi's little phoenix bird. Jiyu and Qingling's eyes turned back to Yunshi. What are you all looking at me for?
I don't know anything.
If my father were still here, I could ask him if there's something I don't know. After Feng Heng said that I even feel like I might have some special ability, Yunshi was also confused. She had just been trying hard to recall her memories of the original owner, to see if she had forgotten anything. But, as expected, she remembered nothing. Actually, I'm not very clear either. I only know that after the high priest left the temple, he told me one thing. He said everything was guided by the beast god, and I had to accept it. So, I finally went to the Beast King Palace and became Yunshi's beast husband. But at that time, I didn't really want to, so I deliberately made you angry. Luckily, you forgave me, and I didn't have to worry about being punished by the high priest. While talking, Feng Heng leaned his head on Yunshi's shoulder, trying to find some comfort. So, you didn't want to return to your feather clan because you were worried about being scolded by the high priest? Yunshi pretended to be angry and glared at Feng Heng. That's just one reason.
I still hold some resentment toward them.
I was only an adult then. Why should I accept it just because my older brother didn't want to? They didn't like me at all, so why should I go back? Didn't you say you would help me find some feather silk? Are you not going anymore? Of course I will go. After the cold season ends, I will go back and make you a beautiful dress. Yunshi, you're so wonderful. I want to take you back and show everyone, making my older brother jealous. Feng Heng seemed to see the regretful expression on his older brother's face and couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Why didn't you run away from home like your older brother? Yunshi was a bit curious. Feng Heng's personality didn't seem that honest. The little phoenix bird who argued with her stubbornly was still fresh in her memory. Actually, I did run away from home too, but I was caught by the high priest. My older brother ran faster and didn't get caught. The high priest personally came to catch me, so I couldn't escape. At that time, I thought, since I was going to find the lady, the female beast king's cub was noble anyway, so I wouldn't be losing out. While talking, Feng Heng secretly watched Yunshi, afraid she would be upset. Did you ever think about why your older brother, after visiting the Beast King's palace, refused to come back? I don't know. He didn't tell me anything. He ran away that night. So, Feng Heng is quite simple-minded and not malicious. His older brother must have known about Yunshi beforehand, which is why he chose to run away. You agreed to go to the Beast King's palace, but why didn't you become a couple with me? I told you don't be angry. I'm not angry. Yunshi just wanted to listen in. Why didn't all 5 beast husbands want to become a couple with Yunshi? It's because they all disagreed. If I agreed, it would be very unusual. The next day, you even wanted to pluck my feathers. I'm from the Phoenix clan and cherish my feathers the most. Although you are the female offspring of the Beast King, I am also from the most noble lineage of the Feather Clan. As you became more and more overbearing, I definitely didn't want to be your partner. At that time, Feng Heng, as the youngest little phoenix of the Feather Clan, was naturally loved and cared for in many ways. Except for the High Priest, he hadn't been afraid of anyone. Then why didn't you leave with them? Yunshi continued to ask. Where would I go if I left? Back to the Feather Clan? I'm afraid the High Priest would beat me to death. Back then, besides not wanting to go back, I also wanted to see if you, Yunshi, really are the most noble female the High Priest talks about. Now I think the High Priest wasn't lying. Maybe it was truly guided by the Beast God. Yunshi, I'm glad you gave me this chance. I no longer have to worry about the High Priest hurting me. The most noble female? Does she mean her soul from another world? That's impossible. She wasn't even here then. Is the High Priest that powerful? Can he predict the future? Maybe you're misunderstanding. Shiyu is naturally strong, and it's normal for his offspring to awaken special abilities. That might be true. But our High Priest really wouldn't say things without reason. Otherwise, how could he arrange the marriage between us and the Beast King's palace? Also, do you know why Lance doesn't want others to know that you two have ended your relationship? 3 pairs of eyes stared closely at Feng Heng. Feng Heng didn't keep them waiting. He blurted out, of course, because he's afraid the High Priest will hurt him, just like me. Lance, you're really clever. Maybe next time when you return to the Feather Clan, you should ask him, Yunshi suggested. All right, after the cold season ends, I'll go back. I'll bring more feather silk for you. The High Priest will definitely give it to me. Feng Heng was also a bit unsure. At that time, he only thought about resisting, so he only said that much. If he had known better, he would have asked more questions. Now, you don't have to worry about the High Priest hurting you, Shiyu teased. He was also curious back then. Feng Heng and Lance, with such noble bloodlines, were arranged to marry. Turns out, there was more to it. Feng Heng proudly said, he definitely won't hit me now. If I bring back a little phoenix bird, I might even become the next leader of the Feather Clan. But I'm not interested in that. I just want to be with Yunshi. Wind Heng finished speaking and then moved closer to Yunshi, starting to tease her. Yunshi, next time, can I skip eating that fruit? If you don't want to eat it, then don't. I won't force you. I knew Yunshi was the best. Yunshi, let me give you a shoulder massage. Wind Heng continued to act very flattering, trying to please the young female. He was clearly trying very hard to impress her. Next to them, Qingling and Shiyu shook their heads at the same time. They truly couldn't compare to Wind Heng in this regard. Time passed day by day. At first, everyone didn't pay much attention to what Wind Heng said. After all, he was always acting surprised and seemed unreliable. But after a week, Xingyi surprisingly also awakened his wind ability, just like Xingchen. Under Wind Heng's guidance, Xingyi quickly learned to control his new power easily. Everyone then started to take Wind Heng's words more seriously. They all looked at Xiao Xinghui. If Xiao Xinghui also awakened his abilities so quickly, then most likely, Wind Heng's words were true. Yunshi was the most respected female in the High Priest's eyes. But Xiao Xinghui was very steady. He spent most of his time eating or sleeping, often lying next to his mother like a little lazy cat, taking long naps. He was very different from Xingchen and Xingyi, who were now very playful. Especially Xingchen, who, after awakening his ice ability, wanted to play in the snow every day. Soon, more than a month had passed. Now, Xiao Xingchen could freeze water into ice cubes, and Xiao Xingyi could form a few small wind blades. But Xiao Xinghui remained calm and steady. Yunshi looked at the sleeping Xiao Xinghui and teased Wind Heng. I told you, there's no such magical thing. It's probably just a coincidence. Wind Heng, maybe you've been fooled by the High Priest. Wind Heng was also uncertain now. Could it be that the high priest really tricked him? But none of that mattered anymore. He had found his most important female, so whether she was noble or not didn't matter. Being fooled is fine. He's the high priest, and I don't dare argue with him. But I've already found the female I like, so it's not really being fooled. Yunshi, in my heart, you are the most noble female. Seeing Wind Hang's serious expression, Yunshi couldn't help but want to tease him. Really? If I change back to how I was before, will you think the same way? Wind Hung was slightly surprised, with a serious face, and asked, will you pluck my feathers then? I'll pluck them to make a shuttlecock. It should look very pretty, Yunshi said seriously. Oh, then I'll pluck a few now, so you can make a shuttlecock. Yunshi, don't change back to how you were before. I don't like it very much. After saying that, Wind Hung made a move to pluck his own feathers. Yunshi quickly grabbed his hand and said with a mix of laughter and tears, I was just joking. Do you really believe that? I do believe it. As long as you want, I'll definitely pluck them for you. But I don't want you to go back to how you were before. I think you're the best now, and I like it. Is it really that good? Everything about you now is good. Alright, the judgment is done. Little Beast husband Wind Hung is also a romantic at heart. Shiryu gently pushed open the door and walked in. As if performing a magic trick, he took out a brand new fluffy cloak from behind and handed it to Yunshi with a mysterious look, saying, Yunshi, I made you a new animal hide cloak. Yunshi's eyes lit up. The cloak looked soft and thick, with a ring of fluffy white fur sewn around it. The texture was somewhat similar to Shiryu's fur. Shiryu, did you really pull out your tail? Yunshi said half jokingly, half seriously. Shiryu also found it amusing and helpless. He gently brushed Yunshi's nose and said affectionately, what are you thinking? Don't worry, you can check it yourself tonight. Shiryu's foxtail is an essential tool for attracting little females. He wouldn't just pull it out, he would cherish it carefully. That's good. I thought you pulled it out yourself. Yunshi pointed to the ring of fur on the cloak. Yes, I did pull a little from somewhere else, but it doesn't matter. Come, let me help you put on the cloak and this. While speaking, Shiryu took out a pair of gloves, a fluffy hat, and a thick scarf from his space. Yunshi looked at the cloak, gloves, and scarf, exactly the snow play gear she mentioned before. She was surprised that Shiryu had secretly prepared them. Yunshi was very happy and asked eagerly, can I go out now? Shiryu smiled and nodded, then gently brushed Yunshi's hair. His little girl was so clever, she guessed everything right away. Well, this winter might end sooner than expected. The snow is falling less and less. I worry that one day it will suddenly stop, and then you won't be able to play in the snow. I don't want you to be sad. Are you saying I can go out and play in the snow now? Yunshi excitedly threw herself into Shiryu's arms. Yes, I promised you, and I've been keeping that promise. But only for a little while. If it gets too cold, we can wait a few more days. No, I don't want to wait. I want to go see Qingling and the others now. Yunshi was already eager. If she had to say what her biggest regret this winter was, it would be that she hadn't played in the snow yet. Now, the chance was right in front of her. How could she wait? Even one more second would feel like a betrayal of her longing for snow. He's outside playing in the snow with Xingqian. Xingye is peeking through the door, watching them. Thinking of Xingye, who could only watch but not play, a little smile appeared on Shiyu's face. No wonder. The ones least afraid of the cold at home are Qingling and Xingqian. Although their fox fur is thick, Xingye is still too young. He can only watch like his mother, unable to go out and play. Shiyu carefully dressed Yunshi, who looked like a fluffy ball and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. His little girl was just like him, becoming fluffy too. Yunshi went to the living room and immediately saw Xingye looking so pitiful. The little guy was staring longingly at his brother and Qingling playing in the snow. His eyes were full of envy. Seeing this, Yunshi couldn't help but find it funny. Xingye is naturally active, and now that he's stuck inside, only watching but not playing, it must be very uncomfortable. And he's so obedient, poor little guy. When he saw his dear mother come out, Xingye immediately turned around, waddled over on his short legs, and pitifully rubbed against Yunshi's pants. Then he carefully looked up, sneaking a glance at his father, as if he was complaining about something. Yunshi guessed that he was probably telling on her, since he was kept inside and not allowed to go out. Yunshi understood immediately. She picked up Xingye, gently touched his small ear, and softly said, "Let's go. Mom will take little Xingye outside to play in the snow with Big Brother." It had been almost 4 months since Yunshi had stepped out of the small wooden house. Now she stood outside, feeling the cold air against her face, making her feel a bit dizzy, as if she hadn't been in nature for a long time. Starry immediately saw his mother and dropped Qingling and his father. Like a silver flash, he ran toward Yunshi. The little guy was very excited. This was the first time his mother came out to play with him, and he wanted to spend time with her. Seizing the moment, Xingchen suddenly jumped and pounced on Yunshi, knocking a big pile of snow onto her. Yunshi sneezed from the cold. Xiyu quickly hugged Yunshi into his arms, picked up Xingchen gently, and threw him into the snow pile. Of course, he chose the spot carefully so as not to hurt the little one. "Don't jump on Mom. You'll make her cold and uncomfortable." Xingchen crawled out of the snow, shook off the snow on his body, and looked at his father with a sad face. He just wanted to play with his mother. So, in front of Mom, even fatherly love seemed to fade a little, right? "Xingchen, ignore your father. Let's play snowball fight," Yunshi called out to the little star. Xingchen's eyes lit up again. She really understood him best. Then, he quickly jumped into the snow again, using his little paws to dig and shape a lumpy snowball. The little guy gathered all his strength and threw it forcefully toward his father. The snowball hit Xiyu's shoulder perfectly, neither painful nor harmless. Seeing this, Xingye immediately jumped down from Yunshi. The little guy had been eager to act. If his mother hadn't held him back, he would have started already. He wanted to challenge his father just like his big brother. To avoid hurting Yunshi, Xiyu handed her over to Fengheng to take care of, and he joined the two kids in a snowball fight. Yunshi felt the temperature was okay at this moment. Her fur was still fluffy and within a tolerable range, so she also got very playful. Yunshi looked up at Fengheng and noticed that his eyes were also bright and shiny, looking a bit eager and restless. They exchanged a quick glance, understanding each other without words. Silently, they prepared to make a huge snowball, knowing it would be hard to throw. But Fengheng had special powers, so it was easy for him. She was playing with two kids and watching Yunshi. Seeing she was just playing in the snow, he relaxed and focused on playing with the children. Qingling also came over. Yunshi nodded at Xiyu, and Qingling understood instantly. Soon, with Qingling's powers, they made a giant snowball very quickly. "Xiyu, look. I made a big snowball," Yunshi shouted. Just as Xiyu turned around, the big snowball flew straight at him, hitting him unexpectedly. Xiyu instantly turned into a snow figure. Yunshi couldn't help but laugh loudly. The two kids nearby cheered happily, shouting excitedly. Their mother had just helped them get revenge because their father had been mean to them earlier. Soon, Xiyu used his powers to melt the snow on himself. His face still wore a gentle smile as he looked at Qingling and Fengheng. That look made both of them shrink back nervously. Behind Xiyu, his tail slowly appeared, one strand at a time. He used his tail to pull Yunshi over from the other side and hugged her tightly. Xiyu whispered in Yunshi's ear, "Want to see how I tease them?" Yunshi's eyes sparkled, and she nodded quickly. Her expression was like she was eager to watch the fun, loving the excitement. She had decided to switch sides and join Xiyu. While Xiyu was talking, his tail had secretly gathered several large snowballs. Fengheng and Qingling didn't notice what he was doing at all. Especially Fengheng, who was still caught up in Yunshi's betrayal scene. "Yunshi, how could you?" Before Fengheng finished speaking, a big snowball flew straight at him. Fengheng was quick and nimble, quickly turning aside to avoid the snowball, shouting, "Sure you, at least let me finish talking." Yunshi. Before Fengheng could finish, another big snowball flew toward him. The scene then settled into a usual pattern. Whenever Fengheng opened his mouth, Shuri was ready to throw snowballs at him. Fengheng was so busy dodging snowballs that he didn't even have time to speak. Meanwhile, Qingling wasn't targeted by Shiryu, mainly because these snowballs didn't scare him at all. Qingling loved playing in the snow. In the end, Feng Heng had no choice but to transform into a fiery phoenix. With a loud whoosh, he flew into the air. He flapped his wings and shouted angrily, "If Yunxi wasn't in your hands, I would fight back. Yunxi, sure you, is bullying me. You're still with him, don't you care about me anymore? Come down first and I will definitely take good care of you. You guys are working together now. If I come down, sure you will definitely throw snowballs at me." Yunxi covered her mouth to hide her smile. Feng Heng was quite clever this time.
Of course, it was all just play.
Sure you only teased Feng Heng a little, at most making him cold. Anyway, Feng Heng was tough and thick-skinned. Sure you took Yunxi back to the house. Although the temperature was gradually rising, it was still a bit cold for the little girl. They couldn't play outside for too long. As soon as Yunxi entered the house, she quickly rubbed her hands and muttered, "It's fun, but it's too cold." Sure you immediately conjured a small flame in his palm and carefully handed it to Yunxi, softly saying, "Keep warm. If it doesn't snow tomorrow, it will start melting. It will stay cold for a while longer. Once the snow melts, the cold season will be over." At this moment, Qingling also brought in the two playful kids. Xingchen was fine, but Xingyi was shivering from the cold, yet still looked eager to continue playing, struggling to go outside again. Qingling wiped Xingye's body with animal fur and said, "Once the snow melts, it will be the rainy season. I will clear the land next to the small wooden house, and this year, we can plant more of what you like to eat." Yunxi nodded and replied, "Yes, everyone will help out then. We'll try to plant all the seeds." After taking care of the two little ones, Qingling and Xiyu went to the kitchen to prepare food. Yunxi returned to her room and checked on Xiaoxinghui, who was still sleeping. Despite all the noise outside, he wasn't woken up. He is truly a sleepy little one. "Yunxi, look, isn't Xinghui's tail more colorful now? It looks just as beautiful as my feathers," Feng Heng said nearby. Yunxi rolled her eyes at Feng Heng. Was he praising the cub or himself? She leaned closer and saw that Xinghui's tail was indeed much more beautiful than his two brothers. She wondered who he inherited it from. Xiyu is a nine-tailed white fox, and she herself is from the White Tiger clan. Why is Xinghui's tail so special? For 3 days in a row, no more snow has fallen. This means the cold season is almost over. Next comes the snow melting phase. When the snow melts, Minji should return. Yunxi hasn't seen her husband in 4 months. She wondered if he might be so hungry in the cave that he lost his abs. "Minji, as long as you want to feel my abs, they are always there." In the past few days, Yunxi stayed in bed again. Xiyu and Qingling went to help clear the snow from the tribe, while Feng Heng watched the two energetic little ones outside. Xingchen and Xingye have endless energy every day. Xiyu didn't allow them to go out and cause trouble during the snow melting period. But the two little ones kept running from downstairs to upstairs and back, never stopping for a moment. Yunxi also felt relieved. In this beast world, males take care of the cubs. If she had to play with Xingchen and Xingye, she probably wouldn't last more than half an hour. As for Xiaoxinghui, the little guy has been acting a bit strange these days. Most of the time, he sleeps at night and during the day. He sleeps like clockwork, sleeping more soundly than anyone. One day, Yunxi was holding Xinghui for a nap. In the middle of sleep, Xinghui seemed to wake up from a nightmare, crying softly. Yunxi was not fully asleep. When she heard Xinghui's cry, she immediately sat up to comfort him. "Xinghui, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Little Xinghui, with sleepy eyes, looked at his dear mother and woke up a bit more, crying softly as if trying to say something. "Xinghui, don't be afraid. Dreams are not real." Starhui shook his head and continued to call out to Yunxi, sounding a little anxious. Yunxi rubbed her forehead, wondering if she had guessed wrong. Although she couldn't understand the little one's language, she could usually guess what he meant. "Is he hungry?" Yunxi asked cautiously. Starhui still shook his head and kept calling out. "Maybe he's not feeling well?" Yunxi guessed again. Starhui was getting very worried. Why didn't his mother guess right? He called out toward the door, hoping his father would come. His father would surely understand what he was trying to say. "Are you looking for Dad?" Dad went to the tribe to help clear the snow. "In a few days, you can go play in the square, This made Star Hui even more anxious. He wanted to find his father, because only his father knew what he wanted to say. Suddenly, Star Hui jumped off the big bed. His small body quickly rushed toward the door. Yunshi was startled. She hurriedly put on her cloak and followed. What was wrong with Star Hui? He was usually quiet. Why was he so excited today? When Yunshi reached the living room, she saw little Star Hui dart out the door. Star Hui, wait for me. Don't run off, Yunshi called anxiously. Then she shouted upstairs, Feng Heng. Star Hui ran out. Go find him. At this moment, Feng Heng was busy with Xing Chun and Xing Yi, so he didn't notice Yunshi's movements downstairs. Star Hui was different from Xing Chun and Xing Yi. His body was weaker, and Yunshi was too worried to think about anything else. Her only thought was to catch up to Star Hui and stop him from going out alone. Feng Heng, I'm going after Star Hui. He probably went to find Shiryu. Hurry and follow me. Yunshi finished speaking, quickly put on her hat and scarf, and headed in the direction Star Hui had gone. Fortunately, Feng Heng heard Yunshi's call. Find Shiryu? That means he was heading to the tribe square. He grabbed the two little ones who were still jumping around and leaped off the balcony, rushing toward the square. However, he and Yunshi were heading in opposite directions. Because at this moment, Shiryu and Qing Ling were no longer at the tribe square. Little Star Hui, relying on her special sense of her father's beast's aura, naturally did not go to the tribe square. Yunshi, worried about little Star Hui, hurriedly chased after him without paying attention to the direction. By the time Yunshi realized it, she found that she was running in the opposite direction from the square. At this moment, Yunshi was very anxious and didn't care about anything else. In the blink of an eye, little Star Hui had disappeared somewhere. This guy, usually lazy and slow, surprisingly ran so fast that her old mother couldn't catch up. She didn't know if Star Hui was mistaken about the direction or if Yunshi herself took a wrong turn. Unknowingly, Yunshi had reached the edge of a small river. She looked around, but apart from the path under her feet, everything else was still a blank white expanse. Not only did she not see little Star Hui's figure, but even Feng Heng hadn't caught up. Where did Star Hui go? And this place clearly isn't within the snow-clearing area of Shiryu and the others. Helpless, Yunshi decided to head back home. She could only hope that Shiryu was with her and that little Star Hui had found him. Just as Yunshi turned to leave, she was unaware that the road beneath her had become slippery. As she took a step forward, she slipped and fell uncontrollably toward the small river. Strangely, even though the river was frozen solid, it suddenly seemed to have a gap open in the ice, and Yunshi fell right into that opening. With a splash, Yunshi was thrown into the river. In an instant, the icy water engulfed her completely. Yunshi struggled in the cold water, and the biting chill felt like countless tiny needles piercing her body, almost making her lose consciousness. Just when she thought she might drown here, a golden light ball suddenly appeared, quickly wrapping her tightly. Warmth followed. Then, the light ball slowly rose, carrying Yunshi away from the icy river. At the moment the light ball shattered, strong arms reached out and caught Yunshi. Yunshi opened her eyes and, in a daze, seemed to see a strange male with golden hair. At that moment, Xiaoxing returned with Shiryu and arrived at the riverbank, just in time to see the scene. Yunshi, Shiryu hurried over, pulling Yunshi away from the male. Seeing Yunshi's wet clothes, he quickly took off his own shirt and wrapped it around her. But that didn't seem enough. Shiryu gathered flames and transformed into a nine-tailed fox form, using his furry body to keep Yunshi warm. Shiryu looked cautiously at the unfamiliar male in front of him, his eyes full of anger. He asked coldly, "What did you just do to Yunshi?" This male was not someone Shiryu recognized from the tribe, so he must not be from there. "I just saved her," the man said helplessly, shrugging with an innocent look. Yunshi was trembling from the cold, shivering as she said, "Shiryu, it's not him. I don't know how I fell." Shiryu immediately apologized. "Sorry, I misunderstood you." Seeing Yunshi trembling all over, Shiryu no longer hesitated. He quickly ran toward the small wooden house. Xiaoxing waddled after him, calling softly and whining. His intuition was right. Mother was really in danger. When Shiryu's figure disappeared at the end of the path, the male, with long golden hair, suddenly turned cold. His eyes shot like lightning toward the river, and he said coldly, "Come out." A purple figure broke through the water. Sure enough, it was a mermaid. "Lord Lon Noa, I was wrong," the man said fearfully, kneeling on the ground with a shiver. He didn't expect that his first mistake would be caught by Lord Lon Noa. "Was there anyone more unlucky? Who gave you the guts? Are you your father's beast?" Lon Noa's voice carried a chilling coldness, daring to plot behind his back.
"I'm sorry, Lord Lon Noa."
"I was just impulsive. When I thought of my older brother who was still being punished in the temple, I just wanted to scare her. Even if you didn't intervene, I wouldn't really hurt her." This man was Lon Si's younger brother, Lon Ling. He was trembling uncontrollably right now. "The one punishing your brother is me. Do you want to scare me too?" Lon Nua's voice grew colder, almost freezing the air around him. "Lord Lon Nua, I dare not. Please forgive me." Blue Ling was so frightened that his face turned pale. At this moment, he felt full of regret. How could he make a mistake in front of Lord Lon Nua? "You shouldn't ask me for forgiveness. Do you know where to go now?" "I understand, Lord Lon Nua. I will go at once to make amends," Blue Ling said nervously. "If I see you having any bad thoughts again, I won't forgive you," Lon Nua said. Then, he suddenly disappeared by the small river. Shiryu hurriedly rowed with Yunshi. As soon as they reached the small cabin, he quickly took off Yunshi's wet clothes, wrapped her with his beast form, and used his body to keep her warm. Foam Hung and Qingling sensed Yunshi's danger and rushed back quickly. Qingling went to the kitchen to boil soup, while Foam Hung transformed into a phoenix bird to invite the shaman doctor to come and check on her. Suddenly, Lon Nua appeared outside the small cabin without warning. He pushed the door open and headed straight for Yunshi's room. Shiryu looked at Lon Nua, who suddenly appeared, with a frown. This male was very strong, yet he didn't sense his presence at all. How did he come directly to their home? Coming uninvited, what does this mean? Shiryu asked in a serious tone. "I have the power of a shaman doctor," Lon Nua replied calmly, without giving more explanation. He flicked his palm, and a gentle, brilliant golden light instantly wrapped around Yunshi. Yunshi felt a warm current surround her, and her trembling body from the cold quickly relaxed. As the light gradually faded, Yunshi felt as if everything that just happened was just a dream. "Shiryu, I think my body is fine now." Lon Nua didn't speak. He nodded and turned to walk toward the living room. Shiryu then released Yunshi and helped her put on a thick beast fur coat. "How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" The power used by that person seems to be the highest level of healing among shaman doctors. Yunshi shook her head.
"I'm fine.
I even feel more refreshed than before, probably because of that light. This person saved me twice. I should thank him properly." Shiyu took Yunshi back to the living room. At this moment, Qingling had finished making tea and was walking over with a bowl. Seeing the sudden appearance of a masculine figure in the living room, he was startled. He hadn't noticed at all when a strange presence appeared in the house. No, to be precise, he still hadn't sensed the aura coming from that masculine figure.
Qingling s'alarme Belleran.
This stranger was very strong, stronger even than Minji. Qingling quietly approached Yunshi, handed her the tea, and then kept a close eye on the unfamiliar man. Yunshi took the tea and sipped gently. She said, "Qingling, don't be nervous. This person just saved me. By the way, give some tea to Little Star too. I saw him lying on the bed earlier, looking very tired." Qingling nodded and glanced at Lon Nua again before turning to the kitchen. "Sorry, my beast husband is just worried about me. Thank you so much for saving me twice today. I don't even know your name." Yunshi then carefully looked at the man in front of her. His golden hair was very eye-catching, shining brightly under the light. "I am Lon Nua, from the Sea Clan. It was just a small help." After speaking, Lon Nua suddenly looked toward the door and coldly commanded, "Come in now." Outside, Blue Ling hesitantly pushed open the door, clearly surprised that Lon Nua had suddenly disappeared and appeared here. Blue Ling's face was even paler than before. "Lord Lon Nua, I come to atone. Yunshi looked at the young man with purple hair and was surprised. He looked somewhat similar to Lan Si. What's going on? And what does atonement mean? She didn't seem to have any connection with this person. Lan Nua said nothing, casually finding a seat to sit down. His expression was calm but carried a kind of intimidating authority that made it hard to look directly at him. Blue Ling first looked at Lan Nua, then at Yunshi, and suddenly knelt down heavily in front of her, voice trembling with a hint of tears. Yunshi, I deliberately made the road wet just now, causing you to fall into the river. I didn't mean to hurt you. I just wanted to scare you. Please forgive me. I will do anything you ask. Cloud, she finally understood. No wonder the normally solid road suddenly became slippery, and the small river with thick ice. The spot where she fell had which was caused by someone mischievously tampering with it. She was both angry and upset. I don't know you. Why did you try to hurt me? I just wanted to vent my anger on behalf of my older brother. Ever since our clan found out he broke off his relationship with you, he has been punished in the temple and hasn't come out yet. So, I thought I could scare you a little. Lan Ling was accompanying Lan Nua to the Beichuan tribe. He had observed Yun Shi with Lan Nua before, so he knew her. Today, he happened to see Yun Shi by the river and, out of impulse, decided to play a trick on her. Unexpectedly, Lan Nua caught him in the act. Now he was full of regret, feeling like he had done something stupid for the first time in his life and been caught red-handed. At this moment, Lan Ling wished he could disappear. Whatever punishment you want to give him is fine with me. I have no objections, even if you kill him. The Sea tribe won't hold you accountable. Lan Nua looked indifferent, as if it was just an insignificant matter. Lord Lan Nua, I truly know I was wrong, Lan Ling said, panicking now that Lan Nua was showing no mercy. Seeing Lan Nua remain unmoved, Lan Ling looked at Yun Shi for help. Yun Shi, you can punish me however you want. Please give me another chance. Yun Shi was furious. She had just narrowly escaped death. This was not something that could be settled with a simple scare. It was hard for her to forgive easily. But Lan Nua, who had handed this person over to her, clearly believed she could handle it. Although she was allowed to hit or kill him, it was obvious that this person held a certain status among the Sea tribe. Otherwise, with Lan Nua's skills, he would have dealt with it immediately and wouldn't have left the problem for Yun Shi to handle herself. Yun Shi looked at Shiryu, uncertain about what to do. Shiryu clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. This person dared to hurt Yun Shi. No wonder Xing Hui came rushing to find him, saying that mother was in danger. He hadn't hesitated at the time and immediately returned. If it weren't for Lan Nua's intervention, he couldn't imagine what Yun Shi might have gone through. But he also understood that this person must not be allowed to live. Since he pushed you into the river, then let's teach him a lesson. Make him experience what it's like to be a roasted fish, Shiryu said through gritted teeth. Yun Shi's eyes lit up. She thought that Shiryu's idea was pretty good. If she didn't do something, she really couldn't swallow this anger. Mermaids are not afraid of water, but fire should be scary. Yun Shi looked at Lan Nua. This person holds a high position in the Sea tribe. Yun Shi remembered that Lan Si seemed to be the son of the Mermaid King, and surprisingly, Lan Nua could punish Lan Si at will. It seemed that Lan Nua was the great priest mentioned by Lan Si. Why are you looking at me? I have no objections. Your punishment is too light. If it were me, I would skin him and then roast him. Lan Nua was serious. If Blue Wing wasn't the son of the Mermaid King, he would have killed him already. He just punished Lan Si, then turned around and killed Blue Wing. The Mermaid King would be angry. He wasn't afraid of the Mermaid King, but choosing a new Mermaid King would just waste time and effort. Then, how about I do what you say, skin him and roast him? Yun Shi deliberately tested. Blue Wing heard this and looked sad, begging, please spare me. Don't skin me. I will give you all my treasures. Otherwise, just end it quickly and kill me. He wouldn't skin Blue Wing since he was Lan Si's younger brother. Although she had no real connection with Lan Si being punished still had some relation to her. How many treasures do you have? Are they enough to buy your fish skin? All in the sea, a lot. Maybe I can go get them for you. When I come back, will you roast me? Blue Wing's eyes flickered with hope. Are you trying to run away? I dare not run. Lan Nua is here. Even if I had 10 guts, I wouldn't dare. If Blue Wing dared to run, he would have already run away by the small river just now. Since he came to atone, it was clear he was afraid to run.
He can't run.
If he tries, I will bring him back, Lan Nua said casually. Blue Wing was still young, with a hint of innocence on his face. He carefully looked up and whispered, Lord Lan Nua, can you lend me some? When I go back, I will ask my father to pay you double. Well, how about double? I can wait a few more days. Yunchi believed this person wouldn't go back on his word. Since Lan Nua guaranteed it, waiting a few more days was fine. The treasures in the sea should be good. She wouldn't mind having more. Then should I go get them now? When I come back, will you roast me? If I get hurt, I won't be able to swim fast and it will waste time. Blue Feather carefully suggested, not because he was delaying, but because he genuinely cared about Yunchi. Anyway, being roasted was inevitable. Whether early or late, it would happen eventually. It's better to be roasted later. He wasn't mentally ready yet. This won't do. What if you two team up to trick me? I must be roasted first. Yunchi directly refused. If you have a grudge, you should settle it immediately. Waiting until later to do so would just make me feel frustrated. Yunchi refuses to be that frustrated little female. No matter what, he would be roasted. Blue Feather looked eagerly at Lan Nua, begging, Lord Lan Nua, could you help me treat my injury later? You know I'm most afraid of fire. I think you might like my flames more. Want to try how they taste? Lan Nua said casually. A blue flame flickered at his fingertips, dancing freely, looking quite extraordinary. Seeing the flame, Blue Feather immediately knelt down, almost crying. Female Yunchi, please tie me up now and roast me. I won't resist. Just don't use Lord Lan Nua's flames. Please, for my brother's sake, forgive me. I know I was wrong. Blue Feather transformed into his merman form, desperately wanting to be with a rope to show his sincerity. It was clear he was really afraid of Lan Nua's flames. Yunchi wasn't interested in roasting the merman. He left this to Shiryu, who was good with fire. The fish had to be roasted. Otherwise, he might dare to cause trouble again next time. No one should take others' lives lightly. Even mischief should have limits. After Shiryu tied Blue Feather up tightly and took him outside the small cabin, the little ones came to watch the fun. Qingling stayed inside to keep Yunchi company. Lan Nua looked at Yunchi curiously. After a while, he spoke slowly. Did you really break up with Lan Si? He's the most beautiful merman in our sea. Don't you like him? Aren't you already aware of that? Why are you punishing him? You should know the reason, Yunchi replied irritably. He's still in the temple, and his injuries haven't been treated. He did something wrong, so he deserves punishment. Lano's face was now smiling, showing a completely different attitude from before. Honestly, Yunchi felt a bit speechless. She and Lance had peacefully ended their relationship, both willing, so why were outsiders still involved? This seems to be my and Lance's matter. Are you overstepping, High Priest? Lano's face showed a hint of a smile. You're quite clever. I see you've guessed it. Yunchi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Lano's identity wasn't hard to figure out. When Lance had asked her not to tell anyone about ending their relationship, it was probably because he was worried the High Priest would find out. After all, Feng Hung had said that Lance and he were both afraid of being scolded or punished by their own High Priest. Lano casually shifted his posture, his lips slightly parted as he continued, There's no way around it. I really have to get involved. If you're unhappy with Lance, I can make him apologize or even scold him. Or, like Lanning, he can be roasted for fun. Do you want to give him another chance? Lance is not only a level 7 cultivator, but also a healer. Keeping him around could be good for you. That's not right. Is the ocean your family's territory? Are you overstepping? Yunchi's voice carried a hint of impatience. Is this person a matchmaker? Lan Hai is indeed within my jurisdiction. If you dislike Lance, I can bring all the males of our sea tribe here, and you can pick any. But I think Lance is the best. I personally chose him. Yunchi was completely speechless. Yunchi thought, is this person crazy? Why should I choose a male from your sea tribe? Her gratitude for Lano's help was completely gone now. She looked at Lano and found him irritating everywhere. Who forces others to choose a partner? This is an arranged marriage between our sea tribe and your beast father. Unless your beast father personally cancels the marriage, Lano said with an unshakable tone. You're mistaken. This is an alliance between your sea tribe and the Beast King Palace. The Beast King has already been replaced. Shouldn't you go to the Beast King Palace and discuss this with the new king? This has nothing to do with me. Lano's lips curled into a charming, mischievous smile. He slowly approached Yunshi, looking down at her from above, and said with a smile, No, it has nothing to do with the Beast King Palace. It's only about you, Yunshi. Blue Noah is really a strange person. Does she still not get to choose her own beast partner? At this moment, Foam Hung hurriedly walks down from upstairs, muttering nonstop, Why isn't the shaman doctor in the tribe again? Every time I try to find him, he's never around. Is he deliberately avoiding me? Then, Foam Hung spots Yunshi standing in the living room. He rushes over anxiously, carefully checking Yunshi from head to toe. After confirming Yunshi is fine, Foam Hung quietly breathes a sigh of relief. Yunshi, you scared me to death just now. Luckily, you're okay. I kept looking for you at the square, but couldn't find you. It made me so anxious. Even now, Foam Hung still feels lingering fear. Little Phoenix Bird of the Feather Clan? Blue Noah looks at Foam Hung with interest, a meaningful smile on her face. It seems the Feather Clan guy's wish has come true. Foam Hung finally notices Blue Noah in the living room. Like Qing Ling, he didn't sense Blue Noah's presence at all. He didn't realize she was there.
Who are you?
Why are you in her house? Foam Hung looks at Blue Noah with suspicion. This person seems a bit dangerous. No wonder he didn't pay attention to her earlier when she talked for a long time and Yunshi ignored him. So, someone suddenly appeared in the house. Just then, a scream comes from outside the door. From the sound, it seems Shiryu has already started cooking. When I flew to the balcony just now, I saw Shiryu burning fire. Is he preparing food? Foam Hung asks with some doubt. He's going to roast a mermaid, the one that caused Yunshi to fall into the river. Qing Ling explains nearby. What? Foam Hung's eyes widen in anger. I'm going to deal with that mermaid right now. Foam Hung storms out angrily. How dare he hurt Yunshi? If he doesn't teach him a lesson, he won't be Foam Hung. He is the little overlord of the Feather Clan. Soon, the screams from Blue Ling become more and more pitiful. Didn't you say you would only roast me? Why is this Phoenix Bird acting so unpredictably? High Priest, save me. I know I was wrong. Don't tear my skin. I'm raising the stakes. I'm raising the stakes. Quickly make that Phoenix Bird stop. Qing was worried that Yunshi might be disturbed by the mermaid's voice, so she gently covered Yunshi's ears with her hand. If she didn't trust Yunshi to stay inside alone, she would have gone out to give the mermaid a warning. Let the mermaid experience what it feels like to be caught between hot and cold. Yunshi was indeed annoyed by the blue feathers' noise outside the house, and with Daji, the high priest, inside, she felt very irritated. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Yunshi didn't want to pay attention to Daji, so she turned to walk back into her room, saying as she went, High Priest, please go back. I need to rest. Without looking back, she returned to her room. At this moment, Little Star was lying softly on the big bed. Hearing the noise, the little one lazily opened its eyes, saw it was Mom, and looked at her tiredly. Then, the little one slowly moved toward Yunshi, climbed onto her lap, found a comfortable spot, made a soft sound, and then lay down to sleep again. Yunshi gently patted Little Star's back, feeling a wave of worry. This little one hadn't left the small wooden house during the entire cold season, and today it had been outside for so long. She didn't know how its health was. And the medicine woman, why was she often missing? Just then, Shiyu pushed the door open and came in. Yunshi looked up and asked, Have everything been taken care of? Fengheng and Qingling are outside. I asked them to watch over things, and Daji didn't interfere. Yunshi, are you okay? Shiyu looked at Yunshi with concern. He could sense that Yunshi wasn't in a good mood. I'm fine, just a little annoyed. By the way, what did Xinghui tell you today? He was crying and talking for a long time, but I couldn't understand what he meant. He got anxious and ran out to find you. That's why I followed. Xinghui told me you were in danger and asked me to protect you. So just now, little star had found Xiu and didn't stop for a moment. It immediately cried and told its father about the dream it had. Mom was in danger, and Dad needed to protect her. Hearing this, Yunxi's eyes turned slightly red. She reached out and gently touched Xinghui's little head, softly saying, Xinghui, didn't I tell you that dreams are not real? Mom is standing right in front of you. You can't run out like that in the future. Mom will worry. Starhui looked up with some confusion. Was the dream really fake? But just now, Mother was truly in danger. And that dream felt so real. Mother really fell into the river. That's why he took Father to the riverbank. Xiao Xinghui tilted his head, looking at Yunxi, and whined softly. Sure, you translated. He says his dream was real. For a moment, Yunxi didn't know how to explain. If Xinghui hadn't run out, she wouldn't have chased after him, and naturally, he wouldn't have fallen into the river. Is this just a coincidence? Or has Xinghui awakened some special ability? Shiryu shook his head. He wasn't sure either. Maybe it was just a coincidence. If Zai Zai runs out again, let them go. Don't chase after them. They run fast, and you can't catch up. I'm just worried about Xinghui. He's never been out in winter before. I didn't think much at the time. I was just heading back from the river when that mermaid played tricks on us. Thinking back on that incident, Yunxi still felt a bit angry. She's very afraid of the cold. When she fell into the river, she was just flailing around, forgetting she could swim. From now on, we should keep someone by your side. Zai Zai is grown now. No need to always follow him. Let them have fun, they're tough. I understand, Yunxi replied. She frowned slightly and voiced her doubts. Why do I feel like that Manhwa is coming for me? Sure, you also had this feeling. Why would the high priest of the sea tribe come all the way to Beichuan village?
They're just a small tribe.
It seems what Feng Heng said is probably true. Yunxi, you're likely the most respected young female they talk about. The feather tribe and sea tribe's high priests probably know something, which is why they married you to your father. But I'm no longer the Beast King's daughter. Why are they still holding on to me? They even said their males can choose freely. It's so frustrating. They want to send a beast husband, and if others refuse, that's not allowed. If I had to choose, I'd pick the most noble from the sea tribe. Would he agree? Yunxi's anger grew as she spoke. She thought that ending her relationship with Lance was solving a problem. But while it did remove one trouble, it brought a bunch of new ones. Qingling and Feng Heng brought Zai Zai to the room. Feng Heng was full of anger and said angrily, That mermaid, I didn't even use much strength, and he fainted. How dare he hurt Yunxi? From now on, I will hit him every time I see him. Yunxi, the high priest, took the mermaid away. He said he will send someone to apologize in a few days, Qingling added nearby. He just relies on his high priest status. Otherwise, I would really roast that mermaid. He's just a high priest, so I'll go back to the Feather Clan and see if our high priest still acts so arrogantly. Feng Heng became more and more excited as he spoke. He was too afraid to return to the Feather Clan before. Now, not only does he dare to go back, but he also feels like he's found a way to control their high priest. He doesn't believe he can't handle their high priest. As for Lan Ling's matter, it can be considered settled. Once the apology arrives, this matter will be truly over. The apology from Lan Ling came quickly, personally delivered by Lan Si. That morning, the long-lost sunshine broke through the thick clouds and shone on the land. The snow around had mostly melted away. Lan Si waited outside the small wooden house, looking pale, with several full animal skin bags beside him. These were Lan Ling's apology gifts. By now, Lan Si no longer looked as stunning as when they first met. Qingling was the first to notice Lan Si, nodded in greeting. Then he turned back to the small house and told Yunxi about Lan Si's arrival. Please let him in, Yunxi said softly. Since he was a guest, there was no reason to turn him away. Lan Si silently followed Qingling back to the small house. His mood was completely different from last time. Last time, after he and Yunxi ended their relationship and he returned to the sea, somehow, The high priest saw through him. He wanted to pretend he was innocent, but since the high priest was involved, how could he hide it? That day, he was punished in the temple, kneeling for 3 days and nights. When he first returned to the sea, the high priest didn't say anything or punish him. The second time he went back, the high priest just looked at him coldly twice. Until this time, when he returned and learned that he and Yunshi had broken up, the high priest clearly got angry. I am here to deliver Lan Ling's apology. Sorry, Yunshi, I didn't know my brother would make such a mistake. Sure, you accept the apology. This matter is in the past. I will not pursue it further, but if there is a next time, my beast master will not let him go. I will warn him, and such things will not happen again, Lance promised confidently. Yunshi nodded lightly and said, I accept your apology. I won't keep you as a guest. You can go now. Lance did not move immediately. After a moment of silence, he slowly knelt in front of Yunshi, lowering his eyes and speaking carefully. Yunshi, please forgive me. Give me another chance. I want to stay by your side. Did Lan Nuo make you do this? Yunshi asked directly. It was clear that Lance's actions were not truly his own idea. It was my own decision, unrelated to the high priest, Lance quickly denied. Are you so afraid of your high priest? Whatever he asks you to do, you do it, even if you don't want to. Can't you have your own thoughts? Those injuries on you, they must be his doing. Lance shook his head and continued to deny. No, I deserve it. Our sea tribe doesn't allow breaking the bond with a partner. I made a mistake, and I accept the punishment. Since you've accepted the punishment, why are you still asking me for forgiveness? Weren't your sufferings in vain? Are you stupid? He didn't seem stupid before, but after being punished by their high priest, he looked a bit foolish. Even if it wasn't me, there would be others from our tribe. I have the power of a shaman and my talent is quite good. The high priest said I am the most suitable, Lance explained with some helplessness. High priest, don't you have your own thoughts? Lance, we have already ended our relationship, and I can see this isn't truly your wish. Besides, I won't accept the males your sea tribe offers me. I have my own ideas. This time, Lance fell silent. Yes, this wasn't truly his idea. Although he was initially angry about hiding the truth from Shiryu, over time, he felt more at ease. Yunshi had changed from before, but he didn't like life on land. He wanted to return to the sea and become a strong person like the high priest. If he didn't end his relationship with Yunshi, he would eventually return to life on land. That was not what he hoped for. So, after thinking for a long time, he decided to leave the decision to Yunshi. If she wanted him to stay, he would stay. If not, he would end their relationship. When Yunshi met him, the first thing she did was to end their relationship. At that moment, he felt like a heavy weight had finally been lifted from his heart. So, he straightforwardly ended their partnership. However, he overlooked the high priest. He was too afraid to disobey the high priest's orders. To the sea people, the high priest was the highest authority. No one dared to go against his wishes, not even the king, who always obeyed the high priest. Lance, you should go back. If the high priest pressures you again, tell him to come directly to me. We are just acquaintances, and I hope you can be yourself. Yunshi now understood that she still had some secrets she didn't know about herself. Otherwise, those two high priests wouldn't be causing trouble for no reason. Maybe, as Feng Heng said, it was the will of the beast god. If that's the case, she didn't need to be polite to Lan Nuo anymore. She believed she was useful to him. Lance stared at Yunshi in surprise and muttered, Be myself? Yes, think about it. Do you really want to stay with me? Don't let the high priest lead you around. Lance looked a bit dazed. After organizing his thoughts, he seemed to make a decision and said, I understand. I will go tell the high priest that I don't want to stay. After saying that, Lance slowly stood up and headed for the door. But just a few steps away, his body suddenly swayed, and he collapsed straight down, losing consciousness. Yunshi. What's going on? Why did he suddenly faint? Was he too excited or too happy? Helpless, Yunshi sighed. Forget it. I'll find a quiet room for him to rest. When he wakes up, I'll let him leave. Since he fainted at her house, Yunshi couldn't just ignore it. She still had a good impression of Lance. He slept until evening. Just in time for dinner at Yunshi's house, she openly invited him to join her. Guests are welcome. Lance didn't refuse. He sat down directly, already very hungry after not eating all day. Moreover, after tasting the food made by Qingling last time, he thought the flavor was very good. After a moment, Lance hesitated for a while before asking, "Yunshi, has Bai Yi come back?" Why did Lance suddenly bring up this guy? "Do you have news about Bai Yi?" Sure you asked. He said he returned to the Beast King city. When I parted from him, he said he would come back after finishing his work. I think, since so much time has passed, he should be back. Bai Yi hasn't come back, Feng Heng said from beside them. Lance paused, then continued. Earlier, the traveling merchants who came to exchange salt mentioned that your older brother Yunshi seems to still be alive. Do you want to know? Older brother? In Yunshi's memory, she only remembers that night when her father was betrayed by the current Beast King. She also heard from the guards about her brothers. They said her brothers were ambushed to save their father and were eventually stabbed in the throat, falling at the gates of the Beast King's palace. At that time, she was hurriedly taken away by some beast servants and did not see her brothers' bodies with her own eyes. Is the news accurate? Yunshi couldn't remain indifferent. Whether it was her father or her brothers, they truly cared for the original owner. If her brothers are still alive, it would be a good thing for both her and the original owner. As for her mother, she still has some memory of her. She was the wife of the new Beast King, that ruthless female who betrayed her father along with her beast servants and didn't even spare her own cubs. I heard that your older brother is imprisoned in the abandoned beast city. As for the details, I'm not very clear. Bai Yi seems to have gone back because of this. I heard. Lance hesitated for a long time but ultimately couldn't say it. Come on, tell me. What else did you hear? Yunshi urged anxiously, as no one likes to speak halfway. It's just that Bai Yi seems to be with that new female Beast King now. I heard she is very fond of him. Lance knew that Yunshi and Bai Yi were childhood friends, and he wondered if Yunshi would feel sad upon hearing this news. Yunshi, don't be sad. This is just what I heard. It might not be true. Maybe I heard it wrong. Yunshi was only slightly stunned. Her impression of Bai Yi, like Lance's, had already become somewhat blurry and not very clear. I understand, Lance. Thank you for bringing me this news. If you need any help, just ask. I will do my best to assist you. How about I stay a few more days? I'm worried about leaving too soon. The high priest might think I haven't tried hard enough. I want to rest for a few days to heal my wounds. Lance spoke carefully. He didn't follow the high priest's orders. If he returned to the ocean, the high priest might punish him again. That's okay. You're just afraid of the high priest. Lance nodded. Although the high priest always had a smile on his face and seemed indifferent, no one in the sea tribe dared to disobey him. Please, just let me stay 2 more days. I came from the sea and haven't stopped for a moment. I really need to rest. Otherwise, I might not be able to handle the high priest's anger when I go back. Yunshi didn't refuse. She could tell that Lance wouldn't bother her anymore. Then you can stay 2 days, but no more. My husband Mia, you should be back soon. The cold season has ended, and my husband should be returning soon. At night, Yunshi lay in Shiryu's arms, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Shiryu noticed Yunshi's restlessness and softly asked, "Are you thinking about Lance?" Yes. If what Lance said is true, then for nearly a year, my older brother has been in that so-called abandoned beast city. How much suffering has he endured? That person just watched coldly and did nothing. My father was so good to her. I don't know why, but Yunshi still has some impression of that so-called mother. She remembers that her mother never liked her since she was young. She only liked the new Beast King's daughter, who is her so-called sister. Because her father is the Beast King, she and her brothers grew up in the Beast King's palace. Her mother rarely stayed there. Most of the time, she lived with other beast husbands. Even so, her brothers often took her to see their mother, but what she received was such a cruel betrayal. When Mieyi returns, we will discuss it and go to the abandoned beast city first. If your older brother is really there, we will find a way to bring him back. My older brother is really good to me. Yes, I know. They used to support you, and now we will stand behind you and support you too. Don't worry, your brothers in the abandoned beast city can survive there. They must have some self-protection skills. Moreover, your older brother Yunqi is a peak 7th rank expert. We should not underestimate them. Shiryu softly comforted her. He admired Yunqi very much. At that time, everyone in the Beast King Palace knew that Yunqi would be the next Beast King. Yunqi also protected his sister Yunqi very well. When my older brother comes back, I will have someone to support me. Yes, yes, yes. Lady wife, go to sleep quickly. I will hold you, Shiryu said as he gently pulled Yunqi into his arms, full of affection. Yunqi pretended to be angry and said, "Humph, you're smart. Now that you know I have a backing, do you still dare to control me in the future? Not dare, not dare. Not now either. I can't control Lady Wife now. Let me serve Lady Wife, okay?" To prevent the little girl from overthinking, Shiryu decided to find something to do. A sly look flashed in his eyes. He suddenly flipped over, trapping Yunqi beneath him. His voice was low and tempting. "Yunqi, it's not so cold today. Maybe we can do something else?" Yunqi smiled and crossed her arms, teasing Shiryu, "But I still feel a little cold." "No cold. My tail is very warm. Do you want to play?" Shiryu didn't give Yunqi time to think. His tail appeared strand by strand behind him, some wrapping around Yunqi's arm, others sliding up her leg little by little, even touching her neck and earlobes. His fluffy tail gently brushed her, making her feel tingly and numb. Yunqi couldn't help but tremble slightly. This fox spirit, she said she was afraid, but in fact, she dared more than anyone. "Yunqi, aren't you cold at all?" Seeing Yunqi's cheeks turn red, Shiryu felt very happy. "There's no more cold." Yunqi felt her body getting a little hot. In the end, Yunqi couldn't resist Shiryu's gentle persuasion. The two of them lingered for a while. But as Shiryu said, she really wasn't cold at all. The next day, Yunqi surprisingly slept until noon before waking up. She yawned and walked out of the room, instantly attracting attention. Foam Hung and Qingling looked at Yunqi excitedly, their eyes shining brightly. Yunqi immediately understood. Last night, she probably overheard something she shouldn't have. Lansua didn't seem to notice anything unusual. She was probably staying farther away, so Yunqi relaxed a little. At this moment, the long-lost sunshine outside the window shone again, streaming through the window into the living room. In just one day, Lanza's injuries had healed quite a bit. Your shaman healer's ability to recover is indeed stronger than that of ordinary orcs, Yunqi couldn't help but admire. Actually, our sea tribe has a strong self-healing ability, and with my shaman skills, recovery is naturally faster. But we agreed I would stay for 2 days, and you can't change your mind. If I leave early, the high priest will definitely scold me, Lance emphasized seriously, afraid that Yunqi would kick him out at any moment. Yunqi felt a bit helpless. She had promised Lance, so she wouldn't send him away early. Don't you know how to resist? Foam Hung even ran away from home. Where can I go? The whole sea area is under the high priest's control. Besides, what if Foam Hung resists? In the end, he'll just obediently submit. At least I have the courage to resist. Foam Hung raised his chin proudly. Yunqi quietly looked at Lance, feeling a bit disappointed, and said, "You can't just do whatever he asks." Lance remained silent. From his expression, it was clear he probably had already done so. "You need to learn to refuse, or he'll just keep bullying you," Yunqi continued earnestly. Lance thought for a moment and decided to defend their high priest a little. "Actually, our high priest is very good. He's just a bit stubborn about this matter. Usually he's not so strict. Good? You don't even have the courage to flip the table. I think he's just a selfish fish, bullying the younger ones. If he's so powerful, why doesn't he do it himself?" Yunqi continued to complain. Lance had already become a selfish fish in her eyes. "Oh, who wants to flip the table?" At this moment, Lance once again barged in without regard for others, pushing open the small wooden house and walking in on his own. Lance shrank back in fear, signaling, "It's not me." Why did the high priest come? No, how come you just walk into someone else's house so casually? I don't think I invited you, Yunshi said, increasingly convinced that Lance was just a selfish fish. Yunshi snorted coldly. This greedy fish is lying through its teeth. As a female, she might not have heard everything clearly, but surely, out of these 4 males, none of them could have missed it. What are you here for? Yunshi asked impatiently. Are you really not considering Lance? He's not only a 7th-rank fighter, but also a skilled shaman. I personally chose him. Do you think I have such poor judgment? Lano looked at Lance with a bit of disappointment. He personally picked him, yet he was not as good as that young member of the Feather Clan. This time, Yunshi was very direct and immediately retorted, Are you the matchmaker? So concerned about my mate choice?
What kind you like?
I can pick someone for you again. Yunshi was speechless. You really think you're a matchmaker? Why don't you do it yourself? Maybe I have high standards and only like someone like you. If you're willing to come back to the sea with me, it's not impossible. Lano seriously considered it. He couldn't stay away from the ocean for long. Living on land was impossible for him. Yunshi initially thought she could keep some distance from Lano. After all, she was the high priestess, always aloof and detached from worldly matters. But unexpectedly, this greedy fish took her seriously. No, I can't.
I'm just a small fry.
I wouldn't dare go to the sea. You should go back to where you came from. Is that so? Then I could also live on land. No, my temple is too small to hold a big fish like you, Yunshi said, not wanting to have a beast husband who is like an ancestor. Then I'll send you some handsome ones. You can pick. Lan Yu, Lan Chi, they're quite good-looking. But they don't have Lan's bloodline or usefulness. Maybe you should give him another chance. Yunshi was truly speechless with Lano now. Was he too full of himself? Why should she accept males from their sea tribe? Was it because their land males weren't good-looking enough? Her husband Mingyi and her gentle husband Shiryu were both more handsome than Lan's. I don't want your sea tribe beast husbands. I don't live in the sea, so what would I do with them? My own beast husband is good enough. So picky. Lano's face always carried an inscrutable smile. Yes, I am very picky. You should go back to your ocean and take Blouse with you. I am not interested in your sea tribe males at all, Yunshi said bluntly. She was already tired of the strange behavior of this high priest of the sea tribe. He was like a stubborn rash that she couldn't shake off. But our sea tribe is married to your father beast. Blouse broke off the relationship without permission, and I punished him. But the marriage still stands. Unless your father beast personally cancels it, it remains valid, Yunshi thought. Why is this person so shameless? The beast god agreed to the cancellation. Do you disagree? Are you more powerful than the beast god? Yunshi retorted without hesitation. Impossible. Our marriage to your father beast was ordered by the beast god. How could the beast god go against himself? Tell me, what do you like about me? Can I change? Yunshi was truly speechless. At this moment, Xingqian and Xingye rushed out of the room, circling around Xiyu's legs, making soft crying sounds. Yunshi stopped arguing with Blouse and hurried over to Xiyu, asking, What's wrong? The little one looks a bit anxious. They said the younger brother looks a bit strange and has been trembling, Xiyu translated while walking toward the room. Currently, Xiaoxing usually sleeps longer, and it wasn't time for him to wake up yet. Yunshi ignored Blouse and the others and followed Xiyu to the room. Since the last nightmare Xiaoxing had, he had been sleeping more and more, often waking up inexplicably. Sure enough, Xiaoxing had another nightmare. He curled up into a small ball, trembling slightly. Xiyu carried Xiaoxing back to the living room and looked at Blouse. Aren't you a healer?
Take a look at Xiaoxing.
What's wrong with him? Recently, he hasn't been sleeping peacefully. Blouse, hearing this, didn't delay. He immediately released a green light from his palm, gently covering Xiaoxing's body. After a while, he tremblingly said, I don't see anything unusual. High Priest, would you like to check? Okay, I will take a look. Blouse didn't refuse. He extended his finger and gently tapped Xiaoxing's forehead. A golden light flowed from his fingertip and slowly entered Xiaoxing's body. Almost instantly, Lan Nua's eyes brightened suddenly. He first looked at Yunshi, then at Shiryu, speaking slowly with a hint of curiosity. What is your relationship with the high priest of your sacred mountain? Shiryu was momentarily stunned, instinctively pointing to his nose, and asked, Are you talking about me? Then it probably has nothing to do with me. Don't you know that your sacred mountain's high priest is just a nine-tailed fox? Shiryu shook his head. He had never heard of a high priest before, so how could he know? Besides, on this continent, there are more than just nine-tailed foxes. Oh, maybe I was wrong. This little one has awakened special powers, but unfortunately, he's still too young and can't handle it. After speaking, Lan Nua looked back at Yunxi, confirming his suspicion. What kind of special powers? Xing Hui has been sleeping a lot lately. Yunxi looked at Xing Hui with some worry, feeling uneasy. She didn't know whether these special powers were good or bad. Lan Nua didn't continue talking. Instead, he changed the subject and brought up what he said earlier. Are you really not considering Lan Si anymore? Are you a bit too nosy? This isn't the ocean. Why are you so obsessed with me choosing a male from your sea tribe? She was a little impatient. Why couldn't this person just listen? Lan Nua gently raised his hand, creating an invisible barrier that isolated everyone else in the room. Then, he slightly leaned forward, softly whispering into Xi's ear, Because you are the one chosen by the beast god. What do you mean by that? Xi's heart suddenly tightened, a strange unease rising within her. Could it be that Lan Nua has already seen through that she is not the original owner? Or does he know she doesn't belong to this world? In any case, I share the same idea as the high priest of the Yao tribe. Do you know what power your little one possesses? What power? Xi's curiosity was fully aroused. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the next high priest of the sacred mountain. Lan Nua squinted slightly, a complex look flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect that Shi, that old fox, would have a successor so quickly. Hearing this, Xi couldn't help but feel suspicious. Are her and Shiryu's genes really that compatible? Why does she feel that this high priest Lan Nua also seems a bit unreliable? Old man Shi has been hiding on the sacred mountain for so many years, and now an heir has appeared. Feske, what luck? Lano was a bit jealous. The fox didn't do anything, yet it had an heir. Meanwhile, he and the Feather Clan guy worked so hard, but saw no sign of an heir. The Feather Clan was okay. At least the little phoenix stayed with the young female. As for his Sea Clan, they had already been rejected by the young female.
Who is Shi?
Why do you talk so vaguely? Lano didn't hide anything and told the truth. He's the high priest of your sacred mountain. So, you and my beast father are married just to get an heir, right? Yunxi also realized this. No wonder Lano insisted she choose a male from the Sea Clan. It was obvious he wanted her to get pregnant and produce an heir. The young female is truly the chosen one. So smart. Lano didn't hide his true intention. It was indeed his goal. Although Yunxi knew that in the beast world, females were respected mainly because they could give birth to offspring, she was still very angry when Lano openly said it. She didn't care about other females. But Yunxi was not just any female. She was not a reproductive tool. She wanted to have children if she wished, and not have them if she didn't. Others had no right to interfere. Hurry up and take your Sea Clan people back to the ocean. If you want offspring, go find other young females. Yunxi won't serve you. Why are you so angry? Lano looked confused. Isn't this partnership just for having babies? Yunxi glared at Lano angrily. How can I not be angry?
Let me out now.
I don't want to see you, and I don't want to talk to you. Are you really not considering Lan Si? That young man has quite good talent among the younger generation. Lano was still not giving up. The heir of Shi had appeared, which meant the will of the beast god was correct. I won't go back to that old flame, Yunxi said fiercely. Understood. Then I guess I have to choose again. If it really can't be done, I will personally step in. Don't do that. Your status is noble. I can't reach that high. You are more noble than me. I am the one trying to reach you. You're already so old, and I just became an adult recently. Do you have the nerve? Are you shameless now? Yunxi really couldn't help but complain. This high priest was surprisingly thick-skinned. Lano was stunned by Yunxi's words. He was the youngest high priest, while those two were old guys. He wasn't. He still didn't have a partner. Little female, you're more interesting than I thought, Yunshi impatiently said. Where did you come from? Go back where you came from. My small cabin can't fit you. I think your small cabin is pretty good. I like it. Lano's lips curled slightly. Having a little female as a partner seemed quite fun. Lano waved his hand, and the barrier finally disappeared. Sure, you and the others hurried over, worried, inspecting Yunshi carefully from head to toe. Are you okay, Yunshi? Yunshi shook her head. Seeing the worried faces of the three beast husbands, she glared fiercely at Lano. Lano wasn't angry. He looked at Lance and calmly ordered, Looks like I can't count on you. Go back to the sea area and tell your father. I'll stay here for now and won't go back. If anything happens, come find me here. Yes, High Priest. I will go back to the sea area right away, Lance replied respectfully, not daring to delay. He immediately prepared to return. Go back with Lance. I don't welcome you here, Yunshi said again, unceremoniously. We've overlooked all the best young talents of our sea race. I can only sacrifice myself, Lano said sincerely. No, you must not sacrifice yourself. It would be a waste. Yunshi refused to buy his words. She only believed half of what he said. You're just biased against me now. I'm much stronger than Lance. My power surpasses his, and my magic is probably the strongest on this continent. I'm also better looking. Little female, choose me, and you won't regret it. Lano was indeed thick-skinned, bragging about himself without hesitation. But everything he said was true. Yunshi decided to hit back hard. You're older than him. As expected, Lano's confident smile froze instantly. Was this little female holding on to that point? He wasn't old. I can't really argue with that, but I look younger than him. And I can guarantee I will always look younger than him. Lance, High Priest, please don't say that. Oh, then let me put it another way. I don't like the sea, Yunshi replied with a different excuse. Are you sure? My beast form is very beautiful, not worse than a fox. I like fluffy things. You don't have that, Yunshi added with another reason. Lano was momentarily speechless. Is this young lady only choosing things she doesn't have? I see. I can help you train Xiaoxinghui. Otherwise, with your abilities, it will be hard to teach him to control this power. If he can't master it, he will often be troubled. As a mother, this really moved Yunshi. Xiaoxinghui has been troubled by nightmares many times. She don't even understand what this power is. I also have healing abilities, Lano continued. Is that your golden light? Yes. I'm different from ordinary witches. My power can heal. Most witches have green light and can only explore. Yunshi, is this another offer? Honestly, with Lano's conditions, there's really no choice. So, what about you? What do you want from me? What do you think? Lano didn't answer directly, but he knew Yunshi understood what he wanted. That's his goal. Are you willing to be after them? Yunshi suddenly asked. Lano was stunned. After them? He is the High Priest of the Sea Tribe. To be ranked behind these juniors. Would that be embarrassing? After a moment of silence, he said, Maybe I should choose again within the Sea Tribe. You can pick someone else. Of course, I will still help you train Xiaoxinghui. Come on, High Priest. If you feel ashamed, what should we do? After all, first come, first served. Even a High Priest should follow the rules. Yunshi rarely felt so relaxed. It seems this High Priest cares about face. How could he be so petty? You really have me stumped. I'll think about it. I'll stay here with you for a few days. You won't mind, will you? The High Priest is welcome to visit our Beichuan tribe. But our temple is small, and it might not be able to hold you. Don't you want me to help Xiaoxinghui? Of course. Shiyu, quickly arrange a quiet room for the High Priest. Yunshi didn't hesitate at all. For the sake of Xiaoxing, what if she had to let this heartless fish stay for a few days? Lano's lips curved into a pretty smile. This little female's quick change of mood was really impressive. Lano turned to see Blue Sin still standing there in a daze. He immediately withdrew his expression and coldly said, What are you doing standing here? Hurry back. Blue Sin finally snapped out of it and hurriedly nodded. I'll go back right now. Great Priest, shall I leave now? Lano waved his hand without saying anything. He couldn't rely on Blue Senator. He had hoped to send a younger one like the old fellow from the Feather Clan. But Blue Ling was even more useless and had completely offended the little female. He had worked hard to gain some favor, but all of it was ruined by Blue Ling. Now, the little female wasn't interested in their sea tribe at all. Lano looked at the room arranged by Shiryu and couldn't help but twitch his lips. The place was indeed very quiet. Compared to his palace underwater, it was not even close. Lano didn't want to feel wronged, so he said, "I want to stay in the room on the upper terrace. That room looks more comfortable." "No, that can't be. That's my room. Does the great priest want to be my fifth beast husband?" Lano.
Fifth? He would be laughed at by those two.
"Who is your first beast husband?" "I can challenge him." "No, that's not allowed. My beast husband forbids fighting. Besides, even if my first beast husband loses, he will always be my first. No one can take his place." After saying that, Yunshi looked at the sunlight outside the window. Her husband should be back soon. She missed him so much. Lano shook his head helplessly. The little female had really counted on him. He had met such a bold little female in a long time. Not negotiable, so, Great Priest, you'd better not force yourself. Lano sighed and said, "Let's talk about this later. First, give Xiaoxing back to me. By the way, try your cooking at noon. I heard your food is quite good." Lano wasn't in a hurry. The little female currently held a grudge against him. It seemed he still had a long way to go.
Norus.
He had plenty of time. Lano no longer criticized the room. It was indeed not suitable for a small female to live in. Not to mention that the small female hadn't decided yet, and he himself still needed to think it over. Lano took the little star back to the room arranged for him by Shiryu. Watching Lano's back, Yunshi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She then turned to Qingling and said, "Qingling, go to the kitchen and prepare some food. Just make something simple." "Okay, I'll start preparing lunch now." Qingling responded and headed straight to the kitchen. Yunshi called out to Qingling's back, "Thank you for your hard work." Her good husband was as kind as ever. Feng came over and said, "Yunshi, you're so impressive. I don't dare to talk to our high priest like that. No wonder I couldn't win an argument with you before." Feng truly admired Yunshi. He remembered a time when he was also challenged by Yunshi, and back then he really couldn't win. Yunshi glanced at Feng. "That's impressive?" With her level, she was just a small fry. Shiryu brought over a glass of honey water and handed it to Yunshi. "Drink some water to soothe your throat. Don't worry too much about the little one. Little Star will be fine." Yunshi took the cup and sipped gently.
"I know.
Usually this guy is lazy and laid back, but I didn't expect him to hold back something big." "What did the high priest say to you?" "Nothing much. This guy doesn't act like a high priest at all. He doesn't speak properly."
"Don't worry about it."
"By the way, the snow has almost melted. Is Mingyi coming back?" "Shiryu, let's go see Mingyi this afternoon. It's been several months, and I wonder if he's hungry." Yunshi changed the subject at the right time. She hadn't fully figured things out herself, and talking about it would only make everyone more worried. Yunshi planned to get more information from Lano later and then discuss it carefully with a few beast husbands. She didn't know what Lano was really thinking. Shiryu understood that Yunshi had her own reasons for not saying anything. Her little female always had her own ideas. Don't rush. The mountain cave, where Mingyi is located, isn't easy to get to. I'll check the situation this afternoon. The cold season is ending early this year, so Mingyi should still be hibernating. All right then. In the afternoon, check if there's fresh food in the forest. I'm a bit hungry. Recently, I have been eating the preserved meat I made earlier. Yunshi is a bit eager to try fresh beast meat, hoping that she will encounter a few unlucky small animals. Yes, I plan to go for a walk in the forest this afternoon. First, I want to help Qingling prepare food. I don't know what the high priest likes to eat. After all, he's a high priest of the sea tribe, so I can't be too careless. Just make something simple. I want to check on Xinghui. I don't know what that guy is doing in his room. Fengheng, let's go see. Yunshi and Fengheng tiptoed to Lano's room, carefully leaning against the door, trying to see what Lano was doing inside. But they saw nothing. Lano had set up a barrier.
Who was he protecting himself from?
Suddenly, Lano's teasing voice drifted from behind the door. Are you feeling braver? If you want to see, just come in. Caught in the act, Yunchi felt a bit embarrassed at first, but quickly calmed down. She tidied her hair. She wasn't really timid. She was just worried it might affect Lano's performance. After all, her little Xinghui was still in his hands. Then I'll come in, Yunchi said, pulling Fengheng and pushing open the small wooden door. She easily passed through the barrier, but Fengheng was stopped outside with a loud bang. Yunchi looked at her empty hands, feeling surprised. Could this barrier distinguish between genders? Such a feature was quite impressive. Lano really had some skills. Yunchi looked up and suddenly widened her eyes. Was Lano doing this on purpose? She saw a golden mermaid floating in midair, emitting a faint golden glow. Her beautiful long golden hair casually draped over her shoulders, shining in harmony with her glowing body. At this moment, Lano looked like a deity. Yunchi's gaze moved downward to the large, ornate fishtail. The scales were tightly packed and shimmered under the light, looking quite dazzling. What a beautiful mermaid! Yunchi couldn't help but think to herself, no wonder Lano was so confident. His beast form was indeed not inferior to a fox. She swallowed nervously. This Lano shouldn't be called a black-hearted fish. Show-off fish would be a more fitting nickname. At this moment, Little Star returned and was placed inside a golden light circle by Manhwa. The little creature happily closed its eyes and seemed to be quite enjoying itself. Who looks better, me or the fox? Manhwa's teasing voice sounded again. Both are good-looking, both are good-looking. At this time, Yunchi was an honest little female. Humph, you sure know how to talk. Manhwa snorted softly, slowly retracting the golden light. The fish tail transformed back into legs. Manhwa reached out and took back the light ball, then gently caught Little Star, continuing, Little Star is still too young. I've temporarily sealed his power. When he grows up a bit, I'll teach him how to control this power. Thank you, Manhwa. You don't seem so bad after all. Manhwa raised his face slightly, glanced at Yunchi, and said calmly, Now you think I'm good? How about giving me the position of the top beast husband? I still prefer that title. Manhwa, your conditions are indeed very good. My beast husband is just a little bit worse than you, but in my heart, they are all the best. So I won't agree to your request. I'm not a person with big ambitions. I'm quite happy with my current life. As Yunchi finished speaking, Manhwa's eyebrows furrowed again and blurted out, So, I can only be fifth. Yunchi was a bit speechless. Does this guy care so much about the title of top beast husband? In her home, it was just a name. She treated every beast husband fairly and justly, with equal respect. Of course, maybe she occasionally showed some favoritism, but overall, she was fair. Of course, Yunchi didn't plan to tell Manhwa this. If she could make him give up this idea, that would be even better. So, you don't need to force yourself. Besides, don't be too obsessed with offspring. I'm not some reproductive tool. Manhwa slightly raised his gaze, looked at Yunchi, and his serious expression showed on his face. It seemed his actions had indeed displeased her. All right, since you've said that, I won't insist anymore. Yunchi's eyes lit up and she blurted out, Have you decided to give up? Manhwa handed the sleeping Little Star back to Yunchi, raised an eyebrow slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He tapped Yunchi's head softly and chuckled quietly. Dream on. I'm planning to go back and choose carefully. Just wait and see, Yunchi. Is Manhwa planning to hang himself on her tree? If he doesn't do it himself, will he find someone else to do it? Yunchi didn't want to discuss this further. No matter what she said, Manhwa wouldn't listen. Yunchi took Xiaoxing back to her room. The little guy was sleeping soundly, able to sleep anywhere. Just then, Yu and Qingling finished preparing the food. Although Yunchi said to make something simple, Manhwa, as the high priest of the sea tribe, naturally couldn't be too casual. Now, a big table of food was full of tempting smells. Manhwa didn't hesitate and sat down openly. Looking at the table, a hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. It looked much more delicious than the food in the sea. Manhwa picked up a piece of cured meat, put it in his mouth, chewed carefully, and showed a satisfied expression. This meat tastes quite special. Not bad. Shiryu and Qingling also let out a quiet sigh of relief, worried it might not suit his taste. There's not much fresh food in this cold season. These are preserved meats from the summer. High Priest, please don't look down on them, Shiryu explained nearby. Lan Nua was easygoing and didn't care about these titles. Just call me Lan Nua. There are fresh ingredients in the sea. When I go back, I'll send some over. Bring some big lobsters, sea fish, anything. I don't mind, Yunshi said casually, eager to try seafood. Lan Nua paused with his chopsticks and asked, Big lobsters? Seafood from the sea. Yunshi suddenly snapped back to reality, almost forgetting that this wasn't Blue Star. They just have 2 big claws, Yunshi said, then gestured with her fingers, worried Lan Nua wouldn't understand. Why not come with me to look for some in the sea? Yunshi refused immediately, without thinking. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to come back if she went. Maybe another time. I'm afraid of water, Lan Nua. You could find another excuse. All right, I'll ask around first, and have someone send some over later. Lan Nua felt a bit helpless. Was this little female trying to guard him? If he really wanted to do something, no one in this room could stop him. After lunch, Shiryu went to the cave to see Mingyi and took a chance to visit the forest, hoping to find some fresh food for Yunshi. Meanwhile, Yunshi, with nothing to do, gathered 2 beast husbands to play a game. They were missing one player, so they needed Lan Nua. Yunshi simply taught a few rounds, and Lan Nua learned quickly and well. No wonder they say that being a high priest of the sea tribe means having a clever mind. Yunshi's happiness returned. Perhaps because of the high priest's aura, it was very intimidating to the beasts. Today, Qingling was unusually off his game, and Feng Heng, as always, was just a beginner. Yunshi started to play with great confidence, feeling very comfortable. He gently pushed his cards aside, looking a little proud.
Win.
Looks like today luck is on my side. Yunshi, you're so amazing today. I haven't won a game yet. Let me give you a massage and rub your legs. Feng Heng's luck was poor today, losing terribly. He could only watch Yunshi, hoping Yunshi would show mercy. If he lost too badly, his pride would be hurt. Yunshi now felt unstoppable, like he could beat anyone. He said, Got it. Next time, I'll pick a different target. Yunshi's gaze fell on Lan Nua. Since he was a beginner, it was easy to handle him, no difficulty at all. But unexpectedly, Lan Nua was very strategic. Yunshi had to suspect that he was deliberately holding back earlier to confuse him. Lan Nua gently picked up the cards Yunshi played and said with a smile, Sorry, I won again. Seeing the little female's disappointed expression made Lan Nua very happy. This mahjong set is pretty fun. Help me make a set, and I'll take it back to the sea to play. Yunshi refused without hesitation and said seriously, that might not be suitable. High priests are busy with important matters. We can't let these mundane things distract you. Making a set of mahjong would take at least 2 or 3 days, and Yunshi didn't want his beast husband to work so hard. Lan Nua was not upset. He casually took out a large pearl from his space and glanced at Yunshi with a slow smile. Is this enough to make a set of mahjong? Yunshi's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly nodded and smiled happily. I'll arrange it for tomorrow. Such a big pearl. I feel a little embarrassed. Should I take it back? Lan Nua said this while deliberately slowly retracting the pearl in his hand. Don't move, that's my pearl. Yunshi hurriedly carefully took the pearl from Lan Nua's hand, holding it gently in her palm, afraid of dropping or damaging it. She had never seen such a large pearl before, and it was pink and beautiful. Lan Nua shook his head with some helplessness. The little girl's cautiousness was written all over her face. It's just a pearl. Is it really necessary to treasure it so much? He had plenty of similar pearls in his space, and he even had a more precious one. He wondered how the little girl would react if she saw it. Would she accept it? Thinking of this, Lan Nua's eyes darkened. How could he have such thoughts? It was unbelievable. In the evening, Shiryu returned from the forest. Yunshi learned from Shiryu that Mingyi was still sleeping and hadn't woken up. She couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. She really missed Mingyi. However, seeing Shiryu bring back a few fresh long-eared beasts quickly lifted her spirits. She rolled up her sleeves and cooked several dishes with the long-eared beasts. Even Lan Nua couldn't help but praise her repeatedly. Lan Nua was a bit confused. Why did Lan Si agree to end things with the little girl? She didn't seem to be a bad person. Lan Si was truly a fool. Lan Nua even doubted his own judgment. Was there something wrong? Why did he think Lan Si could definitely complete the task? Lan Nua stayed at Yunqi's house for 3 days. During these days, Xiao Xinghui slept especially soundly every night, no longer waking up from nightmares. During the day, he could also go outside the small wooden house to play happily with his 2 brothers. Lan Nua took the newly polished mahjong set and left. He needed to go back and think carefully about what to do with the little girl. However, just as Lan Nua left, Mingyi suddenly appeared in front of Yunqi. Yunqi's mind instantly went blank. She stared fixedly at her longed-for husband, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Then, Yunqi's eyes immediately lit up. She opened her arms and flew straight toward Minji. "Minji, you're awake." Minji's lips curled slightly, and a feeling of longing appeared in his eyes. He gently wrapped his arms around Yunqi's waist and held her close. He lowered his head and nuzzled her ear, his voice deep and soft, saying, "Yes, I'm back." Yunqi noticed that Minji didn't look well and asked worriedly, "Minji, did you rest enough?" "Yes. When Tiu came the day before yesterday, I woke up. I missed you, so I came back early, then go home quickly and rest well. The house is warm. Yes, stay with me." With such a good request, Yunqi naturally wouldn't refuse. She immediately pulled Minji back to the room downstairs, dragged him onto the bed, and snuggled into his arms. The whole action was smooth and quick, without any pause. She and the others also silently chose not to disturb them. After all, Minji had just returned, and the little female might be a bit biased. Though a little jealous, it didn't affect their relationship. Compared to Minji, the 3 of them ate quite well during the cold season. So, what more could they want? When Yunqi woke up, Minji was still sleeping soundly. Looking at Minji's peaceful face, a trace of tenderness crossed Yunqi's eyes. It had been several months since they last saw each other. Her dear husband looked thinner from hunger. She needed to prepare more food later to nourish him. Yunqi carefully tried to free herself from Minji's embrace, afraid that any sudden movement would wake him. But as she moved her arm, Minji pulled her back with a firm grip. "Don't go. Stay with me a little longer. I feel at ease only when you're by my side. I want to prepare some of your favorite food. You've lost weight. Favorite food? I'll eat it after I wake up." Minji rested his chin on Yunqi's head and nuzzled her. She was soft and fragrant, and holding his little female made him sleep comfortably. Minji was satisfied and fell asleep again. When he woke up, he indeed ate his favorite food, feeling very happy and refreshed. Minji felt very comfortable. Poor Yunqi was hungry and exhausted after being harshly treated by the man, and she was feeling quite weak. Fortunately, before the night fell, Minji convinced Yunqi to eat a high-level beast crystal. Without it, Yunqi doubted she could even stand up. "You're not like others, messing around while hungry," Minji said happily as he helped Yunqi get up. He ignored her complaints because he simply couldn't bear to see her upset. "I'm taking you out to eat now. I already smelled something delicious," he added. They went to the living room, where a wooden table was filled with various foods. No wonder it smelled so good. Xiu smiled and called them over to eat. "You 2 are awake now. This afternoon, we went to the forest and caught some fresh prey. Come and try it." "Minji, go eat quickly and fill up," Yunqi nudged him. Minji didn't hesitate. He sat down immediately. After a long winter without food, he really missed the taste of good food. "I won't refuse then. Thanks for your hard work. But I noticed a strange smell in the house. Has someone been here?" "Well, Lan Nua stayed here for a few days and left this morning." "You just missed her," someone explained. Minji paused with his chopsticks. "Lan Nua? A new beast partner?" Yunqi shook her head. Lan Nua had left a while ago, so how could he still sense her presence? No, don't worry. No new partner. You eat first, and I'll tell you everything that happened later," Yunqi said. Minji looked at Yunshi with a charming smile, quickly denying his suspicion. Was he afraid Yunshi might misunderstand? Eat first. After you're done, tell me everything that's happened during this time, Yunshi ordered. Everyone nodded and sat together to enjoy their dinner. After dinner, Shiyu explained everything that had happened recently. The family discussed their plans for the future. The rainy season is coming soon. Yunshi, what do you plan to do? Shiyu asked. Yunshi was silent for a moment, then softly said, I want to visit the abandoned beast city. I want to see if my older brother is there. Minji immediately made a firm decision. If you want to go, then go. I'll be with you. There's nowhere we can't go as long as I'm here. What if it's dangerous? Yunshi asked worriedly, but she couldn't just ignore her older brother and friends. Don't be afraid, Yunshi. I can go to the beast abandonment city first to gather information. I fly quickly, and although I am only at the 6th level, our clan has some skills. Even if the guards notice me, I can escape safely. Foamhun looked proud, though he was weak at home. But anyone chosen by the high priest must be strong. Yunshi, I am also very strong, Qingling added. You two are so kind, Yunshi said, feeling touched. She didn't expect her 2 little beast companions to support her so much. Once the rainy season ends, we will set out for the beast abandonment city. In the meantime, you two should work on improving your strength. After Shiryu finished speaking, he looked at Mingyi. How about we go to the Sunset Forest to bring back some high-level beast crystals? Okay, but let's wait a few days. We need some time to recover. Mingyi didn't refuse. Improving the strength of the beasts at home gave Yunshi more security. After all, she couldn't always stay close to the young female. Sometimes, they still needed to rely on a few others to protect her. After the family meeting, Mingyi hugged Yunshi and went back to their room. The other 3 could only watch eagerly. But since Mingyi had just returned, it was okay to give him a day. Tomorrow things would probably be different. Mingyi had ended his winter hibernation early, taking 3 days to fully recover. The rainy season arrived as expected. Looking at the heavy rain outside the window, Yunshi sighed helplessly. Such heavy rain? Will there be a flood? Don't worry. The land here is higher, so it usually won't flood. Shiryu comforted softly, handing Yunshi a cup of hot water. Yunshi took the hot water and sipped gently. That's good. I don't want the small wooden house I worked hard to build to be flooded. Just as she finished speaking, there was a polite knock on the door. Everyone looked at each other. Who would come to her house at this time? Foamhun happily went to open the door. Standing outside was a stranger male, holding several large beast hide bags. Foamhun looked at the visitor with caution. Who are you? The visitor immediately showed a standard smile and politely handed over a leather bag. He said, I am sent by the high priest to bring you, Yunshi, large lobsters and... My name is Lan Shi, a 7th level warrior, and I am still single. Oh, just give me the food and you can go back, Windhung said without hesitation, taking the leather bag. Then he slammed the door shut with a loud bang. What does that person mean? Is he here to steal Yunshi? And he's still single, Windhung muttered gloomily. However, the man named Lan Shi was not discouraged at all. He knocked politely again and loudly said, Yunshi, can I be your beast husband? Yunshi, who was drinking water, suddenly spat out her drink when she heard this. Wow, was it really that direct? Lan Nua was clearly trying to set her up with a marriage proposal under the guise of delivering food. It was so obvious, she didn't even need to pretend. Marriage proposals usually involve mutual consent, but this guy just came straight out asking if they could get married. It was really too outrageous. No, thank you. I appreciate the high priest's kindness, but I decline, Yunshi said firmly, her fists clenched in anger. If Lan Nua were in front of her, she wouldn't mind being a fierce female. She wanted to him of his scales. Yunshi, Lan Shi wanted to try again. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the ground right in front of him, making him shiver all over. If you don't leave now, I will strike you again, a cold voice from the darkness warned. Terrified, Lan Shi turned and ran without hesitation. He had been struck by lightning, probably considered his task completed. The high priest probably wouldn't send him again. He thought that after driving away Lan Shi, things would settle down, but this guy was still causing trouble. The next day, another unfamiliar male appeared outside the small hut. Just like yesterday, he brought various seafood specialties from the sea and asked Yunshi if she would give him a chance. He claimed to have fallen in love with her at first sight. Yunshi was almost laughing with anger. She hadn't even seen the guy, so how could she fall in love? As expected, this stranger was also warned by the lightning from the darkness. Every day, male members of the sea tribe took turns visiting. Even Blue Feather was so nervous that he appeared outside the small hut, frowning as he said, "What if you like someone younger?" Right now, Yunshi felt a rising anger inside her. She was so annoyed, she wanted to tear off Blue Nose Fish skin. He really kept his promise, letting her choose any male from their sea tribe. "Go back and tell your high priest that I don't like your tribe's males. Tell him not to bother." Blue Feather nodded confidently and said, "I'll go back and tell the high priest. Can you not punish me? I'm too young to handle so many tests, Yunshi. This guy has some serious issues. Hurry up and leave, or I'll have Ai cut you." As soon as she finished speaking, Blue Feather ran faster than anyone else. This family is too scary. When they fight with fish, they are ruthless. After Blue Feather left, Blue No finally had a little peace. He looked at the young tribe members inside the temple and sighed. Why is it that none of them can catch the eye of the little female? Now, they had completely offended her. Blue No felt overwhelmed. He wondered if there was any room for negotiation now that he had to step in himself. Why is it so hard to please the little female? Meanwhile, Yunshi's family was enjoying a seafood feast. The male members of the sea tribe hadn't appeared for 3 days. It seemed Blue No had finally given up. Yunshi decided to celebrate. "Ayu, how much longer will this rainy season last?" Shiyu, peeling a large shrimp for Yunshi, replied, "About a month left." She, "Here's the shrimp I peeled for you, eat it quickly." She, "Eat some crab meat." Feng Heng handed over a piece of crab meat he had selected. Qingling, not wanting to be outdone, placed a fish fillet with bones in Yunshi's bowl. She, "Eat some sea fish." Since the day before yesterday, when Yunshi casually called Mingyi, Ai, the other 3 had insisted on the same treatment. So, they started calling him Ayu, Ailing, and Aheng. Yunshi naturally was called Shishi. However, Yunshi didn't really like this nickname. Especially when Feng Heng called her Shishi with that tone, Yunshi felt like he was being a bit annoying. However, several beast husbands were very happy with this title and had to call her many times a day. Yunshi could only accept it helplessly. Forget it, as long as the beast husbands like it. Lano hadn't sent anyone for a whole week, and Yunshi finally felt relieved. It seemed he had given up. Minji and Shiyu went to Sunset Forest in the rain. They should have gone a few days ago, but Lano's fuss delayed them until now. Only then did they dare to leave peacefully. Yunshi, Qingling, and Feng Heng sorted out the seeds collected last year. Yunshi planned to start planting early, so she could plant the seeds before leaving. Maybe when she returned, she could enjoy fresh food. Feng Heng said excitedly, "Cici, when we go to the Beast Abandonment City, we can also visit the Feather Clan. I want to get some feather silk from the High Priest. The fire season is coming, and I want to make you more pretty dresses." "Where is the Beast Abandonment City? Do you know its location?" Yunshi asked curiously. "I used to hear my older brother mention that the city is in the harshest desert area, surrounded by yellow sand. Food is scarce there, and it's a gathering place for wandering beastmen. When food runs out, even beastmen have to eat other animals." Yunshi clenched her fists unconsciously. Was their mother beast so heartless? Seeing this, Qingling tightly held Yunshi's small hand and comforted her. "We will definitely bring back your older brother. I'm fine, don't worry. Once I and the others return, we should leave quickly. I don't know how they are, and I'm really worried about them." Yunshi frowned slightly. She didn't care much about her older brother's news before, since it was before she crossed over. But since she learned about her older brother, she couldn't sit still. That feeling was very strange. She felt that the original owner's older brother was her own. Sometimes Yunshi even doubted whether she was influenced by the original owner's thoughts, but she knew clearly that she was herself, not the original owner. "We don't have much to do, just that it's raining, and you and Zai Zai might get sick. We can't take risks. Maybe I should go ahead and check the news. Qingling understood Yunqi's feelings. Her 3 older brothers were truly good to her. Back then, no one in the Beast King city's young females envied Yunqi. After Qingling spoke, Yunqi calmed down and said with some regret, "Sorry, Qingling, I was too anxious. Let's wait until the rainy season ends. The little ones are still too young and can't take risks. Cece, I will fly over first to check the situation. You need to trust your older brother. They definitely want to reunite with you." Foam Hung looked serious, rare for him to be so stern. Yunqi nodded and said, "I understand. Let's not talk about that now. First, we should pick out the seeds, and when the rain stops, we can prepare the land and plant the vegetables before we leave." The 3 little ones heard their mother say this and hurried over to help. But they ended up making more trouble, and Yunqi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. However, because of the kids' lively antics, her mood became less heavy. The next day, the rain finally stopped. Foam Hung and Qingling took the chance to go to the open space beside the small wooden house to prepare the land. Foam Hung skillfully used his special power, and a few gentle gusts of wind, controlled by him, easily moved the soil. After a few rounds, the land was almost ready. Xingya also tried to control his power like Foam Hung, playing around happily. Soon, the land was nearly prepared. Foam Hang's ability was really useful. One person could do the work of several. Just as the land was finished, another heavy rain started. They hurried back to the small wooden house, where Qingling took out animal skins to dry the little ones' bodies. The sudden downpour didn't scare the kids. Instead, they ran into the rain to play happily. Qingling struggled to bring the 3 back. Yunqi was fine, protected under Foam Hang's wings, and didn't get a single drop of rain. Foam Hung, however, got soaked and looked like a drenched bird, with wet feathers sticking to his body, which looked a bit funny. Yunqi wanted to laugh, but was afraid the little phoenix bird would be upset, since he treasured his feathers. Seeing Yunqi holding back her laughter, Foam Hung said with some helplessness, "Cece, just laugh if you want. Holding it in is uncomfortable." As long as the little female was happy, he didn't mind going out for a walk again. "You misunderstood. I would never laugh at you. Hurry and dry your hair," Yunqi said, trying to hide her smile, and handed him a clean animal skin. Windhung leaned in and pouted, saying, "Can you help me wipe my hair?" Yunqi smiled helplessly and carefully helped Windhung tidy his hair. Only her beast husband dared to boss her around like this. Where was the head of the family supposed to be? Qingling went to the kitchen to boil a pot of soup, then served a bowl to each person. After making sure everyone drank it all, she finally relaxed a little. Yunqi looked out the window at the rain and said with some gloom, "I thought it wouldn't rain today, but it seems the sky is really not being kind. I wonder if Yi and the others are doing okay." "Don't worry, they'll be fine." Qingling comforted her nearby. Just then, there was a knock at the door outside the small cabin. Could it be the Water Tribe people again? Windhung was angry and about to open the door. Those Water Tribe folks just wouldn't give up. Qingling quickly grabbed Windhung and warned, "The aura isn't right. It's not the Water Tribe." "I'll go check." Windhung also realized it wasn't the Water Tribe sent. If it wasn't them, who would come to their small cabin in this weather? They exchanged a cautious look, their eyes showing more alertness. "Who is it?" Qingling asked in a deep voice. "We are from the Qinglan tribe in the north. Our tribe was hit by a flood. We're heading to Bei Meng tribe to find relatives. The rain is heavy, and we just happened to pass by here, hoping to take shelter and exchange some food." Qingling looked at Windhung, who shook his head, having never heard of them. But floods are common in this season, and migrating tribes is quite normal. "I'll go out and see. You two stay inside. If the person outside seems suspicious, Windhung, you act quickly," Qingling said. Windhung took Yunqi and Zai Zai to the staircase, hiding behind a corner. Qingling then slowly opened the door. Outside stood several orcs wearing beast fur cloaks. Behind them, there were more figures, all dressed similarly. "Why are you passing by here? The chief's cave is ahead. You can go seek help from the chief," Qingling said calmly, studying the visitors carefully, not letting his guard down. Their clothing looked strange, not like ordinary orcs, something odd about them. We came from the riverbank and saw your big, beautiful house, so we came straight here. Can you help us? The person spoke while glancing inside the house, seemingly trying to gather information. Noticing the person's unusual behavior, Qingling stepped in front of the door and asked cautiously, "What you mean? You're not here to trade food, are you?" "No, you misunderstood. We're not bad people. We're just passing by. I just think your small wooden house is very pretty, and I was curious." "I mean no harm," the leader quickly explained. "This beast man is a level 6 fighter. They are just here to gather information, not to fight. Also, the person they are looking for isn't from this tribe, so there's no need to cause trouble." "It seems I misunderstood you. Who are you looking for in the Baiman tribe?" "I know them well, and maybe I can help." "Really? I'm looking for my younger sister. Her name is Yunxi. I heard she's in the Baiman tribe." "Qingling. Is this a coincidence? Or does the Baiman tribe really have someone like her?" Qingling didn't believe in coincidences. These people are all level 5 fighters. If they were family, why would they need to seek help from a younger sister? They could just find any tribe, the leader wouldn't refuse. Qingling's eyes flickered slightly. After pretending to think, he said, "I do know someone named Yunxi." "Is she the chubby little girl? I heard she might be from the Beast King city." Yes, she's quite chubby." "How do you know her?" "I often go to the Baiman tribe and heard about her there." "But if you're heading to the Baiman tribe, why are you going in this direction?" "The tribe is that way." Qingling pointed in the opposite direction. Sure enough, these people are looking for Yunxi. That's strange. The person said the Baiman tribe is in this direction. The leader looked at Qingling with some doubt. They had been walking toward the direction the person mentioned, so they couldn't have gone the wrong way. That person? Could it be Bai Yi? Besides him, no one else knows Yunxi is in the Beichuan tribe. But if it was him, why would he say the Baiman tribe? Qingling shook his head calmly and said, "I'm not sure about that." "Maybe you remembered wrong." Seeing Qingling's sincere expression, the leader hesitated. Could they really have taken the wrong turn? Qingling spread his hands and said calmly, "I've lived here for many years. I know the Baiman tribe well. I could find it with my eyes closed. But whether you believe it or not is up to you." The man was silent for a moment. "I understand. Thank you. Could you give us some food? Winter just ended, so there isn't much food at home." "No need to exchange. Consider it a gift. When you're outside, you'll encounter difficulties. Wait outside for a moment, and I'll get some food." Qingling turned and went back inside to the kitchen, grabbing some beast meat. I don't know if those people had already discussed it, but when Qingling came out with the food, the leader gratefully took it and handed over a beast crystal. "Thank you so much. You're a good person." Qingling took the beast crystal expressionlessly, secretly sneering inside. A good person? He's not a good person at all. The man didn't stay any longer. He divided the food among the others, who wolfed it down quickly to fill their stomachs. After eating, they immediately headed in the direction Qingling indicated. Watching their backs disappear, Qingling's eyes darkened instantly. He turned back to the small wooden house. Feng Hen came down the stairs, looking serious. "What's going on?" Qingling's eyes flashed with killing intent. His voice was cold. "They're here to find Yunxi. You stay at home to protect Yunxi and the cubs. I will go kill them so they can't take Yunxi's message back to the Beast King city." Although Qingling didn't like fighting for Yunxi, he was willing to be the villain. Feng Heng nodded seriously. "Be careful. Don't worry, I will protect Yunxi and the cubs." Qingling remained calm, with no sign of panic. "Don't worry. They are all at the 5th level of strength. I can handle them alone. Stay cautious at home, and don't let Yunxi worry. I will be back soon." After speaking, Qingling didn't hesitate. He transformed into a beast form, his figure lightning fast, and disappeared into the rain. Feng Heng returned inside, told Yunxi everything, and reassured her not to worry. He also heightened his alertness, paying attention to his surroundings. Yunxi's heart tightened. Why would the Beast King Palace people come to inquire about her? Could it be her mother? Does she really dislike her? Yunxi hugged her cubs tightly. The little one sensed something was wrong and quietly leaned against Yunxi. They also want to protect Mother. Yunxi instinctively touched her snake scales. Should she summon Mingyi? Is it safe for Qingling to go alone? It seemed to see through Yunxi's thoughts. Feng quickly held Yunxi's hand and comforted her. Don't be afraid. Qingling, and I can protect you. Qingling dares to go alone because he is confident. Those people are only at the 5th level, but Qingling can fight at the 7th level. Yes, I know you're strong, but I still worry. Cece, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Even though I seem the weakest at home, I am confident I can protect you and the baby and get out safely. Meanwhile, Qingling silently followed behind that group of people until they reached a forest. He waited quietly for the best moment to strike and catch them all. At this time, the rain suddenly poured harder, making it impossible to continue traveling. The group had no choice but to hurriedly hide under a tree, waiting for the rain to lessen before heading to Beimeng village. Are we going the wrong way? I feel like that person was just fooling us. How could he happen to know that evil woman? He doesn't know us, so it doesn't make sense for him to lie. That's true. I never want to take on such jobs again. I don't understand why the young master is so interested in that evil woman. It's because she liked Bai Yi, but Bai Yi said he has a wife. The young master wants to get Bai Yi, so he must want to kill that evil woman. Otherwise, how could he win Bai Yi over? I don't know what Bai Yi is so good about. Why does the young master like him so much? In the dark, Qingling's eyes darkened. It was clear that this was all about Yunxi. If that's the case, then you all stay in this forest. A killing intent surged in Qingling's heart, and a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. He slightly raised his hands, and the temperature around him suddenly dropped sharply. Cold air spread rapidly from him as the center. Large raindrops in the air froze into tiny ice needles, densely packed. Without careful observation, they looked normal. Then, the ice needles quickly gathered together, forming sharp ice cones. The people under the tree were still murmuring quietly, unaware that danger was approaching, until one of them suddenly shivered and instinctively looked up, only to see countless ice cones floating in midair. His pupils suddenly contracted. Just as he was about to warn his companions, a sharp ice spike shot like lightning, piercing through his throat instantly. He widened his eyes as blood gushed out, then collapsed straight into a pool of blood. The remaining few people were caught off guard by this sudden event. They instinctively tried to run, but before they could take a step, countless ice spikes rained down like a storm. With screams, the ice spikes ruthlessly pierced their bodies. They all fell down, their bodies twisting and contorting as they struggled to escape. Qingling would never give them a chance to run away. His eyes were cold. He raised his hand again, sending several more ice spikes flying, hitting their targets once more. He continued until they were all breathless, then withdrew his ice spikes. Looking at the cold bodies, Qingling showed no mercy. It was their own fault for accepting this mission. Anyone who threatened Yunxi, he would never show mercy. After making sure no one was left behind, Qingling ran toward Xiaomu. He would never allow anyone to hurt Yunxi. Anyone who tried was his enemy. Back at the small cabin, Qingling was soaked from head to toe. Luckily, only his beast form was wet. He shook off the rain outside the cabin, then quickly returned to his human form. After confirming he was unharmed, he gently pushed open the door and called out, "Shishi, I'm back." Hearing Qingling's voice, Feng and Yunxi came downstairs together. Yunxi hurried over, checking Qingling from head to toe, making sure he had no injuries, then let out a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're not hurt."
I was so worried about you.
Being cared for so tenderly by a little girl made Qingling's heart feel full. He raised an eyebrow confidently and said, "I told you I'm very strong. It's just that there's a mournful night at home, so I don't often get the chance to show it. Knowing you're powerful is good, but you still need to be careful. What if you meet someone even stronger? Did you find out any news?" Qingling nodded and said, "I heard them say it was sent by the little prince." "The little prince? My sister? I've been hiding here. Do I still bother her?" She frowned, feeling a bit confused. In the original owner's memory, she wasn't very familiar with this sister. "I heard she liked Bai Yi, but Bai Yi said he had a wife, so Cloud she paused, and her eyes grew colder. So, she wanted to kill me? To clear the way for herself and Bai Yi. Qingling nodded. That's probably it, so I killed them. Qingling was silent for a moment before continuing. Cece, do you think I'm too cruel? Seeing the doubt in Qingling's eyes, Cloud she quickly took his hand. No, if others are unkind to me, don't blame me for being unfair to them. It's just that they had bad luck, choosing the wrong people. I thought you wouldn't like me this way. Don't talk nonsense. You haven't done anything wrong. Cloud she comforted him. Qingling nodded, hesitating for a moment, then said in a low voice, I don't understand Bai Ye's thoughts. If he really liked that little princess, he could just be with her. But he keeps using you as an excuse. If he wanted to be with someone else, he should come back and end things with me. Why does he keep this up? I won't cling to him. Cloud she also found this strange. Their relationship was just an illusion, not real. Yes, I don't understand why he keeps sending spies to other tribes. It's obvious he doesn't want that little princess to find out about you.
Who knows what he's thinking?
I don't really understand him. Cloud she rubbed her forehead, thinking she just wanted a peaceful life, but now it seemed less likely. In a short time, no one else will come. When they realize what's happening, maybe we've already left. Hopefully, that's true. First, we need to deal with Brother Ah's problem. If she sends more people, we won't hold back.
Hopefully.
But first, let's solve that issue with Ah. If she sends more people, we won't be polite. Yeah. Are you hungry? I'll go cook for you. Cloud she rolled her eyes at Qingling. This guy really doesn't take care of himself. What are you going to cook? You go to your room and keep warm. After all that rain, don't get sick. When the time comes, Feng Heng and I will go cook. Without waiting for permission, Cloud she pushed Qingling into the room. It's fine. I'm not afraid of the cold. Qingling felt a bit helpless. He was least afraid of the cold. But seeing how caring the little woman was, Qingling thought maybe he could be a little more afraid of the cold too. At this moment you should say, okay, my good gentleman. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qingling naturally grabbed Yunqi, a smile in his eyes. Cece, let Feng Heng go make some food. You're warm, so let me lean on you for a while, okay? I'll go make the food. Cece, you stay with Qingling. Without hesitation, Feng Heng turned and headed to the kitchen. Qingling changed back into his beast form. His fur was still wet. Yunqi quickly brought a beast hide and wiped Qingling's body dry. As she wiped, she asked, Qingling, aren't you from the Snow Wolf clan? Why isn't your fur snow white? Instead, it's gray-brown? Because my mother is from the Black Panther clan and my father is from the Snow Wolf clan. I just mixed the traits a bit. Qingling's voice lowered unconsciously, and his tone became a little uncertain. Is it not good-looking?
How could that be?
I think it looks great. Yunqi gently touched Qingling's wolf ears. She wasn't lying. Qingling looked very handsome. I'm glad you don't mind, Cece. I don't mind at all. I like it, Yunqi said, putting down the beast hide. She patted Qingling's back and said, all right, go lie on the bed and rest for a while. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Then stay with me, Qingling said, turning back into his human form and pulling Yunqi to lie down together. Maybe I should hold you a little longer? Okay. Qingling stretched out his arm, pulling Yunqi into his embrace. The next moment, he lowered his head and pressed his lips to her soft, red lips, lingering in a tender, affectionate kiss. That night, Minji and Shi returned. When they learned that the people in Beast King City were investigating Yunqi's whereabouts, they felt a wave of fear. Minji patted Qingling's shoulder and said, You did very well. You're truly from the Snow Wolf clan. These are just my duties. But once Beast King City reacts, they will eventually find out about Yunqi. For now, it's only a temporary peace. We should go to the abandoned beast city first and handle this matter. These are high-level beast crystals. You and Feng Heng should use them to improve your strength. Minji handed the high-level beast crystals he collected to Qingling and Feng Heng. Fortunately, the strength of everyone involved wasn't very high. If they had been at Qingling's level, the consequences would have been unthinkable. He was often away from home, so it was time for the beasts at home to also improve their strength. Qingling and Fengheng were not polite. They were all family, working together to better protect Yunqi. Let's start preparing to leave now. During this time, I will try to stay at home with you, Shiyu suggested nearby. I think the same. I will go accompany Yunqi, Minji said, and headed toward Yunqi's room. Before they returned, the little girl was already asleep. I wonder if she was frightened. I need to comfort her properly. The three in the room looked at each other. No. Why was it Minji's turn again? Especially Fengheng. Wasn't it supposed to be his turn with Cece tonight? But looking at the high-level beast crystal in his hand, Fengheng decided to pretend he hadn't seen it. Over the next half-month, Yunqi's family began preparing for the trip. The clearing next to the small cabin was already organized, and the seeds Yunqi planted had sprouted tender shoots. On a clear day, the family planted all the young plants. Before leaving, Yunqi specifically asked her friend Qinghe to help take care of the vegetable garden. When Qinghe heard her friend was going out, she looked a bit reluctant. After waiting patiently through the cold and rainy seasons, it was finally their time to enjoy some fun, but her friend told her she had some things to do outside. Although reluctant, Qinghe promised earnestly that she would take good care of the vegetables and fruits. The day after saying goodbye to Qinghe, Yunqi's family was ready to leave. Fengheng said that Beast Abandonment City was in the desert area, northwest of the Beast King City, while they were currently east of the Beast King City. Last night, the family decided to cross the forest, follow the coastline north, then detour to Beast Abandonment City. It was still a little light outside. Shiyu made a cozy cradle with his tail for Yunqi to carry Little Star, making her more comfortable. Meanwhile, Xingqian and Xingye, the two little ones, were left in Qingling's care. Minji led the way ahead. This was the first time he showed his full beast form in front of Yunqi. He looked mighty and imposing. Yunqi felt no fear at all. Her big husband's beast form was so powerful. As for Fengheng, he was flying in the air, exploring around. Throughout the night, Mingyi kept releasing his high-level beast aura to prevent any careless wild animals from startling Yunqi. At first, Yunqi was curious and looked around, but gradually, like Xiaoxing, she became sleepy in her cradle. Noticing Yunqi's breathing becoming steady, Shiyu slowed down and signaled everyone to go a bit slower. Qingling also put down Xingyi and Xingqian, letting them run along with everyone. These two little guys never stayed still for long. When Yunqi woke up again, she found herself lying on a big bed. For a moment, she thought she was back in the small cabin. It turned out that Mingyi had moved Yunqi's large bed into the space to make her sleep more comfortably. Since both of them had space at home, fitting a big bed was no problem. Seeing Yunqi wake up, Shiyu immediately brought clean water to help her wash. Where are we now? Yunqi was still not fully awake. The cradle Shiyu made was quite good, swaying gently, perfect for sleeping. Shiyu, while helping Yunqi wipe her face, said with a smile, "Still in the forest. In about half a day, we'll reach the market. Tonight, we'll find a nearby tribe to stay with." Yunqi yawned and stood up. "You guys handle the arrangements. Where are the little ones?" "They're over there watching Qingling cook," Shiyu replied. "Right now, we're only preparing food for you and the little ones. The four of us will take turns going into the forest to fill our stomachs. Fengheng and Mingyi have already gone hunting. I'll go see the little ones," Yunqi said, heading toward Qingling. "Are you hungry?" "I made meat porridge. The fish in this water is pretty good. I grilled some for you. It's almost ready." Qingling was busy grilling fish. The three little ones ate fish as fast as he could cook it. After feeding them, he was now preparing grilled fish for Yunqi. Yunqi hadn't eaten grilled fish in a long time. She accidentally ate a bit too much and felt a little bloated. She then played with the three little ones, running around in an open space, which made her feel a bit better. She pinched her waist, noticing her belly had grown a little after the cold season. Had no beast noticed she was gaining weight? Yunqi decided she needed to control her diet from now on. After a hearty meal in the forest, Mingyi and Fengheng also brought back food for Qingling and Shiyu. To avoid disturbing the others while they ate, Yunqi took the cubs to play by the water. After Yunqi's figure disappeared, Qingling and Xiu transformed into beast forms and began to feast happily. With the little female nearby, they had to be careful about their image. In the afternoon, Yunxi sat in Minji's beast form. This was her first time sitting in Minji's beast form. Minji's beast form is a black jade king snake, which is at least twice as large as a normal snake beast. Yunxi was sitting on Minji's head, and the whole forest stretched out before her, an amazing sight. Seeing that the little female was not afraid at all, Minji felt more relaxed. He had thought she was just comforting him, but it turned out she was truly unafraid. Xiu also took this chance to run around with the 3 cubs, teaching them skills. Yunxi didn't interfere much with how the cubs were being taught. Although she thought the cubs were still young, she understood the law of the jungle here. Strength rules everything. She could love the cubs, but she shouldn't spoil them. At most, she would teach them right from wrong. Other lessons were up to their father beasts. The family arrived near the market before dark, and they borrowed a cave from a nearby tribe to stay overnight. The next morning, they set out again, walking and stopping as they headed east. On the 6th day, just before sunset, they finally reached the edge of the coastline. Yunxi was awakened by Fengheng. This guy, like a naive boy who had never seen the world, was more excited about the coast than she was. "Cici, wake up. We're almost at the coast," Fengheng said loudly. Yunxi sat up from Xi's back, rubbed her eyes, and was still a little sleepy. Where are we?" "The seaside." "Didn't you want to see the ocean?" Fengheng replied loudly again. Yunxi immediately woke up. "The ocean? I want to see it." Seeing her excited expression, the beast men also stopped walking. Xiu carried Yunxi onto Fengheng's back and said, "Fengheng, fly slowly so Cici can see the ocean." Fengheng let out a phoenix cry and flew up into the sky with Yunxi. Yunxi was stunned by the beautiful view before her. "Is this the ocean?" Fengheng carried Yunxi and flew directly over the sea. Looking at the endless blue sea below, combined with the glow of the setting sun, the entire surface sparkled with golden light. It was simply beautiful. "This is the ocean. It's really pretty. I like it so much. Let's stay on the mountaintop tonight. I wonder if we can see the sunrise tomorrow?" "Xiaoxi, you decide. We'll follow your lead. I'll take you flying a few more times." Fengheng flapped his wings and took Yunxi towards the horizon where the sky and sea meet. When Mingyi and the others arrived at the beach, Fengheng was still flying around with Yunxi in the sky. Everyone else was helpless but amused. Fengheng was having fun playing. The 3 little ones watched Fengheng's figure and kept calling out happily. They wanted to fly too. When Fengheng returned with Yunxi, the 3 little ones looked at him eagerly, saying, "Dad, take us flying too." Fengheng had no choice but to fly another round with the 3 kids. But to keep the little ones safe, he only flew a few circles above the beach. Star Yi and Star Chen weren't happy and kept begging to fly over the sea. Fengheng didn't dare take them there. What if they fell into the water? Xiaoxi would be worried, and maybe Shiryu would scold him. Star Chen and Star Yi drooped their fox ears, looking sadly at their dear mother. "Mom, we want to play." Yunxi quickly looked away, thinking she couldn't spoil them. What if they fell into the sea and couldn't be rescued? What if a sea creature caught them? In the end, Star Chen and Star Yi didn't get their wish. They ate a little less at dinner that night, which made Yunxi feel very sad. After enjoying the beautiful scenery, Shiryu and the others followed Yunxi's request and found a wide-open place to stay for the night. Although camping outdoors was risky, they were big enough animals to handle it. Since the little female wanted to see the sunrise, they had to make it happen. Shiryu chose a perfect spot, with a clear view of the sea and no obstacles blocking the first sunlight of the next day. Mingyi moved a large bed out of the space. Fengheng cleared some of the surrounding barriers, and Shiryu and Qingling prepared dinner for the night. The next morning, Yunxi finally saw the stunning sunrise she had hoped for. The sun slowly rose from the horizon over the sea, casting a red glow across the water. The golden light shone on the sea, sparkling and more breathtaking than yesterday's sunset. It was truly beautiful. Wow, so pretty. When we return from the Beast Abandonment City, let's come back and enjoy it again. Now let's go. Although the scenery was lovely, there were more important things for Yunxi to do.
She couldn't stop now.
Minji stepped forward, holding Yunxi in his arms, and said affectionately, "If you like it, we can find a place like this to live in the future. Then you can enjoy the view every day. Okay, and we can watch the sunrise together then." The four beast husbands felt very happy. As long as they were with the person they loved, doing anything, even just watching the sunrise, was a very happy thing. Everyone packed up their things and continued heading north along the coast. In the third afternoon, Yunxi and her group arrived at the place where they had traded sea salt before. There was a big market here. Minji planned to go shopping the next day to buy more food, making it easier to travel. Since Yunxi and the little ones were a bit tired, Minji decided to rest here for 2 days so the females could relax. When the 3 little ones heard this, they refused to leave. They immediately ran excitedly toward the beach. Even Yunxi looked excited and followed the little ones out. Fengheng took the chance to run over too. He wanted to protect Yunxi and take her flying a few more times. The other 3 looked at each other helplessly and shook their heads. "Minji, you watch over Yunxi and the others. Fengheng isn't very reliable. Qingling and I will prepare a place for us to stay tonight." The 3 of them divided their tasks clearly. Minji leisurely went to the beach, watching Yunxi and the little ones play, a gentle smile in his eyes. His little female should enjoy life carefree like this. Anyone trying to disturb her peaceful life was unforgivable. "Yunxi, let's go for a fly." Fengheng's flying urge struck again. During the tribe days, he rarely had such a happy flight. Now that they had a break, he naturally wanted to take his beloved little female to enjoy it. No, the little ones will want to go again later. Last time, they weren't happy because we didn't take them flying. Fengheng was persistent and kept pestering Yunxi. "Then hold the little ones, and I'll take you all flying." Cloud, she felt a little excited. Fengheng was flying steadily, and from the air, looking down at the sea was a different kind of beautiful view. Finally, Cloud, she sat on Fengheng's back with Xingyi. The reason for choosing Xingyi was because he was the most lively and wanted to be the first. After several rounds of flying, Cloud, she no longer wanted to go, but the 3 little ones said they still wanted to fly. Even the usually lazy little star Hui looked at his mother with big eyes, full of hope, and wanted to fly again. In the end, Mingyi waved his hand and let them hold onto Fengheng's feathers and experience flying on their own. As for Cloud, she's worried about falling into the sea. Mingyi said that with him here, he would catch the little ones if they fell. Cloud, she didn't stop them anymore, since someone was there to catch them, so it was fine. The 3 little ones happily went flying with Fengheng again. Xing Chen and Xing Hui behaved well, lying quietly on Fengheng's back, safe and sound. But when it was Xing Ye's turn, the most lively one, he relied on his and Fengheng's wind powers and tried to fly like his father. As expected, he fell into the sea. Fengheng immediately changed direction, but he was a bit late and couldn't catch him. Frightened, Fengheng jumped into the sea himself. He flailed around and almost drowned. This scared Cloud, she on the shore, very much. Mingyi didn't hesitate either. He turned into a beast form and dove into the sea to find little Xingyi.
Time passed second by second.
Cloud, she's heart was in his throat until a purple head popped out of the water. Xingyi was happily playing inside a blue bubble. The person was Lan Ling, who had been fishing in the sea and was suddenly hit by little Xingyi. He thought it was a gift from the sea, but when he looked closer, he saw it was a 9-tailed fox, and its aura was a little familiar. He quickly put the little fox in the bubble, planning to send him away immediately. But then he saw a huge snake-like beast approaching, which scared him so much that he swam away a bit. After the beast left, he surfaced. He saw Cloud, she looking very worried. Then he looked at the little 9-tailed fox in the bubble. Turns out it was Cloud, she's cub. No wonder it looked familiar. Last time, this little guy was watching him being roasted. Blue Feather returned Xingye to the coast, popped the bubble, and the little guy still looked unhappy, slowly walking back to Yunxi, with frequent glances behind him. Yunxi hugged Xingye carefully, checked him over, and was relieved to find he was fine. It was good luck. Next time, don't be so naughty. Xingye drooped his fox ears and rubbed against Yunxi's leg, softly saying, "Mother, I was wrong. Blue Feather. Thank you for saving Xingye. Although Yunxi didn't like Blue Feather, she had to thank him since he saved Xingye. No need to thank me. Just forget about what happened last time. But if you could help me talk to the high priest, ask him not to catch me so often, I don't have time to play. If I see him, I'll tell him. Whether he listens or not, I can't promise. Then I'll go find the high priest and tell him you're here. After speaking, Blue Feather dove into the sea. Is it really that urgent? Yunxi didn't really want to meet Blue No. Unfortunately, Blue Feather was too fast. Feng Heng and Mingyi returned to Yunxi's side one after the other, looking at Xingye, who was safe and sound, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Heng said he would never let Xingye fly alone again. The little guy was too brave, not showing any fear at all. Yunxi agreed, thinking that if they threw him into the sea now, he might even want to catch a fish. It seemed only Xiu could teach him properly. This little one had everyone scared, yet he acted as if nothing was wrong. Not long after Blue Feather left, Blue No appeared in the sea. Yunxi and Feng Heng were playing in the water on the beach with 3 little ones. Mingyi had dived into the sea to catch big lobsters for Yunxi. Xingye was the first to sense Blue No's presence because he liked the smell on Blue No and immediately spotted him in the sea. Xingye called out to the surface. "Mother, look, Uncle Blue No is here." Yunxi finally saw Blue No emerging from the sea, and her face darkened instantly. This guy actually dared to come see her. Blue No raised an eyebrow, with a teasing look in his eyes. "What? Are you upset to see me? What have you done? Don't you know better? Why haven't you sent more people? I haven't even chosen a suitable male yet." Yunxi gritted her teeth and spoke angrily. She wasn't happy at all, right now. She was more interested in roasting a mermaid. "Then I'll have them come up now. Would you like to choose one?" Lano finished speaking, took out a delicate conch shell from his space, held it to his mouth, and pretended to it. Yunxi immediately became furious. That black-hearted fish was definitely doing it on purpose. Just then, Yunxi saw Minji's figure emerge from the sea, and an idea struck her. "I quickly shock that fish. He's trying to find a mate for your little female," Yunxi shouted toward Minji in the sea. Who knows if an 8th rank can shock a 9th rank fish? Minji had already noticed that this suddenly appearing 9th rank expert was probably the high priest of the sea tribe Yunxi mentioned. Without hesitation, Minji released his powerful energy from the sea. If he couldn't win, so what? He couldn't show weakness in front of Yunxi. At the moment lightning struck, Lano instantly teleported beside Yunxi. "So rude. Can I introduce a mate to you?" Then he glanced at Minji in the sea, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Is he your first mate? Not bad in strength. Of course. The mate I choose must be the best." Yunxi praised her mate without hesitation. Minji came out of the sea, holding a few large lobsters, Yunxi's favorite food. They were not hard to catch, just hard to find. Minji handed the lobsters to Feng Heng and looked at Lano simply and directly. "Want to fight?" Yunxi quickly pulled Minji aside and asked confusedly, "Why do you want to fight him? What if he bullies you?" "Be good. We won't fight him." Lano's eyes twitched at the side. So in the little female's eyes, he was just someone who bullied juniors? Minji patted Yunxi's head and said seriously, "It's okay. I just want to challenge a 9th rank. Since I met one, I want to see how far I am from 9th rank." Lano looked at Minji from top to bottom, his eyes flickering. Turns out he was from the Black Jade Tung King snake lineage. No wonder he dared to fight someone of a higher rank. This clan's strength was indeed formidable. "Not in the mood today. Let's fight tomorrow morning. I'll wait for you here." The Night King nodded and agreed. "All right, we'll fight again tomorrow morning." Yunxi pulled on the Night King's hand and asked, "Are you really going to fight him?" "It's okay. I have a plan. I want to reach the 9th level soon so I can protect you better." The Night King had been stuck at the 8th level for a while. To reach the 9th level, he needed to gather more energy and also learn about what it means to be at that level. Only then could he have a real chance to succeed. Just having energy wasn't enough. Also, when he breaks through to the 9th level, he will awaken new abilities, giving him more strength. He wondered what powers the Sea Tribe High Priest had. It didn't seem easy to deal with him. Seeing that the Night King had made up his mind, Yunxi didn't say more. She turned to Lan Nua and said seriously, You are not allowed to bully my AE. Just a friendly sparring, okay? Lan Noa was almost amused by Yunshi's protective attitude. This little female clearly had a soft spot for him. But he could only go along with her, because he needed her help. Where are you staying tonight? I might come over for a meal, Lan Noa said casually, since the food made by the wolf beast was quite tasty. I didn't prepare any food for you, Yunshi snorted softly. She was still annoyed about Lan Noa introducing her to so many males. It's just a few males you met and you're still angry? Is seafood not tasty? Are the not big enough? Or the lobsters not fat enough? Or maybe the pearls aren't shiny enough, Lan Noa said slowly, carefully choosing what she liked, sending those tribe members one by one. Yunshi suddenly felt a bit hesitant, her confidence wavering unexpectedly. She had indeed driven this person away, but she had accepted all the special seafood from the sea. And honestly, the lobsters from the sea were delicious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let her husband go into the sea to catch fresh seafood just now. Since I've eaten it all, I won't give it back to you, Yunshi said stubbornly. A smile appeared at the corner of Lan Noa's mouth. The little female's attitude was quite amusing. I'm not asking for it back. In the future, I won't let you choose your mate. Yunshi was stunned. The heartless fish suddenly became so kind that she was a bit confused. Could he be hiding some big plan? Yunshi looked up and down at Lan Noa with suspicion. Really? Lano nodded again, feeling that those people didn't seem to be worthy of the little female. The little female deserved the best. Mingyi picked up Yunshi and placed her on his shoulder. Let's go back and eat. Feng quickly called some young ones to follow. Xiao Xinghui came over to Lano, calling softly, as if inviting him to join. Xiao Xinghui really likes Lano. Yunshi looked back at Lano, who was being pestered by Xiao Xinghui, and explained, yes, Xiao Xinghui used to have nightmares. Lano said it was because he awakened special powers. Later, Lano sealed those powers temporarily. Xiao Xinghui really likes being with him, probably because of his scent. Mingyi paused slightly and asked, does he like you? Not really, Yunshi quickly denied. Lano was indulgent to her, but only because he was interested in her pregnancy. Otherwise, as a high priest of the Sea tribe, how could he be so polite to her? Sure, Yu and Qingling had set up a temporary shelter near the forest by the coast. Now, they had prepared the food and were waiting for Yunshi and the others to return. Seeing Yunshi come back, Shiryu hurried over. You're back. Did you have fun? Afterward, he looked at the three little ones and then noticed Lano was with them. He nodded and greeted, High Priest, what a coincidence. Lano put Xiao Xinghui, who was lying on his head, on the ground and lazily said, I'm here to get some food. Then, Lano looked around at the simple temporary shelter and raised an eyebrow. Are you staying here tonight? We plan to stay for 2 days and leave early the day after tomorrow. There are no mountains nearby, and we're a bit far from the tribe. We have to make do, Shiryu explained. He understood that for the males it didn't matter much, but for the little female, the environment was a bit poor. But there was no other choice. When they came to the seaside to collect salt, they had already checked this forest and found no suitable place. Why don't you come with me to the island? I have a wooden house there, Lano suggested. Yunshi, such a noble little female, couldn't possibly stay in such a simple place. Besides, since they were on his territory, he had to show his stance. Shiryu looked at Yunshi and thought that Lan Nua's idea was good. He also hoped Yunshi could rest better. However, the decision was up to Yunshi. They could stay wherever she wanted. Isn't that a bit bad? Yunshi hesitated. She didn't know Lan Nua well. If he arranged another blind date, it would be troublesome. It's nothing. Since you came to my place, I should show my sincerity and treat you well, Lan Nua said sincerely. Then he pointed at the sky and added, it will rain heavily tonight, so staying outdoors isn't suitable. Yunshi looked up at the sky. It was clear and sunny, not at all like it would rain. She didn't believe him. Who are you trying to fool? It will rain, Lan Nua said confidently. To prove his point, in just a moment, the clear sky started to change. Soon, dark clouds covered the sky. Yunshi. Is this high priest's face so important? The weather is really cooperating too much. Alright, let's stay on that small island for 2 nights. Mingyi decided for Yunxi. Men understand men best. Lan Nua was trying to please Yunxi. After speaking, Mingyi looked at Yunxi and advised, "We are staying here mainly so you and the cubs can rest well. If you hadn't said you wanted to play by the sea for a couple of days, I would have taken you to the tribe to rest. As you saw, the area is just dense forest, not suitable for overnight stays." Hearing this, Yunxi no longer hesitated. Apart from being stubborn about introducing males, Lan Nua was perfect in every other way. Once Yunxi agreed, Mingyi and Shiyu quickly packed all their belongings into their space. Even the food they just prepared was packed up. When they arrived at the small island, the family started to enjoy their meal slowly. Lan Nua led some people to the coast. Feng Hing chose to fly there himself, and Mingyi swam over. As for Shiyu and Qingling, Lan Nua arranged for 2 whale sharks to them. Yunxi and the 3 cubs were very interested in the underwater world and didn't want to miss this chance. So Lan Nua placed the 3 cubs in bubbles and put a golden bubble around Yunxi. He said that only the golden bubble could show his sincerity. After finishing everything, Lan Nua took Yunxi and they dove directly into the sea. Along the way, Yunxi was amazed by the underwater world. It was so beautiful. No wonder Blue Sea and Lan Nua liked living underwater. It was much more fun than on land. The 3 little ones were also very excited. They thought they might be scared the first time they went into the sea, but they ended up having the most fun. Mingyi almost couldn't keep up with all the noise. It was too lively. Fortunately, the island that Lan Nua mentioned wasn't far away. They swam through the sea and reached it quickly. The island wasn't very big, surrounded by water on all sides. It was lush with plants and very pretty. The small wooden house was in the center of the island. In front of it was a white sandy beach, and on both sides, there were many unknown flowers blooming. It felt like facing the sea, with spring flowers blooming. Who would have thought that Lan Nua actually enjoyed life so much? At this moment, Lan Ling and Lan Si were working in front of the wooden house. When they saw Yunxi suddenly appear, they were both surprised. Why did the high priest bring someone here? They wanted to ask, but they didn't dare. After all, they were still working to atone for their sins for the high priest. What do you like to eat? I'll ask them to catch it in the sea, Lan Nua asked. Big lobsters, more the better. Little ones like fish, so catch more, Yunxi said without hesitation. Lan Nua nodded and immediately ordered, Lan Si, go catch some in the sea. Lan Ling, go pick some fresh fruit from the island. Both nodded and quickly set off. Yunxi looked around and praised, your small wooden house is nice. This island is really beautiful. It looks like a vacation spot. I come here sometimes to enjoy the sun. If you like, you can stay a few more days. This is the most beautiful small island nearby, and it's my territory. If you don't want to arrange for males, that's okay too. Just see it as a vacation. But not this time. I need to go to the Beast Abandonment City. Are you familiar with this place? Lan Nua frowned and asked, what are you going there for? The Beast Abandonment City isn't a place for young females like you. Is it dangerous? Do you think so? There are abandoned beastmen and many fierce, wild beastmen there. I see. Then I will be careful. Although it was dangerous, Yunxi would not back down. After all, there are always more solutions than problems. She hadn't even tried yet, so how could she give up? At that moment, a phoenix's cry came from the sky. It was Feng Hung arriving. Shiyu and Qingling followed closely behind and appeared on the beach. When the 3 reached the small island, they first looked at Yunxi one by one, teasing her in various playful ways. Yunxi was fair to everyone, just kisses, hugs, and praise. Lana watched nearby with interest. The little girl was very kind to her beastly husband, showing no favoritism. Shiyu organized everyone calmly, assigning tasks and working together. Lano's small wooden house was empty, just wooden planks. It seemed more like a decoration than a real home, but it was much better than sleeping outdoors. Her talented homemaker could fix it up in no time. Feng Hung went to the nearby woods, carried back a big tree, and made a long wooden table and chairs on the spot. Mingyi brought out all the prepared food from the space and set it on the table. Qingling and Xiu built a new stove on the beach and started grilling the large lobsters Mingyi had brought back. Yunxi was busy too, commanding the little ones to climb the coconut trees on the beach and pick all the big coconuts. She wanted to drink cold coconut water. Xingye was the most eager. He quickly climbed the coconut tree and used his wind blades to cut all the coconuts from the tree. Xingqian and Xinghui stayed under the tree, carefully gathering the fallen coconuts and bringing them to their beloved mother. Yunxi also kept busy, moving the coconuts brought back by the little ones onto the wooden table. Open a hole in this coconut. I want to drink the water. Mingyi immediately followed Yunxi's instructions, making a hole in the hard coconut. He looked a bit puzzled and asked, "Can we eat this?" Lano also came over. "This fruit isn't tasty. It's hard and not good to eat. That's probably because you're not using the right method. You drink the water inside and eat the white flesh. You shouldn't just bite into it directly, that would be bad. This is good for making soup with a gugu beast. The broth is fresh and delicious." After saying that, Yunxi called out to Qingling, "Aling, come here quickly. I want to drink cold coconut water." Qingling put down the wooden shovel and walked over quickly, smiling as she added ice cubes into the coconut. "Is that enough? I can add more if you want." "Add a few more," Yunxi replied. Qingling, always gentle and caring, added more ice, then picked up a few coconuts and said with a smile, "There's some gugu beast meat. I'll make soup for you." "Thank you, Ailing. You always know exactly what I want to eat." Yunxi leaned over and gave Qingling a quick kiss on the cheek. Her thoughtful partner deserved a little reward. "Wait a bit, it'll be ready soon," Qingling said happily, heading off to make the soup. Lan Nua sat on a newly made wooden chair, watching everyone work busily. Suddenly, he thought that life on land didn't seem so bad after all, maybe even more interesting than life under the sea. By the time night fell, the long wooden table was filled with all kinds of food, different kinds of meat and seafood dishes. Lan Si and Lan Ling couldn't help swallowing their drool again and again. They really wanted to eat, but weren't sure if the high priest would allow it. After all, they were still working hard to make up for their mistakes. Lan Nua smiled slightly, clearly in a good mood. Ever since returning from Yunxi's place, he had stopped liking raw food. Unfortunately, among all the sea folk, not a single male seemed to know how to cook properly, so his appetite hadn't been great lately. Qingling placed a bowl of freshly made coconut gugu beast soup in front of Yunxi. "Try it and see if it's the flavor you wanted." Yunxi nodded and invited everyone to eat freely, even including Lan Si and Lan Ling. But the two didn't move, instead glancing at Lan Nua. "Go sit farther away," Lan Nua said impatiently. The two royal sea folk didn't even know how to be polite to a young lady. They just spent their days chasing fish. After Lan Nua gave a small nod, Lan Si and Lan Ling quickly ran to sit at the far end of the table. To them, where they sat didn't matter, as long as there was food. Lan Ling, especially, had long heard that Yunxi's cooking was delicious. Now that he finally had the chance to try it, he was so moved he almost cried. During the meal, Lan Nua brought up the topic from the afternoon again. About the abandoned beast city. "Do you really have to go?" After speaking, she glanced at the few beast handlers with the young female. In such a dangerous place, they didn't try to stop her. Not only did they not stop her, but they also brought the young female and her cubs along to cause trouble. Yunxi nodded and said, "Yes, we'll leave early the day after tomorrow. Maybe Lan Si can go with you," Lan Nua suggested. The city of abandoned beasts is very dangerous, and Lan Si's abilities might help a bit. Yunxi looked at Lan Nua. "Does he still not give up?" "That might not be a good idea," Yunxi politely declined. "Don't worry, Lan Si has already shared his thoughts with me. Since neither of you has objections, I won't force it." A faint smile appeared in Lan Nua's eyes. If he forced it, the young female might really roast him. Yunxi thought for a moment and still refused. The city of abandoned beasts is in the desert area, which isn't very suitable for your survival. "I'll go as far as I can, and if I can't handle it, I'll ask for your help." Seeing Yunxi's firm attitude, Lan Nua didn't insist further. Although the city of abandoned beasts is dangerous, her beast handlers are quite strong. Plus, her first beast handler is no pushover. "All right, The day after tomorrow, I'll send someone to take you to the Northern Sea, which is easier than traveling along the coast, and will save some time. That would be very helpful, thank you. This time, Yunxi didn't refuse. The sea is open and straight, so traveling is faster. The coast sometimes has mountain blocks, which require detours and can delay progress. Starting from here, traveling by sea, it will take at most 5 days to reach the north. Then you can head west across the forest. The forest's end is the desert, and crossing the desert will lead you to the city of abandoned beasts. Lan Nuo explained the route, hoping it would help Yunxi. Yunxi sincerely thanked him. Yes, thank you, Lan Nuo. Lan Nuo waved his hand. No need to thank me. Rest here for the next 2 days. If you need anything, just tell me. After dinner, Lan Nuo didn't bother them further. He took Lan Si and Lan Ling back to the depths of the sea. Feng Heng and Qingling went to clean up the battlefield, while Shiryu arranged the rooms and set up the big bed at home. Tonight, Yunxi could finally sleep well. She had been out for so many days, and the young female hadn't complained once, which made them all feel very caring. Yunxi was walking on the beach with her 3 little ones, taking a leisurely stroll to help them digest their food. It was late at night, and the 3 children were still staring at the sea, softly crying and calling out. It seemed they still wanted to explore underwater, which made Yunxi both amused and a little helpless. Children, you are land animals, not sea creatures. The scenery here is really beautiful. Maybe someday, we can find a place like this to visit sometimes, just for vacation, she said. Isn't there already one? Minji teased. That's Lano's territory, not mine. We should find a different place. It's not convenient to travel here. Minji didn't reply. Unnoticed by him, the sea priestess was clearly trying to flatter Yunxi. Seeing that Minji remained silent, Yunxi turned to look at her husband and asked with some curiosity, why aren't you saying anything? Minji gently brushed Yunxi's bangs aside, looking into her bright eyes. He couldn't help but lean down slowly, pressing his lips softly on her forehead. Then he moved down gradually, kissing her eyebrows, then her cheeks, and finally stopping at her lips. Without hesitation, Minji deepened the kiss. Yunxi was slightly startled, her face quickly flushing with a blush. Her big husband was so gentle all of a sudden, making her feel warm and shy. What's wrong? Minji looked a bit down and said, I'm a little upset. My little girl is too popular. Really? You're probably feeling a bit threatened, huh? Don't worry, you'll always be my first beast husband. Humph, good to know. Will you stay with me tonight? No. Tonight is Qingling's turn. Between her sad big husband and her gentle gentleman, Yunxi chose to comfort her big husband. Her big tail wolf worked hard every day, quietly taking care of her. She wasn't very confident, so how could Yunxi possibly make him feel sad? Besides, it was Qingling's turn tonight. But Qingling was lucky today, just happened to have a small island for them to rest on. This made Minji even more unhappy. He had to abandon his previous gentleness and, holding Yunxi on the beach, kissed her passionately. Yunxi happily responded. Her domineering husband was back again. In the evening, Qingling, under the envious gazes of the 3 beasts, wagged his big tail and went to Yunxi's room. Of course, the 2 didn't do anything inappropriate, since it was Lano's wooden house. Still, the other 3 looked on with envy. After all, it was rare for them to have some alone time with the little female.
Who wouldn't want that?
All 3 silently made a mental note about Qingling. Why was it just his turn? He was so lucky. The next day, Minji and Fengheng went to the market to buy various foods, as food was scarce in the abandoned beast city. They might not have enough time later to restock. Shiyu and Qingling stayed on the island to take care of Yunxi and the little ones. Meanwhile, Lano arrived early in the morning with fresh seafood from the ocean. The 3 little ones immediately dropped their father and ran toward Lano, chirping happily and calling out to the sea. They want to play in the ocean, Shiyu translated. Go ahead, chase the little fish. Lano personally put bubbles on the 3 cubs and called Bluewing with a conch shell. Bluewing was very experienced at catching fish. In the sea, no beast was more playful than him. Yunxi was a bit worried. She thought Bluewing was unreliable. So she asked Lano to put a bubble on Shiyu too, to keep an eye on him. After all, this was the sea, and they couldn't be careless. Yunshi looked at the conch shell in Lano's hand and asked curiously, "Your conch shell's sound isn't very loud. How can they hear it underwater?" Lano handed the conch shell to Yunshi, raised an eyebrow, and said, "You can try. As long as I can hear it no matter how far away." Yunshi took the conch shell and examined it carefully in her hand. The shell had intricate, delicate patterns and bright colors. Even more amazing, it shimmered with a faint pearl glow, and its surface felt warm to the touch. "It's a very beautiful conch shell," Yunshi marveled. "You can try blowing it. Not everyone can make it sound." "Is it really that magical?" Yunshi was a bit skeptical. She gently wiped the shell and placed it to her lips. With a soft, a wonderful, clear sound came from the shell, ethereal and pleasant. Yunshi's eyes lit up. The sound from this conch shell was quite beautiful. Yunshi put down the conch shell, feeling a little proud. She said, "See, I told you it's not that magical. I into it, and it makes a sound." Yunshi handed the conch shell to Lan Nua, but he didn't reach out to take it. Yunshi looked at him with some confusion. Lan Nua's lips curled into a small smile. He said gently, "Since you've blown into it, I'll give the conch to you." Yunshi looked at Lan Nua in surprise. Why was he giving it to her? This was a sacred item from the high priest. Could she accept it? Seeing her hesitation, Lan Nua's smile stayed warm. He continued, "Don't worry, there are many more in the temple." Really? Yunshi was still a bit unsure. Why would he give her something for no reason? "Yes, there are a lot more. Maybe I can bring another one for you to choose," Lan Nua said half-jokingly. Hearing this, Yunshi didn't refuse anymore. "Then I'll accept it." "Good. If you run into trouble, try blowing the conch. Maybe I can come to help," Lan Nua said playfully. Actually, Lan Nua hadn't told Yunshi that this conch was different from ordinary ones. He only had this one. It had been with him since he was born and meant a lot. Of course, he wouldn't tell the young female about this. If he did, he was sure she would return it to him. Sure enough, the young female accepted his conch and didn't give it back. When Mingyi returned, he really went to the back of the small island to have a friendly chat with Lan Nua. Sure, Yu and Lan Si also went along, since it was a rare opportunity. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? Of course, some didn't want to be strong, like Feng Heng and Lan Ling Qingling actually wanted to go too, but he couldn't. He was worried about Feng Heng taking care of Yunshi and the three little ones alone. Anyway, he was only at level 6 now, so he didn't need to rush. By sunset, the four of them came back together. It seemed their exchange had gone well. "Ah Yu, you're back." Yunshi ran to greet them. To avoid upsetting her husband, she didn't ask about the results directly. But she was curious and couldn't help asking Shiryu quietly. Shiryu didn't hide anything. Without a doubt, Mingyi lost. However, after fighting dozens of rounds with Lan Nua, he did not crush Mingyi with absolute strength. Although Mingyi is only at the 8th level, he is not at all inferior when facing a 9th level opponent. Instead, he becomes more courageous in battle. Shiryu also learned for the first time that Mingyi belongs to the Black Jade Tongue Snake clan. Initially, they thought he was a stray beast. But he is not just a stray beast. He is capable of transforming into a dragon. On the entire Beast World continent, only this clan has such an opportunity. After Shiryu mentioned this, Yunshi looked at Mingyi with shining eyes full of admiration. Her big husband is truly impressive. With such a powerful husband, she wondered why he chose her in the first place. Lan Nua also highly recognizes Mingyi's strength. After they fought, they actually developed some friendship. So, that evening, they went to the underwater battlefield again, claiming it was for mutual sparring and sharing battle experience. Yunshi also wanted to join, but no beast took her along, as everyone was afraid of hurting her. After all, these are battles at the 8th and 9th levels. Without enough strength, one isn't even qualified to watch. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yunshi's family set out once more. This time, Lan Nua personally escorted them to the northern forest entrance. During these days, the three cubs had a fun time playing happily underwater. Seeing how happy the cubs looked, Yunxi gradually came up with an idea. On the fourth day, during the evening rest, Yunxi shared her plan with a few beast caretakers. She wanted to leave the cubs in Lan Nua's care for a while. The city of abandoned beasts is too dangerous, and it's inconvenient to take the cubs along. She already felt like a burden to the team, and there was no need for the cubs to risk danger with them. Lan Nua is a reliable person and has helped them a lot during this time. After some thought, Shiryu agreed that the young female's suggestion made sense. Everyone had no objections. Lan Nua is trustworthy, so Yunxi asked him about it. He didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. He had the same idea himself, but was worried Yunxi might misunderstand, so he didn't bring it up. When Yunxi mentioned it voluntarily, he naturally wouldn't refuse. He also can teach little Star about this small fox, as he likes it very much. At noon, with the of the Sea tribe, Yunxi and his group finally reached the forest entrance. This was at least 3 days earlier than their original plan. Yunxi knelt down, holding the 3 little ones tightly in his arms, with a look of reluctance on his face. You 3 will stay on the small island with Uncle Lan Nua during this time. Once Dad and Mom finish their work, they will come back to pick you up. The 3 little ones also looked sad. However, this morning Dad told them that Mom had something very important to do. Although they are too young to help, they understand that they shouldn't cause trouble for Dad and Mom. The 3 little ones whined, "Mom, you must come to pick us up. Don't worry, be good." After speaking, Yunxi forced himself to hold back his sadness, handed the 3 children to Lan Nua, and expressed his gratitude. "Lan Nua, thank you. Please take good care of them for a while." "Yes. No need to be so polite. I have some little ones to keep me company, and I'm quite happy. When you return from the abandoned bee city, I will come to pick them up. I will take good care of them. Thank you, Lan Nua," Yunxi said again. "There's no need to thank me. Yunxi, if you encounter difficulties, remember to the seashell." "Maybe I can hear it," Lan Nua seriously advised. "Got it. Don't spoil them too much, and if they need a scolding, give it to them." After speaking, Yunxi looked at the 3 little ones again, deliberately frowning, and said, "You 3 must behave and not be too naughty." The 3 little ones were a bit unhappy, whining non-stop, as if protesting. "We're not naughty. We are the best-behaved little ones." After saying goodbye to Lan Nua, Yunxi was directly placed on top by the dark night, and everyone headed toward the forest. This was the first time Yunxi was separated from the little ones. He looked back and saw the 3 little ones running after them with short legs for a long distance. Then, Lan Nua wrapped them in glowing balls and took them back to the sea. Yunxi watched their distant figures, his eyes slightly reddening. They had just parted, and he already missed his children. It turns out that after having a family, the heart indeed feels more attached. Because of this, Yunxi felt uninterested in everything around him for the entire afternoon, unable to find the energy to do anything. A few beast companions saw this and naturally understood that the young female wanted to have her cubs. After all, they had never been apart before. Not only the young female, but even the others, felt a bit strange without the little ones fussing nearby. Since it was their first time in this forest, everyone was not very familiar with everything there. They could only head westward along the path. After 2 days of travel, they unexpectedly reached the edge of a forest shrouded in thick fog. The dense fog looked like a heavy curtain covering the entire forest, giving off a faint, eerie sense of danger. Mingyi stopped and felt a bad premonition in his heart. Feng Heng also flew down from the sky, looking serious. He said, "I just flew ahead a little. The fog is very thick, and it might not be safe to pass through." Mingyi frowned and asked, "What about the tribe? Did you find anything?" Feng Heng shook his head and replied, "There's no tribe nearby, but along this direction, there's a cave ahead that can be our shelter for tonight." Mingyi thought for a moment and quickly decided, "Then you lead the way. We'll settle down first, then figure out what to do next." Feng Heng nodded, transformed back into a phoenix, and led everyone toward the cave. Before nightfall, they arrived at the cave Feng Heng mentioned. Mingyi gently set down Yunxi and said softly, "Wait here for a while. Let's go inside and check the situation first." Mingyi and Shiryu went ahead to explore the cave. Inside, the light was dim. Shiryu lit a small flame in his palm, illuminating the cave, and they carefully examined the surroundings. The cave wasn't very spacious, and the environment wasn't great. The ground was damp, clearly unused for a long time. Fortunately, after checking, they found no obvious dangers. They came out of the cave and nodded to everyone. Qingling and Feng Heng, seeing this, finally relaxed. Then, everyone quickly divided tasks, tidying up the cave to make Yunxi comfortable for the night. The males didn't mind much. They could sit outside the cave. After everything was arranged, night fell gradually. The family sat around a campfire, beginning to eat a simple meal. Mingyi looked at the distant forest, his brow furrowed, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. They are still only on the edge of the forest, but the continuous howling of wild beasts never stops. Although the young female didn't say anything, it was clear from Yunxi's tense expression that she was a bit scared. Tonight, Minji and she will stay outside the cave to keep watch. You two will take care of Yunxi inside the cave, Minji calmly arranged. Everyone agreed with Minji's plan. They all knew that this forest was very dangerous, probably as dangerous as the Sunset Forest. After agreeing, they discussed some ways to deal with the situation. As sleepiness took over, Yunxi leaned on Shiyu's chest and gradually fell asleep. Shiyu carefully carried Yunxi into the cave and placed her on the big bed. He then told Qingling and Fingheng to be extra careful tonight because Yunxi's mental state wasn't very good today. Outside the cave, Shiyu and Minji stood guard on either side, watching the forest carefully. Minji looked at the distant forest and said, "You rest first. I'll stay on watch until midnight. Okay, call me if anything happens." "This forest isn't very peaceful," Shiyu replied. Then he transformed into his nine-tailed fox form, curled up, and closed his eyes to rest. Minji released his powerful aura to warn lower-level fierce beasts not to come close, so as not to disturb the young female. Tonight they could only manage like this. Tomorrow he would look for other paths. This route was too dangerous. He didn't want to scare his little female. Fortunately, that night, apart from the howling of fierce beasts, nothing else happened. Minji's tense heart finally relaxed. Yunxi slept until dawn. She thought she was just tired last night because of the beast howls, but to her surprise, she still felt weak and soft all over when she woke up. That familiar feeling crept in again quietly. By morning, when she saw Qingling and Fingheng beside her, she felt that they looked even more handsome than yesterday. Probably because she was frightened last night, she suddenly became more receptive. Looking at the time, she realized she had almost been pregnant for 6 months, which was normal for entering the heat period. "Cece, what's wrong? You smell so good." Windhung never expected this problem because in his eyes, his shishi was always soft and fragrant every day. Qingling, however, noticed Yunxi's unusual behavior right away and asked, "Shishi, are you in heat?" Yunxi nodded, "Probably, but I'm not very sure." Windhung also realized it late and hadn't thought about this before. No wonder Shishi smelled so good today. A hopeful look appeared in Windheng's eyes, then faded. "I'll go call Mingyi in now. Why is Windheng acting so strange?" Yunxi wondered, watching Windheng walk away. Didn't he always want his little phoenix? Why not take this good chance? Qingling smiled and explained, "Mingyi is the first beast husband. We decided to give him this chance. Usually, he's responsible for our safety. But next time, I won't let Windheng have it so easily." Honestly, Yunxi was a bit surprised at that moment. She didn't expect Qingling and Windheng had already made such a decision. These two fools, just because they're in heat, doesn't mean they will definitely have babies. But Yunxi didn't bother to explain. She had already planned for her next child to be with Mingyi. If it weren't for wanting to find out about her brother, she would be with Mingyi now, enjoying their private time in the cave they knew. After all, she had promised Mingyi before the cold season. "Qingling, thank you, and Windheng," Yunxi said. Qingling didn't reply, but just patted Yunxi's head. His little female was so good, she even said thank you for such things. Seeing Mingyi appear at the cave entrance, Qingling immediately stood up. "No need to worry about danger outside. We'll stay at the cave entrance." Yunxi nodded. If they wanted to stay, she was fine with it. They were her beast husbands, after all. Anyway, they often listened in on others' conversations. Qingling finished speaking and gave Mingyi the chance to be alone with Yunxi. As soon as Mingyi entered, he smelled the sweet fragrance coming from Yunxi. No wonder Windheng looked so mysterious and called him in. Mingyi, like Yunxi, was a bit surprised. Usually, he didn't see these two little ones let him get close. Sometimes, they even competed for his attention. He didn't expect them to be so generous today. They both surprised me. Mingyi sighed, feeling a warm feeling rise in his heart. Looking back, he was worried he wouldn't get along well with these people. But surprisingly, everyone got along quite happily. Because we are a family. Your efforts for this home haven't gone unnoticed. You are our backbone. Because of you, we all feel braver and more confident. Mingyi sat down beside Yunxi, gently reaching out to touch her face. I'm glad you know. I do this willingly for you. Yunxi still remembered the pain from her last emotional outburst. At that time, although you tried to comfort her, it wasn't enough. Now that she has her partner, she wouldn't let herself feel upset anymore. Yunxi smiled softly, wrapping her arms around her husband's waist. She looked up at him with gentle eyes and said softly, All right, then let's not waste any more time. Mingye's heart was instantly struck by her tender gaze, making him feel numb all over. Unconsciously, his eyes also darkened with desire. He lowered his head slightly, and their breaths quickly intertwined. The air between them grew thick with intimacy. At first, Yunxi thought it was nothing, since she had just experienced her emotional outburst. But once she was close to Mingyi, she felt her thoughts becoming a little uncontrollable. Seeing the longing and urgency in Yunxi's eyes, along with her sweet scent growing stronger, Mingye's sense of reason snapped like a string breaking with a loud snap. In the end, neither of them knew who was truly in their emotional heat. They continued to be close, lost in each other, until midday when they finally paused. Yunxi was now comfortably soothed by Mingyi, curled up like a lazy cat in his arms, falling into a deep sleep. Mingyi gently brushed her messy hair, his eyes full of affection almost overflowing. He held her tightly, planning to let her rest a little longer. But suddenly, outside the cave, there was a loud commotion, mixed with the roars of fierce beasts. Mingye's heart suddenly jolted, and his eyes sharpened instantly. Carefully, he set Yunxi down and quickly moved outside the cave. He saw Shiryu and the others, their faces tense as they stared down the mountain. What's going on? Mingyi asked softly. These orcs have lured the fierce beast out of the fog. Judging by its size, it's at least an 8th rank. Shiryu frowned and responded quietly. His eyes never left the fierce beast. Why are they running toward us? Fengheng looked nervous and couldn't help but complain. What's wrong with those orcs? Don't they know to run into the dense forest? It's easier to escape there. After carefully observing the fierce beast, Mingyi, like Shiryu, furrowed his brows. It was a peak 8th rank beast. But he wasn't panicked. Being at the peak 8th rank doesn't mean he couldn't fight. After thinking for a moment, Mingyi calmly ordered, Fengheng, stay inside and guard Yunxi. She just fell asleep. Qingling, stay at the cave entrance and act according to the situation. Mingyi knew well that the fierce beast shouldn't get close to the cave, or Yunxi would be scared. After speaking, he glanced at Shiryu. They had worked together several times, so their cooperation was more seamless. They could fight the peak 8th rank beast if needed. As Fengheng said, this group really did lure the beast over. Mingyi and Shiryu exchanged a quick look and immediately understood each other. They rushed forward together, blocking the beast at the corner. Seeing people approaching, the orcs quickly fled the scene. At the moment the beast was stopped, it sensed a new danger and immediately changed its target, charging fiercely at Mingyi and Shiryu. A fierce battle was about to begin. Mingyi and Shiryu didn't hesitate. They both transformed into beast forms, working together seamlessly, attacking the fierce beast from different directions with fierce strikes. While they were engaged in a fierce fight with the 8th rank beast, a 7th rank early stage beast quietly appeared at the entrance of Yunxi's cave from another side. Qingling was the first to notice it. His face instantly became serious. His first thought was that Yunxi was still sleeping and couldn't let this beast discover her. Almost as soon as the thought appeared, Qingling acted without hesitation. Using his special power, he instantly froze the entire cave entrance with ice, temporarily hiding Yunxi. Without hesitation, Qingling turned into a beast form and stared fiercely at the beast. Although his level is not as high as the fierce beasts, he is not unable to fight. He can't keep letting Mingyi stand in front forever. Moreover, Mingyi is also being dragged down by the fierce beast. Now only he can protect Yunxi. When the fierce beast saw someone blocking, its blood-red eyes flashed with a fierce light. It suddenly opened its big mouth and lunged at Qingling. Qingling was quick and agile, dodging the beast's attacks while looking for the right moment to use his special power to fight back. For a while, both sides fought back and forth. The fierce beast was also angered by Qingling's quick dodges. It roared loudly and attacked more fiercely and quickly. At the same time, the other fierce beast fighting Mingyi also roared angrily, releasing a strong aura that suddenly increased its power. This sudden change made Mingyi and Shuri fall into a tough battle. They couldn't leave to help Qingling. They could only focus on dealing with this beast because it was the biggest threat. But they also kept an eye on Qingling, since Yunxi was behind him and they couldn't take any risks. Qingling also noticed that the beast's strength suddenly increased. Facing its fierce attacks, Qingling was hit multiple times and quickly got deep wounds on his body. Inside the cave, Feng Heng had already sensed something was wrong outside, and even Yunxi was awakened by the noise. Both of them were anxious and worried about the three outside the cave. Feng Heng kept using his special power, trying to break Qingling's ice barrier. He wanted to go out and help. The two of them were better than one, which was Yunxi's idea. But no matter how hard Feng Heng tried, the ice remained unmoved. When did Qingling's ice power become so strong? Qingling looked back at the cave, a determined look in his eyes. Even if it meant dying, he would stop the beast outside the cave. Maybe Qingling's strong desire to protect Yunxi made him feel his own power boiling inside, as if searching for a way to break through. He endured the intense pain in his body and continued fighting the beast desperately. Finally, at a critical moment of life and death, his inner strength erupted. He successfully broke through to the 7th level. After the breakthrough, Qingling's strength greatly increased. This time, he not only easily avoided the fierce beast's attack, but also took the opportunity to strike back. In the end, the beast gradually lost its ability to fight back under Qingling's fierce attack. Qingling seized the chance and used an ice spear to pierce the beast's heart. Its huge body shook a few times before collapsing with a loud crash. The danger was finally over. Qingling let out a long breath, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. He carefully took out the beast crystal from the beast's body, his eyes full of joy. This was the first high-level beast crystal he had obtained with his own strength. Meanwhile, on Minji's side, with his perfect teamwork with Shiyu, they also killed this 8th-rank peak beast. The two hurried back and were shocked to see the beast crystal in Qingling's hand and the carcass of the beast on the ground. They never expected that Qingling alone could defeat a 7th-rank beast and even advance one level himself. He truly is a brave warrior from the Snow Mountain of the Snow Wolf clan. Qingling quickly walked to the cave entrance and lifted his hand to melt the ice blocking the cave. Feng Heng immediately rushed out, wanting to ask Qingling why he didn't let him come out to fight. But when he saw the beast's body, his eyes widened in shock. When did Qingling become so strong? So he unknowingly became the weakest one. Did you kill that beast alone? Qingling didn't answer. Instead, he held the beast crystal and walked over to Yunxi with a hint of pride on his face. He whispered, "Cici, this is the first beast crystal I've collected. Although it's not at the 8th rank level, I still want to give it to you." Yunxi took the beast crystal with both hands, her eyes slightly red, and her voice choked with emotion. "I like it very much." "Thank you, Qingling. Alright, don't talk now. First, you need to clear out the beast. We can't stay here. If the smell of blood attracts other beasts, it will be trouble," Minji calmly instructed. Shiyu and Xingling didn't care about their wounds and immediately started working together. Shiyu and Yunshi cleaned up the cave, while the other three quickly disassembled the meat of the two beasts and stored it in their space. This was their food. They didn't delay for a moment and finished everything quickly. Minji placed Yunshi on his head and said apologetically, "We have to leave now. Yunshi, I can only ask you to be patient for now. Once we find a safe place, I will let you rest properly."
Okay, fine.
Let's leave this place first. Without hesitation, everyone immediately followed the edge of the fog to start their retreat. Fortunately, they were lucky this time. After flying for a while, Foam-hung finally found a tribe. After communicating with the tribe leader and paying some ordinary beast crystals, they planned to rest there for 2 days before continuing their journey. First, because the female's mating season had not fully passed, and second, because besides Foam-hung, the other three had injuries and needed time to recover. This was also for the safety of their future travels. Yunshi and the others stayed safely in the tribe for 3 days. During this time, Shiryu also found out more about the fog-covered forest. It turned out that this forest was the fastest route to the abandoned beast city. The forest was always shrouded in fog, and the deeper you went, the more toxic gases there were, along with a large number of high-level fierce beasts. Shiryu was quite scared. Luckily, they didn't take the risk to go in that day. Since crossing through the forest was dangerous, flying over it might be a better option. To pass through the forest smoothly, Shiryu paid the tribe leader a high-level beast crystal and asked him to arrange some flying beast men to them across the forest. The leader was very happy to accept this request. For him, it was a small matter. Most tribes had a few flying beast men. Just flapping their wings could earn a 6th-level beast crystal. Such a good deal, there was no reason to refuse. After agreeing with the leader, Shiryu returned to their temporary cave. Yunshi's mating season had safely passed, and their injuries had mostly healed. It was time to set out. The next morning, Yunshi and the others successfully flew over the foggy forest with the help of the flying beast men arranged by the leader. After crossing the foggy forest, they continued to move forward through the woods. After several days of travel, they finally reached the nearest tribe to the abandoned beast city, the Sandman tribe. This tribe was located on the edge of the desert and was a necessary stop for those heading to the abandoned beast city. Many beast men heading to the city would choose to rest here. Yunshi and the others naturally did the same. Because to reach the abandoned beast city, they had to cross the desert. The desert terrain is complex, and it is easy to lose your way if you're not careful. Yunshi decided to gather information in this tribe, hoping to find a familiar orc who knew the way to the beast abandonment city, which could save a lot of time. At this moment, Yunshi wrapped herself up, so only her eyes were visible. Since they were close to the desert, the area was filled with blowing sand, and the air was very dry. Because Minji was very noticeable, as soon as they entered this area, he shrank into a small snake shape and curled around Yunshi's wrist. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice him. When they first entered the beast savage tribe, a few people approached cautiously, eyeing Yunshi and her companions carefully. She stepped forward politely and said, "Sorry to bother you. We are passing through and would like to exchange some food." He then handed over a few ordinary crystals. One of the orcs, who seemed to have some status, looked Yunshi and her group over. Seeing they had no ill intentions, his expression softened a little. "What kind of food do you want to exchange? There aren't many types here." "Anything that can fill our stomachs." The orc nodded, took the crystals from Shiyu, and immediately ordered some tribe members to bring over food. "Where are you headed?" "To the beast abandonment city." Shiyu's heart tightened, but he kept his composure and said, "Honestly, we plan to try our luck at the beast abandonment city. I heard there is a beast fighting arena there, and we want to improve our strength." The orc's eyes flickered with suspicion. "That place isn't good. It's the main camp for wandering beasts, very chaotic. If you're not careful, you might not get out. Thanks for the warning. We really have no other choice." Just then, the orc who had gone to get food hurried over, holding a female cub that looked about 4 or 5 years old. "Shaji, your cub doesn't know what's wrong. It suddenly happened like this. Hurry and check. The man called Shaji was the orc Yunshi had been talking to. He quickly took his cub, whose face was flushed red, and who was clutching her neck tightly with both hands, looking in pain. Shaji was momentarily panicked, shaking his cub and calling out, Aman, what's wrong? Say something. Shaji's wife was nearby, crying anxiously, and everyone around was in chaos, not knowing what to do. This is a problem. We don't have a shaman here, someone said. Nearby tribes are half a day away, but I don't know if their shamans will help. This is the only female cub in our tribe. It turned out this was just a small, remote tribe with no shaman. No wonder the people were so worried. Yunshi stepped forward and looked at the cub. It was clear that it had choked while eating and couldn't breathe. Yunshi didn't hesitate. She quickly moved forward and calmly said, I can help her, but I can't guarantee it will work. If you trust me, give her to me. Shaji looked at Yunshi, wrapped in animal hide with only her eyes showing, and hesitated for 2 seconds before handing the cub to Yunshi. Yunshi carefully picked up the cub, tilted its body forward, and first patted its back a few times with her hand. But that didn't work. She quickly changed her approach. She stretched out her arms, wrapped around the cub's belly, made a fist with her left hand, with her thumb pressing just above the cub's navel, and held her right wrist with her right hand. Then, she pushed inward and upward on the cub's belly with her arms. 1, 2, 3 times. Everyone around held their breath, afraid to disturb Yunshi because they knew she was trying to save the cub. Finally, after the 6th push, a large seed popped out of the cub's mouth with a wow. The cub then took deep breaths of fresh air, calling out, Father, Father. Everyone's tense hearts finally relaxed, and cheers erupted around them. Yunshi also let out a breath, wiped the sweat from her forehead. Luckily, her medical knowledge was still good, and her skills worked on this beast man. Qingling hurried over and handed Yunshi some water from an animal hide bag. Drink some water. After calming the cub, Shaji immediately came to thank Yunshi. I am the leader of this tribe. My name is Shaji. This is my female cub, Aman. Thank you for saving her. If you have any requests, just ask. I will do my best to help. Yunshi didn't expect any reward when she helped. It was just her professional instinct. She couldn't ignore such a situation. That was a living, breathing little life. She didn't think her instinctive action would lead to such an unexpected result. We plan to go to the Beast Abandonment City, but we are not familiar with the route through the desert. If it's convenient, we would like to find someone familiar with the route to guide us to the abandoned Beast City. We are willing to pay for the help. That's no problem. When are you planning to go? I can lead you there. Our tribe has a specific route that goes straight to the abandoned Beast City. Upon hearing this, Yunshi felt a surge of happiness. Is her luck really that good? She then looked at Shiyu and the others to see what they thought. Shiyu didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He quickly took out a 6th-tier beast crystal from his space and handed it to Shaji, saying, Thank you, leader. This is a reward. Please accept it. Shaji hurriedly pushed Shiyu's hand back, smiling cheerfully. He declined, saying, You're being too polite. It's just a small matter. Rest here for a while, and when dawn comes, we'll set out. If everything goes well, we can reach the abandoned Beast City by nightfall. Moreover, the young male who had just saved his little A-man had already earned his gratitude. There was no way he would ask for a reward. Shiyu once again handed over the beast crystal, expressing his gratitude. Please, you must accept this beast crystal. We'll owe you more tomorrow. Seeing Shiyu's insistence, Shaji no longer refused. He smiled and accepted the crystal. Then he turned to his tribe members and ordered them to prepare the best stone house for Yunshi and her group to rest well tonight. Seeing this, Shiyu also accepted Shaji's arrangement without objection. Thank you, leader. Shaji not only quickly arranged accommodations but also sent a large amount of food. Besides the trade they just agreed on, this was also a thank you gift from Shaji. Once everything was settled, Yunshi finally took off the beast hide wrapping her body and muttered softly, It's so hot. I didn't expect the temperature here to be much higher than our tribe. Later, I should prepare more water in the space. It's hard to find water sources in the desert. Everyone nodded and started working together. Shiyu went to scout for water sources, since he had space to collect enough clean water at once. Mingyi climbed down from Yunshi's wrist and instantly returned to human form. Seeing the young female's face flushed from the heat, he immediately pulled her into his arms. His body was icy cold, which could help ease some of her heat. Qingling and Fengheng then began preparing dinner for the night. When the family sat together to enjoy their meal, Mingyi ate calmly while organizing things smoothly. That leader seems fine for now, but you shouldn't trust him too much. Fengheng, you're flying in the air, so always watch your surroundings. Fengheng nodded and said, don't worry, I will keep an eye out. Mingyi then took some high-level beast crystals from his space and handed them to Qingling, saying, the desert is still very hot. Qingling, you'll have a tough day tomorrow. These beast crystals will give you energy. Refill them when needed. Qingling nodded and put the crystals into his leather bag. Tonight, I will keep watch. You three should rest well. During the day tomorrow, I will still be in my small snake form, so stay alert. The three nodded. Since they were outside, they listened to Ming Ye's instructions. The next day, the sky was still gray. Shaji sent someone to inform them that it was time to leave. Yunshi's family hurriedly packed their things. Mingyi transformed back into a small snake and gently coiled around Yunshi's wrist. Shiryu carefully wrapped Yunshi's cloak and warned, traveling today will be harder than usual. Don't push yourself. If you're feeling unwell, tell us right away. Qingling, you're feeling cool today, so it might be a bit tough for you. Qingling nodded, saying he was fine and not afraid of hard work. For him, as long as Yunshi needed him, he was willing to endure anything. After meeting with Shaji, Yunshi and the others followed him to the desert. When they reached the edge of the desert, the sky was faintly light, and it wasn't very hot yet. Shaji looked serious and warned, stay close to me and don't run off. If a sandstorm comes, don't panic. I will teach you how to avoid it. Qingling and Shiryu nodded to each other and transformed into their beast forms. To avoid attracting attention, Shiryu only revealed his tail and disguised himself as a normal white fox beast man. Fengheng placed Yunshi on Qingling's beast form and also transformed into a beast, flying into the sky to observe the surroundings. Seeing their savior sitting on a gray wolf, Shaji suddenly understood. This was a young female. No wonder he felt yesterday that her voice was not deep and rough like a male's, and the three beast men around her were always protecting her in the middle. However, he was still curious about what a small female was doing in the abandoned beast city. Her beast companions seemed strong, but taking a small female there was still too risky. Of course, Shaji didn't ask much, since she was his savior. It's better to keep things simple. She probably had her own plans. We're leaving now. Follow me closely, Shaji said. He immediately transformed into a quick sand mouse. Their tribe has lived on the edge of the desert for generations, so they know this desert very well. Although their strength isn't very high, they are confident they can escape from stronger beast men in the desert. For them, the desert is like a playground. As the sun rose higher, the temperature in the desert quickly increased. The hot sunlight baked the sand, making it feel very hot. Their progress slowed down. Luckily, Qingling kept using her special powers, and Yunshi was surrounded by a cool breeze, so she could keep going. Minji also provided a little coolness. However, she was starting to feel uncomfortable. Being furry, it wasn't very helpful here. Fengheng was a bit better. With his wind powers, he could help reduce the heat a little. Just when everyone was feeling tired, a dull rumble came from afar, as if the sand was trembling. Shaji's face suddenly changed. He shouted loudly, "Not good. Sand Beast Pack is coming. Get ready to fight." In the distance, a cloud of dust rose as a group of medium-sized sand beasts ran toward Yunshi and the others. They were moving very fast, almost at their side in the blink of an eye. The sand beasts weren't very strong individually, but there were many of them, and they fought together well. To save time, Minji quickly emerged from Yunshi's wrist and transformed back into his large beast form. He unleashed his powerful pressure on the sand beasts without hesitation. In an instant, an invisible force seemed to sweep through the air. The aggressive sand beast group was suddenly thrown into disarray. Especially the ones in front, they collapsed to the ground and stopped moving. The unaffected sand beast, after a brief moment of stiffness, immediately began to run wildly in all directions. The crisis was temporarily over. Shaji widened his eyes, looking at the suddenly appearing huge snake creature with a frightened face. Oh my, what level is this snake beast? With its size, it probably rivals the Scorpion King from the Beast Abandonment City. Mingyi watched the fleeing sand beast, his brow furrowed. Its speed was too slow now. If it continued like this, they might not make it out of the desert before nightfall. And the desert at night is even more dangerous. Yunshi would be scared. Mingyi looked at Shaji beside him and immediately asked, "How far is it to the Beast Abandonment City from here?" Facing a high-level beast man, Shaji dared not be careless. He hurriedly replied, "About half a day's journey." Mingyi frowned. "That's still a long time. If you go at full speed, how long would it take?" "Probably before sunset, we can reach the Beast Abandonment City." Shaji didn't dare to hide anything. He knew their current speed was indeed slow, but since the savior was a young female, he didn't mention it. Mingyi didn't hesitate and decisively ordered, "Then lead at full speed. We will follow behind." Shaji didn't delay at all and immediately flew toward the Beast Abandonment City. This was a high-level beast man, and defending him was unthinkable. Mingyi used the tip of his tail to lift Yunshi onto his head, then turned and instructed, "You two follow closely." After saying that, like a streak of black lightning, he quickly caught up with Shaji. The temperature here was too high. The young female had been enduring it and had to be taken out of the desert as soon as possible. Foam hung, and Shiryu also hurried to catch up. They had been worried that Yunshi's body might not adapt well, so they didn't dare run too fast, which naturally slowed their progress. Now that there were no more concerns, the two followed behind Mingyi at full speed. Under Shaji's lead, everyone ran wildly. After half a day of full speed, they finally reached the edge of the desert before nightfall. In the distance, a huge city appeared before their eyes. This was the gathering place for wandering beast men, Beast Abandonment City. As they got closer, the full view of the city gradually became clear. It was a massive city built from black giant stones. At the city gate, there were quite a few guards, beast men patrolling around. Looking at his serious expression, this abandoned beast city must have a ruler. Shaji did not take Yunshi and the others to the city gate, but instead led them toward the other side of the city. As he led the way, Shaji explained, "I'm taking you to our Sand Mouse tribe's secret passage." After speaking, Shaji looked at Yunshi and, summoning courage, said, "Please don't reveal the identity of our benefactor." Inside the abandoned beast city, there are many stray beast men and some very evil beast men. Although Shaji didn't say it directly, Minji understood that Shaji probably guessed Yunshi was a young female. "Thank you for the warning. We will be careful," Minji replied. After saying that, he put Yunshi down and transformed back into a small snake, wrapping around Yunshi's wrist. Hearing this, Yunshi instinctively wrapped her animal hide tighter around herself. From now on, she had to act as a male. To avoid revealing her true identity as a young female, Yunshi chose not to stay in Qingling's beast form but instead walked on her own. Shaji and a few others circled around the edge of the desert until they reached a plain sand dune. Shaji transformed into his beast form and quickly burrowed into the sand dune. Soon, a tunnel appeared before everyone. Shaji stuck his head out of the tunnel entrance and explained, "This is our secret passage. Inside are my tribe members. Follow me closely, and I will take you into the city." Without hesitation, Yunshi and the others followed Shaji. Although the entrance looked small once inside, it was surprisingly spacious. Besides the damp smell in the tunnel, there was nothing else unusual. However, there was no light, which made Yunshi a little uncomfortable. A small flame appeared at Shiyu's fingertips, instantly illuminating the path ahead. Yunshi finally adapted and saw the road beneath her feet clearly. Not long after, they saw tribe members guarding the exit. Seeing Shaji, two beast men immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Chief, you're back. Did you bring many guests today?" It turned out that the shaman tribe chose to live on the edge of the desert. First, because there was no threat from other powerful beast men, and second, because their tribe was weak and usually relied on leading other beastmen to the abandoned beast city to earn high-level beast crystals. Since they lacked strength, they couldn't hunt high-level fierce beasts in the forest. Shaji nodded and pointed at Shiyu, giving instructions. These friends are our tribe's benefactors. As soon as you see them, let them pass freely. Do you understand? The two orcs immediately nodded without asking any questions. Since the leader said so, they would do as told. After all, he was the leader. Shaji led Yunshi and the others to a base of their sand mouse tribe inside the abandoned beast city. Without hesitation, he said, "If you want to leave, you can come here directly. When our people see you, they will help you leave the abandoned beast city. We are very grateful," Shiyu said sincerely. Then, Shiyu handed Shaji a 6-tier beast crystal. They were very thankful for his help. Otherwise, they would have to find a way to sneak into the abandoned beast city. Shaji took the beast crystal and smiled, saying, "I'll accept it. When you come out of the city, come visit our sand savage tribe. I won't delay you any longer. I wish you all the best." After speaking, Shaji pointed to a short member of their tribe and said, "This is Shaili.
He knows the city well.
Later, let him take you inside to settle down. If you want to learn any news, you can ask him." Shaili, called by the leader, quickly smiled and greeted them. "Feel free to ask me anything. I've lived in the abandoned beast city for a long time. There's nothing I don't know here." Yunshi and the others exchanged glances. They saw that Shaji was leading them through a secret passage and helping them with everything, never asking for any reward. It was clear he genuinely wanted to help Yunshi and the others. "We want to ask if there are any orcs from the Beast King city here," Shiyu asked cautiously. Shaili thought for a moment and replied immediately, "People from Beast King city usually don't come here. But I heard that some did come before. They caused quite a commotion and were put into the fighting arena." "What is the fighting arena for?" "I heard from other orcs that it's a place for competitions, where you can earn beast crystals and improve your strength," Shiyu continued. Shaili nodded and said, "Yes, but you only know half of it. The competitions do exist. They are held to pass the time for the orcs in the abandoned beast city. They are not meant to be life-threatening." After speaking, Shaili's expression became serious. He continued to explain, "Those disobedient prisoners, the animals abandoned after making mistakes, and the slaves sent from the Beast King city are kept inside by the Scorpion King. They are there for the orcs of the abandoned beast city to watch and enjoy." Shaili pointed toward a large building in the distance and said, "That is the Colosseum. Inside, the orcs either fight each other to the death or battle fierce beasts they have captured. The Scorpion King's poison can control these fierce beasts. In short, once an orc makes a mistake and enters the Colosseum, very few have survived to come out alive." Hearing this, Yunshi's heart suddenly tightened, as if an invisible hand had grabbed it tightly. According to Shaili, AG and the others had arrived in the abandoned beast city at least a year ago.
Does that mean?
Yunshi's hands clenched instinctively, her palms sweaty. She was anxious and gently tugged at Shiyu's sleeve. Shiyu immediately guessed Yunshi's thoughts and continued to ask, "Do you know if there's any news about the people from the Beast King city?" Shaili thought for a moment and slowly nodded. "That's right. I remember those few people from the Beast King city from last year. One of them was especially fierce. After so long, he's still alive, but the others haven't appeared for a long time. Do you have any news about him?" Shiyu pressed on. Yunshi's heart was pounding in her chest. She stared at Shaili, hoping to hear good news. Shaili rested his chin on his hand and recalled, "It seems he's a white tiger orc. Even with a broken leg, the orcs fighting him didn't gain any advantage. The Scorpion King admires him a lot. I heard the Colosseum has seen him fight the most. He's been on the brink of death several times, but always survived. The most talked about person in the abandoned beast city is him. Has anyone seen him recently?" Yunshi's voice unconsciously grew tense, her fingertips almost digging into her palms. The white tiger orc Shaili mentioned might very well be her older brother. There's a match for him tomorrow night. I remember watching him from afar in his last fight. He was already dragging his injured leg and looked unsteady. I didn't expect the Scorpion King to make him fight again so soon. Shaili looked regretful as he spoke. He didn't know what mistake that person had made, but he still admired him. Can't we refuse? Sure, you asked with a frown. Shali sighed again. He seems to have two seriously ill brothers, but they haven't appeared in a long time. No one knows if they are alive or dead. I heard he only stands up to protect his two younger brothers. How strong is the Scorpion King? Shiryu continued, as this would determine their next plan. The Scorpion King is at the peak of the 8th rank. He is the strongest in the Beast Abandonment City. Not only that, his poison is very powerful. No beastmen or fierce beasts in the city dare to oppose him. Understood. Thank you for the information. Shiryu handed over a high-level beast crystal. Shali truly is good at gathering intelligence. They almost always have the information they need. Shali looked at the high-level beast crystal with shining eyes, but the leader didn't speak, so he didn't dare accept it. After all, they were considered benefactors by the leader. Enough, you look useless. Just take it, Shaji said. We have a base inside the city. If you don't mind, you can stay there. It will make your actions easier. Shaji also seemed to realize that their benefactors came to Beast Abandonment City to find someone important. Thank you. We won't refuse, Shiryu said. Although he hadn't known Shaji for long, based on his repeated help, he trusted him. Shaji personally led Yun Shi and the others through underground tunnels to the inner city. Shiryu took this chance to learn more about the arena. Shaji's base inside the city was hidden in a stone house near the arena. It had 2 floors, and 2 tribe members usually guarded there. Besides guiding them, Shaji's tribe also made money by selling information and beast crystals. Their tribe was quite good at gathering intelligence. Shaji said warmly, "You can rest upstairs. If you need anything, just tell me. We may not be very strong, but in this Beast Abandonment City we have some skills." Thank you, Leader Shaji. We'll discuss it first. If we need help, we'll ask you. Shiryu nodded with a smile and took Yunxi upstairs. The second floor had only one room. Qingling thoughtfully covered the only exit with beast hide to prevent Yunxi from being discovered. After doing all this, Yunxi felt relieved and took off the beast hide wrapped around her. Mingyi also returned to human form. Tomorrow, we will first go to the Colosseum to watch the match. If that white tiger orc is your older brother, we will find a way to rescue him.
Mingyi softly comforted her.
Although Yunxi didn't say anything, Mingyi knew that the young female was very worried about her older brother, but she was holding back her feelings. Foamhun looked confident and patted his chest. I can fly fast. When I rescue everyone, I will take them away from the Beast Abandonment City. No stray beast can fly faster than me. Yunxi felt warm inside. Since she said she wanted to go to the Beast Abandonment City, the beast husbands never once tried to stop her. No matter how dangerous it was, as long as she wanted to do it, they happily accompanied her all the way. Yes, you must not act rashly. Although my older brother is very important to me, so are you. We should discuss everything together. Whether it's my brother or you, I hope everyone stays safe. The beast husbands were also moved, realizing how much they meant to Yunxi. Mingyi gently held Yunxi's small hand and comforted her. Don't worry. The Scorpion King is just like me, an 8th rank. He might not be able to beat me. That gravel said the Scorpion King is good at using poison. You can't be careless, Yunxi said with concern. Did you forget what kind of beast I am? I'm not afraid of poison. Maybe I'm even more poisonous than him, Mingyi replied. After speaking, Mingyi looked at Foamhun seriously. If we face unavoidable battle, your only task is to take Yunxi away from the fight. I know, among flying beasts no one can beat your phoenix tribe, that's for sure. I will stay by Shishi's side, Foamhun promised confidently, patting his chest. Yunxi ate some dry food to fill her stomach, then leaned into Mingyi's arms and fell asleep. Seeing her small brow furrow slightly, Mingyi handed Yunxi over to Qingling and said, It's already dark. I will go inside the Colosseum to check the situation. You all take care of Yunxi. Let me go with you, Shiryu quickly said, unwilling to let Mingyi face danger alone. No need. I am more suited to the dark and won't be easily discovered. You all stay here and stay alert. If Yunxi wakes up, tell her not to worry about me. I will be back before dawn. It's not a big deal. Mingyi always prefers to do things himself, and he's really suited for it. The beast forms of the people at home are too eye-catching, so his small snake form is more low-key. After saying that, Mingyi instantly turned into a small black snake, stuck out his tongue, licked Yunshi's little hand, and then reluctantly slithered out through the exit into the night. Mingye's figure blended into the darkness, almost invisible unless looked at carefully. Plus, since he's small, it's easy for him to sneak into the beast arena. After Mingyi quietly left, Yu and Fengheng took turns watching over the night. Qingling was fully focused on taking care of Yunxi. The temperature here was quite high, even after night fell, and the air remained very hot. Maybe because they had been traveling all day, and Qingling was cold to the touch, Yunxi slept very peacefully. Sure enough, Mingyi kept his promise. After searching carefully in the beast arena, he returned to the stone house before Yunxi woke up. Perhaps the information from Shalu was off, or Yunxi's older brother wasn't there. In any case, the search results were disappointing. Mingyi searched the entire beast arena, but didn't see a single white tiger beastman. Seeing Mingye's furrowed brow, Yu also slightly frowned and quietly asked, "Did you find anything?" Mingyi shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I'll ask Shalu to check outside later." "All right, leave this to me. You rest for a while first." Yu finished speaking and went downstairs to find Shalu for help. Mingyi stayed with Yunxi and slept a little longer. Yunxi slowly woke up, saw that he was still in Mingye's arms, and didn't think much of it. He yawned and got up. Fengheng took care of Yunxi's washing, while Qingling prepared food for him. During this time, to save time, most of the meals were meat porridge and a few beastmen mainly ate raw food. During the meal, Yu returned. After some investigation, they learned that the beastmen sent by the Beast King Palace were actually held in the dungeons of the Scorpion King Palace. No wonder Mingyi searched the beast arena thoroughly, but found no trace. Everyone sat together, and after discussion, they decided to go see the competition at the beast arena first. Then they would look for a good opportunity. Otherwise, if the person was imprisoned in the dungeons of the Scorpion King Palace, rescuing him would be much more difficult. Compared to other places, the Colosseum is easier to find good opportunities. In the afternoon, Yunxi disguised herself as a male and followed Yu and the others to the entrance of the Colosseum. Minji still transformed into a small snake, coiling around Yunxi's wrist, hiding its scent completely to surprise others. Yu paid 4 ordinary beast crystals to the guards at the Colosseum, and the group smoothly entered. The match hadn't started yet, but the arena was already full of spectators, mostly residents of Beast City, along with some outsiders like orcs who came to watch the excitement. For example, Yunxi and her group. King Scorpion Mo Yuan was also sitting on a high platform, lazily swinging his long black scorpion tail. Yunxi and her group chose a good seat with a clear view and sat down quietly, observing their surroundings. The Colosseum was a neat circle with a sandy area in the middle. On one side of the arena, there were a few stone-built rooms, with their doors tightly shut. Faint roars of wild beasts could be heard from behind, making people feel cold. On the other side was the entrance Yunxi and her group had just come through, which was also the only exit of the Colosseum. The match hadn't officially started yet, but the orcs in the arena were already discussing excitedly. Not far from Yunxi, an orc whispered, "Look, today the Scorpion King has someone new with him. I heard he's from the Beast King city. Do you know who he is?" His companion shook his head and replied, "I don't know. I heard he arrived the day before yesterday. He specifically wanted to see that white tiger orc fight. I heard that the white tiger orc is only half alive. He might die here today." The first orc looked a bit helpless and sighed. "What a pity. I actually admire him." His friend also shrugged helplessly and said, "There's nothing we can do. He offended the Beast King Palace and was thrown here. He's got no way out but death. I heard his 2 younger brothers haven't appeared in a long time. If it weren't for the Scorpion King's sister, he probably would have died long ago." Hearing this, Yunxi's heart sank. Her brothers were probably in great danger. Just then, a loud wolf howl suddenly echoed from the center of the sandy ground, signaling that the match was about to begin. On one side of the arena, a stone door slowly opened. A huge, spiky beast with a heavy gait stepped out. The beast shook its head, looking abnormal, likely controlled by the Scorpion King's poison. Soon after, another stone door opened slowly. A thin, injured young male stepped out, dragging his damaged body. He was covered in blood. Despite his shaky form and every step seeming to drain all his strength, he kept a firm look in his eyes and slowly moved to the center of the sandy ground. This person was Yunqi. Even though Yunqi was seeing Yunqi for the first time, she recognized him immediately. He was her older brother. Seeing Yunqi now, tortured and dragging his broken leg, covered in wounds but still standing tall and refusing to bow to fate, made her heart ache. Her brother had suffered so much this past year. Yunqi's heart felt like it was hit hard by a heavy hammer. She clenched her fists instinctively, her nails digging into her palms, turning white. How much hatred must there be to treat one's own child so cruelly? Mingyi sensed Yunqi's unusual state. He gently licked her palm with his snake tongue, trying to comfort her. Although she didn't speak, Mingyi knew that the beast man Yunqi mentioned was undoubtedly her older brother. At that moment, a wolf howl sounded. The beast, as if receiving a signal, suddenly roared. Its sharp spikes stood upright, and it lunged fiercely at Yunqi. Seeing this, Yunqi endured the intense pain in his body and activated his remaining supernatural power. A faint glow appeared around him, forming a shield that barely blocked the beast's attack. However, he had been seriously injured in the previous fight and hadn't fully recovered. Now, he was only holding on with sheer willpower. With that determination, Yunqi managed to withstand the beast's repeated attacks. But facing the mindless beast, his resistance was ultimately futile. He no longer had enough supernatural energy to defend against the next strike. When the beast lunged at Yunqi again, his strength was completely drained. His battered body was no match for the attack. Yunqi was struck by the fierce beast's claw, and he flew out like a broken kite, uncontrollable, then fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as the beast was about to attack again, a figure rushed out from the corner and quickly stood in front of Yunqi. She opened her arms wide, protecting Yunqi behind her, and angrily glared at the Scorpion King, shouting loudly, "Brother, you promised me you wouldn't take his life." This person was Mo Li, the only younger sister of Mo Yuan. Mo Li's eyes were red, her face full of worry and anger, and her voice trembled slightly with fear. Mo Yuan saw his sister suddenly rushing onto the stage. His heart tightened, and he quickly controlled the beast to prevent it from hurting her. It's not that he valued his sister too much, but she was the treasure of their parents, and he always listened to their mother, so he could only indulge her. Otherwise, this beast-fighting arena wouldn't be a place for a female to enter. Mo Yuan frowned, showing displeasure, looking at his sister's fearless attitude, feeling somewhat helpless. He really couldn't understand why his sister's taste was so unique. The city of abandoned beasts wasn't lacking handsome males. Yet, she only had her eyes on Yunqi, and kept fighting with him over this. "What are you causing trouble for? This is the rules of the beast-fighting arena. Get down quickly. The fight continues." Mo Yuan scolded loudly. Mo Li crossed her arms, ignoring the displeasure on Mo Yuan's face. She knew that if she didn't intervene, Yunqi would definitely die today. She didn't want Yunqi to die. She wanted him to be safe and sound. "I don't care about the rules. Last time, you promised to find a shaman for Yunqi, but you didn't arrange one. He's still injured, and because of the Beast King Palace, you made him fight again. He's almost dead, and you still won't let him go." Mo Li's eyes burned with anger as she glared fiercely at the male beside Mo Yuan. If it weren't for this male from the Beast King City, Yunqi wouldn't have to fight at all. And the one from the Beast King Palace even sent that orc to supervise, which was just too cruel. Mo Yuan also looked impatient, glancing at Mo Li with a displeased expression, and said, "Where does this abandoned beast city get shamans? Since he entered the beast arena, he must follow the rules. I have already broken many rules for you, or else his two younger brothers would have died long ago." No, this is something you promised me. One thing at a time. Last time, you didn't arrange a healer, which means you didn't keep your promise. If you had arranged a healer, I wouldn't be stopping him this time. Hurry and find a healer, or I will call my mother. Jasmine refused to give up and directly threatened Mo Yuan by mentioning her mother. You always use my mother to threaten me. My mother is not in good health, and you keep bothering her. Although Mo Yuan is bloodthirsty and very cruel, in front of his mother, he is the most obedient son in her eyes. Mo Yuan let out a cold laugh. His sister knew how to threaten him. Seeing her brother's expression, Jasmine was frightened and took a step back. She swallowed hard and said stubbornly, "Then you better find a healer quickly. Once he's healed, you can let him fight. Big brother, just this once, I will praise you more in front of mother. There are no healers here. Find one yourself," Mo Yuan said reluctantly. Anyway, the healers in this beast city are all arranged in the Scorpion King's palace. Without his orders, no one dares to treat Yunqi. Seeing her brother finally agree, Jasmine secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She understood the principle of knowing when to stop. If she has to find one herself, she will. She doesn't believe that in such a large beast arena, there must be someone with healing skills. Everyone present. Does anyone know how to heal? I can offer a 6th-rank beast crystal as a reward, Jasmine called out loudly. However, after waiting for a long time, no one stepped forward. The beast men present, just as Mo Yuan guessed, dared not respond at all. They all knew that little female was not afraid of the Scorpion King, but they were. Even if they knew how to heal, they wouldn't dare to step forward. Unless they wanted to die. Seeing this, Yunqi suddenly had an idea. She lowered her head slightly, exchanged a glance with the Dark Knight on her wrist, and whispered, "Aye, I want to go." Dark Knight gently licked Yunqi's palm. "Go ahead, I am here." Yunqi felt a warm feeling in her heart. She knew her big husband would support her unconditionally. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her nervousness, and deliberately raised her voice to shout, "I know healing skills. I can save him." When these words were spoken, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Yunqi. Even Mo Yuan on the high platform looked at Yunqi with interest, sizing her up. She was dressed so tightly that she looked like a young girl. Is this her first time in the Beast Abandonment City? She actually dared to stand out. A cold flash appeared in Mo Yuan's eyes as he threatened, "Are you sure? If you try to deceive me, I will feed you to the fierce beast." "Yes, I am sure," Yunqi replied without hesitation. She had already stepped forward, leaving no way back. Molly saw someone stand up and was overjoyed. She immediately shouted at Mo Yuan, "Brother, don't scare the doctor. Doctor, don't be afraid of my brother. Come over quickly and take a look." Shuri looked worried and gently pulled Yunqi's arm, shaking her head. It was too dangerous. She couldn't go. Yunqi pointed at the Dark Knight on her wrist and whispered, "Act according to the situation." Shuri understood that this was a rare chance, getting close to Yunqi without causing trouble. Although the Dark Knight and the Scorpion King were equally strong, this was the Beast Abandonment City, and there were not only the Scorpion King's high-level beasts. As the saying goes, a strong dragon doesn't suppress the local snake. It's better to be smart and cautious. Yunqi held a beast skin bag filled with various herbs, quickly walking down the steps to the center of the sandy ground. The fierce beast had stopped attacking, but it did not return to its stone house. Instead, it circled around the field, slowly pacing and staring fiercely at the prey. Yunqi approached Yunqi and looked at the many wounds on her brother's body, feeling heartache. She quickly calmed her emotions, knowing she had to stay calm and not panic. She squatted down and carefully examined Yunqi's injuries. To her surprise, her brother's wounds were worse than she had thought. The Dark Knight silently crawled down Yunqi's thigh and quickly burrowed into the sand. He wanted to see whether his poison or the Scorpion King's poison was more effective at controlling the beast. A 6th-level fierce beast was just a beast. If that tiger beast hadn't been so badly injured, it wouldn't have been so arrogant here. Yunqi took some herbs from the beast skin bag and turned to Molly, asking, Can someone prepare to boil these herbs with water? I'll do it right away, Molly said, taking the herbs and rushing off in a hurry. This matter must be handled personally. I cannot trust anyone else to do it. After all, everyone here listens to her older brother. Yunshi took advantage of the crowd being absent, slightly leaned down, pretending to check her injury, and softly called out near Yunshi's ear. Big brother. Yunshi's previously distracted eyes suddenly sharpened, his eyes wide open as he stared intently at the male figure before him, only showing a pair of eyes. This voice was clearly just like his little sister's. Yunshi quickly made a shushing gesture, signaling Yunshi not to get too excited. Then, she quietly handed him an 8th-rank beast crystal, which was given to her secretly by Minji just as he left. Although it couldn't fully heal Yunshi, it could at least help his body hold on a bit longer. At this moment, Molly hurried back in a rush, saying, I've arranged for someone to prepare medicine. Lord Wu-Yi, is there anything else you need right now? His wound has already become badly infected. The rotten flesh must be cut away immediately. I need a quiet place. Arrange for someone to carry him back to his room so I can give him further treatment, Yunshi said in a hoarse voice. I'll go arrange that. Molly nodded quickly, calling over a nearby wolf beast to help. No need. I will crawl back myself if I have to, Yunshi gritted his teeth and said. After speaking, he struggled to get up, but his body was too weak. As soon as he moved, he turned pale from the pain. All right, don't move. I know you don't like them touching you. I'll have your younger brother carry you. Stop fussing, Molly hurriedly comforted him. Then, she turned to the wolf beast and ordered, Go call Yunlan and Yunhua. Hurry up. The wolf beast hesitated at first, not moving immediately. Instead, it instinctively looked up at the high-ranking Scorpion King. Without his permission, it dared not act on its own. Mo Yuan waved his hand indifferently. Anyway, those 3 brothers couldn't cause much trouble. Yunshi was already incapacitated, and the other 2, poisoned by his scorpion venom, posed no real threat. He figured that even if he released them into the beast fighting arena, they wouldn't be able to escape the city gates of Beast Abandonment City. With Mo Yuan's approval, the wolf beast finally ordered someone to call Yunlan and Yunhua. At that moment, the Dark Knight silently returned to Yunshi's wrist, gently licking her palm to send a signal. It seems his poison is still more powerful. That 6th-level fierce beast might be about to betray him. Soon after, Yunlan and Yunhua hurried over. Although they didn't have obvious wounds, they looked quite weak and tired. Seeing Yunshi lying weakly on the ground, their eyes immediately turned red. They rushed to his side, anxiously shouting, Brother, what's wrong? Quickly carry your brother back. The shaman doctor has arrived and can treat him right away. Don't waste any time, Jasmine said urgently, worried that Yunshi might pass away at any moment. They didn't dare delay because Yunshi's injuries were serious. They were glad the shaman doctor was here and needed to start treatment immediately. Just as Yunshi was about to step forward, Mo Yuan suddenly looked up coldly, his voice as icy as winter, saying, Wait a moment. Yunshi froze, then took a deep breath and respectfully asked, May I ask what the Scorpion King has to command? Mo Yuan's sharp eyes fixed on Yunshi. Take off your cloak. This is the first time I've seen such a bold shaman. I'm curious. On the viewing platform, Shiryu and the others immediately held their breath. They exchanged glances, understanding each other perfectly, nodded, and prepared to adapt to the situation. My appearance is a bit ugly, and I worry it might scare the Scorpion King, Yunshi said calmly, trying to make him give up. Really? I don't mind. I've seen many ugly things. I want to see how ugly you can get, Mo Yuan replied. Yunshi knew that once she took off her cloak, her female identity would be fully exposed. Her mind raced quickly. She had to think of a plan immediately. Black Wolf, take off his cloak for me, Mo Yuan coldly ordered the Black Wolf nearby. This shaman was too strange. Yunshi realized she probably couldn't avoid this. She winked at Feng Heng on the viewing platform, hoping he would be clever. Feng Heng immediately understood and nodded slightly. This was their prearranged signal. I'll take it off myself, Yunshi said. She slowly untied her cloak, secretly clutching the snake scales that the dark night had given her, hiding them in her palm. As the cloak slowly slipped off, Yunxi's true female identity was fully revealed. Although she could change her voice and appearance, her female body was very different from a male's. Without the cloak hiding her, Yunxi couldn't hide her figure at all. Turns out she's a little female. Black Wolf, catch her for me, Mo Yuan ordered coldly. Someone had sneaked into his abandoned beast city, and he wondered where she had come from. Just as Black Wolf's sharp claws reached out, Yunxi quickly grabbed Jasmine, who was unguarded nearby, and pressed the sharp snake scale precisely against Jasmine's neck. The whole move was quick and smooth, with no hesitation. Everyone stay still, or I will kill her, Yunxi threatened. How dare you threaten me? Mo Yuan said, not angry, but instead looking a bit excited. He hadn't met such a bold little female in a long time. She seemed like his destined partner. He liked fearless females like her. At first, Jasmine was too shocked to react and screamed twice. Then she calmed down and looked at Yunxi. Jasmine realized that although this little female was threatening her with snake scales, she was very considerate and didn't touch her skin. Jasmine saw that this person wasn't a bad person. A sudden idea flashed in her mind. Maybe this person was here to save Yunxi. Otherwise, how could she dare threaten her brother? Thinking of this, Jasmine made up her mind. Since she was here to save Yunxi, she had to cooperate. Maybe she could really help Yunxi. Brother, please save me. It hurts so much. Am I going to die? Mother is waiting for me to come home for dinner. Jasmine shouted loudly, acting as if she was about to die any second. To make her brother feel soft, she even mentioned their mother. Jasmine believed she had her own way to handle her brother. Yunxi couldn't help but glance at her snake scale position, which was still some distance away. Was this little female overacting? But she was quite clever, knowing how to cooperate with her. Mo Yuan looked at his sister's panicked face, and then at Yunxi's calm one. Both were little females, but how could they be so different? Mo Yuan casually changed his posture and coldly said, let Jasmine go, and I will let you leave safely. Yunxi remained calm and pointed at Yunxi, saying steadily, I want to take this white tiger beast man with me. Mo Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Ha, can a little female like you really take him away? Do you want to try? Mo Yuan looked at the sandy ground. Besides the little female and Yunxi's 3 brothers, everyone else was his person. Where does this little female get her courage? But she did manage to catch his interest. Go ahead and try. If you anger me, the consequences are more than you can handle. If you release Jasmine now, I will forget this matter. Otherwise, try it. You'll see whether your speed or mine is faster. Mo Yuan crossed his arms, his eyes full of provocation. He realized that this little female was much more interesting than the one in the Beast King Palace. At this tense moment, Mingyi slid down Yunxi's arm to the ground. In an instant, his body swelled and transformed into his full beast form, standing tall like a small mountain in the middle of the scene. Mingyi placed his sharp tail at Jasmine's neck. Although he was threatening her, this was not a typical move for a high-level beast man. But undeniably, the trick this little female came up with was brilliant. Try it and see whether your speed or mine is faster, Mingyi said coldly, releasing his high-level pressure. That pressure spread quickly around, making everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. Mo Yuan looked down at the suddenly appearing snake beast, understanding suddenly. No wonder the little female was so bold. She had an 8th-rank beast man backing her. He underestimated her. She indeed had some confidence. This snake beast had been hiding its aura all along, and as an 8th-rank beast man himself, he hadn't noticed at all. That could only mean one thing. This 8th-rank snake beast was not an ordinary snake beast. I underestimated you all. Although we are both 8th-rank beast men, this abandoned beast city is full of my people. Do you think you can leave safely? Nightshade ignored Mo Yuan and turned to Yunxi. Let Feng Heng take you and Yunxi away. As for them, let's sure you them out. I will stay behind to cover the rear. This group came to save Yunxi. Jasmine felt a surge of happiness. This was a good chance, and she had to cooperate. Jasmine immediately raised her voice, crying loudly, "Brother, please agree to their request. I'm most afraid of snake beasts.
Please save me.
Wah, Mother, I miss you so much. I can't eat dinner with you tonight. Brother doesn't like me. Wah, Mother, come save me." After shouting, Jasmine winked at Yunxi and whispered, "You must heal him. He's a good beast." Yunxi nodded, carefully putting the snake's scales back in place, then threatened, "Let your people leave, or it will be bad if your sister gets hurt." "My beast husband won't show mercy. You little female, you're quite good at threatening," Mo Yuan said with a sigh. "Fine, since I only have this one sister." Mo Yuan helplessly sighed and waved his hand, signaling the others to step back. What does it matter if they escape from the beast arena? He didn't believe she could run out of this abandoned beast city. As for Yunqi and the others, if they ran, so be it. With their current state, they wouldn't live long anyway. Now, he was more interested in this bold little female. Yunqi signaled to Shiryu and the others. They jumped down from the viewing platform and quickly came to Yunqi's side. Feng Heng didn't hesitate. He instantly transformed into his large beast form. Shiryu carefully placed the badly injured Yunqi on his back, then carried Yunqi. He said seriously, "We'll do as we agreed. I'm leaving Yunqi in your hands." Feng Heng nodded, let out a clear phoenix cry, and flapped his wings fiercely, creating a strong wind. He and Yunqi flew straight into the sky. Their speed was so fast that they disappeared in an instant above the abandoned beast city, rushing toward the desert. Meanwhile, Yunlan and Yunhua were led away first by Shiryu, and Qingling Nightshade stayed behind alone to cover the rear. Mo Yuan watched the fiery red figure disappear like a shooting star into the sky. It was actually a phoenix from the Feather Clan. Then he looked at the fox and wolf beasts that had just left. The wolf beast didn't seem special, but the fox was a nine-tailed fox, rare in the world. Finally, Mo Yuan's gaze fell on the huge figure of Nightshade. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the Black Jade Tongue King Snake Clan. It seems that those young female beast tamers are quite rare. I don't know why, but Mo Yuan suddenly feels a bit upset. Someone has already taken you away, so let Jasmine go. Mingyi ignored Mo Yuan. He closed his eyes to rest, focusing entirely on sensing the distance between Yunqi and himself. Only after he was sure Yunqi had completely left the beast abandonment city did he relax a little. After a while, Mingya's eyelids twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. He glanced faintly at Jasmine and softly said, "Sorry." Although Jasmine was really afraid of snake beasts, they came to rescue Yunqi. Jasmine had a positive view of Mingyi and didn't feel scared of his large beast form. Instead, she looked anxious and begged, "It's okay, I know you're good people. You can hold me for a little longer. My brother will definitely give in. Please, you must save Yunqi. He's hurt very badly." "He's a good beast." Mingyi nodded and instantly transformed back into a small snake, quickly slipping into the sand. He wanted to return to Yunqi as soon as possible. He didn't trust Feng Heng to handle everything alone, especially with Yunqi injured. The moment Mingyi entered the sand, the fierce beast he had controlled with poison suddenly seemed to go crazy, starting to thrash wildly inside the arena. It charged around wildly, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere, creating chaos. The entire beast fighting arena was in turmoil. Seizing the opportunity, Mingyi quickly left the arena. Mo Yuan watched as the snake beast suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even its aura vanished completely. He was instantly furious. He had lived so long, but this was the first time someone threatened him like this. He couldn't swallow this anger. Especially that daring young female who dared to take someone away right in front of him. Did she think he, the king of the beast abandonment city, was easy to fool? And Jasmine, that foolish girl, actually helped outsiders threaten him. It was clear she had been spoiled. He had to find that young female. He would lock her up and slowly torment her, so she wouldn't dare to challenge him again. Mo Yuan's eyes widened with rage, and he let out a furious roar. Then he transformed into a giant scorpion beast. With a swift move, he shot underground like an arrow. This desert was his territory, filled with his spies everywhere. As long as they were in the desert, that young female would never escape his grasp. Even with two people, Feng Heng's speed was still astonishingly fast. He truly belongs to the fastest flying bird family. The three quickly reached the center of the desert. At this moment, the scorching sun was burning down on the entire desert, causing Feng Heng to slow his pace a little. Yunxi also felt a bit dizzy from the heat. The water in her animal skin bag was almost gone. Since Shi Yu and Mingyi were not with her, she had to find a water source immediately to stay hydrated. If not, they would soon suffer from dehydration and wouldn't be able to leave the desert. Heng, be more careful. Look for a water source. Feng Heng nodded and started paying attention to the surroundings. Without realizing it, they had slightly deviated from their original direction. Soon, Feng Heng found a water source in the desert. He hurriedly asked, Shi, it looks like there's water below. Should we go down and check? Yunxi looked down and saw that between some distant sand dunes, there was actually an oasis. She thought, what great luck. There's an oasis. Feng Heng, let's go down and get some water. Yunxi's eyes lit up, and her spirits lifted immediately. Feng Heng dove down and landed steadily on the sand near the water pool. As soon as Yunxi landed, she handed the animal skin bag to Feng Heng. You go fill some water. I'll check Brother Yunxi's wounds carefully. Feng Heng took the animal skin bag to the water pool to fetch water. Yunxi squatted down and looked at Yunxi, softly asking, Brother Yunxi, how do you feel now? Until this moment, Yunxi still felt like he was dreaming. He looked Yunxi up and down. His little sister seemed different from what he remembered. Little sister, is that really you? Yes, it's me. Brother, your injuries are too serious. I can't treat you right now. You must hold on. Once we're safe, I'll give you proper treatment. Here, drink some water, Shi. Feng Heng returned with water, handed the animal skin bag to Yunxi, and then gave another bag to Yunxi, looking very earnest. Brother, you should drink some too. Yunxi was momentarily dazed. He recognized Feng Heng. But hearing him call himself brother, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Didn't he dislike his little sister? Isn't he the one who likes to oppose his younger sister the most? Why is he now listening so much to his sister? Yunxi took out some dried meat from her small bag and handed it to the two of them. She said, I don't know if a you and the others are safe, and a ye, today we really owe a lot to Jasmine. Little sister, your beast husband. Won't hurt her, will he? Yunxi hesitated and asked nervously. No, he's helping us. How could I hurt her? My Yi knows his limits. Don't worry, brother. Now that she thought about it, if Jasmine hadn't rushed out, Yunxi wouldn't have come up with this plan. Next, they needed to leave this desert as soon as possible. Thank you, little sister. You've really changed a lot. Now you can protect your brother. It seems you've truly grown up, Yunxi said with emotion, his eyes full of relief. Suddenly, many scorpion beasts crawled up the sand dunes. The scene was so dense and overwhelming that it gave people goosebumps and made them feel terrified. Feng Heng, run away from here quickly. Yunxi's face changed suddenly. She shouted loudly and helped Yunxi up. They had to leave immediately. But they were a bit too slow. A strong pressure suddenly struck from underground. Feng Heng was stunned by this pressure. He couldn't even change into his beast form, let alone fly away.
Run.
Why aren't you running? Mo Yuan's huge body slowly emerged from the sand dunes. This little female really knows how to cause trouble. She runs pretty fast. But she forgot to tell him that not only is the Beast Abandonment City his territory, but this desert is also within their Scorpion Beast clan's domain. Seeing this, Yunxi quickly took out the snake scale from Mingyi and silently called for Mingyi in her mind. She didn't know if it could arrive in time. Unexpectedly, this Scorpion King was so fast. Looking at the snake scale in the little female's hand, Mo Yuan snorted disdainfully. Stop wasting your effort. That snake beast has been caught by my subordinates. I forgot to tell you, this desert is under my control. And this oasis is my lair. You came right to my door. Yunxi was stunned for a moment and felt regretful. If she had known, she wouldn't have added water. Now she was caught in her own trap. Mo Yuan slowly and calmly approached Yunxi. Without that snake beast, everyone here was as weak as ants to him. When he decided to kill them, all depended only on his mood. Behind Mo Yuan, a long scorpion tail appeared, its tip flashing with a cold, dark light like a black lightning bolt, stabbing straight at Feng Heng's arm. The venom of the Scorpion King quickly spread through Feng Heng's body, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Mo Yuan relaxed his pressure and sneered. "All right, you've been poisoned by me. Let's see how you fly now. Little female, now it's time for me to talk terms with you. Heng, are you okay?" Yunxi rushed to Feng Heng's side. The place where the Scorpion King had stung was already black, showing that the poison was spreading. Feng Heng grunted softly. He felt the poison numbing his nerves, but he forced himself to stay strong, forcing a smile and comforting. "I'm fine, Shishi.
Don't worry about me.
I will protect you, Shishi. Little female, your name is quite pretty. If you come back with me to the Beast Abandonment City, I can let your beast husband and the 3 brothers Yunxi go." Mo Yuan made his own offer. He was very interested in Yunxi. Although his body was a bit uncooperative, Feng Heng still clenched his teeth and said, "Don't agree to him. I will buy time for Mingyi. Overestimating yourself." Mo Yuan snorted coldly. To him, this phoenix bird was simply arrogant. Even though the phoenix was the ruler of the sky, a phoenix that couldn't fly was no different from a gugu beast in his eyes. "Feng Heng, take Shishi and go. I will hold him back," Yunqi said with difficulty, his eyes full of determination. Yunqi used all his strength to transform into his beast form, a huge white tiger blocking Yunqi in front. He couldn't possibly let his sister go to the kind of place like the Beast Abandonment City, where they ate people without leaving bones. He had already seen his little sister, and he had no regrets anymore. Mo Yuan stared at the group and said carelessly, "Go, on my territory, without my permission. No one can leave." Yunxi glared angrily at the Scorpion King. Given the current situation, it was indeed his turn to be arrogant. Seeing Yunxi's angry look, Mo Yuan smiled instead. Such a little female had to be taken back to the Beast Abandonment City. She could only belong to him. Perhaps the scorpion venom was taking effect, as Feng Heng suddenly felt his hands uncontrollably reaching toward his neck. Seeing this, Yunxi instantly panicked. She quickly grabbed Feng Heng's hands tightly and shouted, "Aheng, what are you doing? Stop it right now." Feng Heng struggled to speak, barely managing a few words through clenched teeth. "I can't control my hands." Every word cost him great effort. The scorpion poison was truly powerful and overwhelming. Yunxi immediately understood and glared at Mo Yuan, loudly scolding, "Stop right there. Can't you wait for me to think before you make demands?" "Humph, I thought you were really bold and reckless, but it turns out you have weaknesses too. Come back with me to the Beast Abandonment City, and I'll let them go." Mo Yuan sneered coldly, his eyes full of teasing as he watched the nervous young woman. It was quite amusing. Shishi, don't agree to him. Feng Heng's eyes were already starting to glaze over. He hadn't expected that this Scorpion King's poison was so strong that he had no resistance at all. Mo Yuan furrowed his brows. This phoenix was about to die, and still didn't realize it. He dared to ruin his plans. He had to teach him a lesson. Mo Yuan raised his scorpion tail high and stabbed it fiercely at Feng Heng. So noisy. Feng Heng's chest immediately was pierced with a large wound, and he collapsed straight down. Yunxi's eyes widened in shock. Without thinking, she rushed forward. "Feng Heng, are you okay?" Yunxi's voice trembled. She hurriedly took some medicinal powder from her small bag and sprinkled it on Feng Heng's wound. "Heng, I'm applying medicine for you. Don't be scared." Mo Yuan watched Yunxi busy tending to Feng Heng with cold eyes, feeling surprised. It seemed she really was a healer. Could it be that a female could also practice healing magic? This made him even more eager to get Yunxi. Mo Yuan's scorpion tail lifted high again, ready to kill the young female's beast husband. This time, Yunxi stepped forward without hesitation to block Yunxi. As the tail was about to strike, Yunxi pushed Yunxi aside, spread her arms, and protected the two of them. She shouted at Mo Yuan, "Why do you just attack without warning? Can't you at least let us think? I can go with you to the beast abandonment city, but you must first cure my beast husband's poison. I want to see that he's safe. Right now, I am the king, and I am negotiating with you. Not the other way around. Seeing the young female so protective of that phoenix, Mo Yuan felt very annoyed. The scorpion tail lifted again and attacked Yunxi. Yunxi still did not back down. She bravely opened her arms and stood in front of the two. The scorpion king wanted her. She was gambling. Just as the tail was about to strike, Yunxi closed her eyes in fear. At that critical moment, she felt as if something was holding her body. She opened her eyes and saw Feng Heng's unstable figure. At this moment, Feng Heng was surrounded by a strange black glow. Within the glow, a huge black phoenix was faintly visible. It turned out that Feng Heng had a secret. He had two forms, the fire phoenix Feng Heng and the black phoenix Feng Jin. Because Feng Heng was the smallest phoenix of the Feather Clan, he was raised with love and never suffered hardships. Naturally, Feng Jin was no match for him. Feng Jin was also quiet and didn't like to come out much, so Feng Heng was usually the one in control. After Feng Heng and Yunxi became partners, Feng Heng was like living in honey, and he had forgotten about Feng Jin inside him. Just now, when Feng Heng was close to death, he gave his body to Feng Jin to protect Yunxi, hoping to buy more time for Ming Yi and the others to come and save her. Feng Jin let out a deafening cry and spread his wings, like a black lightning bolt, rushing toward Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan instantly transformed back into his scorpion beast form, wielding two huge pincers to meet the attack of the Black Phoenix. Suddenly, the sky was filled with sand as the fierce battle between the Black Phoenix and the scorpion beast unfolded in the oasis. The Black Phoenix, transformed from Feng Jin, was very fast, moving like a ghost through the dust, while Mo Yuan used the terrain to dodge and wait for opportunities. Although their strength was vastly different, Feng Jin's goal was only to delay time. He was not interested in fighting and kept a cautious, hit-and-run attack pattern with Mo Yuan. For a while, Mo Yuan couldn't catch Feng Jin, who was flying in the air. Mo Yuan was completely angered by Feng Jin's tactics. He roared loudly, and his poisonous spines stood up. Poison dripped from the spines, corroding small holes in the sand. Yunxi protected Yunxi carefully, dodging. Seeing this, Feng Jin immediately spat black flames, burning away all the poison. His black flames could burn everything, which was why the poison of the Scorpion King had no effect on him. But this body was badly injured, and he couldn't hold on for long. He could only place his hope on the people Wind Heng mentioned. Feng Jin had been looking for a chance to take Yunxi away. After all, it was Wind Heng who just asked him to do so, but the Scorpion Beast was watching too closely. He simply couldn't find any opportunity. He could run away, but if Wind Heng found out, he would probably fight him to the death. If that happened, he might lose his life, which would be a big loss. As he kept neutralizing Mo Yuan's poison attacks, Feng Jin's strength grew weaker, and his movements slowed down. His once sharp attacks no longer seemed threatening. Mo Yuan snorted coldly, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. He seized an opportunity, raising his scorpion tail high again, and stabbed it fiercely at Feng Heng's chest. Feng Jin suddenly flapped his wings hard to block Mo Yuan. The scorpion tail veered slightly, but still left a deep wound on him. This time, Feng Jin couldn't hold on anymore. He fell from the air and crashed heavily onto the sandy ground, turning back into a human form. He didn't even have the strength to get up. She didn't hesitate. She immediately ran toward Wind Heng. But just as she took a step, Mo Yuan's long scorpion tail tightly wrapped around her. Yunxi was pulled into the air by Mo Yuan, caught in his grasp. "Now, no one can save you. You little female, you really suit me," Mo Yuan said proudly. He pulled Yunxi close, then released her, holding her face in his hands and examining her closely. Without her cloak, up close, Yunxi looked brave and quite pretty. He seemed to like her more and more. Mo Yuan's gaze slowly moved downward and landed on the small phoenix-shaped mark on Yunxi's waist. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he extended his sharp nails, gently scratching the phoenix mark. He said coldly, "If you cut this beast mark yourself, do you think that phoenix can still survive?" Yunxi suddenly remembered how Luing had once cut her beast husband's mark, leading to his death in the forest. Cold sweat broke out instantly. How could such a thing happen to Windhung? Yunxi's voice carried a hint of pleading. "Don't hurt him. I can agree to all your conditions."
Montag Yuan snorted coldly.
The more the little female protected that phoenix bird, the more jealous he felt. He didn't want to let that phoenix bird go. With a casual move, Mo Yuan placed a bone knife in Yunxi's hand and pulled her toward the location of the beast mark on her. "Come, I'll teach you what to do." Yunxi desperately shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "I've already agreed to you. Why are you still doing this? Do you not know how much harm removing the beast mark can cause to your males? Aren't you afraid that I might do the same to you in the future?"
Who told you to protect him like that?
"I don't like it," Mo Yuan said, grabbing Yunxi's hand. The tip of the knife was pressed against her beast mark. Yunxi summoned all her strength and fought back fiercely. In the struggle, her small bag strap was torn. The bag fell to the ground, spilling everything inside. Her eyes caught sight of the seashell. Suddenly, she remembered what Lan Nua had said when she was leaving. She hadn't paid much attention at the time, but now she realized Lan Nua wouldn't mention it without reason. If she blew the seashell, would Lan Nua really appear? This was a desert, far from the ocean. At this moment, Yunxi no longer cared about anything else. Life and death were at stake, and she could only gamble once more. Yunxi suddenly lowered her head and bit down Mo Yuan's hand. Mo Yuan, startled by the pain, instinctively loosened his grip on her hand. Yunxi staggered and fell to the ground. But she ignored the pain, quickly picked up the seashell, trembling as she brought it to her mouth. Using her last strength, she blew into it. The gentle sound of the seashell echoed slowly over the oasis, sounding especially ethereal in the silent desert. Yunxi stared blankly at the sky, her eyes filled with a mix of hope and despair. "Lan Nua," the seashell sounded. "Will you really appear? If there is truly a miracle, will you be that miracle?" Soon, Mo Yuan snapped out of his rage and roared, "You little female, you really don't listen at all. Even at this moment, you still have the energy to the seashell. Whose beast gift is this? Is this what I gave you? Do you have any objections?" A cold, piercing voice echoed from above. Suddenly, a golden figure appeared above the oasis. Yunxi looked up and saw Lan Nua standing there, like a divine being, appearing out of nowhere right in front of her. Yunxi's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. So, blowing the conch really brings about miracles. Mo Yuan watched Lan Nua standing in midair and quickly realized that this person was at least a level 9 expert. Who is this young female? Why are her beast companions all so powerful? No wonder she caught his attention, and no wonder he wanted to possess her. Mo Yuan felt frustrated and wanted to use his old tricks to trap Yunxi again. But Lan Nua wouldn't give him that chance. At the moment Mo Yuan lunged toward Yunxi, Lan Nua instantly teleported beside her. He reached out his long arm, pulling Yunxi into his embrace, then ruthlessly released his powerful pressure as a level 9 beast man. Centered on Lan Nua, the pressure wildly spread outward. Feng Heng and Yunxi were instantly wrapped in a golden light sphere. The remaining scorpion beasts, under the 9-level pressure, all fell to the ground, unable to move, except for Mo Yuan. Even Mo Yuan was overwhelmed by this strong pressure, gasping for breath. His face flushed red as he desperately drove his tail into the ground to steady his trembling body. Lan Nua gently tapped Yunxi's head, half affectionately, half playfully, and said, "It looks like you took my words to heart. Go stand over there and watch quietly. I'll help you vent your anger." Yunxi obediently nodded. At this moment, her heart finally felt at peace. She quickly looked to Feng Heng's condition, and Yunxi, despite his injuries, struggled over to help. Her little sister's acquaintances are all so powerful. She thought the snake beast was strong, but the mermaid that suddenly appeared was even more formidable. As for Lan Nua, although he was higher level than Mo Yuan, this wasn't the ocean, so he couldn't fully unleash his strength. Still, he managed to defeat Mo Yuan easily. Mo Yuan's large body flailed left and right under Lan Nua's attacks, looking quite awkward. But killing Mo Yuan right now wouldn't be so easy. After all, the desert is Mu Yuan's home ground. Using the power of the desert can help make up for his lower level. Fortunately, Mingyi finally got rid of those annoying scorpion beasts. Thanks to the beast mark, he arrived just in time. As soon as Mingyi arrived, he immediately joined the fight without hesitation. Mu Yuan saw the 8th level snake beast and also charged into the battle with a fierce attitude. He secretly sighed. Although the mermaid was very strong, he could use the desert to take Yunxi away and hide underground. No matter how strong the mermaid was, he wouldn't be able to find him then. But Mingya's arrival changed everything. The desert was not only his home ground but also the same for the snake beast. Sure enough, under the double attack, Mingyi seized the chance and bit off Mu Yuan's scorpion tail. Mu Yuan was in pain and hissed loudly. He no longer cared about anything else and transformed into a small scorpion, quickly burrowing into the sand dunes. This was his home turf. If he couldn't win, he wouldn't be afraid of escaping. He remembered this grudge. Lano and Mingyi searched around but couldn't find the scorpion beast. Frustrated, they had to give up for now. When Lano returned to the oasis, Yunxi immediately looked up with red eyes and begged, "Lano, please help Fengheng. His wound is so big and he's bleeding a lot. Yes, stay nearby. With me here, you don't need to worry." As he spoke, a golden light flowed from Lano's palm, instantly covering Fengheng's entire body. Under the healing light, Fengheng's wound on his chest miraculously started to heal, leaving only a faint scar. Is this healing power? It's so amazing. Lano withdrew the light and looked at Yunxi, whose face was pale. He gently comforted her. "It's okay now.
Look how scared you are."
Next time, the conch earlier. "Didn't I tell you? No matter where I am, I can hear it." Yunxi's voice was still choked with tears. "Who knows if you're telling the truth? I really thought it was just an ordinary conch. If I told you it was special, would you still keep it?" Yunxi thought for a moment and shook her head. She probably wouldn't keep it. Such a valuable thing definitely couldn't be kept. Today, I saw a vulnerable side of the young female. She just wanted to kill that scorpion beast.
Thank you, Lano.
You helped me again. "I don't know how to thank you," Lano replied calmly. "No need to thank me. Just keep it in your heart." Yunxi was momentarily stunned. She thought Lano would ask her to bear children for their sea tribe, but he didn't mention anything about it. Seeing Yunxi's surprised expression, Lano raised an eyebrow and said, "What? You don't want to thank me? Are you unhappy?" Yunxi looked at Lano's teasing face and said nothing, only smiling slightly. She then looked at Yunxi, whose condition was also very bad. Yunxi turned to Lano and said with a gentle smile, "Great priest, could you please check on my brother again? His leg injury is serious, and he has other wounds. Can you help treat him first? All you do is order me around." Lano pretended to be helpless, shook his head, but still released a golden light that instantly covered Yunxi's entire body. Yunxi then went to Fengheng and asked, "Fengheng, are you okay now?" "Cici, don't worry. I'm fine now." "Sorry, it's all my fault for being too weak," Fengheng said with guilt and regret in his eyes. Yunxi gently held Fengheng's hand and comforted him. "It's good that you're okay. Don't blame yourself." Moreover, Fengheng had already done his best to protect her. Without Lano, Fengheng might have been in serious danger. He had already done very well, and Yunxi had no complaints. Yunxi then looked at Minji and asked, Are you alright?"
I'm fine.
"I sensed you leaving from far away, but I didn't expect him to catch up. Sorry, I was careless." Minji also looked frightened and a bit annoyed, realizing he needed to be more careful in the future. Yunxi sighed and said with lingering fear, "We just happened to see the water source and went down to drink. I didn't know it was his lair. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have come down." "Shiyu and Qingling haven't arrived yet?" Minji continued to ask. At that time, he went alone to distract the pursuers, trying to shake them off. The enemies weren't too difficult to deal with, but there were too many of them. At that moment, Yu and Qingling appeared on the sand dune, each carrying Yunlan and Yunhua. They looked a bit tired but safe and sound. Seeing everyone was okay, Yunxi finally relaxed and let out a long breath. Lano slowly withdrew the golden light from Yunxi. He frowned and said, "His injuries aren't hard to treat. With a few more uses of healing power, he will fully recover. But this broken leg took too long to fix. My healing ability helps with wounds, but it doesn't do much for broken bones. We might need to find another way. Let me check. Lano, help me look at my other brothers. They also have injuries and scorpion poison. You're really still ordering me around," Lano said with a smile, thinking that as the high priest of the sea tribe, he had become a healer now. "Please, please," Yunxi blinked sincerely at Lano. She also felt a bit ungrateful before, but now she had to rely on Lano. After all, the high priest was so powerful. "All right, when we get back to the island, you better think carefully about how to thank me," Lano said with a helpless smile. He realized he didn't mind being bossed around by this little girl. In fact, he seemed quite happy about it. Yunxi understood this without him saying. She knew Lano had helped a lot this time, and she would definitely thank him properly. Lano turned to treat Yunlan and Yunhua, while Yunxi squatted down to carefully check Yunxi's injured leg. She touched the bone and frowned. It was indeed broken. Because it wasn't set in time, the bone was slightly out of place. Seeing Yunxi's worried little expression, Yunxi quickly comforted him. "Little brother, I'm fine. Even if this leg is broken, I can still walk. It won't affect the fight. Don't worry, I have a way. Let's go back first. Right now, you absolutely can't use that injured leg to walk," Yunxi said seriously. Yunxi looked at Yunxi with some confusion. When did his little sister become so capable? She usually just liked eating delicious food and playing around. Soon, Lano finished treating his side as well. "Your brother's injuries aren't serious. The scorpion poison on them might need another method to deal with. I can only help slow down the poison spread. It's okay, you've already helped me a lot. Let's go back to the island first, then think of a way. I'm glad I could help. We'll figure out the rest later." "Lano, how did you suddenly run from the sea to here? It's so far. How did you hear the conch shell sound?" "I'll tell you when we get back. It's too hot here. I can't stand it. I want to go back to the sea. Do you want to come with me?" As a mermaid, Lano dislikes dry places the most. Even though there's water nearby, he doesn't want to stay even a second longer. If it weren't for the little female, he would have already gone back to the ocean. Being in the water is much more comfortable. "Teleportation?" Minji suddenly asked. As expected of the Black Jade Tongue King Snake Clan, you saw through that. Lano has a pretty good impression of Minji. They've fought a few times, and they've actually become friends. Since that's the case, just take us all back to the small island. "I don't want to bother with it anymore," Minji suggested directly. Lano's face immediately darkened. He is a high priest of the sea tribe, not a transportation tool. With such powerful abilities, you want me to teleport you? Lano spread his hands, looking helpless. "My abilities are limited. I can't teleport so many people at most one. Just say it plainly. You can only take Yunxi," Minji said bluntly. She and the others might be wary of Lano, the high priest of the sea tribe, but Minji doesn't care about that. Moreover, Lano actually gave such an important conch shell to Yunxi. If he wasn't tempted, Minji wouldn't believe it. Lano is powerful and has many useful abilities. As long as Yunxi agrees, they have no objections. However, the high priest of the sea tribe also has a hierarchy. His role as the first beast husband means he can be commanded. "I think the same," Lano said sincerely, not showing any embarrassment at being exposed. "Why don't you run a few more times? Look at how many of my brothers are injured. What if that scorpion comes again and catches up with us?" At this moment, Yunxi no longer cared about being shy. Anyway, the debt was already owed. A few more doesn't matter. She will pay it back slowly. "You really know how to command me." Lano felt a bit amused and helpless. The young female now commanded him, and she was getting better at it. Yunxi blinked her big eyes and softly said, "Please, please, brother. Can't delay his leg any longer. I need to treat him immediately and can't waste time on the road." Lano was a little overwhelmed and had to agree. All right, I'll bring one more. Bringing two is fine. How about bringing one more? Yunshi blinked her big eyes again, trying harder. It's not impossible, Lano said reluctantly, giving in a little. Great. Thank you, Lano. You're amazing. I wish I could bring two more, Lano. Suddenly, Lano realized that when Yunshi spoke to him in that soft, gentle voice, all his pride and authority as the high priestess disappeared from his mind. Only one thought remained: to agree with her. Finally, when he saw a group of people appear in his space portal, he twitched his mouth. His initial plan was to take only the young female, but in the end, he ended up taking everyone. This teleportation probably drained all his strength. When the space portal opened again, the scene before him was the beach outside the small wooden house. At this moment, the three little ones were still playing with Blue Wing and Blue S, having fun. When they saw their beloved mother appear, their eyes lit up instantly, and they rushed over, chirping happily around Yunshi. The three little ones. Mom, we missed you so much. Seeing how adorable the three little ones looked, Yunshi felt warm inside. She gently stroked each of their fox ears. But she quickly remembered she had to treat brother's broken leg first. The longer she delayed, the harder it would be to heal. Xingchen, Xingya, Xinghui, go play with Dad first. Mom still has some things to finish, and I'll come to play with you later. The three little ones were very sensible and immediately went to play with their fathers. Yunshi felt a bit shy and said, Lano, I might need your help again later. You're being so polite now. Lano raised an eyebrow. In this sea area, the young female still knows to give me some face and doesn't just boss me around. Yunshi gave Lan Nuo a sweet smile, then turned to Ming Yi and said, Yi, take my brother to the room and let him lie down. After that, she spoke to Shiryu. Yu, take out all the herbs from the space. I want to see which ones I can use. Shiryu took out all the herbs from the space. These were collected by Yunshi little by little over the past year. Yunshi selected a few herbs that could promote blood flow, reduce swelling and pain, and help bones grow. She placed them in a stone mortar and handed it to Qingling to grind carefully. Next, Yunshi ordered Feng Heng to make a set of fixing devices. Finally, she took some deep-sea fish bones from Lan Noa. It took everyone a lot of effort, but they managed to craft a sharp bone knife. After preparing everything, Yunshi, Lan Noa, and Ming Yi went to Yunshi's room. Yunshi looked serious. She knew the treatment steps but couldn't guarantee success, especially since the conditions here were much worse. Brother, the next treatment might be very painful and will take a long time. But it's the only way I can think of. It might not work, and there's a chance it could fail. If it succeeds, your leg should heal normally. Do you want to try, brother? Yunshi left the choice to Yunshi. Yunshi's leg had been broken for a long time. Because he hadn't received treatment for a long time and had been using the broken leg forcefully, the fracture was badly misaligned. The bones inside had twisted and deformed, and new bone growth had appeared. Little sister, I can endure it. Just do what you need to. Although Yunshi had many doubts, now is not the time to ask questions. Since Yunshi called him brother, he trusted her completely. Yunshi still wanted to reduce his pain, so she bravely looked at Lan Nuo and said, I heard that mermaid singing can hypnotize people. I wonder if you, High Priest, Lan Nuo. After a few seconds of silence, Lan Nuo sighed quietly. Singing was impossible for him. He still cared about his reputation. But making someone fall asleep wasn't only about singing. Lan Nuo placed his palm on Yunshi's forehead. A golden light flowed into him, and Yunshi slowly closed his eyes and fell into sleep. Yunshi looked at Lan Nuo with gratitude and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The High Priest's abilities are so many. No wonder he can serve as the great priest of the Sea tribe. Yunshi took a deep breath. Holding a bone knife, she carefully cut open Yunshi's skin, first cleaning out the bone scabs that had grown, then gently adjusting the misaligned broken bones back into place. After completing this step, Yunshi looked at Lan Nuo. Lan Nuo immediately used his healing powers to gradually close the wound. Yunshi evenly applied the herbal mud she had chosen around the broken bones. This medicinal mud helps promote better bone growth and healing. Since this is a long process, she couldn't always trouble Manhwa. Finally, Yunchi securely fixed the newly made device onto Yunchi's leg, providing a stable environment for the bones to grow. After finishing everything, Yunchi slowly let out a breath, her tense nerves finally relaxing a bit. Mingyi brought a piece of animal hide to wipe the sweat from Yunchi's forehead. You did well. It's mostly thanks to Manhwa's help. If Brother A was awake, I wouldn't be so confident. Now it's just rest and recovery. Yunchi smiled at Mingyi. This smooth progress was largely due to Manhwa's power. You're quite capable. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe anyone could treat like you do. You really are special. At this moment, Manhwa looked at Yunchi with admiration. Especially seeing her focused expression, he was truly glowing with pride. He couldn't take his eyes off her. No wonder she was chosen by the beast god. Manhwa, I really thank you so much this time. You've helped me so much. I don't know how to thank you. If you have any requests, just tell me. Yunchi looked at Manhwa with gratitude. She was feeling more and more indebted to him. If he hadn't helped her this time, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Manhwa stared straight at Yunchi, then shook his head and waved his hand. No need. As long as you don't dislike me. Yunchi was stunned. She thought Manhwa would take the opportunity to ask her to choose a male from the Sea tribe, but he only told her not to dislike him. Actually, she had long stopped disliking him. At this moment, it was completely dark outside, and Yunchi was still sleeping. The three of them went outside. Qingling and Xiyu had already prepared dinner and were waiting for Yunchi to come out. Everyone silently chose not to disturb Yunchi. When she appeared, Yunlan and Yunhua hurried over and asked, "Little sister, how is big brother?" "Brother is asleep. When he wakes up, I will ask both of you to take care of him." Yunlan nodded. "Don't worry, we will take good care of big brother." "Little sister, we're relieved to see you're safe. Little sister, you've changed a lot. If I didn't see Xiyu and the others, I wouldn't believe you're my little sister," Yunhua said quietly, observing Yunchi. He felt she had changed a lot compared to before. At this moment, Yunchi felt a little sad. She wasn't really their little sister anymore. Their little sister had already left. The original brother truly cared for her very much. "Do you two have something to say?" "Later," talked to Yunchi. "She hasn't eaten much today and must be hungry." Fengheng took Yunchi's hand and led her to the long table. The table was filled with various foods, all prepared just now. The food was a bit cold, probably because everyone was waiting for all of them to gather. Yunchi was indeed hungry. She urged everyone to sit down quickly. After experiencing so much today, she really needed some food to help her relax. "Drink some coconut water." "I added ice," Qingling said, placing a frozen coconut in front of Yunchi. "Yunchi, this big lobster is for you." Fengheng handed her the peeled shrimp.
Don't worry about me.
"Eat your food. Everyone is tired today. Rest early tonight. We can talk more tomorrow." "I'm really exhausted today." Her nerves had been tense all day, but now that she relaxed, Yunchi felt her whole body ache. She just wanted to lie down and rest for a while. Everyone stayed silent. Even the little ones obediently ate their food. Although they wanted to cuddle with their mother, they knew she was very tired today. After filling their stomachs, everyone started to busy themselves again. Yunchi sat on the beach, enjoying the sea breeze with the little ones. Lano came over and sat beside Yunchi. Yunchi looked at Lano with some surprise, then glanced at Minji nearby. She understood Lano had something to talk to her about. "Are we going back to the sea?" Lano nodded. "Yes. Today I didn't have time to enjoy the sea properly. We must go back and soak in the water, or we'll turn into dried fish. Thanks for your trouble today. You worked hard. Give me your hand." Yunchi was momentarily stunned. What did Lano mean? "Let me help you relax." "What are you thinking about?" Lano said impatiently. It didn't make sense for him to treat the males one by one and be stingy when it came to the small females. "Oh, I'm actually fine. I'm just tired, not hurt." "Humph, showing off." Lano took Yunchi's small hand in his, and then a golden light flowed from their clasped hands, slowly entering Yunchi's body. Yunchi felt wrapped in a warm current, and all her fatigue disappeared. She felt as if she had been energized, even able to run around the small island. But Lano kept holding her hand tightly, and the golden light showed no signs of stopping. That's enough, enough. Use it sparingly. Only then did Lano come back to his senses and withdraw the golden light. Rest well today. I'll come see you again tomorrow. After saying that, Lano stood up, nodded to Minji, and returned to the ocean. Minji came over, sat down slowly, and held Yunshi in his arms. After a moment, he asked, "What do you think of Lano?" "Think of what?" "Of course, as your mate." He shook his head. "He probably doesn't have that idea. He's the high priest of the sea tribe, in charge of such a large area of the sea. He doesn't have time to live with me in the tribe." Minji gently brushed Yunshi's hair. As the most understanding male, he knew Lano's thoughts clearly, watching from the side. Minji smiled but didn't say much. This was their private matter. Although he personally didn't want other males to join their family, Lano was truly powerful, strong, and useful. After this incident, Minji also realized that Yunshi's male companions were still few. If something serious happened, they might not be enough. Moreover, Yunshi was not an ordinary small female. Besides her strong strength, others were talented but still young and needed time to grow. Just now, he asked Lan Nua as the first beast husband. Lan Nua didn't answer, but also didn't refuse. Probably, as Yunshi thought, he might have his own concerns, since he is the high priest of the sea tribe. The next morning, Yunshi first went to Yunshi's room to check on his injuries. Seeing her older brother obediently lying down to rest, Yunshi felt very happy. It seemed that her brother was a patient who listened to medical advice. "Brother, how do you feel today?" Yunshi looked at his sister with a gentle smile, and his voice softened a bit. "I'm okay." "Little sister, how did you suddenly learn these skills?" While checking Yunshi's wounds, Yunshi's hand paused suddenly. She knew well that her brother, who loved the original owner, must have already noticed the differences between her and the original. After all, she was his beloved sister. How could he not notice? "I'll change your medicine first, and then I'll tell you more." "Okay, no rush. We can talk about it later." Yunshi looked at her with affection, watching her carefully change the medicine, and a guess formed in his mind. After finishing with Yunshi's medicine, Yunshi calmed her mind before speaking. "Brother, if I tell you that all these skills were taught to me by the beast god, would you think it's unbelievable?" "No," Yunshi answered immediately without hesitation. Yunshi was stunned. Wait, was her brother so easily convinced? Then what was she just thinking so hard about? And her brother didn't ask any more questions? "Why are you staring blankly? Don't you recognize your own sister? Can you really recognize me?" Yunshi looked at Yunshi with suspicion. She wasn't sure if she was the original owner. Besides, her current appearance was quite different from the original. "Yes, you're my sister," Yunshi said confidently. Yunshi looked at him with doubt. Why was her brother so sure? Could it be that, after being kept in the abandoned beast city, his memory was distorted? But Yunshi didn't say much. After all, she planned to accept these brothers, or she wouldn't have taken the risk of going to the abandoned beast city. After leaving Yunshi's room, Yunshi stretched lazily with a relaxed smile, glancing at Shiryu and Qingling, who were busy working, and at the three little ones playing on the beach. A small smile appeared on her lips. Finally, she could live peacefully. Now, she was just waiting for her brother's leg injury to heal so they could return to their tribe. Yunshi looked around but didn't see Mingyi or Fengheng. "Where did Mingyi and Fengheng go?" she asked. Shiryu brought over a bowl of seafood porridge and handed it to Yunshi, smiling. "Mingyi and Fengheng went hunting across the sea." She, you should eat something to fill your stomach first." Yunshi nodded, took the wooden bowl, and went to the beach. Soon, she saw Lans and Lanling emerge from the water, carrying a large amount of fresh seafood. "Why did you bring so much back?" Yunshi asked in surprise. "The high priest asked us to bring it. Lanling and I also wanted to grab some food, so we prepared more," Lans explained with a smile. Yunshi thought about it and agreed. Their family was already large, with Blue Nua and others, plus her three brothers, so they used a lot of food. No wonder Mingyi and Fengheng went hunting early in the morning. Recently, the beast tamers had been eating raw meat, and their mouths must have been craving it. After all, their taste buds had been spoiled by her. Eating raw meat for so many days was tough on them. Especially Feng Hung. Every time he ate raw meat, he looked so miserable, like he was forcing himself to swallow. Thinking of this, Yunxi suddenly remembered she hadn't asked Feng Hung about the Black Phoenix, nor whether it affected his health. Just then, a phoenix cry sounded from the sky. Feng Hung's fiery red figure flew straight toward Yunxi and landed gently beside her. Shi, I'm back. I had good luck today, and pick some wild strawberries you like. I put them in Mingya's space. You can try them later, he said. Yunxi stared at Feng Hung for several seconds, but couldn't hold back her curiosity. She asked, Ahern, after you turned into the Black Phoenix yesterday, are you okay?
I'm fine.
I'm perfectly fine. Feng Hung replied quickly and clearly. Then, he looked at Yunxi with a nervous face and whispered, Did he say anything? Yunxi's face showed a big question mark. Some things are really hard to understand. Just Black Phoenix, Feng Hung said, with an unnatural expression on his face. Isn't that you? Why are you asking me? Yunxi stared directly at Feng Hung. This guy has secrets. Yes. My mind is a bit slow. I'll go help prepare the food. Feng Hung said this while trying to sneak away quickly. Yunxi glanced at Feng Hung with suspicion. There's definitely something going on. I can't let Feng Hung run away. Suddenly, Yunxi remembered. Yesterday, Black Phoenix seemed to say. She deliberately spoke slowly to observe Feng Hung's expression. Sure enough, this guy immediately got anxious. What did he say? I told him not to talk. Why didn't he keep his promise? I remember now, he didn't say anything. So, who is Black Phoenix? Yunxi blinked innocently. Feng Hung. Why does he feel like Yunxi is playing tricks on him? Who else could it be? It must be me. Feng Hung tried to cover. Really? I think Black Phoenix is so cool, I quite like him. At this moment, Feng Hung felt like the sky was falling. How could Yunxi praise Black Phoenix? Clearly, Fire Phoenix is the most beautiful. Yunxi, look at me. I'm more handsome than Black Phoenix. So, who is Black Phoenix? Yunxi kept asking. Feng Hung. Forget it, with my IQ, I can't beat Yunxi. If I had argued before, I'd always lose. Feng Hung sighed helplessly and decided to be honest. He is my other form. Although we share the same body, he is him and I am me. We are different. Yunxi looked at Feng Hung. So, is this a case of dual personality? I didn't realize before that you have another personality. He's called Feng Jiao. He likes to be alone, so he doesn't come out much, Feng Hung explained.
I see. Please thank him for me. Got it.
Xiao, do you really think Hei Feng looks better than me? Feng Hung asked with a sad face. Yunxi was amused by Feng Hung's expression. Does this guy even get jealous? Isn't Hei Feng and Fire Feng just himself? Still, Yunxi lightly patted Feng Hung's shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry, you are unique in my heart. Feng Hung immediately smiled happily. I knew it. Xiao definitely prefers me. I'll go see if Mingyi is back. I'll pick wild strawberries for you. Just then, Mingyi emerged from the sea. Before he reached the shore, Feng Hung eagerly urged, Hurry up and give me the wild strawberries. Xiao wants to try some. Mingyi glanced at Feng Hung sideways, walking slowly ashore. After returning to his human form, he handed the wild strawberries he picked in the space to Feng Hung. Mingyi strolled over to Yunxi, pointing at Feng Hung's back, and asked curiously, What happened? Why are you so excited? Yunxi had to tell Mingyi about how he turned the Fire Feng into Hei Feng yesterday. Mingyi found it amazing. There are two different forms.
No wonder.
This guy always claims confidently, but it turns out he has a helper behind the scenes. Yunxi changed the subject and asked, What food did you bring back today? Qingling and the others have been busy since early morning. All your favorites. You haven't had a proper meal lately, and your face is thinned out quite a bit. Mingyi looked at her with concern. How is it that his little female is getting thinner? Yunxi immediately got excited, holding her face in her hands, and asked, Really? Have I lost weight? You're not lying to me, right? Because she was pregnant, Yunxi had stopped dieting. Plus, during the cold season, the beast husbands took good care of her, so she gained some weight around her waist. Yes, you've lost weight. Starting today, I'll make sure to nourish you well. No, I want to lose more weight, Yunxi immediately objected. It's the hot season now, the season for wearing dresses. Everyone wants to look beautiful. Mingyi also felt regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have mentioned it. In my eyes, you're already very slim. You shouldn't lose more weight. But I decide how I feel. Yunxi refused to agree. She wouldn't buy into their ideas. If she kept being raised like this, she might just gain the weight back. She didn't want to go through the pain of dieting again. By the way, why hasn't Blue No come yet today? Blue Sun and Blue Ling have been here for a long time, probably caught up with something. He'll come by himself once it's time to eat, Mingyi guessed. After all, Blue No usually shows up eagerly at mealtime. That's true. He likes Qing Ling's cooking. Yunxi nodded in agreement. As they talked, they headed toward the small wooden house. Everyone was busy preparing the feast for later. Mingyi brought out the game from the space and joined in. Except for Yunxi, no one was idle. Yunxi happily ate wild strawberries, occasionally looking toward the sea. But as time passed, the table was almost full of food, yet Blue No still hadn't appeared. Yunxi frowned slightly and looked at Blue Sun, asking, Blue Sun, is Blue No busy today? Why hasn't he come up yet? Blue Sun quickly replied, the high priest isn't feeling well today. He's probably resting in the temple. Doesn't he have healing powers? Why is he unwell? Yunxi looked confused. Doesn't he know how to heal himself? I know. The high priest has been drained, Blue Ling said with a mischievous smile, covering his mouth. If Blue No were here, he wouldn't dare say that, even if he had 100 guts. It seems he's been overworked by Blue No for so long that he's finally letting himself go. Blue Sin couldn't help but glare at his younger brother and explained, don't listen to Blue Ling's nonsense. The high priest just overused his strength. A couple of days' rest will fix it. Don't worry, he'll be fine by tomorrow. Yunxi looked at the sea with concern, feeling guilty and regretful. It's all her fault. Blue No helped her so much yesterday, even restoring her energy before leaving. But now, she's so exhausted she can't even leave the house. Who is really showing off now? Mingyi came over to Yunxi and softly asked, worried about Blue No? Yunxi nodded without denying it. Yeah, I asked him to teleport us all back yesterday. With so many people, it must have taken a lot of energy. And he was busy until late before returning. Don't worry, that guy isn't that weak. I'm just worried. You see, we're here having a big meal, while he is alone deep under the sea. I feel like I am being unkind. After thinking for a moment, Mingyi suggested, how about I take you to see him underwater? Yunxi looked up at Mingyi, a little surprised. Yi, are you jealous? Mingyi gently poked Yunxi's nose and honestly said, I do feel a bit jealous. But I told you last night, Lan Nua is a good person. If neither of you has any objections, I think he would be a good partner for you. Of course, the first partner should still be me. That's not negotiable. A warm feeling rose in Yunxi's heart. Her big husband was usually so bossy, but he brought up this topic willingly. Sure, you and the others still need time to grow, but you need a strong partner by your side. One person isn't enough. Yunxi felt more and more that her husband was becoming more caring. Mingyi smiled and asked, should we find Lan Nua now or eat first? Yunxi didn't hesitate. Let's go now. Mingyi looked at Yunxi with affection, then turned to ask Lan Si to create a bubble for Yunxi. He also inquired about Lan Nua's location. Then, he transformed into a beast and swam with Yunxi into the sea. They followed the direction Lan Si had given, moving forward. But when they reached a beautiful coral reef, a group of colorful small fish, like fairies, suddenly surrounded Yunxi's bubble. The little fish gently touched Yunxi's bubble with their round heads, then swam together, pushing the bubble forward. Seeing this, Mingyi slowed down and watched Yunxi's figure disappear into the distance. There was no need to wonder anymore. Lan Nua must have known Yunxi was coming and arranged this on purpose. Mingyi didn't follow further, just kept a safe distance behind to ensure Yunxi's safety. For some reason, a strange feeling of sourness filled his heart. His little female was so beautiful that even a high priest of the sea couldn't resist her. Inside the bubble, Yunxi curiously looked at the small fish surrounding her. Led by them, she arrived at a dreamy, beautiful coral area. The corals here were even more stunning than those in other places. The colors are like fire, like clouds, and like snow, blending into a beautiful picture. Next, the small fish start to spread out to make a clear path. At the end of the path, a mermaid glowing with golden light swims gracefully toward Yunxi. Yes, the person is Manhwa. Manhwa, no longer the usual cold and distant, circles around Yunxi's bubbles and dances with a small fish. His tall, slender body moves lightly in the water, matching the lively jumps of the fish. Yunxi, though surprised by this sudden scene, still enjoys watching the handsome dancer. It must be said, at this moment, the high priest looks truly stunning. His golden tail sparkles with a charming shine, as if the entire ocean's light gathers on him. When the performance ends, the small fish leave the stage. Manhwa then swims over to Yunxi. Seeing Yunxi's excited eyes, he can't help but smile. He's lowered himself and asked for a partner, yet Yunxi still looks confused. Yunxi, why did you come? I saw you didn't come up, so I wanted to see you. Manhwa, you looked really good just now, Yunxi said seriously. Manhwa pauses briefly, then cautiously asks, and what do you think about that? What do I think? Yunxi looks puzzled. Oh well, after all that, the attempt to ask for a partner was a failure. Yunxi simply didn't understand. Thinking about it, Manhwa agrees. Yunxi isn't a member of the Sea Tribe, so she wouldn't understand their courtship ritual. He, as the high priest, rarely lowers himself to ask for a partner, only to end up performing in vain. Manhwa sighs quietly, then steadies his mind. With a serious expression, he slowly says, Yunxi, as the high priest of the Sea Tribe, I sincerely ask you to be my partner. I want to be with you. Yunxi is stunned for a moment. Although they had talked about this before in the tribe, back then Manhwa was joking, so Yunxi didn't take it seriously. But now, seeing Manhwa ask so formally, Yunxi knows he is serious. Are you seeking a partner just to have an heir? Of course not. If I only wanted an heir, I could have simply asked for a favor in return. But I didn't because I know you wouldn't like that. Yunxi, I like you. I never thought about forming a partnership before. But I can't deny that every moment I spend with you draws me in, and I don't want to miss the chance to be with you. So, can you give me this opportunity? Manhwa spoke sincerely, genuinely, not related to any inheritance plans. He simply liked Yunxi, otherwise, why would he help her so many times? Would you still be willing if there was no heir? I'm still young. I can hold on for hundreds of years. Wow, he even said hundreds of years. Yunxi looked at Manhwa with a mischievous smile. Being fifth is okay too? Fifth is fine, as they can't beat me anyway, Manhwa replied, teeth clenched with a helpless but loving expression. It seems Yunxi has really got him under her control. Are you willing to go back to the tribe with me? The tribe is just a tribe. I have teleportation powers, so it's no big deal. At this moment, Manhwa couldn't help but feel that the power given to him by the beast god was tailor-made for him. Yunxi smiled warmly at Manhwa. I think your idea is pretty good. I have no problem with it. Seeing this, Manhwa couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He realized he was completely controlled by this little girl, with no say in the matter. Oh well, since he liked this girl so much. Then, Manhwa gently extended his finger and softly said, "Don't be afraid." As he spoke, his fingertip lightly pricked the bubble around Yunxi. Before Yunxi could react, Manhwa teleported in front of her, gently lifted her chin with his finger, and kissed her lips. At the same time, a golden bubble enveloped the two of them. Manhwa slowly pulled away from Yunxi's lips, then a golden bead emerged from his mouth and floated to her lips. This is my shajiao, my most precious treasure. From now on, it belongs to you. After saying that, Manhwa carefully placed the shajiao into Yunxi's mouth and then tenderly kissed her lips. As the pearl entered Yunxi's body, she was surprised to find that her skin seemed to be covered with a thin layer of gold, which could change size at will. Next, Lano popped the bubble again. Yunxi instinctively wanted to cover her mouth, but Lano smiled and stopped her. Yunshi realized she could breathe underwater now. She looked down at herself, relieved that she hadn't grown a fishtail. For a moment, she almost thought that with the pearl, she had become a mermaid. Did giving me the pearl affect you in any way? Don't worry, it has no effect. This pearl was originally a gift for my future partner. Yunshi, I am really happy to become your partner. Then I will accept your gift. From now on, you and the pearl are mine. Lano nodded gently and embraced Yunshi. Not far away, Minji saw this scene. Although he felt a little jealous, he was genuinely happy for Yunshi. Having a strong partner at home meant better protection for the little female. His little female deserved the best. Of course, the best was definitely him. Minji flicked his snake tail and swam toward the two. When Yunshi saw her husband approaching, her face instantly turned red. She quickly pushed Lano. Let go of me first, I is coming. Lano reluctantly released Yunshi. He had just gotten closer to his little female, and now it was interrupted. His gaze toward Minji carried some dissatisfaction. Why was this guy so clueless? Never mind, he had just joined, so he should give the first partner some respect.
Let's go up and eat first.
We can deal with the rest later. Minji didn't beat around the bush. Since the little female accepted the pearl, the next step was naturally to arrange their partnership. After all, Lano was so powerful, he definitely couldn't let him escape. They needed to formalize it early, so he could rest easy. This plan made both of them feel a bit embarrassed. But neither of them objected, so it was considered an agreement. The three of them surfaced together. As soon as they reached the shore, they saw many eyes staring at them. Looking closely, it turned out everyone was here to watch the scene. Especially when Little Star returns, he walks on short legs, carefully sniffs around his beloved mother, and frowns slightly. Then, with a curious look, he runs over to Blue No, sniffing again. Strange, why does Mother have the same smell as Uncle Blue No? Yunshi also finds this a bit funny and amusing. Is this child's nose really so sharp? To clear everyone's doubts, Yunshi takes Blue No's hand openly and introduces him confidently. As you can see, the High Priest has decided to join our family. From now on, everyone should get along well. Sure, you and the others, like Mingyi, had already noticed Blue No's feelings for Yunshi. Plus, just now, the little female animal went to the sea to find Blue No, so they guessed a little. They naturally have no objections to Blue No joining. After all, Blue No is strong enough, and no one would dislike him. Moreover, their little female animal is never biased. Cece, you decide. Let's eat first. We've been waiting for you for a long time, Shiryu said with a gentle smile. Seeing the three beast husbands acting normal, Yunshi first runs to Shiryu and holds his hand. Okay, let's eat first. Ayu, what delicious food have you made? All your favorites. Eat more later. You've lost some weight recently. Yunshi nods, then turns to Qingling. Ling, is my frozen coconut water ready? Qingling smiles and replies, don't worry, it's been ready for a while. Yunshi then looks at Feng Heng, who also looks excitedly at Yunshi. Feng Heng, it's my turn now. Ask me quickly. You. Wild strawberries are very tasty. Feng Heng gazes at Yunshi eagerly. Besides wild strawberries, is there no other way to praise me? Yunshi, understanding his little beast husband's feelings, quickly adds, you look quite handsome today. Yunshi believes she has her own way to comfort her beast husbands. With just a few simple words, all three beast husbands are happily satisfied, with no jealousy at all. Watching the busy little female animal, Mingye's lips curl into a slight smile. His little female truly cares about everyone. Mingyi looks at Blue No beside him and softly says, Yunshi is very good. Blue No watches Yunshi's back and nods with a smile. He knows how good Yunshi is. Otherwise, how could he fall into her hands? Everyone gathered to return to the small cabin. The big table was now full of all kinds of delicious food, with a wonderful aroma that made everyone hungry. It was clear that Qingling and Shiyu had put a lot of effort into preparing everything today, which was why they had started early. Yunshi was carefully carried to the table. He actually wanted to walk himself, but his sister wouldn't allow it. So, he had to pretend to be disabled for now. Looking at the table full of food, all of which he had never seen before. A small smile appeared on Yunqi's face. His eyes grew more loving as he looked at Yunqi.
It seemed his guess was right. His sister really had come back.
Brother, you must try these. These are all Qingling's special dishes, and they taste amazing, Yunqi said, then scooped a piece of coconut meat from the dish and placed it in Yunqi's bowl, urging him to taste it quickly. Yunqi smiled and carefully tasted the food. He praised, "It really is very good. I didn't expect Qingling's cooking to be so excellent." Qingling, feeling a bit shy from the compliment, scratched his head and said, "It's all thanks to Cici teaching me. It's all her credit." Yunqi looked at Yunqi again, and the smile on his face was even wider than before. His sister was truly impressive. "Big brother, why are you just staring and smiling foolishly at your little sister?" Yunhua asked curiously. "Just because, and these foods are really delicious," Yunlan added in agreement. Yunqi immediately withdrew his smile, glancing at Yunlan and Yunhua with a look of dislike. But Yunqi looked the most comfortable. "Your mouths can't even be stopped by eating. Why don't you just stop eating?" Yunqi said. Yunlan and Yunhua quickly looked at each other, realizing that the favorite sister's protector mode was on. Yunqi turned to Yunqi and asked, "Sister, how have you been these days? You look thinner. Are they treating you badly?" As soon as he said that, Xiu, Qingling, and Fengheng all felt a sudden jolt. Could their big brother be planning to settle scores later? They hadn't taken good care of Yunqi before, and if their brother wanted to scold them, they wouldn't fight back. They just hoped their brother wouldn't embarrass himself. Yunqi looked at her three older brothers with some helplessness. Could it be that the world's standards of beauty are different? She always thought she was quite fat. "Don't you think you were too fat before? It seems I was a bit overweight, but I don't mind. We can afford it," Yunhua said casually. "My little sister being a little chubby is no big deal. I have 3 brothers to spoil me, so what's the problem with being a bit fat? Little sister, don't listen to Yunhua. I think you look better now, and big brother will protect you in the future," Yunlan assured her with a pat on the chest. Yunqi couldn't help but feel a little envious of the original owner. Looking at her brothers, no wonder she felt so confident. All 3 brothers pampered her so much. Yunqi looked at Yunlan and Yunhua with a look of dislike and said impatiently, "I'm talking to my sister." "You two, be quiet." Yunlan and Yunhua felt wronged, thinking, "So, big brother, will your love disappear?" "Little sister, are they good to you?" Yunqi asked again. "Big brother, they treat me very well." "Don't worry," Yunqi replied, seeing her 3 brothers sitting upright with serious expressions, looking tense. She couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Is her brother's pressure really that strong? This is the confidence given by her family, a full sense of security. Yunqi nodded seriously and said, "Yes, if they don't treat you well, tell me. Even though I'm injured now, I can still stand up for you. Don't worry, big brother. By the way, what are your plans next? Do you want to go to Beichuan tribe with me?" "Not in a hurry. Once my leg heals, you and I will go to the sacred mountain to see the high priest," Yunqi replied. "Oh, to see that sly old fox, Shiyan," Lan Nua said with interest. "There are some things I need to ask him for," Yunqi admitted without denying. Lan Nua looked at Yunqi, sensing that this brother-in-law also had secrets. "Then let's wait until your leg heals. You can't go out now," Yunqi said seriously. Right now, she was her brother's doctor, and he had to follow medical advice. "Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless," Yunqi promised. He still had many things to do. He finally had a chance to recover his leg. He wouldn't mess it up. If he dragged his injured leg, how could he take revenge? Next, everyone stopped chatting about family matters and focused on the delicious food on the table, treating themselves after all their hard work traveling outside. In the afternoon, Lano took Banz and Lien back to the underwater city. He wanted to decorate the temple beautifully. Since he chose Yunqi, he wanted to give her the best experience. Tonight, he planned to become Yunqi's partner. At sunset, the sky was filled with colorful clouds. The sea sparkled brightly. When Lano appeared on the water again, he looked very different from earlier in the day. He was dressed in a fancy mermaid outfit, decorated with pearls and gems that shimmered softly. He looked like a divine being emerging from the deep sea. He held a crown made of seashells and coral, decorated with pearls that glowed faintly. Yunshi looked up and thought that tonight, Lano looked more handsome than ever. Lano gently raised his hand, and suddenly, a magical scene happened. The calm sea water parted to the sides. A path made of star sand and pearls appeared before everyone. The path shined brightly, creating a beautiful, dreamlike scene. Yunshi was so amazed she was stunned. Even some of the beast husbands' eyes widened in surprise. They didn't expect the sea priest to be so romantic. Not only did the young females feel moved, but even the males thought it was beautiful. Looks like the high priest is quite good at winning over females, Feng Heng whispered to himself. Qing Ling and Shiryu nodded thoughtfully, each thinking about how they could learn from this and make Yunshi happy next time. Lano came to Yunshi and placed the crown on her head. Then he sincerely kissed the crown. Yunshi, I'm here to pick you up, he said. Yunshi's cheeks turned red, and tears sparkled in her eyes. Although she knew she would become Lano's partner tonight, he was so formal that she couldn't help but feel touched. Mingyi came over and gently held Yunshi's small hand, rubbing it softly. Finally, he carefully placed Yunshi's hand in Lano's and gently wiped away her tears. Tomorrow, I'll come to pick you up from the sea, Mingyi said. Yunshi nodded, wondering if she was being sent off by all her beast husbands. Lano held Yunshi's hand tightly, and with everyone watching enviously, he slowly walked into the sea. With each step, star sand beneath his feet shimmered with blue light, creating a breathtaking scene. Seeing this, a few beast husbands suddenly understood. Trying to please the young female, but the high priest is more skilled. The separated seawater gradually closed again until Yunshi and Lan Nua's figures completely disappeared from the surface of the sea. Lan Nua held Yunshi's hand and swam toward the ocean floor. Along the way, colorful small fish happily darted ahead, guiding their way. Soon, a grand underwater temple came into view. The entire temple was decorated with glowing pearls, making it look very luxurious. Under the light of the glowing pearls, the temple was covered in a mysterious and enchanting glow. Lan Nua used his space powers to surround the temple, creating a special space inside. Walking inside felt just like being on land. Lan Nua led Yunshi into the temple, passing through a corridor made of huge coral pillars. At the end of the corridor, a giant shell-shaped bed appeared. The shell bed was decorated with various gems and pearls, just like Lan Nua, who was a shining merman. Yunshi couldn't help but be curious, looking around and exclaiming, Lan Nua, this is so luxurious. How many pearls do you have here? All of these are yours. If they're not enough, I'll go find more from the sea. He was never short of pearls. Yunshi covered her mouth and smiled, saying, Lan Nua, I didn't realize you're quite good at pleasing females. Lan Nua leaned slightly closer to Yunshi, love shining in his eyes. The young female I like must have the best. Yunshi, do you like it? Yunshi looked at Lan Nua with a gentle smile. With a face like that, how could she not like him? Seeing the smile in Yunshi's eyes, Lan Nua understood everything clearly. There was no need for more words. Yunshi, let's be mates. As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Nua suddenly pulled Yunshi into his arms with force. He leaned down slightly, gazing at Yunshi, with deep meaning in his eyes that needed no words. Then, a passionate kiss fell like a sudden rain, strong and irresistible. Yunshi instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, tilting her head willingly, happily accepting his kiss. Lan Nua's lips moved from her mouth to her jaw, then along her neck, heading downward. Meanwhile, his large fish tail gently wrapped around Yunshi's leg. For some reason, the golden scales felt slightly warm. A tingling sensation like an electric current suddenly hit Yunshi's mind, making her shiver all over. Yunshi's breathing became messy. She gently tapped the man's chest, but her soft, weak movements seemed like tickling to Lan Nua. Lan Nua couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then, he bent his arms and carefully lifted Yunshi, wrapping her tightly like a fish tail. Yunshi couldn't hold back and let out a small, soft sound. Lan Nua was momentarily stunned. His throat moved involuntarily, and his rational mind seemed to break apart at that moment. With a flash of golden light, Lan Nua's large fishtail transformed into long, strong legs. At this moment, his gaze was so intense it seemed like he wanted to melt Yunqi. Kisses fell again like raindrops. Yunqi felt dizzy and her mind went blank. When she regained her senses, she found herself lying on a luxurious shell bed under Lan Nua. Lan Nua didn't stop. He repeatedly used his lips to tenderly explore his territory, causing Yunqi's body to tremble slightly. Lan Nua, don't do this. Yunqi's voice was soft and her body was weak. No one told her how good Lan Nua was at teasing young women. Lan Nua gently bit Yunqi's reddening earlobe, his warm breath brushing her ear as he whispered, What? Tell me. Yunqi's cheeks grew even hotter and she pouted. You know very well you're asking a silly question. Lan Nua chuckled softly, with a hint of affection. He gently nudged Yunqi's nose, his eyes full of tenderness. Here, for you, Lan Nua whispered softly, but before he finished, he kissed her red lips again. Soon, the shell bed started to sway, and the surrounding glow of luminous pearls softened, creating a romantic atmosphere for the high priest. At this moment, only their quickening heartbeat and overlapping breaths filled the air. Time seemed to pass slowly. Yunqi, exhausted from Lan Nua's teasing, gradually lost consciousness. Just before closing her eyes, Yunqi secretly thought, as expected, an old man who's been hungry for a long time doesn't know what tenderness is. Lan Nua also knew he had gone too far, but he couldn't help it. Cloud, she was right. He had been holding back for too long and was very hungry. Moreover, the little female was so soft and tempting. As a normal male, how could he resist? At this moment, a vivid golden mermaid suddenly appeared around Cloud Shi's neck. Lano lowered his head to kiss his beast mark, then casually embraced Cloud Shi, covering him with a shroud of silk, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Cloud Shi was awakened by the warmth of a nose tip. He didn't even open his eyes, lazily turned his head and mumbled, Don't bother me, let me sleep a little longer. Cloud Shi, it's almost noon. Mingyi will come to pick you up, Lano said reluctantly. He had wanted to wait until the little female woke up so they could enjoy some time together, but Cloud Shi had slept until now. Cloud Shi slightly opened his eyes and saw Lano's handsome face, which was so attractive it made people jealous. That's when he remembered they had officially become partners last night. Lano, I'm so tired.
I stayed up too late last night.
I want to sleep a little more. Okay, then sleep a little longer. Lano was eager for Cloud Shi to rest more. Otherwise, when they returned to the small island, Cloud Shi wouldn't belong to just him anymore. As for Mingyi coming to pick him up, he decided not to think about it for now. After all, it was the little female's idea to sleep a bit longer. Lano happily held Cloud Shi close again, enjoying this rare moment of intimacy. Of course, once Cloud Shi had enough sleep, Lano used his charm as a handsome man to make Cloud Shi completely forget his surroundings. Cloud Shi didn't mind. He was already his beast husband. Since he liked him, he might as well have some fun. When they finally decided to get up, Lano took Cloud Shi and prepared to return to the shore. But before they left the temple, Cloud Shi saw his large beast form sitting on a coral reef. The snake pupils were staring tightly at the temple's entrance. Both of them felt a sudden jolt and quickly exchanged glances. With Mingyi's expression, what time could it be now? Mingyi stretched his snake tail over and wrapped it securely around Cloud Shi, gently pulling him over. Without saying a word, he led Cloud Shi straight toward the sea. Lano saw this and followed closely behind. The three of them surfaced, and Cloud Shi immediately saw the sunset on the horizon, realizing how late it had become. No wonder Mingyi was angry. Now, I need to carefully comfort the several beast husbands. They must be very worried. Lano also feels a bit guilty. He originally just wanted to stay close to Yunqi for a moment, but he lost control and did something a bit inappropriate. After all, everyone is waiting for Yunqi to come home. As soon as they reached the shore, Xiyu, Qingling, and Fengheng all gathered around, their faces still showing worry. Cici, it's so late. I'm really worried about you, Feng said with a sad look. Qingling quickly added, "You're hungry, right? I made your favorite food." Xiu took Yunqi's small hand and ordered, "Don't block the way. Let Cici eat first. We can talk later." Seeing how worried the beast husbands looked, Yunqi felt a twinge of guilt and apologized. "I accidentally overslept and made you all worry. I will be more careful next time. Cici, it's not your fault." "It must be someone's fault," Feng said, glaring at Lano without hesitation. Lano, in Feng eyes, was no longer the great priest of a sea tribe. He was Yunqi's beast husband, just like Feng, and he was the one after him. Feng naturally wouldn't hold back anymore. Lano admitted his mistake. "Sorry, I couldn't help it." As soon as Lano spoke, he received 4 murderous looks. But mostly, they were filled with envy. They hadn't been this close to Yunqi in a long time. Seeing the sad looks of the beast husbands, Yunqi couldn't help but laugh and cry. After all, they had been out for so long. Only Minji had tasted sweetness. The others were still eagerly waiting. So, during the meal, Yunqi announced that starting tomorrow, she would begin with Minji, because he was her main husband. The beast husbands didn't say anything on the surface, but inside, they couldn't help feeling a little happy. What does it matter if he's the great priest?
He still has to come after them.
After comforting the beast husbands, Yunqi went to see Yunqi and changed the bandage on his leg. Lano followed, ready to send some healing energy to his brother-in-law, and of course, he didn't forget his second brother-in-law and little brother-in-law. After all, they are now a family. Yunqi looked at Lano and said softly, "The great priest has good taste. Of course, my sister is still the most charming." "That's natural," Lan Nua replied confidently. "Otherwise, how could your sister control you?" During the bandage change, Yunqi checked Yunqi's injured leg again. "Brother, I see your leg is healing well. It won't be long before you fully recover. All thanks to my sister," Yunqi said generously when praising his sister. With no worries about their eldest brother, only second and third brothers remain. She is completely helpless against scorpion venom. Thinking of this, Yunqi frowned slightly. "Next, we need to deal with the venom from second and third brothers. We can't delay any longer." Yunqi immediately comforted her. "There's no need to rush. After my sister and I go to the sacred mountain, maybe we'll find a way." Lan Nua chimed in from the side. "Don't worry. I will use my healing powers to ease their venom. We can take 3 or 5 years if needed." "Yes, as long as they don't die, it's fine," Yunqi said calmly. Yunlan and Yunhua exchanged glances, feeling a bit helpless. "So, big brother, do you really not love us at all?" "Brother, is there something you're hiding from me?" "Why are we going to the sacred mountain?" Yunqi asked suspiciously. Why is her brother acting so secretive? "To retrieve something that originally belongs to you," Yunqi admitted. He hadn't planned to hide it. Once they reached the sacred mountain, his sister would understand. Yunqi's mind raced. Her things? That means the original owner's belongings. Is she suitable to go? She heard that the high priest of the sacred mountain has special abilities. Would they discover she's just a fragment of a different world soul? Thinking of this, Yunqi felt a bit scared. Maybe we shouldn't go after all. Seeing Yunqi's worried look, Yunqi couldn't help but smile slightly and quickly comforted her. "You must go. The worries you have won't come true." Hearing this, Yunqi immediately looked up at Yunqi. She had a strange feeling that Yunqi saw right through her. "Brother, why did you recognize me as your sister the moment I called you that?" "I've changed so much." Yunqi didn't answer directly but asked back, "And why could you recognize me at first glance?" "I've also changed quite a bit." Cloud, she was momentarily stunned. Yes, how did she recognize Yunqi at first glance? She had no doubt at all, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Just like when she first heard about Yunqi and the others, her first thought was to go save her brothers. "Don't overthink. You are my sister. You must be tired today, so rest early," Yunqi said with a smile, teasing her. Cloud Shi's face suddenly turned a little red, and even Lan Nua couldn't help but show a hint of awkwardness. It was a bit embarrassing that even her older brother-in-law knew about this. The two quickly left Yunqi's room. As soon as they stepped out, 4 pairs of eyes immediately looked at them. Today we built a new wooden bed. You can rest well tonight, Feng Heng said with a big smile, taking credit. Always used to quietly doing things, Qingling now spoke up. I made a thick animal hide cushion and already laid it out. At this moment, sure you also joined in. My pillow is the one I made. She looked a little surprised at the three beast husbands. Had she been stimulated by Lan Nua? Lan Nua, acting as if nothing was happening, gently hugged She's waist and whispered, shell beds are softer and more comfortable. As soon as he finished speaking, She's mind immediately flashed with the image of the wobbly shell bed and everything that happened on it. Her face instantly turned bright red. Now, She was both shy and angry. She slapped away Lan Nua's hand and glared at him fiercely. This guy really loved to stir up trouble. Shut up and stay where it's cool tonight, she snapped. Hearing this, Mingyi quietly lowered his snake tail again. He had been about to pull Lan Nua over just now. He had just joined this family, and he was already trying to break the rules. That wouldn't do. I'll sleep alone tonight, she said softly. It's hot tonight. I feel cool, Qingling said, trying to take advantage of the situation. Sure, you and Feng Heng exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. This season, they seemed to have no advantage. After all, she was afraid of the heat, so it was better not to join in. They wouldn't win anyway. Actually, the bottom of the sea is cooler, Lan Nua said calmly. Hearing this, Mingya's tail lifted again. He was really tempted to pull Lan Nua over. It seems that the high priest still doesn't understand his own family status. As the top male of the family, he naturally needs to be taught a lesson to keep harmony at home. Rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins will come into the house with me. Yunqi decided to use the simplest and most direct method, even if it made her husband feel a bit wronged, since he usually has bad luck. What's rock, paper, scissors? Lano asked, looking confused. Although he wasn't interested in the game, he wanted to go inside with Yunqi. It's a game quite tricky. I can't explain it quickly. We won't join this time, Yunqi said sincerely. She knew Lano knew a lot, and if he won, the other four might get upset. Plus, he had been bothering her all day, so she wanted to give him some space. When Lano was excluded, the other four immediately started playing. Tonight, they absolutely couldn't give Lano a chance. This time, the game was decided in just one round. Minji was finally blessed by luck and instantly defeated the other three. Wait, before, Minji always lost when doing the dishes. How come he won this time? Feng Heng looked at his own scissors in disbelief. Qingling also looked at his scissors, surprised. He actually wanted to choose rock. Shiyu also looked at his scissors, feeling a bit frustrated. Didn't he have better teamwork with Minji? Why did he end up choosing the same as Qingling? Minji smiled as he looked at his fist. He just wanted to punch Lano. He didn't expect such good luck. Minji happily retracted his tail, smiling as he hugged Yunqi and went straight to the next room. That's the advantage of being the top male. He even has the support of fate. Lano watched the scene, feeling a bit amused. Is this what Yunqi called a difficult game? Turns out, it was just fooling around. But thinking carefully, he realized he had spent enough time with Yunqi today. Since he had joined this family, he couldn't just bully the weaker ones. That would only backfire. After all, the little female he liked was different from the others. Lano's small wooden house has only 2 rooms. One is for Yunqi to recover from his injury, and the other is naturally for Yunqi and the little ones. Thinking that she would need to stay here for a while longer and for future happy times, Xiu decided on the spot to build a new house tomorrow. Qingling and Feng Heng both happily agreed. After making the decision, the 3 of them each chose a spot, transformed into animal forms, curled up, and began to rest with their eyes closed. Lano shook his head and returned to the sea. His shell bed is so soft. Why doesn't Yunqi feel tempted? The next morning, Yunqi stretched lazily and walked out of her room. She looked around but only saw her 2 older brothers outside, playing happily with some little ones. Where are her animal husbands? Why are neither of them at home? Yunhua saw his little sister wake up and quickly pointed to the stone pot. Little sister, are you hungry? Qingling prepared some food for you. It's all in the pot. Do you want to eat now? Where are they? Why aren't they here? They went across the sea to gather wood. They planned to build a house today. Yunchi looked back at Lano's small wooden house and felt it wasn't big enough. Her animal husbands had been living outdoors for many days. Now that she and Lano are partners, it's a good idea to build a few more wooden houses here. That way, they can come here for vacation sometimes. The scenery here is quite beautiful. Yunchi sat peacefully at the long table, eating the seafood porridge Qingling prepared, watching her 3 little ones and her brothers playing on the beach. It was really nice. It felt like a peaceful, happy time. Her 2 older brothers had long been affected by poison. Even though Lano helped ease their toxins, the long-term damage still made their bodies weak. In the past 2 days, besides taking care of Yunqi, Yunlan, and Yunhua mostly played with the little ones. They seemed to have a real sense of responsibility for raising children, loving them dearly. After filling her stomach, Yunqi went to check on Yunqi, as usual. As soon as she entered the house, she saw her older brother lying obediently, resting and healing. She didn't expect that her second patient would need more medical attention than the first. After some treatment, Yunqi happily praised, "Brother, your leg is healing very well." Yunqi smiled and said, "Thanks to my sister's good medical skills. Can I stop lying down now? For a high-level beast man like Yunqi, lying around all day really feels uncomfortable." But Yunqi has to stay still because Yunqi is watching him very closely. Later, when Fengheng comes back, I'll ask him to make a lounge chair, so we can sit outside and enjoy the sun and the view. Okay, sister's decision is final. I'll do whatever you say. Right now, Yunqi's main idea is to do whatever his sister tells him. He is very eager to listen and follow her advice. Should I go see if they're back yet? Yunqi asks, then turns to walk outside. As soon as he reaches the beach, Yunqi sees a few beast men coming from the sea. When they see Yunqi, Fengheng rushes over happily and shouts, "Shishi, we're back." The others, though a bit slower, come forward one after another, greeting Yunqi and asking for hugs. Then they quickly get back to building the house. Everyone works very hard. They know this is important for their happy life. When Lan Noa comes up from the sea, the others have already been busy for a while. The high priest feels a little embarrassed and immediately orders the sea tribe builders to come help. After all, more hands make lighter work. The sooner the house is built, the sooner they can enjoy life with Yunqi. The sea beast men hear that the high priest is building a house for his partner, and this is a big event for their tribe. Without hesitation, whether they know how to build or not, they all rush to help. Suddenly, the small island is bustling with activity, full of busy sea beast men everywhere. It's lively and crowded. It's rare to see their high priest finally find someone special. Everyone wants to help and see what kind of female has captured their high priest's heart. Rumor has it that the high priest himself asked for a mate, and they spend a whole day and night in the temple. This has made everyone very curious. Even if the high priest scolds them, they still want to join in the fun. With everyone working together, the small wooden house is built very smoothly. Shiryu is in charge of organizing, making sure everyone does their part. Everyone works on what they are good at, and everything runs smoothly, without chaos. After a busy day, the 2 new small wooden houses finally stood up, along with the furniture inside, which Fengheng helped move in all day. The new small house was built a little apart from the other 2. Everyone knew that the young female was shy and easily embarrassed. Moreover, if she stayed too close to her older brother-in-law, their happy life might be affected. That night, Mingyi returned to the new house with Yunqi, while everyone watched with envy. As for what they were doing, everyone understood clearly and kept their distance, so they wouldn't disturb them during the night. Although everyone was jealous, they also knew it would be their turn soon, so they felt at ease. When Yunqi and Mingyi reached the room, Yunqi didn't hesitate. She pulled Mingyi close and said, "Let's not waste time. Let's have babies quickly." Yunqi wasn't being impatient. She remembered she wanted to have a child for Mingyi next time. Since the others had eaten the fruit before, there was no need to worry about that anymore. Now that the fruit's effect had worn off, Yunqi felt it was unfair to ask them to eat more fruit, so she could only encourage her husband to try harder. Indeed, We shouldn't waste time, Mingyi replied, then gently kissed Yunxi's lips before continuing softly. But having children isn't urgent right now. You said it yourself, let nature take its course.
Yunxi immediately argued, no.
You're my first mate. If I don't have a child for you the first time, I should have one next time. Otherwise, others might question your status in the family. Mingyi gently pinched Yunxi's nose and said affectionately, silly girl, you always say you're different from other young females, so you don't need to follow others' ideas. I have a feeling that our bond with the little one isn't quite ready yet, so there's no need to rush. Just let things happen naturally. Yunxi wrapped her arms around Mingyi's waist and said a little sadly, aren't I just worried about making you sad? Mingyi looked at Yunxi with a fixed gaze, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Since that's the case, tonight you'll listen to me. If I haven't said it's over, you can't stop now. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Yunxi raised her eyes slightly, and her small hand unconsciously slid from her waist to the man's chest. All right, but it can't be too much, or I. Yunxi hummed softly twice, and her hand gently pinched a few times, with a hint of teasing. Mingyi grabbed Yunxi's mischievous hand, brought it to his lips for a light kiss, then leaned down and tenderly kissed her lips. Yunxi immediately wrapped her arms around Mingyi's neck, responding passionately. What followed was natural and smooth. As Mingyi said, he didn't stop, so they continued. The next day, as expected, Yunxi overslept again. Everyone seemed to understand this without needing to say anything, and they didn't disturb her. When Yunxi yawned and walked out of her room, she saw Lan Nua approaching from the coast. Their eyes met just as Lan Nua's lips curved into a smile, and he raised an eyebrow playfully. Yunxi suddenly felt as if her heart was hit, missing a beat for no clear reason. She quickly looked away, secretly thinking, the creatures in this house are more and more charming. Lan Nua first approached Shiryu and handed him a large salt crystal, saying, if it's not enough, just tell me. Yunxi asked, is there no more salt at home? Shiryu nodded, there's a little left. I was thinking since we're near the sea, we could collect more, so next time we won't need to come to the beach to trade. Yunxi's eyes lit up and she immediately had an idea. That's true. Why don't we try making salt later? We don't have much to do right now, and being idle is boring anyway. With the current situation, everything was perfectly aligned, timing, location, and people. Now is the best time to make salt. Lan Nua was instantly interested, as making salt was a skill their sea tribe was good at. Yunxi, do you know how to make salt? Yunxi proudly lifted her chin, confident, and said, just trying, but what if I succeed? At this moment, Qingling brought over a bowl of beef noodles and called out, Cici, come eat noodles. After you're done, I'll help you make salt. Ling, how do you know I want to eat this? I haven't wanted seafood these days. You're like a worm in my stomach. Cloud Shi's eyes lit up instantly. She touched her belly, quickly walked to the long table, looked at the fragrant noodles with joy, then turned around and gave Qingling a big, sweet kiss. Qingling shyly scratched his ear, a faint blush on his face. Eat more, there's still plenty in the pot. Okay, Cloud Shi replied happily, immediately sitting down to enjoy the food. Her good chef skills really paid off. Lano sat beside Cloud Shi, resting his chin on his hand, quietly watching her. His partner was quite impressive. Lano, do you want to try some too? Yes, Lano answered softly. After saying that, he stared directly at the chopsticks in Cloud Shi's hand, his gaze full of meaning. Cloud Shi understood immediately. She quickly picked up a piece of meat and offered it to Lano's mouth, teasing, Great Priest, this doesn't quite suit your status. Lano slightly opened his mouth and swallowed the meat, nodding. Yes, it's really tasty. What Great Priest? I'm just your partner, Cloud Shi said with a smile. She nodded happily. Yes. Now it's mine. Lano smiled knowingly. Yes, he was now her little mate. While eating noodles, Cloud Shi asked curiously, Lano, how do your sea people usually make salt? Mostly by following our traditions. We use our energy to extract salt from seawater and form salt crystals. But I haven't tried it myself. Cloud Shi, do you have other methods? Cloud Shi nodded mysteriously. Yes, very simple.
So simple you can't imagine.
You'll see soon. At this, Cloud Shi immediately turned to Shiryu and shouted, "You? Bring the biggest wooden basin from home. Go to the seaside to fill it with water, and find a sunny spot to dry it." Without hesitation, Shiryu nodded and ran to the seaside, filled the basin with seawater, then found a sunny place to set it down. Standing under the blazing sun, Shiryu shouted to Cloud Shi, "Shi, the basin is ready. What do I do next?" Cloud Shi looked up at Shiryu and quickly called out, "Hurry back and avoid the sun. If you get too tanned, it won't look good." Shiryu smiled and responded, then hurried back. He didn't want to get too tanned, being too dark wouldn't look good, and he wanted to keep charming Shi. Lano looked at Yunshi with confusion. "Is it finished now?" Yunshi blinked her big eyes and nodded seriously. "The first step is done." Hearing this, Lano's mouth twitched. It was so simple. If they used energy to extract sea salt, wouldn't that waste a lot of energy?